Chapter 111. The wind was blowing hard. There was a faint rumble of thunder outside. The castle tower was enveloped by the storm. The adventurers were all nervous. The flower fairy Iris covered her eyes in fear. What happened? Nancy Leah explained with a serious face. This Genichiro has begun to turn evil. In this form, not only will his strength reach the 3rd level, but his recovery ability will also be greatly improved. The dwarf and the dog-headed man were shocked. Third level. 3rd level strength can be regarded as a master in the Evernight Forest. Miracle City is a newly built underground city, and there is a powerful 3rd level existence in its secret realm. If such power can be developed, the threat of Thunder City may not be a big deal, Nancy Leah continued. Not only that, but what's more terrifying is that he will perform a sword technique that controls lightning. The flower fairy, lover, and dog-headed man felt awe and fear again. They have a deep psychological shadow of thunder and lightning, because the core ability of the Dark Thunder Lizard clan in Thunder City is thunder, and this is why this dungeon can dominate. While the adventurers were discussing, Sanju had already launched an offensive. He had seen the process of Baihajusher being defeated by Ba Jile in the Reap Plain. The power that this extraordinary person can control is too terrifying, and he cannot give the opponent a chance to summon thunder. However, after a few rounds, Sanju's attack was completely ineffective. At this moment, Ashina Genichiro was immortal. Even if his heart was pierced, it would not be fatal. You can't kill me! Ashina Genichiro was not afraid of any attack. But it doesn't mean he can do whatever he wants. More and more parts of Genichiro's body are corroded by the black air. This is the side effect of the pond of transmutation. When the body is completely corroded, he will lose his mind forever, and become a monster that is neither alive nor dead. At this moment, more than half of his body has been corroded. Genichiro Ashina can't turn back. Every time he uses this immortal power, the process of turning into a monster will be accelerated. There is not much time left. A quick battle must be decided. Outside the castle tower, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared, tearing through the air and falling on Genichiro Ashina's weapon. Mytake was shocked. Not good. Genichiro wrapped the golden lightning around the blade, like a god controlling thunder, full of oppression. When the long sword was swung, it instantly turned into a lightning spear and blasted towards the adventurer. Too fast, unable to dodge, unable to defend. Sanju could only watch as the lightning pierced his body. He instantly became numb and lost all his mobility. When he was beheaded by Genichiro's blade, he instantly felt dizzy. Lost again, and lost miserably. This battle proved it. After Genichiro opened the 2nd form, no matter how skilled the adventurer is, it is meaningless. First of all, in this state, Ashina Genichiro is immortal and cannot be killed no matter how he is chopped. Secondly, wolves do not have the ability to resist lightning. Once faced with this extraordinary power, they will lose their ability to defend themselves and be defeated. Wool warrior, it's difficult. It's too difficult. I felt the same when I faced Wusho. Higanbana said firmly, Lord Chi-Ji will never release an unsolvable enemy, so whether it is the blackened Genichiro or Wusho, there must be a way to defeat him, but I haven't found the trick yet. Baihajusher thought for a moment and said, the side effects of Genichiro's immortality are huge. If we can delay time and wait until the black air fills the whole body, maybe we can win without fighting. That's a way. But it's not easy. Yes, the strength gap is too big. How can it be easy to delay for a few minutes? Several big guys who had just reached the battle of the castle tower boss tried it. Result? Without exception, all failed. This delaying tactic. Theoretically feasible but too difficult to execute. The comprehensive strength of Genichiro in the 2nd state is infinitely close to the 3rd level. This guy's performance is much stronger than that of the wolf, and he relies on his immortal body, so he can't deal with suppression at all. As long as he summons the Thunder of Ba, the adventurers basically kneel down in seconds and have no power to resist. When everyone was at a loss. Wow! Come to Uncle Dao. Old Dao seems to have found a way. Huh? Lonely Swordsman? He actually has a way? White Crane Monk, Higanbana, Sanju and others were all very surprised, and went to find out the situation immediately. Lonely Swordsman is a senior adventurer. He advanced with Mingwei Zhaoxue and White Crane Monk yesterday. He is one of the first 2nd level adventurers in Miracle City, because of his rich experience. And he focuses on the adventure of Ashina country. So the progress is relatively fast. Although there is still a big gap compared with the top bosses, the Hirata Mansion branch has not been opened yet. And when Sanju has begun to explore the castle tower, he is still fighting with the Anajayabu. Since he can't catch up with the first echelon. Lonely Swordsman didn't insist on advancing the plot. After successfully defeating the main boss Onagiob at Oatman, he did not directly challenge the castle tower, but instead searched and explored the nearby area. In this process, there were different discoveries. About 2 hours ago, the Lonely Swordsman found a very suspicious big house near Oatman. The area was full of traces of battles, which not only looked fresh, but also showed that both sides were not weak. Out of curiosity, he walked into the big house. What he saw surprised him. The inside of the house was full of corpses, each of which was wearing purple ninja clothes. From the clothing elements and symbols, it is not difficult to see that these ninjas were all from the inner court. At the same time, there was a skinny old man wearing a Tengu mask standing among the corpses. The long sword in his hand had not yet been sheathed, and blood was still dripping on the blade. All the lonely shadows at the scene were killed by this person. Another rat has come. The old Tengu made a contemptuous sound without even turning his head. The Lonely Swordsman immediately became alert. It was outrageous that one person killed so many lone shadows. What was even more outrageous was that he didn't even have a wound on his body. In other words, the old man not only killed the lone shadows alone, he did it without any suspense, and with an overwhelming advantage. The old man turned around and saw the Lonely Swordsman. His eyes seemed to change a little. "Oh, you don't look like a mouse, but a hungry wolf. So before you take action, let me ask about your identity. Tell me your name." The last 4 words. It was like a huge bell hitting people's hearts. An overwhelming killing intent and oppression broke out like a mountain torrent. I never thought that a skinny old man could generate such power out of thin air. This has almost reached the level of mental attack. If it were a weak-willed person, he would probably collapse instantly. Can't do it, otherwise, you will definitely die. This is the only intuition in my mind. The mysterious old man is so strong that he is a monster. The Lonely Swordsman didn't say anything. He followed the wolf's ninja precepts, and never revealed his name at any time. He just quietly pulled out the wedge pill, and took a posture of fighting to the death. Haha, interesting, knowing that you will die, you are not going to tell me your name? The old man suddenly restrained his murderous aura. He put away his long sword and gave up. This ninja prosthetic hand is really nostalgic. It seems that you are the successor chosen by him, so it is not unfair that the Onakajibu was defeated by you. The Lonely Swordsman was a little bit tired of being tricked by the old man. Who are you? Ha ha ha, I am the Tengu who protects Ashina. The old man laughed heartily, and the Lonely Swordsman was even more confused. Since he was the guardian of Ashina, why did he give up on himself when he knew that he had killed Onagiob? The old Tengu said calmly, Onagiob has fought for Ashina for half his life and should have rested long ago. And he couldn't let go of this country. Now he can fall down as a warrior before Ashina Castle is completely breached. This is the best ending and destination. What a weird old man. He is unfathomable and calls himself a guardian. But he is full of pessimism about the fate of Ashina. But at the same time, he is very frank and doesn't seem to be sad about it. What? What's the look in your eyes? Do you think I'm weird? The old Tengu continued, there are always some things in this world that cannot be changed by human power, just like the rotation of time, the movement of stars, the rising and setting of the sun and the moon. As long as you fulfill your mission and do your best, do you agree with me? The Lonely Swordsman nodded. The old man Tengu laughed again. Ha ha ha, although it's just the first time we met, we seem to get along well. In this case, do you want to join the game of catching mice? The Lonely Swordsman, what? The old man Tengu pointed to the corpse on the ground and said, these mice are rampant in groups. Although I have killed most of them, one of them escaped accidentally. You seem to have the talent to kill people. Why don't you help me get rid of this mouse? Is this old man sick? The old man Tengu threw a map directly. This is the secret base of the mice. If you can do it, I will give you a good thing that may be useful in future battles. The Lonely Swordsman came to his senses. Is it a secret side quest? Although the old man is weird, since there is a benefit, he can't refuse it. The Lonely Swordsman found a task that others didn't find, so he was no longer in a hurry to go to the castle tower. He immediately searched for the escaped mice according to the map. As a result, he encountered a lonely shadow at the bottom of the well in the water storage city. You unlocked the character illustration, Lone Shadow Tachaba, I found out after the fight. Lone Shadow is ridiculously strong. He has a strength close to the second level 3-star, stronger than the samurai generals of Ashina. Not only is he good at using swordsmanship, but he also has extremely sharp body and leg skills. His fighting style is very elegant and flexible, making it unpredictable. He died 3 times. Finally figured out the routine. Only in the fourth challenge did he kill him with his sword. The lonely swordsman faced the lone shadow, who he had finally killed with luck, and for a moment he felt like doubting his life, with only two thoughts in his mind. First, are the Lone Shadow clan so strong? The inner court is indeed overwhelmingly powerful. Second, it took so much effort to kill one Lone Shadow clan, but the old man Tengu was unscathed and killed so many in one breath. This strength is unheard of. Who is he? Could he be? Don't wait to think about it. This mission is time limited. Immediately take the heads of the Lone Shadow clan back to the big house. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. You are indeed a ninja with the ability to kill people. I give you this thing as a gift. The old man Tengu gave out an ancient painting. Although this painting looks old, every stroke seems to contain powerful spiritual energy, which allows people to understand a lot of information from it. As for the specific content of the painting, it is not complicated. It depicts a battle scene on the battlefield in ancient times. A warrior in armor is fighting against a demon from the sky. Although the demon can control the power of thunder, the warrior uses the samurai's sword in his hand to directly bounce off the thunder. It is said that in ancient times, demons came to Ashina and wreaked havoc. They could control the divine thunder transformed from the roar of the god of source, and were invincible. If you don't cultivate the divine skill of thunder counterattack, you can't resist its attack. The lonely swordsman immediately realized what this thing meant. It contains the power to resist thunder. At this time, adventurers such as Higanbana, Seianju, and Baihajusha received the news. They all ran to the lonely swordsman's secret crystal to watch, and then they all showed shock and ecstasy. Obviously, the lonely swordsman triggered the Tengu branch. It's just that Chi-Ji has changed the content of this task. In the original Tengu branch of the game, the Tengu old man gave the wolf not an ancient painting, but a secret book of Ashina Ryu swordsmanship, and this ancient painting was originally hung in the center of the Ashina Ryu dojo. In other words, according to the game process, after defeating Sase Shinsuke, you will definitely see this painting. Then immediately start the boss battle against Ashina Jinakairo. Chi-Ji thinks that as a game, this arrangement is understandable, but the secret world should still pursue real nature as much as possible. If you just get the means to restrain the boss a few seconds before fighting the boss, it would be a bit too deliberate. Therefore, the content of the Tengu branch was changed. The Tengu old man gave this painting to help the adventurer. This can help the adventurer defeat Ashina Jinakairo. When the identity of the Tengu old man is officially revealed in the later period, this move can deepen the shaping of his complexity and make the adventurer feel more sighing and admiring. Of course, the way to get the painting. It is not only through the Tengu branch. If the adventurer fails to encounter the Tengu within the time limit, he can also search for this painting in the room of Ashina Ishin in the castle tower later, so as to ensure that he can fight against Ashina Jinakairo and Sakura Dragon. I see. We must master the skill of lightning return to fight against Tomo's thunder. Not only that, it is not only Jinakairo who can control thunder in this world, but it seems that the god of source and his demons can also do so. What is the god of source? I have never heard of it before. I don't know. The secrets of Ashina are far more than I imagined. Now is not the time to study this. Yes. Master the thunder rejection first. Wait until you defeat Jinakairo and rescue the son of God before solving these secrets. After the adventurer gets the ancient painting scroll, he only needs to meditate at the ghost Buddha to quickly comprehend the essence, and thus comprehend the art of thunder counter. Ball counter and thunder counter. This is the basic mechanism of the game. In the secret world, it fits the description. It is a real secret skill that can be learned. Not long after, several big guys such as Sanju and Higanbana also successively obtained the art of thunder counter through ancient paintings. They can't wait to enter the castle tower and challenge Ashina Jinakairo again. The first stage. There is not much suspense in the fight with Higanbana. She and Jinakairo have fought dozens of games. She can beat Ashina Jinakairo in the prologue stage. Now that the state and strength have been improved in all aspects, the probability of failure is extremely low. The battle ends in less than 20 rounds, and then he is forced to take off his armor and start the second form. To protect Ashina, I will do anything even if I have to turn into a demon. Ashina Jinakairo's eyes glowed red, and he was surrounded by black air. He raised his katana high, attracting a golden lightning that shot out like a javelin, illuminating the entire top floor of the castle tower. Facing the dazzling blow, Higanbana was not afraid at all. On the contrary, she was extremely excited and had been looking forward to it for a long time. Jumping into the air, Yuzuma Kimura came into direct contact with the lightning, and she could clearly feel the fluctuation of the lightning power. Give it back to you, Higanbana shouted. The golden lightning was rebounded by the blade. It actually fell back on Jinichiro. The power generated by this blow cracked the floor of the castle tower, forming a scorched mark in an instant, hitting Jinichiro's body and blasting him 10 meters away. Cool, enjoy it, Higanbana was shouting in her heart, not to mention the adventurers outside. It really bounced the lightning back. Fuck. It's so cool. It blinded my eyes. This move is amazing. Is this a knife that can even bounce off lightning? I must learn this skill. Lord Chi is awesome. Long live Miracle City. The adventurers in the secret hall cheered. All of them were excited to witness this historic breakthrough. After all, Ashina Jinichiro is not an ordinary boss. All adventurers have been abused by him. He has been the #1 enemy since the beginning. Only by defeating him can the Son of God be recaptured. The lightning counter skill is really powerful, and since it is a skill, there is a chance that it will explode. This is definitely a powerful skill with a high level and practicality. Chapter 112. At this moment, all adventurers all have a sense of pride. Ashina Jinichiro is undoubtedly the current #1 villain. Some people admire his tenacity and will, some think he is too paranoid and crazy, and some think he is just a mean man who will do anything to achieve his goal. He is quite controversial both in Ashina and among adventurers. The main plot of Ashina in the early and middle stages all revolve around saving the Son of God. And Jinichiro is the biggest obstacle for adventurers. From the beginning, adventurers have been under great pressure. Therefore, defeating Jinichiro is the top priority that must be completed. At this moment, after all the ups and downs and efforts, there is finally a chance to defeat the old enemy. This is definitely a historic breakthrough, when Ashina Jinichiro stood up again. His body was burned by lightning in many places, but it was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, in this process, the erosion caused by the Lake of Change is accelerating. Ashina Jinichiro showed reluctance. You have mastered the art of thunder counter. Stop, Higanbana said, your body is about to lose control. Although she completed a perfect thunder counter, she also knew that perfect thunder counter was very difficult. This is more difficult than the perfect mirror counter that bounces back the enemy's power during the confrontation between two blades. Higanbana was not sure that she could bounce off every attack. Keep fighting. The outcome is still unpredictable. She didn't really think that the opponent would stop, but just wanted to delay time. Even if it can only delay for 1 or 2 seconds. It is also beneficial for adventurers. Ashina is everything to me. In order to save the country of Ashina, I am willing to give up my identity as a human. Ashina Jinichiro is currently immortal, and Higanbana cannot cause fatal damage to him. Since the adventurer has mastered the lightning counter, Jinichiro is not sure of a quick victory. This battle, there is no point. Jinichiro knows that if he continues to fight, his sanity will be exhausted, but now is not the time to completely lose himself and become an evil spirit, although he is unwilling. But it can only stop here. Although Jinichiro has high hopes for the Son of God, it does not mean that this is the only chance. Now he must keep his sanity, and go to Senpo Temple to find other opportunities, and hopes to save Ashina. Goodbye. Jinichiro did not fight, and in a dazzling lightning, he jumped directly from the castle tower. Escaped? Higanbana was stunned. Jinichiro's act of abandonment make this battle easier than expected. Higanbana put away the knife, and did not chase him. Anyway, there is no way to kill him, so there is no point in chasing him now. Besides, Ashina Jinichiro is faster than him. If he wants to escape, he can't catch up with his current ability. At this time, there are footsteps coming from behind. Higanbana immediately holds the hilt of the knife again and looks. It seems that you have defeated the ninja of the Son of God. Yongjin looked relieved, and she said slowly, Thank you, I finally completed the master's task. Higanbana was confused and puzzled at this moment. So she asked, Who do you serve? Yongjin, Ashina Ishin. What? The adventurers were all shocked. No one expected Yongjin to give such a straightforward answer, and no one expected that the person behind Yongjin was actually Ashina Ishin. Yongjin continued, I have never lied to you. I am indeed a pharmacist who serves Master Ishin. The adventurer's confusion increased instead of decreasing. Ashina Ishin. Why did he order you to help me? Because Master Ishin does not want to use the power of Dragon's heritage. This power is not enough to change the situation. Instead, it will bring greater misfortune and disaster. It's just that Master Jinichiro is obsessed, and has fallen too deep. Higanbana immediately asked, So, the letter that was thrown into the dungeon was also sent by Ishin? Yes. Yongjin admitted. Master Ishin hoped that you could take Kuro away from Ashina, but he didn't expect that Jinichiro would still find out. Higanbana still had many doubts, so she continued to ask, "What's wrong with Jinichiro? Why can't my sword kill him?" "This is the power of transfiguration water." "What is transfiguration water?" Yejin explained. "It is said that this is a kind of water that flows out of the palace of origin. Those who drink this water will have red eyes, fall into madness, and gradually turn into monsters, but at the same time, they will also have stronger power in life." What Jinichiro used was not ordinary transfiguration water, but the transfiguration pond that my teacher Dogen accidentally extracted when he used transfiguration water to do experiments. This thing is hundreds of times more effective than transfiguration water. It can give the human body an immortal body that cannot be killed by ordinary weapons, but the speed of turning into a monster will also be greatly accelerated. Jinichiro is now hopeless. Transfiguration water. Transfiguration pond. The palace of origin. A series of keywords and information. It makes the adventurers outside excited. Many mysteries have been solved. Feng Zhongmian said, "I didn't expect that the letter we received in the prologue was actually from Ishin Ashina's will. He wanted us to take Kuro out of Ashina." The other adventurers nodded. Lonely swordsman. Ishin also underestimated Jinichiro's will. This guy will never give up until he achieves his goal. He even used a terrible thing like the transmutation pond. Cat Ming Ming. By the way, what is the palace of origin? Nancy Lia immediately thought. I remember that Grandpa Tengu said that the ancient demons of Ashina recorded in the ancient paintings, the divine thunder they controlled was actually the roar of the god of origin. Is there a connection between the palace of origin and the god of origin? Mingwei Xiaoxua said, since such a magical thing as transmutation water does exist, I feel that the palace of origin is related to the god of origin. The god of source should also exist. Very interesting. Indeed. Headless, white snake god, insect possessed, water-like, mysterious ancient god, thunder power, dragon's air power. These clues are not randomly distributed. I feel that there are some internal rules that vaguely point to a source. This may be a super big secret that has existed in the land of Ashina since ancient times. Adventurers like this feeling of exploring through adventures, collecting information, and finally unraveling the plot secrets and worldview. The land of Japan is only a small place in this world, and Ashina is just an inconspicuous small area of Japan. Such a limited place. These abnormal and strange things. How could there be no connection at all? I can't help but be shocked by the wonderful stories of Ashina again, however. Want to complete the various clues. This is more difficult than ascending to heaven for the Lord, who created the secret realm. The adventurers have a deeper understanding of Qi Laoziai's ability to create secret realms. They feel that it can only be described as terrifying. The work he created is a real world with history, culture, and heritage. Talked with Yongjin for a while, and got a lot of information. Then Higanbana followed Yongjin's guidance. She came downstairs, and met Hirata Jiolong who was here. Finally, completed the task. Higanbana was very excited at this moment. She could also feel the emotions from Wolf. After all, since the battle at the Buddhist temple, the Son of God was no longer just the young master to Wolf. Guarding this young man had become his new belief and motivation. Higanbana stepped forward, knelt on one knee and whispered, I'm here to greet you. When did Master Jinichiro go astray? But now he has lost too far, and I'm afraid he can't return. Hirata Kuro sighed with regret. Wolf, thank you for doing this for me. Higanbana said, the current Ashina castle could fall at any time, and Jinichiro could come back at any time. This place is no longer safe. Please follow me to leave Ashina. However, unlike the time at the moon viewing tower, this time, Kuro did not accept the idea of leaving Ashina. My blood carries the power of the dragon's blood, which can turn people into immortals. You must have known this. Higanbana, yes. This is not a blessing, but a terrible curse. I just wanted to save you at that time, and I would do the same thing again. Hirata Kuro sighed, all immortality will have terrible consequences. Every resurrection brought by the power of the dragon's heir will cost the life of this land. It will eventually cause a terrible dragon cough plague, killing countless innocent people. In the end, everyone's lifestyle will be distorted, and even lead to a disaster that lasts for 100 years, causing consequences more terrible than war. This is why I can't give the power of the dragon's heir to Master Jinichiro, no matter what. It turns out that the seemingly powerful resurrection effect of the power of the dragon's heir is actually a more terrible curse than the pond of transmutation. The pond of transmutation only transforms itself into a monster that is neither dead nor alive, and has no reason, while the power of the dragon's air will sweep the entire country and land. The adventurers also understood the ideas of Ashina Ishin and Hiratakuro. Once this power is used without restraint, the consequences will be 100 times more terrible than the war itself. But Higanbana is a little puzzled. Why did Kuro say this at this time? Hiratajo sensed the ninja's confusion, so he told her his purpose. Wolf, I want to break the curse of immortality. Can you help me? Although he didn't know how to break immortality. But this means that Hiratajo will continue to stay in Ashina. This is too dangerous. Ashina Castle has countless internal and external troubles. And the paranoid Jinichiro is eyeing it covetously. Higanbana refused. Protecting the Son of God is my most important mission. I can't put the Son of God in danger. Hiratajo said seriously. Wolf, how many times have you died to save me? Once, twice. Or I have already lost count. Higanbana said, as long as I can protect the Son of God, I will do it as many times as I want. But I don't want you to bear such an endless curse, and I don't want the plague caused by longing to spread and let other innocent people die for me. Hiratajo knelt on one knee to the ninja and said sincerely, please help me, let's cut off the immortality together and end this endless disaster. This is just a child in his early teens. But he showed maturity and compassion far beyond ordinary people. Higanbana was moved. So she said in a deep voice, yes, but I don't know how to do it. Jiolong's eyes suddenly brightened. I found the record of severing the dragon's blood in the library of the castle tower. According to the ancient records, if you want to sever the power of the dragon's blood, you have to go to the fairyland and look for something called dragon's tears. Higanbana, where is the fairyland? How do you get there? Please look at this incense burner. There is an ancient incense burner enshrined in the hall. I heard that Ashina had a dragon's blood godson named Joe, but he died many years ago. Jiolong introduced. He left this relic, and also a last word. Only with the incense of the source can you return to the fairy palace. That's probably what it means. Higanbana, in other words, obtaining the incense of the source is the key to going to the fairyland. It should be, but how to do it, we need to solve this mystery together. Higanbana became excited. The adventurers were all excited. Shahakujushi commented, if before this, the core task of our adventurers was to rescue the godson, then from now on the core task is to sever the immortality. Blackstone Hammer Wang now. Cut off the immortality? It sounds so cool. Mingwei Xiaoxiu exclaimed. The plot of Ashina is closely linked and progressive. Not only is it very reasonable, but the attraction is also increasing continuously. The white deer nodded. It's wonderful. We are unlocking more secrets of Ashina as the plot progresses. This feeling is great. You are worthy of being the Lord. Nancy Lee admired. He completely integrated the history, country, war, and mystery of Ashina into the plot. When we explore the plot, we are understanding the present and past of this country, and at the same time witnessing and participating in the future. I absolutely believe that Ashina is a place that really existed. Everyone was deeply attracted by the stories, emotions, various details, and worldviews in this secret realm. Jiolong is going to the castle tower library. Find more ways to go to the fairyland. In addition to entering the fairyland, how to cut off the immortality is also very important. Jiolong didn't know how to do this, but he mentioned to Higanbana that he could ask someone for advice. This person. It was none other than Ashina Ishin. The adventurers were all surprised that they could visit Ashina Ishin directly. The adventurer had just severely injured his grandson and made a big fuss in the castle tower, even so. But everyone was also very curious. They all wanted to know what kind of person this mysterious legendary figure was. According to Yongjin, Ashina Ishin had been in seclusion in the watchtower near the castle tower to recuperate due to his very poor health, and had not appeared in public for a long time. Without hesitation, find the watchtower as soon as possible. Higanbana walked into the room and immediately saw an old man with silver hair, skinny body, wrinkles and age spots on his face, who looked like he was about to die, sitting on the ground and drinking by himself. Is this Ishin Ashina? The adventurers were amazed. Cat Mingming complained, what has happened to Ashina Castle? As the de facto ruler, the old man actually has the leisure to drink here alone. Pig King, what else can we do? Anyway, the defeat is certain. Blackstone Hammer King, yeah, I think this old man has a good and free mentality. Feng Zhongyan, hey, look carefully, the old man's features are almost the same as the Tengu we met in Oatman before. Is Ishin Ashina the old Tengu who taught us the thunder counter? Ah? No way. This should have been guessed a long time ago. Lonely Swordsman said. The only person in Ashina who has the ability to kill a group of lone shadow elites alone is probably this Ashina swordsman. Ming Wishaoxue. He is so old and almost exhausted, and he may die at any time. Even so, he still has such strength. I really don't know how strong this guy was in his prime. That's strange. Why should he help us? Without his guidance, we can't learn the thunder counter skill, and this battle on the castle tower will be very difficult. When the adventurers were discussing, Ashina, huh? There are guests. Higanbana, I am here to ask Ishin-sama for advice on the orders of the Son of God. Ashina laughed. Ha ha ha, before that, let's have a drink. This is a reward for your victory over my good-for-nothing grandson. Higanbana, you don't blame me? Ashina, Genichiro, this good-for-nothing kid is too stubborn and unscrupulous. He even fell to the point of using the pond of transmutation. He has come to this point now, and there is no turning back. Chapter 113. These words makes people sigh. The conversation continues. Ashina drinks a cup of muddy wine. Do you want to know how to cut off immortality? Higanbana, exactly. The immortal slash. This is the answer. Higanbana asked in confusion, what is the immortal slash? This is a knife made with a special method, which can take the life of people who cannot die by ordinary means. Ashina explained, have you heard of the worm attached? Whether the heart is pierced or the head is cut off, it will not die. But if the immortal slash is used, such a guy can be easily killed, and this is the ability of the immortal slash. The first thought of the adventurers was the immortal Hanbei, who lived in seclusion in the ruined temple. If what they said is true, the immortal slash can help him get rid of it. Higanbana immediately asked, excuse me, where can I find the immortal slash? Ashina Ishin said, the immortal slash has appeared in Senpuji Temple. You can try your luck there. But it is said that the immortal slash is a sword that cannot be pulled out. All those who try to pull it out will eventually be cursed or even die on the spot. How can an adventurer be afraid of this? Higanbana asked, how can I get to Senpuji Temple? Ashina Ishin said, Senpuji Temple is located in Kondo Mountain, south of Ashina Castle. Many years ago, the gates were closed and it was cut off from the outside world. I don't know what shameful things these stinky monks are doing in it. Enough, adventurers have a goal. This is enough to make them full of motivation. Ashina Ishin, do you have anything else to ask? I'm in a good mood today, and can answer additional questions. Is there such a good thing? Although I have already obtained the important information I want. But if I can find out more secrets, I will naturally not refuse. Several things that Higanbana wants to know appeared in her mind at the same time. After all, there are too many things worth exploring in this Ashina land. But in the end, she still chose the topic related to Ashina Ishin. Genichiro's Tomo's thunder is not like Ashina's swordsmanship. Can you tell me about the origin of this move? Ashina Ishin, ha ha, are you also interested in this kind of strange art? This is taught to him by Genichiro's master. Higanbana, could it be Anajayabu? No, Genichiro had a mentor when he was a child. Ashina Ishin's eyes revealed memories. Tomo, a very powerful swordsman. He continued, this woman can make fighting and killing as graceful as dancing. She also has a pair of terrible eyes. As long as you look into her eyes, you will feel suffocated as if you were pulled under the water. When recalling more details, the old man laughed heartily. Ha ha. Because her swordsmanship and Ba's thunder were so brilliant and beautiful, I was so fascinated that I was almost killed. I have lived for so long, and this kind of life experience is only once. The adventurers were all surprised. This is undoubtedly another important information. Nancy Leah said, Ba seems to have never officially appeared in the plot, but it sounds like a very powerful and important character. Interesting. Dig deeper along this line. Maybe we can get a new plot and story. However, at this time, Ashina began to feel unwell. He needed to rest, and could no longer answer questions. Although Higanbana was regretful, she was already content and said goodbye to him. Ashina finally said earnestly, Wolf, it will be a difficult battle to cut off the immortality. And as long as it is a battle, you will be involved in the vortex woven by all parties involved. If you are confused, you will lose. If you are deeply involved, you will fall into the evil path. Once you are swallowed by obsession, hatred and killing, you will become Shura. No matter what. Don't fall into Shura. I hope you can do better than your predecessors. Finally, I have a request. If you get the immortal slash, please give Genichiro the last dignity for my sake. The adventurers can hear it. These words are full of profound meaning and contain a lot of information. Feng Zhongyan, Ashina Ishin hopes that we and the Son of God can do better than our predecessors? Does this mean that in the history of Ashina, someone has already tried and attempted to cut off the dragon's heritage and immortality? It's possible, Baihajusher said. Otherwise, where would the ancient books record it? Sanju judged, but the attempts of our ancestors did not succeed, at least not completely. Don't worry. We are the protagonists this time. So it will be 100% successful. Minghui Xiaoxue, Grandpa Ishin emphasized that if you insist on hatred, killing, and obsession, you will become Shura. I feel like he has a hidden meaning. Humph. This old man wants to teach me how to do things? If I can fall into Shura, I really want to try it. Hey, don't tell me, otherwise randomly hacking people will cause the synchronization value to drop, and I would have been a Shura by now. Pig King, this old man is a ruthless person. He actually asked us to kill his grandson Jinakairo. Blackstone Hammer King, I think this approach is understandable. I know that Jinakairo can't turn back. Under the influence of the Pond of Change, he will become an irrational monster in a few days. Lonely Swordsman nodded, neither alive nor dead, he is far inferior to the insect attachment. Under this situation, as an elder, it is understandable that he hopes he can be decent. Hey, Jinakairo is a real man. Everything he does is. He wanted to save Ashina, but it was too pitiful to end up like this. Ishin is too weak. He doesn't deserve the title of Sword Saint. Ashina doesn't deserve Jinakairo. I disagree. Ishin is the most benevolent, wise, and brave. If the price is to completely destroy this land, and let future generations suffer curses and suffering, this seemingly righteous act of saving the nation is another kind of selfish hypocrisy. A dying man resists the temptation of immortality, and refuses longing. It takes real courage to stick to principles and look lightly on life and death. You can take it and let it go. This is a real man. The adventurers all started arguing about the characters. Some people think that Ashina Ishin is too cowardly. He has a card in his hand but is unwilling to fight. Some people think that Ashina Jinakairo is too extreme. He only cares about the righteousness in his heart, and ignores the lives of the people. Listening to the discussion and quarrels, Nancy Leah just felt that they all made sense. The secret realm of Miracle City can bring debate, controversy, and thinking. This is enough to show its success in character creation. Nancy Leah believes that Ishin is not an indifferent person. Although he does not approve of Jinakairo, he must still care about him in his heart, so he will entrust the adventurer to help. At the last moment of parting, the old swordsman gave the adventurer a secret book. The content is exactly the secret of Ashina's swordsmanship. Higanbana did not expect Ishin to help her to this extent. From the Thunder Counter secret technique to the secret of Ashina, although there is no clear apprenticeship, the two have already become a master-disciple relationship in essence. The old swordsman will not live for a few days. There may be no Ashina country in the future. He probably wants to find a successor who is in line with his will at the end of his life. No matter what others think. Higanbana recognized this old man from the bottom of his heart. In his prime, he relied on his unparalleled personal strength and personal charm to win over a group of strong men such as Owl, Butterfly, and Anajayabu to launch a vigorous war to steal the country. Now, when the hero is old and exhausted, the Ashina that he created with his life's efforts is run out of luck, and he calmly accepted the fate. How many people in the past and present can be so calm and heroic? Ashina Ishin can be called a hero. Higanbana, oh what a pity, I really want to see the style of Ashina Sword Saint at his peak, if I could come to this world 20 or 30 years earlier. Today, gained a lot. First, he broke into the Oatman Gate, defeated Ashina Fire Bull, one of the Ashina 7 Spears, the Lone Shadow Tachaba, Sase Jinsuk and other masters, and finally successfully defeated his old enemy Jinakairo. He also obtained a huge amount of information from Yongjin, Jiolong, and Ashina Ishin. It gave adventurers a new goal and motivation. Curiosity and desire to explore became stronger, although adventurers wanted to continue to advance the plot. But the remaining time was not enough to reach Senpoji Temple. After all, in the Ashina Kingdom remade by Miracle City, it would take at least an hour to get from Ashina Castle to Senpoji Temple even with the skills of wolves. Today, Jinakairo wasted too much time in the castle tower, and Miracle City was about to close again. For a moment, the adventurers were in mourning. Oh my god! Why? The time in Miracle City is fake. 10 hours in the human world means 10 minutes in Miracle City. I feel like I've only been playing for a while, and I'm having a good time. Why is it closing again? I tell you that the competitive mode is so interesting. I spent all my energy on the frenzy competition today. I feel like I can play this secret realm for the rest of my life. It's just that the characters and guns in the competitive store are too expensive. If you want to rely on accumulating points, you can't get them all in 5 or 8 years. It seems that I have to work harder to earn contribution points. Inside the Lord's mansion, Chi-Ji took stock of the harvest as usual. Today is still a day of great harvest, and the recovery rate of various spirits is also very high. After all, adventurers at this stage are very short of contribution points. In order to obtain contribution points, they have to hand in more resources. Especially the Frenzy Secret Realm. Although the competitive mode has just been opened, nearly 3,000 contribution points have been recovered in just the first day of trial operation. This service-oriented gameplay will become a nuclear-powered harvester in the future. If you want to create a stronger competitive system, you can open more similar secret realms in the future. For example, if you have a crystallization of inspiration for Dungeon and Fighter, you don't have to make it into a massively multiplayer online game. You can make it into an online game like Diablo. What's the difference? Massive multiplayer online games are tens of thousands, millions, or even more people online at the same time. Online games are similar to the early Diablo or even CS. They can be played as standalone games or LAN games, and can also be matched online, team adventures, equipment trading, arena PK, etc. In this way, there is the immersion of standalone games. You can also pull people to form a team to brush the book and trade equipment. And Dungeon and Fighter seems to be more suitable for this model. Chi-Ji can also do some online game operations, and cut leaks through various value-added services. The most important thing is that it can greatly reduce the difficulty of production and operation. Let's study it for a while. Let's talk about it when the conditions are ripe. Chi-Ji has been paying attention to the progress of the plot-based secret realm. The exploration progress of the Ashina chapter of the 10 Kingdoms has reached the midterm. The adventurers began to move towards the later stage, which was also the climax, and the most exciting part. They were about to uncover the ultimate secret that happened on the land of Ashina, and in this process Chi-Ji prepared more surprises and shocks. The first chapter of the 10 Kingdoms Chronicles seemed to be very successful. It was necessary to collect materials as soon as possible to prepare for the second chapter. As for the Frenzy Plot chapter, there are currently 70 or 80 adventurers who have cleared the first chapter, and those who are progressing particularly fast are not far from clearing the second chapter. The plot-based secret realm is very popular. It can create a huge amount of mental power income. Therefore, despite the huge mental power expenditure in the near future, there is no shortage of mental power. Chi-Ji took most of the low-level spirits he recovered to the market for cash, and exchanged them for soul crystals and basic materials. At present, he basically made up for the expenditure of upgrading the core. The current resource reserves are Spiritual Power, 18648. Soul Crystal, 15120. Materials, 7544. Although a lot of low-level spirits are paid in exchange for soul crystals and materials, these expenses are very worthwhile, because one of the factors that hinder the development of the territory nowadays is the increasing shortage of crystal resources. There are only 500 crystals in the second-level secret hall. Today, more than 1,700 adventurers enter the city. If the local alien adventurers are also included, the number is almost 1,800. Current resources. Chi-Ji decided to spend a huge amount of money to upgrade the secret hall. You are upgrading the secret hall. This upgrade requires 15,000 soul crystals, 5,000 materials, and 5,000 spiritual power. Do you want to continue? Although it is very expensive. But it is necessary. There are 2 hotels in Miracle City. Both hotels have been upgraded to the second level. Now it can accommodate up to 400 adventurers to stay overnight at the same time. And because the number of local people in the main city is as high as 2,000 to 300, it is very lively and popular even during the closure period. At this moment, in the hotel. What? Thunder City is so rampant. They actually bullied you like this? It's too much. I can't stand it. Don't be afraid. We have joined Miracle City. We are all family. From now on, your business is our business. With Miracle City backing you up, no one dares to bully you anymore. The adventurers were indignant at this moment. It turned out that they were communicating with the local tribal leaders Iris, Jinba, and Luke. In this process, they not only learned the detailed distribution of forces near the Dark Valley, but also found out about the second-level Dark Dungeon that would pose the greatest threat to the territory in the next stage. Why do adventurers take the initiative to ask about this? They feel that they are getting stronger and stronger. Although the territory has not issued any large-scale tasks recently, it has recently issued some tasks that encourage adventurers to take the initiative to explore. Allow adventurers or adventurer groups to earn contribution points through personal actions. So, they want to make trouble. So there is this meeting. According to the natives of the 3 tribes, the Lord of Thunder City is a powerful thunder lizard man. This thunder lizard man is a kind of lizard man, but he is born with powerful thunder power. He is an extremely rare and powerful variant among the lizard man. Thunder City is located in Thunder Swamp. Its sphere of influence covers more than 100 miles. There are 2 first-level areas under its jurisdiction, and Dark Valley is one of them. The more adventurers understand, the more they realize that the power structure of the Evernight Forest is very complicated. Even if Thunder City is not a big force in the Great Forest, it is not a small fish that can be easily dealt with. Blackstone Hammer King, what do you think, Master Feng? Feng Zhongmian was very excited. It's interesting. Although it's not easy, the expansion of Miracle City must be carried out. Only in this way can the Lord create more secret realms. We must take the initiative. Miracle City is now strong and powerful, and the strength of adventurers is growing. Why does the Lord need to go out in person? We will help the Lord take over the territory directly. There is no rush. The current strength is not enough. Baihajusher said, it still requires more long-term preparation and planning. Sanju, indeed, don't be too ambitious, don't be greedy for success and rush forward. With the current strength of adventurers without the support of the Lord, it is almost impossible to fight against the Dark Dungeon. It doesn't work now, but it doesn't mean it won't work in the future. Why not set a goal first, and then work together? When the time is right, we can make a big move and surprise Jilaza. I join. Some adventurers are plotting a big move. Some adventurers have begun to explore the periphery with Dark Valley as the center. However, the ability of adventurers is still limited at present. There are only a few second-level adventurers in Miracle City, and the influence they can achieve is still very limited. But there is no need to question it. With the development of Miracle City, with the increase in the number of contracted adventurers, this will inevitably be an increasingly powerful force. This night, it passed quickly. Miracle City opened as scheduled. When the adventurers who entered the city saw the brand new secret hall, they all widened their eyes, and looked unbelievable, and then they all showed ecstasy. Is this the 3rd level hall? The development speed of Miracle City is really terrifying. Ha ha ha, with the 3rd level hall, Mom doesn't have to worry about me queuing in front of the crystal anymore. I must clear the 2nd chapter of the frenzy today. I'm going to challenge the Red Ghost today, hoping to get a Red Ghost spirit. You scum, you haven't even beaten the Red Ghost yet. Big Brother Higanbana and Big Brother Sanju are exploring Xianfeng Temple to find the immortal sword. You dare to talk about me when you haven't even beaten a general. Are you in the frenzy competitive biochemical mode? Me. The adventurers entered the brand new secret hall with fighting, talking and laughing. Chapter 114. Miracle City Secret Hall. The total area is comparable to a track and field stadium. The number of crystals has increased to 1,000. It can accommodate at least 3,000 adventurers. Although the number of adventurers has reached a new high, it has not yet exceeded 2,000. The secret crystals have become very abundant. The adventurers who challenged the frenzy competition found a surprise. Wow, the mental energy consumption generated by the competition mode has increased from 30 minutes to 60 minutes. What? So much? It has doubled. It's so conscientious. Ha ha ha. It's so conscientious. At least 2 or 3 more team battles can be played each time. Fight to your heart's content today. The adventurers realized that the time charge standard of the competition mode is not fixed. It will fluctuate and adjust according to the territory capacity and crystal congestion. When there are enough secret crystals, the charging standard will be reduced. On the contrary, when the use of crystals is too crowded, it will be increased to ensure that every adventurer can fully challenge. Of course, no matter how it is adjusted, there is also a maximum and minimum bottom line, to ensure that it is within the acceptable range for adventurers. Although the frenzy competition mode has only been open for 1 day, it has attracted a group of deep enthusiasts, which is undoubtedly great news for them. It is also beneficial to Miracle City. After all, the average adventure time of adventurers has increased, and there is a chance to generate more spiritual energy, which is also conducive to increasing the probability of resource output. The new adventure has officially begun. After Baihajusher activated the secret crystal, he chose to enter the Ashina kingdom without hesitation. Although it took several days to complete the prologue, Baihajusher has been upgraded to the 2nd level and obtained the rare item Secret Medicine Gourd, and a total of 13 points of spiritual power are available every day. He is the top boss among the adventurers in Miracle City. In the early route of the Ashina chapter, the strong enemies have been discovered, so it is natural to advance all the way without any obstacles. Yesterday, he broke through the Hirata Mansion branch line, killed through the outer perimeter of Ashina Castle, defeated the Anajayabu and entered the open gate to complete the Tengu branch line and obtain the Thunder counterattack. Today is a great progress. In one go, he defeated the Ashina 7 Spears, Sase Shinsuke, and other elite enemies, and even repelled the castle tower boss in the first battle, Ashina Jinakairo, who used the Baru. This attracted many adventurers to watch. It's so exciting. One life straight through. I can only say that the master is always the master. This series of smooth operations shocked me. I really doubt whether the old Dean and I are fighting in the same secret realm. Yes, the same enemy, in front of me, is just a series of strange moves and heavy punches, but when facing the old Dean, I feel like a mentally retarded person. Watch it carefully and learn it well. Every battle of the old man is a textbook. Baihajusher was proud and gratified to hear the praise and admiration of everyone. He was also generous in imparting his experience. Before and after each elite battle and boss battle, he would explain the ideas and experience of this battle in detail to everyone. Baihajusher's crystal. It has become a small classroom in Miracle City. The adventurers in the inner 3 layers and the outer 3 layers are all learning. The red spider lily technology may not be inferior to Baihajusher, but the old man has been engaged in education for more than 20 years. In teaching, the entire Blackrock town is number 1. So even though these elite monsters and boss battles have already been seen, elite adventurers including Nanshank, Time Traveler, and Lonely Swordsman would come to the old man to watch and learn, and take notes in small notebooks. Take the castle tower for example. There are the route directions and killing orders explored by the big guys, and there is also the systematic operation plan and split teaching by Baihajusher. Lonely Swordsman felt that it was not difficult for him to defeat Jinakairo and enter Xianfeng Temple today. This challenge. It took about 3 hours. This triggers the time limit of a single game in the secret realm. The adventure is over. The score of this adventure is a medium. You have obtained Ashina Master Spirit, Skill Stone, Thunder Counter Secret Swordsmanship. Baihajusher showed a hint of joy. The output of the secret realm is very good. A second level 3-star quality Ashina Swordsmanship Master Spirit. Although it is not a named soul. But it is also very valuable. After all, the price of humanoid spirits will be much higher than most monster spirits. Especially for some adventurers of the original school, such adventurers pay more attention to whether they can obtain usable skills from the spirit. The Master Spirit of the Ashina School is proficient in various swordsmanship of the Ashina School, and has practiced them to a very high level. If the spirit is contracted and practiced, the adventurer can master all the swordsmanship and experience possessed by the spirit without using skill stones. Of course, compared with the spirit, the greater gain is the skill stone. Baihajusher unlocked the Thunder Counter Secret Sword Art, which is the Thunder Counter magic skill of Ashina Country. Skill Stone. Thunder Counter Secret Sword Art, 2nd level Skill Stone, Learning Consumption, 10 points of mental power. Thunder Counter Secret Sword Art? This is the Thunder Counter magic skill of Ashina. I didn't expect this skill to be a 2nd level skill. If I'm not mistaken, Ba's Thunder Sword should be a 3rd level skill, which means that this skill can use the 2nd level skill to restrain a higher level skill. The adventurers were amazed. The Thunder Counter Secret Sword has no other abilities. It is a secret skill specifically used to restrain thunder attacks. Probably because of its relatively simple function and lack of active attack power, the rank of this skill is not as high as expected, but it has lowered the threshold, making it more popular in the future. The local foreign adventurers such as Flower Fairy Iris were ecstatic. I didn't expect it. Miracle City can produce such a skill. This move is simply a natural counter to Thunder City. If the masters or warriors of Miracle City practice Thunder Counter, it will be very beneficial to have conflicts with Thunder City in the future. The White Crane Monk has made another contribution. Successfully unlocked a badge. Received an additional contribution reward. He decided to rest for a while, and walked to his old friend Sanju to watch the adventure. Old Crane. You are also in line. The old adventurer Pancher is also here. Lay Buddhist Baiha asked, how is Laozhu? Pancher said, it is not so easy to enter the Jingang Mountain where Xianfeng Temple is located, because Xianfeng Temple has closed the temple gate many years ago, and refused visitors, and these monks have destroyed the nearby cliff plank roads. What? Lay Buddhist Baiha was surprised. If it was just refusing visits, it would be fine. It is so extreme that you isolate yourself from the world. What is there to be ashamed of? Feng Zhongyan explained, but it doesn't matter. Although several main roads into the mountain have been destroyed, there are still many secret passages in Jingang Mountain Xianfeng Temple that are difficult for ordinary people to pass through. Bai Hejusher then learned about the specific situation. He would also need this information later. The adventurer had already mastered some secret passages to Mount Congo through important figures such as Ashina Ishin. One of the fastest and most direct ways was to enter the Ashina underground from the Ashina dungeon. This Ashina castle was originally built among the mountains. The Ashina underground is actually a tunnel system built based on natural caves. This tunnel system is interconnected, and one of them leads to the direction of Mount Congo, but no one has walked through it for many years, so it is very steep and difficult to walk. Of course, it is not difficult for the adventurer. After an hour or two of groping and shuttling, Sanju successfully found a cave exit. This is it. Finally found it. Sanju was about to walk out with a happy look on his face, and suddenly a faint girl's voice came from the cave wall beside him, which directly scared the adventurer. This brother. Please stay. Who? Sanju immediately pulled out the wedge pill. But the voice came from a painting. The painting was hung on the stone wall, and inside it was a portrait of the Buddha, which looked very old and even faded severely. What kind of monster was it? The adventurers were all puzzled. How could a painting speak? This Xianfeng temple has long deviated from the teachings of the Buddha. The weak girl's voice sounded again. The monks have abandoned their kindness and become crazy in pursuit of immortality. They are extremely hostile to outsiders. Once they are discovered, the consequences will be unpredictable, so I advise you to turn back as soon as possible. Sanju couldn't help asking, "Who are you?" The female voice replied, "We are all children captured by the Xianfeng Temple ninjas. For some reasons, we stayed in Xianfeng Temple forever, so we don't want to see innocent people killed again." Is there more than one person in the painting? Sanju didn't understand why this kid could use the painting to transmit his voice. However, at least the other party didn't seem to have any bad intentions, so he put the wedge pill back into the sheath. "Kid, thank you for reminding me, but I have a mission that I must complete." The woman sighed. "If you have a reason to enter the temple, we can only pray to the Buddha for you, but please be careful not to be discovered by the monks." After that, no more movement. It was confusing. Sanju then walked out of the secret cave. 2 hours of exploring in the dark cave. Now suddenly I saw the sun again. It was bright outside. The warm sun bathed my whole body. I saw that Congo Mountain was marked by towering mountains and steep cliffs, dense forests, and blooming mountain flowers. In autumn, the forest was full of yellow and red leaves, forming a distinct color layer. Beautiful, really beautiful. The war-torn Ashina was not far away. This place has a sense of harmony like a paradise. Sanju has seen Xianfeng Temple. It is located in the core and most precipitous area of Mount Congo. The building complex is a typical Buddhist temple, with golden tiles and red walls to highlight the solemnity and majesty, but perhaps because of its age, many eaves are damaged and the walls are mottled, highlighting a sense of desolation and mystery. Finally found it. This is Xianfeng Temple. Wow, this place is so beautiful, and the style of this Xianfeng Temple does not look like an evil force. The adventurers talked about it. Sanju activated the ghost Buddha outside the secret cave. This is the secret realm save point and teleportation point, and the plot and time can also be reset to avoid wasting time running repeatedly. Sanju used his grappling hook to continuously climb over the treetops on the cliff, and then quickly crossed a cliff plank road. There were more and more Buddhist shrines nearby, and there were many traces of recent activities. A suspended corridor appeared in front of him. This corridor was made entirely of wood, like a bridge, spanning the middle of the two peaks, with cliffs of 1,000 feet on both sides. It was an important passage leading to the direction of Xianfeng Temple. When Sanju walked into the suspended corridor, a huge figure in armor appeared in front of him. The adventurers were all stunned. This person was nearly 2 meters and 5 meters tall, and the armor he wore was extremely thick, covering his whole body like an iron can. This style was obviously very different from Ashina, and even the entire Japan. Another visitor has arrived. The armored warrior was guarding the middle of the corridor. The infiltrated ninja was discovered immediately. Sanju asked, "You don't look like a local." Armored warrior, "I am a knight from the kingdom of Midland, and I am ordered by Master Xianfeng to guard the Tontian Bridge to prevent outsiders from desecrating this pure Buddhist place." The adventurers were all curious. Midland Kingdom? What the hell is that? It doesn't sound like a country from Japan. Could it be another country in this world? This may be important information. The old president might as well ask what's going on. The adventurers were all very curious. Sanju was no exception. My hometown is thousands of miles away from Japan. The customs there are very different from those in Japan. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. Obviously. In the original work, there are armored warriors. Although the information shows that the armored warriors are from Europe, it does not specify where they are from. The reason why Chi-Ji implanted the memory of the kingdom of Mirante into the armored warrior was purely to bury a small Easter egg for the future world view of the 10 kingdoms without affecting the plot of the Ashina chapter. What is the kingdom of Mirante? This is the country in the famous epic dark comic Berserk. If Chi-Ji obtains and activates this inspiration crystal in the future, he will definitely create a kingdom of Mirante in the western world of the 10 kingdoms, thus adapting this dark fantasy and epic story into one of the chapters of the 10 kingdoms. The armored warrior said coldly, "Please hand over your weapons and leave here." Sanju frowned. "You are not from Xianfeng Temple, you are not even from Japan. Why do you want to be a watchdog for a group of stinky monks?" The armored warrior said, "Because Xianfeng Master promised me that as long as I collect 1,000 weapons from the invaders, he can cure my son's terminal illness and even transform him into an immortal son of God." He paused and continued, "This is the purpose of my coming to Japan from afar. As long as I can save my son Robert, I am willing to do anything, so I must keep my promise." The adventurers were speechless. "Are you crazy? 1,000 weapons. Even if we collect one a day, it will take at least 3 years. Is it really possible to complete such a task in a place like Xianfeng Temple where few people go? I'm afraid the bald donkeys in Xianfeng Temple are playing a trick on him." Sanju also said, "Such a task is impossible to complete. No, as long as I can save Robert, I must do it no matter how difficult it is. This is the promise of a father, a man and a knight." The armored warrior raised the huge two-handed broadsword in his hand. "I don't want to kill you. I say it one last time. Please hand over your weapon." Sanju has defeated many masters along the way, so how could he take a foreign warrior seriously? "I'm sorry." "Then go to hell." The armored warrior completely lost his patience, roared like a tiger in an instant, and then took heavy steps, like a huge steel chariot, and crashed into the adventurer. This heavy armor is too rigid. It greatly restricts flexibility. In Sanju's eyes, the armored warrior has many flaws. The old adventurer easily dodged a hurricane-like slash. Dang, this knife. It was fast and fierce. It chopped the armored warrior's neck. Even with the sharpness of the wedge pill, it only caused a shallow scratch on the steel neck guard, but failed to cause any actual damage to the armored warrior. What? It's so strong. It seems that this armor is not made of ordinary steel. Put down that knife. The armored warrior roared and swung the broadsword again. Each blow was powerful and powerful enough to cut a rhino in half. Sanju retreated continuously to avoid the attack, and tried to counterattack in the process, but no matter what part he attacked, he was blocked by the opponent's solid armor. All attacks were invalid. Then he had to find another way. The armored warrior was quite strong, with the strength of the 2nd level and 2 stars. With this armor, he was even able to fight against the 2nd level and 3 stars, but the knight's swordsmanship was too rigid, and fighting in such armor was too clumsy and not good at changes. Dodged another violent slash. Sanju suddenly activated the ninja prosthetic hand and released a ninja axe. Although the armored warrior was not afraid of blade attacks, he also knew that this axe had a strong armor-breaking ability, and even if it could not penetrate the armor, it would cause damage. This invulnerable armor is the most important equipment for the armored warrior. In order to successfully collect 1,000 weapons, he must take better care of this armor. With a bang, the armored warrior instinctively avoided it. Sanju broke a hole in the corridor. Beyond this hole, there was a 1,000-foot abyss. Sanju no longer took the initiative to attack, and mainly used the rebound defense. The armored warrior's swordsmanship was open and closed without changes, so it was not difficult to deal with it with the rebound technique. After a few rounds, Sanju used less physical strength, consumed most of the armored warrior's strength, bounced again. The armored warrior's body was unstable. A red brilliance representing a flaw bloomed. Sanju immediately seized the opportunity and kicked the chest armor with all his strength. The armored warrior fell backwards. Just hit the place where the ninja axe broke. Bang! The wooden corridor was broken. The armored warrior realized that something was wrong. But it was too late to react. When the father fell into the abyss, he roared with anger, unwillingness and guilt. Robert. Chapter 115. This cry of grief. the emotions contained in it. The adventurers were deeply moved. The small land of Ashina is enough to see the big picture. This foreign world must be full of mysteries and dangers. This father brought his seriously ill son, and traveled thousands of miles across the ocean to Japan to find the Xianfeng Temple deep in the mountains. Mingwei Xiaoxue couldn't help but sigh. How much hardship and suffering did he go through in this process? Li Weiyulue, oh my god, it's too cruel, it really makes people dare not think too much. He just wanted to save his terminally ill son's life. This is indeed a great father. But we also have a mission that must be completed. Bai Hajusher said at this time, I am now very curious about what the Kingdom of Midland is like. Country, I personally think it is no coincidence that the Lord arranged such a foreigner with a very different style to come here. Blackstone Hammer King, the Kingdom of Midland can cultivate knights who value friendship and keep their promises. I think it should be a prosperous and enlightened place with simple folk customs. Pig King, I hope that the 10 Kingdoms Secret Realm will have a chance to release a Midland chapter. Lone Wolf, what I am more curious about now is what to do with the little boy Robert. Now that his father has been killed by adventurers, will the monks of Xianfeng Temple still treat Robert? You think too much. This is a scam. Why do you say that? It turned out that when Sanju defeated the armored warrior, another big man advanced to Xianfeng Temple, but the route was different from Sanju, so he did not encounter the armored warrior, but in the cave near Xianfeng Temple, he made a creepy discovery. There were hundreds of corpses in the cave. Judging from the height of these corpses, most of them were children under 10 years old. What did these bald donkeys do? Why are there so many children's corpses? The adventurers suddenly remembered that when Sanju entered Mount Kong Kong, the children in the ancient painting claimed that they came from different places and were left here forever for some reason. Suddenly, some chilling truth came to my mind. Xianfeng Temple has been closed for many years and cut off from the outside world. It is possible that it is using children for terrible experiments. Hundreds of children died in this experiment. Maybe the voice in the painting is the ghost of the children. It seems that Robert has been in danger for a long time. This is not a place that can save his life. Instead, it is an unimaginable terrible devil's cave. It's so hateful. That damn Xianfeng master, he has been deceiving Knight Midland. This poor father probably didn't know the truth about Xianfeng Temple until his death. After Sanju understood, he had not expected it to be so dark. It seems that dying with worries is a less cruel ending. Sanju walked through the corridor with a heavy heart and came to the entrance. Faded vermilion torii stood on both sides of the approach, and the stone steps were covered with a lot of yellow leaves. The Shimenawa hanging at the gate had long been rotten and broken, and the broken shrine was scattered with rotten offerings and broken beads. Although there was a sense of decadence and weirdness everywhere, but this was once a Buddhist holy place with a prosperous incense and thousands of people visiting. He also found that Xianfeng Temple seemed to have been invaded not long ago. At this moment, many monks in robes, holding long sticks, and Najanatas were patrolling outside. Their faces were dark blue, their expressions were ferocious, their eyes were bloodshot, and they were full of aggression. Blackstone Hammer King, what happened here? It seems that a big battle took place. Sanju found several corpses of ninjas along the way. It is not difficult to judge from the masks and costumes that they were from the Eagle clan of Ashina Castle. It was done by Ashina Jinakairo. After all, some Eagle clan of Ashina Castle still obey him. It seems that he came here one step earlier than us after being repelled from the castle tower. This is not a good sign. An adventurer eavesdropped on the monks' conversation. This was also confirmed from their conversation. Ashina Jinakairo led several elite Eagle clan members to attack Senpoji Temple. This battle had just ended not long ago, not only causing heavy casualties, but also seriously injuring Senpoji. Xianfeng Temple was extremely xenophobic to begin with, and now it was completely furious and crazy. The whole temple was on high alert, and the monks were patrolling and searching everywhere in groups of 3 or 5, with the goal of finding the invading ninjas and killing them all. Feng Zhongyan, it seems that Jinakairo has left. Mao Mingming worriedly said, has he achieved his goal? Will this guy also come for the undying slash? He is really haunting. We must find a way to get rid of him next time we meet. Otherwise, as long as we are still here for one day, we will always face threats. Because Jinakairo invaded and made a big fuss in advance, it greatly increased the difficulty for adventurers to explore Xianfeng Temple. Not only was it difficult to find monks to communicate with, but once he showed up, he would be besieged 100%. There was no choice. You can only kill your way in. With the skills of lurking and forbearing, Sanju killed dozens of monks from the main entrance to the temple. Killing is not the goal. The key is to find clues. So before being discovered by other patrolling monks, Sanju sneaked into one of the many temples, hoping to find some useful information. This is a solemn and gloomy hall. There is a super large Buddha statue in the center of this hall. Old monks wearing tattered monk robes sat in front of the Buddha statue in a state of meditation. If you look closely, you will find that they have no breath of life. Their skin is shriveled, and their eyes are sunken. They are clearly terrifying mummies. Strange. Too weird. In a good Buddhist temple. Why put so many dead bodies? Don't you feel creepy? In the hall, the golden body of the Buddha statue is still solemn. It is in sharp contrast with dozens of dried and rotten monk corpses. Such a strange scene made the adventurer shudder. He didn't know what happened in this temple, and why it became like this. There were no monk soldiers in the hall. Sanju jumped down from the beam. He landed in front of the body of a red-robed monk in the middle of the hall. He was going to search the monk's body to see if he could find any useful information. Danger, at this time. A strong sense of crisis. Sanju keenly felt that the source of the crisis was the old monk in front of him, so he cut off his head without hesitation. However, an unexpected scene happened. After the old monk was beheaded, he did not completely calm down, but his limbs danced. At the same time, a huge centipede broke out of his abdomen and attacked Sanju at an astonishing speed. What is that? The adventurers were all startled. Sanju quickly swung his knife to deflect the centipede's sneak attack. Go to hell. Sanju chopped 7 or 8 times crazily. He killed the centipede and its body on the spot. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the monk corpses on both sides of the hall all raised their heads at the same time, and saw that their empty eyes were glowing red, and a large number of strange insects came out from under their bodies. In the blink of an eye, thousands of insects filled the hall. These strange insects were obviously poisonous. Sanju had never seen such a weird scene, and he felt his scalp tingling for a moment. He quickly used the ninja tool blowgun to create flames, hoping to drive these insects back. However, such resistance. Not only did it fail to improve the situation. On the contrary, it made the monk corpses in the Buddhist temple even more violent. These monk corpses sprayed a large amount of mucus with poisonous insects from their mouths. Sanju was about to fire the hook to retreat, but a big centipede attacked from behind, like a python entangled and bound him, with its sharp jaws already biting his neck. How could it be? This monster is actually unkillable. Sanju realized that the centipede that attacked him was the red-robed monk corpse that he had just chopped to death. At this moment, not only did the centipede in the monk's body revive, but the monk's head that had fallen off also returned to his neck. All the wounds caused. All recovered visibly. Baihajushar immediately said, "So that's it, these guys are all parasites." Parents? Same as the immortal Hanbei? Could it be that the monk that the immortal Hanbei met back then was from Xianfeng Temple? Strange. Although the immortal Hanbei is a parasite, it seems that his self-awareness has not been affected, but the parasite monk in this hall looks like a walking corpse. This is really strange. But now is not the time to study this. When Sanju was ruthlessly drowned by the swarm of insects, all the adventurers felt their scalps tingling. Death, the challenge is over. Sanju has left the secret realm. The old adventurer couldn't calm down for a long time at this moment. He really couldn't imagine that the interior of the beautiful and peaceful Congo Mountain Xianfeng Temple was so filthy, full of rotten darkness and evil conspiracies and secrets. This contrast. This experience. He had never seen it before. Naturally, he was deeply shocked. Next. Within a few hours, there were 7 or 8 adventurers exploring Xianfeng Temple. This place was far more dangerous and terrifying than everyone imagined. Even adventurers like Baihajushar, Sanju, and Bianhua had fallen several times. But the adventurer did not give up. Because the weirder, scarier, and more contrasting it is, the stronger the adventurer's desire for adventure and spirit of exploration are. They are eager to know what happened in this place. Finally, with continuous searching, the adventurer soon made a major breakthrough. After some twists and turns, Higanbana found a book notes of Xianfeng Master in a secret room of Xianfeng Temple, according to the markings of the guiding light. There is a clue. This book is written by Xianfeng Master. Let me see what is inside. Higanbana immediately flipped through it. This notebook is the research notebook of Xianfeng Master. Although the content is very obscure and complicated, the general content can still be interpreted. The adventurers found the plot party boss time traveler. Everyone studied together based on the contents recorded in Master Xianfeng's notes. So that's it. It all connects. It all connects now. Ha ha, I finally know all the stories that happened back then. After reading Master Xianfeng's notes, the time traveler was so happy that he danced with joy, which made the adventurers confused and asked him what was going on. Don't worry. I report my findings to you now. I can only say that the story of Ashina is far more exciting than everyone imagined. The time traveler said, I actually became curious when Ashina Jinakairo used Tomo's thunder for the first time, and I started an investigation based on Tomo's thunder, hoping to find the origin of this skill. I got a lot of information in the process. And now we have learned from Ishin that many years ago, there was a powerful female swordsman Tomo, and this Tomo was the creator of Tomo's thunder swordsmanship. However, this Tomo has a complicated relationship with the master. Speaking of this, everyone was stunned. Isn't Zhang the previous generation of the son of God of Longyin mentioned by Jiao Lang? How could this son of God of Longyin be related to the founder of the Ba Lu swordsmanship? The time traveler said, I think many people have guessed that Zhang is the previous generation of the son of God, and he should also have a loyal dragon in attendant, and this person is none other than Ba. Nancy Lia immediately said, the relationship between Ba and Zhang is equivalent to the relationship between Lang and Jiao Lang? Yes. The time traveler continued, now we have the notes of Master Xianfeng. I can already deduce more inside stories and secrets of the past. Time traveler said, the previous generation of Dragon Yin God Sun Zhang, the previous generation of Dragon Yin attendant Ba, they are all from the fairyland. They once worked with Xianfeng Shangren to study Dragon Yin, and they once worked together to cut off the power of Dragon Yin. But in the specific operation, Xianfeng Shangren and Ba, Zhang had a strong disagreement. Ba and Zhang found an ancient method to cut off the power of Dragon Yin. This method requires sacrificing one of Ba and Zhang, which can make the power of Dragon Yin disappear, and can also make the other person return to normal. When hearing this, everyone was shocked. Dianhua was surprised. What? Using the ancient method to cut off Dragon Yin, you actually have to sacrifice the Dragon Yin God's son or Dragon Yin attendant. But Jiulang never mentioned this. Ming was Xiaoxue, because he knows that once he says it, with Wolf's loyalty, he will definitely be willing to die for his master. This child is so kind, he should hope that he will become a sacrifice and let Wolf return to normal. Others were also deeply shocked. Traveler, please continue. What happened next? Baihe Jusher did not dwell on this topic. He was already attracted by the story of the previous generation of Dragon's Blood attendants, the Dragon's Blood Godson. He was eager to know what happened next. Ba Yuzhong's plan was strongly opposed by Xianfeng Shangren. The reason is very simple. This method can only temporarily cut off Dragon's blood. But it cannot completely cut off the source of Dragon's blood. Xianfeng Shangren believes that as long as the source of Dragon's blood is still there, Dragon's Blood Godson will appear again, and the curse will not be cut off. It will come again in a short time, and the tragedy will only repeat itself. Xianfeng Shangren has studied it. He found a more perfect solution. Xianfeng Shangren believes that with his method, Ba Yuzhong will not die, and the Dragon's Blood curse can be solved once and for all. He calls this solution the Dragon's Homecoming. Everyone heard this. The curiosity became more intense. Why did this seemingly better plan fail? Because according to what has happened now, it is not difficult to know that Ba and Zhang finally chose to return to the ordinary people. Ba died many years ago, and Zhang, who became an ordinary person, also died many years ago. What's even more strange is, from the description of the time traveler, this Xianfeng Shangren should not be a bad person. But why did the Xianfeng temple, under his governance, become what it is now? What is the hidden story? Is it related to the plan of the dragon's return home? Everyone is eager to know what happened back then. Chapter 116. Adventurers are always curious. The Ashina chapter is the opening chapter of the Miracle City 10 Kingdoms. It presents a wonderful world view to adventurers. The history, plot, and characters of this country are also so brilliant, and most of the plots and information need to be collected, pieced together, or even supplemented by yourself. Everyone can have different interpretations, which undoubtedly fully mobilizes the curiosity, participation, and sense of substitution of adventurers. Want to know history? Eager to explore the truth. This is not only to satisfy personal curiosity. It has a huge impact on the next adventure and plot. The Blackstone Hammer King asked, Master Traveler, why didn't the Dragon's Homecoming plan be implemented? The reason why the Dragon's Homecoming did not succeed is because the conditions for realization are too harsh. The Time Traveler sighed, Time Traveler, the most difficult point is that you must create another dragon son of God. When they heard this, everyone was dumbfounded. Can the son of Dragon's blood be created? The Time Traveler explained, This fake son of dragon's blood is called the transformed son of God by Master Xianfeng. Only the transformed son of God can become a container and send away the power of dragon's blood in the body of the real son of dragon's blood. But how easy is it to create a transformed son? The process is very cruel and requires a lot of human experiments. However, perhaps Master Xianfeng's methods are too cruel. Or perhaps the inner court that ruled Ashina at that time began to covet the power of dragon's blood. In short, for some reason, Tomo and Joe had to complete the plan to cut off dragon's blood as soon as possible, and finally did not choose the method of dragon's return. Master Xianfeng was the first to find the immortal sword and hid it in Xianfeng Temple. He tried to stop Ba and Zhang from executing their plan to return to the ordinary world in this way. But what Master Xianfeng didn't expect was, there are two immortal swords. Master Xianfeng hid one of them, and Ba still found the other one. When Master Xianfeng learned that Ba sacrificed himself in exchange for Zhang's return to the ordinary world, he was very disappointed and suffered a great blow. I have reason to believe that Master Xianfeng has deep feelings for Ba and Zhang. Of course, there is no direct evidence for this speculation. After that, Master Xianfeng and Zhang buried Ba together. They left Ba's immortal sword in the tomb. Although this matter has come to an end, Master Xianfeng obviously has not given up. He knows that the Dragon Yin curse it was not terminated, so the research continued. But I want to complete the research. Master Xianfeng faced two problems. First, Master Xianfeng was old, and he was worried that he would not have enough time to complete the research, so he transformed himself into the first parasite in Xianfeng Temple. Second, this research must be secret and strictly confidential, and it must not be known by outsiders. So Master Xianfeng closed Mount Kongdo and developed secret medicines such as Yiksha slaughter sugar and Yuan sugar to maintain the temple and research needs. From then on, this former Buddhist holy place started a bloody and crazy immortal experiment. In order to obtain more experimental materials, Master Xianfeng spent a lot of money to hire a large number of Ramba people, using these ninjas to collect war orphans from all over the country, and even buy and sell stolen children. During this process, the whole Xianfeng Temple was filled with worship of the parasites and a craze for immortality. More and more elders joined the ranks of the parasites. Ordinary monks were also affected by the water and became crazy. Although it cost a huge price, the crazy experiment of Xianfeng Shangren was successful in the end. He really created a son of God who has transformed into a god. This is the process of the fall of Xianfeng Shangren and Xianfeng Temple from the holy land of Buddhism to this point. After hearing this story, the adventurers fell silent, because this story was too shocking to them. Nancy Lee sighed. It is admirable that Ba sacrificed himself to save the Son of God, but although Zhang successfully returned to normal, he died young a few years later. Although the two got rid of the curse of fate, they still ended in tragedy. Ming Yu Xiao Shui, how do we evaluate the man Xianfeng Shangren? Feng Zhong Mian, there is no doubt that he is a genius and a devil. Flower Fairy Iris said, although he created the possibility of a perfect solution to Longyin, it also caused the tragic deaths of countless children and the fragmentation of countless families. He is also the root cause of the corruption of the entire Xianfeng Temple. He is undoubtedly a great villain who will do anything to achieve his goal. Lonely Swordsman, I think he is evil but not bad. Everyone joined the discussion. Xianfeng Shangren turned himself into a parasite not because he was obsessed with immortality, but on the contrary, his lifelong wish was to completely cut off immortality. Although his evil deeds are innumerable, he has never enjoyed extravagance, and his evil deeds are not for personal gain or desire. Perhaps in his view, sacrificing hundreds of children, including sacrificing himself, is nothing. This land has been deeply affected by the disaster brought by the dragon's curse. Generation after generation of dragon sons have become the object of contention among various forces, and even become the root cause of the war caused by external invasion of Ashina. Xianfeng Shangren bears the sin alone. But he wants to cut off the root of all unrest. I heard that there is a saying in the Buddhist sect of this world, if I don't go to hell, who will? From this point of view, I think he is also a true hero. The stories and characters in this world are so wonderful. Although there are different opinions among adventurers, they are all more and more attracted to the story of Ashina, so much so that they completely ignore that this is a created secret place. In everyone's opinion, Ashina is full of details. It is vivid to the extreme. This is a real world. Adventurers are on an adventure to travel to another world. Higanbana worriedly said, Genichiro Ashina attacks in Poji Temple before us. Could he have taken away the transformed Son of God? I don't think so. Time Traveler said, only Master Senpoji knows about the dragon's homecoming plan. The transformed Son of God does not have the real power of the dragon's heir. It is useless even if Jinichiro takes him away. White Crane Monk nodded and said, the transformed Son of God is the result of Master Senpoji's countless sins and sacrifices. He will not hand it over easily. Jinichiro Ashina is probably here for the Immortal Slash. That makes sense. After all, the Immortal Slash is a weapon that can restrain him. Even if the Immortal Slash is taken away, it will be a big problem for us. Higanbana quickly asked, where will the transformed Son of God be? The time traveler said, Master Xianfeng seems to have created a fantasy world. He placed the Immortal Slash and the transformation Son of God in it. As for how to enter this place, I'm afraid only Master Xianfeng knows. No time. Go find Master Xianfeng. We are the attendants of Longyin. We are here to completely cut off immortality. He should not refuse. Master Xianfeng is in seclusion in the forbidden area behind the Xianfeng Temple. It's up to you, Boss Higanbana. Leave it to me. Higanbana took action immediately. Using the ninja prosthetic hand to fly over the eaves and walls. Assassinated many monks, Ranhua clan, and Jiang clan along the way. About half an hour later, Higanbana broke into the forbidden area behind the mountain. Before officially entering the place, there was a ghost Buddha that could be activated. This made the adventurers realize that there would be an important boss battle next, at this moment. In the Lord's mansion. Chi-Ji was also watching this boss battle behind the scenes. He obviously made significant optimization and modifications to the plot and some layouts of Xianfeng Temple. For example, the next boss battle does not exist in the original Sekiro. This is an original boss battle added by Chi-Ji for the Ashina chapter without affecting the main storyline. The purpose is to strengthen character creation. Enhance the experience of the plot. More epic, Chi-Ji deleted the puzzle test of looking for Monkey in Fantasyland, not only adding a lot of scenes for Xianfeng Shangren, but also designing him as the ultimate boss of Xianfeng Temple based on this plot node. Although in the original work, Xianfeng Shangren has never appeared. It is estimated that many people who have played the game may not know this character. Even if they know this character, they may not know who he is. They just think he is an ordinary old monk with less interaction and plot. But it does not hinder production. Each crystal of Chi-Ji's inspiration. Not only the materials produced by the main body of the work. This includes the entire series of works, official novels, official materials, other derivatives, and all the important characters mentioned in the plot but never appeared. Therefore, Chi-Ji's materials are much more than the game content seems. Let's put it this way, Chi-Ji can not only design Xianfeng Shangren, who has never appeared in the game, into a boss battle, he can even release Ba and Zhang who have never appeared. Although Ba and Zhang have never appeared in the main game or official derivative works, because these two characters clearly exist, and will have a huge impact on the main plot. Then, they are an important part of the worldview. In this case, they will also enter Chi-Ji's material library. Therefore, as long as Chi-Ji is willing, he can create them, but in order to ensure the normal plot of the Ashina chapter, the logic is usually not the time. In the future, Chi-Ji will relax the requirements for the plot synchronization value. Then theoretically speaking, using the undead slash to open the door and offer enough sacrifices can also bring the dead Ba or Zhang back to the world, which is completely in line with the plot and worldview logic. Of course, this is all for the future. Chi-Ji will definitely not relax the plot synchronization restrictions now. This kind of thing must at least wait until most adventurers have experienced the main storyline. In addition, even if Chi-Ji wants to relax the plot restrictions, he will not relax them for everyone, so as to avoid completely messing up the official plot of the dungeon. He will regard the free exploration of the secret realm and rewriting history as a benefit. Only adventurers who perform particularly well and make outstanding contributions can get privileges. They will enter the secret realm on behalf of all adventurers, and have the ability to rewrite the plot, change the fate of the characters in the plot, and make up for the regrets. But the plot after these changes is definitely not the official main line. Under the attention of everyone, the red spider lily activated the ghost Buddha. Entered the forbidden area behind the Xianfeng Temple. When Chi-Ji designed the battlefield of this boss, he combined the elements of the Leshan giant Buddha and the 4 major grottos. This place is called Xianfo Valley. As the name suggests, it is a small valley. A giant sitting Buddha as high as 30 or 40 meters is located in front. The surrounding mountain walls are full of large and small Buddha caves, each of which is Buddha carvings and stone carvings, with various shapes and lifelike, and the Buddhas surround a lotus pond together. The lotus pond, the 1000 Buddha Valley, and the distant mountains and strange peaks and red forests, the three together create a sense of hierarchy, with a different kind of zen. It is not difficult to see. This was once a majestic and beautiful place of worship. The lotus pond had already dried up, and was covered with all kinds of disgusting mucus, insect eggs, and insect shells. The Buddha statues of all sizes in this 1000 Buddha valley were also covered with insect silk, and were unrecognizable. Some of the Buddha statues were broken, and covered with insect pupae and centipedes, symbolizing that the Buddha nature had been eroded by insect nature. There was no sense of sacredness anymore. Instead, it gave people an extremely oppressive and distorted feeling. Before Higanbana could be shocked by the scene in front of her, she saw an old man sitting in the center of the lotus pond. This person must be the Xianfeng Shangren she was looking for, judging from his appearance. Xianfeng Shangren was no different from a skeleton. His shriveled purple skin was tightly attached to his bones, and his eyes were like two black holes, and it was visible that insects were moving faintly inside his body. Higanbana had mixed feelings when facing the old monk who had lived for at least 100 or 200 years. This person could indeed be considered to be completely heartless, but if the plot was to be pushed forward, whether it was to obtain the immortal slash or to realize the return of the dragon, he was an important figure that could not be bypassed. Meeting Master Xianfeng, Higanbana said directly, "I am here to ask for the immortal slash on the orders of the dragon son of God." Hearing this, Master Xianfeng, who was originally meditating, he suddenly raised his head, and saw two scarlet rays of light suddenly appear in his empty eyes, and a dry and sad voice squeezed out of his throat. "Buddha saves all living beings. Why do you leave me alone to sink?" "What?" Higanbana was stunned for a moment. "You unlocked the character illustration, the first insect-attached person, Master Xianfeng. The eightfold path fell into the eight-suffering path, and the view of bones finally became the view of immortality." Master Xianfeng sighed. He suddenly waved his hand, and 3 Buddhist beads shot at 3 vital points on Higanbana at a speed faster than a bullet. "Not good. Be careful, Higanbana. This guy may have lost his mind." Higanbana was naturally prepared, and waved the wedge ball to resist immediately, and accurately deflected the 3 Buddhist beads. At this time, Xianfeng Shangren had stood up from the lotus pond, holding a rusty zen stick in his right hand, and swung it forward. This zen stick flew out of his hand. If you look closely, you will find that there are a lot of insect silks on it, which are connected and pulled to hit Higanbana fiercely. Higanbana quickly dodged the heavy blow. She attacked immediately without waiting for Xianfeng Shangren to retract the zen stick. Dang dang dang. 6 centipedes were released from behind Xianfeng Shangren, which could quickly wrap around the body to form insect armor and insect shields, thus easily blocking the attack of the wedge ball. Not only that, Higanbana paused in her attack. The 6 centipedes turned into 6 insect arms, launching rapid combos from all directions. Dang 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 dang. Higanbana kept bouncing back, and the wedge balls collided with the poison hook jaws, and even she quickly fell into a passive position. This guy is so strong. Facing Xianfeng Shangren, who had 6 insect arms, Higanbana found that she had no chance to fight back at all. 6 insect arms. Evolution can attack and retreat. Xianfeng Shangren can also launch Buddhist beads, hit with zen sticks and other attack methods, which put her in a very passive situation. When Higanbana was accidentally injured by the poisonous fangs, the first round of challenge failed quickly. "Exit the secret realm," Higanbana said in a deep voice. "It's not easy to fight. The second level 3-star is not weak, and its moves are very strange and hard to defend." Baihajusher suggested, "Its attack frequency is very high, and its desire to attack is also very strong. I suggest not to be greedy. It's best to focus on defense, and use stillness to control movement. Try again." Higanbana re-entered the secret realm and challenged Xianfeng Shangren again, but this time Higanbana adjusted its tactics. She gave up the initiative to attack, and most of the time she focused on defense, just to better test the attack strength of Xianfeng Shangren. Higanbana soon discovered. Although Xianfeng Shangren was strange, he didn't have many attack methods and moves, only shooting Buddha beads, zen stick attack, and insect arm combo. The most dangerous is the insect arm combo. The 6 insect arms will attack 12 times in a row, and must be blocked continuously. The speed is very fast. Only by blocking all 12 attacks can you have a chance to counterattack 1 or 2 knives. However, if 10 perfect rebounds are triggered during this process, it can be repelled and fall into stiffness. Although the difficulty is very high. But it is nothing to Higanbana. After all, the tolerance rate is low. It will not be more exaggerated than the prologue battle with Jinakairo, after adapting to several rounds. Higanbana has mastered the rhythm. Dang dang dang. 6 insect arms attack crazily. Higanbana defends accurately every time. When the 10th attack was carried out, Xianfeng Shangren was shot back several steps, and the insect arms had no time to return to defend during this process. Higanbana immediately stabbed several times. Xianfeng Shangren retreated step by step, and soon a red light representing a flaw appeared. Higanbana immediately stabbed deeply into the vital point with a knife. Then a corner. Throw the opponent out. Mao Mingming, success? It's not that simple. Bai Jusher said in a deep voice. Xianfeng Shangren is a worm-possessed person. How can he be killed by such an attack? As expected, Xianfeng Shangren stood up again. His form changed, and his robe was torn apart quickly. Dense insects emerged from under his skin and entangled his whole body. A large number of flying insects and insect silk were woven behind him, like a strange Buddha's light wheel. Buddha can save people from adversity, and insects can also save people from adversity. If Buddha doesn't save me, then I will take insects as Buddha. At this moment, insect nature completely overwhelms Buddha nature. The strength of Xianfeng Shangren has been greatly enhanced. You have unlocked the character illustration, Buddha with insects, Xianfeng Shangren. The second form of boss has appeared. If the first form of Xianfeng Shangren is a second level 3-star, the second form of Xianfeng Shangren is not only more weird, but also has the strength of a second level 5-star. Chapter 117. The Insect Buddha form of Xianfeng Shangren. It made the adventurer feel horrified and sad. He also failed to become a perfect insect possessor like the immortal Hanbei. For decades, his consciousness has been eroded by the insect nature. He should have been like the insect monks in the Buddhist temples, with his humanity and consciousness completely devoured by the parasites, leaving only an immortal body. But he persisted for decades with his will. It was because he was severely injured by Genakairo that his balance was broken. So at this moment, Xianfeng Shangren was dominated by the insect nature and could not communicate. He put his hands together to maintain a cross-legged meditation state. The flying insects formed a Buddha halo behind him. The 6 insect arms extending from his back seemed like 6 insect legs to support his body in a cross-legged posture. He did not attack immediately. Xianfeng Shangren made bursts of chanting sounds. It really looked like a weird and twisted insect Buddha. When the chanting of Buddha's name was distorted into a sharp insect sound, the ground of the lotus pond changed, and hundreds and thousands of strange insects emerged from the ground. What's going on? Higanbana's scalp was numb, and she hurriedly used a blowtorch to release the flame, but the endless flames could not be burned out. After a while, Higanbana was covered with poisonous insects, and the various bites and venom erosions attacked her, making her lose her fighting power quickly and drowned by the sea of insects. Since all living beings suffer, insect bites are also liberation. Death, the challenge failed. Everyone looked at each other in shock. Although the adventurer had experienced many boss battles along the way, this boss battle gave people a completely different feeling. It's so difficult. I don't believe it. No matter how difficult it is, there is a way to win. Higanbana and other adventurers challenged him 7 or 8 times in a row. Without exception, they were defeated by Xianfeng Shangren in the form of Insect Buddha. The Insect Buddha has many moves, and the most difficult one is to summon insect swarms. The insects hidden in the lotus pond seem to be endless, and even insects will run out of the Buddha statues on all sides. How to fight this? It's hard to get close at all. Thousand Buddha Valley is Xianfeng Shangren's home ground. It's unrealistic for us to defeat him here. Is it possible to lure him out in the first form? It makes sense. If the battlefield can be placed outside the Buddha Valley, this battle may become much easier. The adventurer tried it immediately. It turned out that it didn't work at all. Although Xianfeng Shangren had lost consciousness, he always defended the Thousand Buddha Valley. It was impossible to lure him out. Another setback? Just when the adventurer was stuck here. So much so that he was at a loss. Higanbana discovered something. I know how to crack it. Another challenge. There is nothing much to say about the first stage. Higanbana fought 5 times, and never lost to the insect-attached Xianfeng Shangren. She played the Insect Buddha form in just a few rounds, and Xianfeng Shangren in the Insect Buddha form began to chant Buddhist scriptures again, and summon countless insects. Ring the bell. Explode for me. Higanbana crushed a seed. A burst of explosion spread from the fingertips to all directions. When the invisible sound wave enveloped the large area of poisonous insects and strange insects around, their bodies became transparent and disappeared. When seeing this scene, the other adventurers widened their eyes. Nancy Lee immediately said, "Ah, so that's how it is. I should have seen it a long time ago. These insects are not real. Illusion? I see. It turns out that this Xianfeng master is also a guy who is proficient in illusion. No wonder we have been suppressed by him all this time. The bet was right. Higanbana was ecstatic. However, now is not the time to be happy. There are not many bells in hand, and we must fight quickly. The illusion was broken. The adventurer rushed over quickly. The insect Buddha immediately urged the flying insects behind him to attack. These insects that formed the twisted Buddha's light will rush towards Higanbana like wasps, but the latter used a blowgun to release flames to break it. Go to hell. Higanbana chopped the insect Buddha continuously, and beat him back step by step. At this time, a red light appeared in the abdomen, and she stabbed it with a knife without hesitation. The next moment, a harsh insect sound came from the body of the insect Buddha. His body lost strength and fell to the ground, but he was not dead. Several centipede giant insects struggled and wanted to attack. Can't be killed, Higanbana realized. The worm possessed is immortal. Even if you cut off its head or cut it into pieces, it will be useless. I don't know what to do. Cut it into pieces first to eliminate the threat. At this time, a hoarse and weak voice came. Wait a minute. Xianfeng Shangren sat up. Several centipede monsters were forcibly taken into his body. Xianfeng Shangren turned into a humanoid mummy again, with his hands clasped together and chanting Buddhist mantras. Although he was still hideous and terrifying, he seemed to have calmed down. This is a brief recovery of rationality. It turns out that although this guy cannot be killed, as long as he is defeated, he can temporarily recover rationality. Even if it can only last for a short period of time, it is enough for us. The adventurers were discussing. Xianfeng Shangren spoke again. The old monk cannot stay in this state for too long. Ninja of the Son of God. What you are looking for is in the Buddhist temple in front. Higanbana was stunned. Xianfeng Shangren did not say much. He just added, go. Higanbana came under the giant Buddha statue. She really had an entrance to the Buddhist temple. When she walked in carefully, she was shocked by what she saw. The entire Xianfeng temple. It was full of filth. The forbidden area of Buddha Valley was even more twisted and terrifying. This Buddhist temple was located in the innermost part of Buddha Valley. As a result, there were not any insects or insect eggs, and it could even be described as spotless. The space of the Buddhist temple was not large, and there were golden Buddha statues everywhere. The adventurers were all surprised. Some people speculated the intention of the Lord based on the scene design. I think this scene, maybe there is some kind of metaphor. Although Xianfeng Temple is occupied by insects, but the temple and the deepest part of Xianfeng Shangren's heart, there is always an inviolable Buddhist pure land. Bana did not think much. She walked to the central altar, only to see that there were no offerings on the altar, only an ancient copper bell placed here, which was a bit like the young master's guard bell that opened the Pingtian branch line. Ring the bell. Closed her eyes. Facing the magnificent group of Buddha statues, she put her hands together and worshipped sincerely. The temple was silent. Only the ethereal echo remained. When the bell sound in her ears completely disappeared, Bana opened her eyes again, but found that the surrounding environment had changed, and an ancient wooden house appeared in front of her. Walk into it. Higanbana was surprised to see. A girl who looked more than 10 years old and had beautiful eyes was sitting in the hall. Feng Zhongmian immediately discovered something. The clothes on this girl are the same as the corpses abandoned in the cave. Those corpses were all failed products for making the transformation Son of God, so the one in front of him must be the only successful transformation Son of God. Higanbana was shocked. Is this the transformation Son of God? The artificial Son of God created by Master Xianfeng. When the transformation Son of God saw the adventurer, she showed a trace of surprise, and then asked, "It turned out to be you? I didn't expect to find this. May I ask why you are here?" This voice. There is no mistake. She is the child who once reminded the adventurer through voice transmission. Higanbana said bluntly, "I came here to find the immortal slash. The Unraveling. Do you know that the immortal slash is a sword that cannot be pulled out? I heard about it. Unable to pull out means that no one has ever pulled it out, because everyone who tried to pull it out has died." The Unraveling reminded again, "Even so, do you still want to try?" Higanbana, "I must try. In that case, I understand." The Unraveling opened an old wooden box in front of her, and saw an ancient sword lying quietly in it. She made a gesture of invitation. "If you are ready, then please take it away. This is the immortal slash?" The adventurers were all excited. Higanbana took the immortal slash from the wooden box without any hesitation, But at the moment the blade was pulled out, a cold breath suddenly broke out, causing the heart to fall into sudden arrest. Is this the curse of the undying slash? It's really powerful to kill people instantly without being seen. Higanbana lost all her strength and fell to the ground. When the goddess saw the adventurer falling in front of her, she didn't show any surprise on her face. She just sighed softly, and then put her hands together to pray for him. Who would have thought? At this moment, something she didn't expect happened. A crimson light emerged from Higanbana's body, allowing her to instantly recover all her body functions and stand up from the ground again. This is the power of Dragon's Heir. The goddess was shocked. You are the bearer of Dragon's Heir's curse. Higanbana didn't say anything and picked up the undying slash again. This time, she pulled it out easily. The ancient blade was entangled with an ominous red aura. The adventurers all cheered. Success? Is this the immortal slash? Wow, this is so cool! A sword that can kill people. Can this sword be exploded? Of course it can. I must get this sword. Even as a collection, it is a top-notch one. Higanbana gently waved the immortal slash in the air, like a brush waving in the air, drawing a red ink mark, and then posed in a handsome pose. I will take this immortal slash. Although it was very handsome, Higanbana could feel that as long as the immortal slash was unsheathed, it would continue to absorb the user's physical strength and cause rapid consumption. It seems that although this sword is strong, but it is not suitable as a main weapon. It is only suitable as a tool for killing or execution. Otherwise, if you fight directly with the immortal slash, I am afraid that your body will be hollowed out before a few rounds. Higanbana put away the immortal slash. The mission of entering Xianfeng Temple has been successfully completed. She then had a conversation with the Son of God. So you are a ninja serving the Son of God of Longing. The Son of God of Longing asked, why are you looking for the immortal slash? Higanbana answered truthfully, go to the fairyland to obtain the dragon's tears, and use it to cut off the immortality. I see. I have seen in the book about the method of cutting off the dragon's blood. You and the Son of God of Longing both hate this immortal power, right? Yes. The Son of God of Longing sighed. It's really fate. I was created by Xianfeng Temple, and I am the Son of God with a false dragon's blood. I am the only one who grew up alive among all the children. Although Higanbana already knew it, she still expressed sympathy for the child. However, the Son of God of Longing did not know why she was created. She probably thought that she was created purely for the monks of Xianfeng Temple to steal the immortal power, but in fact, the real plan of the Master of Xianfeng was exactly the opposite. Higanbana, please accept my condolences. The transformed Son of God said, although I don't know if it is right to cut off the dragon's blood, I have witnessed with my own eyes that the pursuit of immortality will lead people astray, and I am disgusted with it. She paused and continued. So, ninja of the Son of God, if there is anything I can help in the future, I also hope to lend a hand. When hearing this, the adventurer's eyes lit up. Is this transformed Son of God so wise? I just don't know how to implement the dragon's return plan. This matter still needs to be consulted by Master Xianfeng. Higanbana didn't stay for too long. She rang the illusion bell, and returned to the temple again. She then walked out of the temple, and came to the lotus pond, only to see that Master Xianfeng was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, but he looked even weaker, and a certain violent and crazy aura continued to grow. Godson's ninja. You seem to have completed the mission. Master Xianfeng's voice was difficult. Please be careful of Jinichiro. He has already got Tomo's immortal slash. Hearing this, the adventurers were all shocked. They had learned that there were 2 immortal slashes. One of them had been buried with Tomo. Not long ago, Ashina Jinichiro had led the Otaka clan to attack Xianfeng Temple. Master Xianfeng probably told Jinichiro the whereabouts of the other immortal slash under a forced situation. The other immortal slash has been buried with Tomo. And Tomo is Jinichiro's mentor. Will this guy dig up Tomo's grave to obtain the immortal slash? With Jinichiro's personality, he's definitely capable of doing this. This guy is still the same shit Ichiro. Although the adventurer despised Jinichiro, he also felt that this was not a bad thing. Jinichiro probably didn't know that there were 2 immortal slashes, so he wouldn't have thought that the adventurer also had one. The next duel. Both sides have immortal bodies. Both sides have immortal slashes that can restrain immortality. Then it depends on whose method is better. What is there for the adventurer to be afraid of? Ashina country is just a secret world. They can lose 100 times or 1,000 times, but as long as they completely defeat Jinichiro once, it will be enough. Boss Higanbana. Ask Master Xianfeng. How should we implement the plan of Dragon's return home? The reason why Higanbana came back here was naturally for this, but before she could ask, Master Xianfeng seemed to have guessed what she was thinking. I have left the method of returning home in the library. Shinobi of the Son of God, please make sure that Long Yin returns home. Master Xianfeng's condition was getting worse and worse, and it became more and more difficult to speak. The old monk has completed what he should do. Now use the immortal slash in your hand. To send me off for the last time. Higanbana asked, are you sure you want to do this? Master Xianfeng put his hands together. Cut it. This body should have been in hell long ago. Higanbana pulled out the immortal slash from behind and stabbed it into Master Xianfeng's body. She could clearly feel that some mysterious energy was released from the immortal slash. Let Master Xianfeng's body crack rapidly. The next moment, there was a loud bang. The decayed body of Master Xianfeng, like a weathered rotten wood, broke apart at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving only a pile of charred residue. The adventurer successfully eliminated the first undead. This knife test also fully proved that from now on the adventurer will have the ability to kill the undead, and this knife will play an important role in the next action. The plot of Xianfeng Temple. So far, the task is complete. Although the plot process is not very long, the adventurer feels very exciting and thought-provoking. This journey not only has such huge gains as the undead slash and the transformation of the Son of God, but also explores the stories of Master Xianfeng and the previous generation of the Son of God of Longyin. The history of Ashina gradually becomes clear. The adventurer is getting closer and closer to the ultimate secret behind the scenes. Chi is paying attention to the progress of the exploration behind the scenes, and when he sees this, he also nodded with satisfaction. The exploration progress of the Ashina chapter has passed halfway, and only the three important areas of Shuisheng Village, Fallen Valley, and Origin Palace are left. The efficiency of the adventurers is really impressive. In this case, territory development, and the next step of the secret realm planning. It's time to put it on the agenda. Chapter 118. At this moment, in the secret realm, the adventurers searched the Xianfeng Temple. 3 books were found one after another. They are Xianfeng Temple Boxing Secrets, Eternal Journey Blessing of Insects, and Eternal Journey Return of Dragon. Xianfeng Temple Boxing Secrets is a skill book that allows adventurers to master more skills in the secret realm. The other 2 books are plot-related books that are more interesting to adventurers. First time. Online and offline. Several research teams were established. At this time, Higanbana had left Xianfeng Temple. She did not return to Ashina Castle immediately, but was teleported to the dilapidated temple through the Ghost Buddha, and found the immortal Hanbei who lived in seclusion there. Mr. Ninja is visiting again. Do you want to practice swordplay with me? The immortal Hanbei's eyes were still numb. You're welcome. No matter what moves you use, please feel free to use them on me. Anyway, this body will not die, and I have already adapted to the pain. Face to face the immortal Hanbei again. Higanbana sighed. What a twist of fate. The immortal Hanbei's immortal insect is different from others. Not only does it have a stronger immortality than ordinary insect holders, but it also completely retains its autonomous consciousness without any erosion. This almost perfect immortal body, it makes countless emperors dream of it. It makes many heroes crazy. Such a small person got it without any effort. The irony is, he didn't want it, but he couldn't get rid of it. This is the immortal slash. It can kill immortals. Higanbana took down the immortal slash and placed it in front of Hanbei. She continued, I am here to fulfill my promise. If you really want to, this knife can kill you. Immortal Hanbei's eyes were numb. At this moment, he showed a long-lost emotion. This emotion was not fear of death, but ecstasy. Immortal Hanbei directly pulled out the rusty and chipped katana. In that case, come on. You really don't want to consider it again? I have been looking forward to a real life and death duel for a long time. I will go all out in this battle. Please don't show mercy, ninja. Hanbei directly slashed with a knife. This attack was obviously much faster and more fierce than usual. With his immortal body and the swordsmanship honed by hundreds of battles, he was at least not inferior to the leaders of the Ashina. This strength was obviously not enough for Higanbana. Higanbana slashed like dark red ink, leaving a blade light in the air with the immortal slash, easily deflecting Hanbei's attack, breaking Hanbei's weapon with another knife, and the last knife pierced directly into Hanbei's heart. Your swordsmanship has improved again. The moment Hanbei was pierced by the immortal slash, he clearly felt that the immortal power that lingered like a curse was rapidly dissipating in his body, and an unprecedented strange feeling swept over him. This feeling. It is death and also liberation. I can finally step into the underworld and follow the footsteps of Master Tamura again. Thank you. Higanbana inserted the immortal slash back into the mahogany scabbard, and Hanbei's body lost its breath of life. His decayed body quickly weathered and disappeared, and there was no more immortal Hanbei in the world. When this task was completed, this adventure was over. Higanbana couldn't help but look forward to it. What kind of loot will be revealed this time? Is it possible to reveal another named soul? Whether it is the named soul of Xianfeng Shengren or the named soul of the immortal Hanbei, they are probably priceless. This adventure is over. This evaluation, a medium. You got immortal slash ballet, no spirit. Higanbana was a little disappointed. But it's normal. Although the first kill will have a higher explosion rate, this explosion rate is not 100%. This time, the ideal spirit was not exploded, but the value of the immortal slash will not be low. This weapon. It has a special origin, and is very meaningful. It is very valuable even as a collection. Higanbana immediately took out the equipment and glanced at the attributes, but she just stayed there, her face full of disbelief, almost suspecting that she was dreaming. Immortal slash ballet, rare treasure, green low grade, fixed damage plus 28, cultivation increase plus 50%, durability 50-50, additional skills, dragon slaying, soul slashing, ballet ritual. Almost in an instant. Like a piranha smelling blood. Other adventurers immediately surrounded Higanbana. Level 3 equipment? Fuck, is this true? I actually saw a level 3 equipment. Not just any equipment. Level 3 treasure. Immortal slash is so high. This knife is priceless. Equipment produced by Miracle City. Almost all of them are level 1. Skill stones have exploded with level 2 skills. But so far, there has never been any level 3 loot. On the one hand, this is because there are too few level 3 adventurers, and only level 3 adventurers have the chance to explode level 3 loot. On the other hand, it is because the explosion rate of level 3 items themselves is extremely low. The first 3rd level equipment of Miracle City was produced by Higanbana. Although rare equipment will not enter the secret store, it is undoubtedly more valuable to individuals. It is absolutely rare and much rarer than the 3rd level spirit. The attributes of immortal slash ballet are very high. Although the fixed damage is only 28, and not very strong, the increase in cultivation is as high as 50%, which means that this equipment is greatly affected by the cultivation of the holder. The higher the cultivation, the more terrifying the power. With the cultivation of Higanbana, it is no problem to cut iron like mud. The ballet also comes with 3 skills. This is the real value of ballet. Skill 1, Dragon Killing, adding 60% damage to the Dragon Clan. Skill 2, Soul Slashing, can directly kill the souls of dark species, undead species, and demon species so that they cannot be resurrected. Skill 3, Ballet Ritual, consumes 1 point of mental power. The skill lasts for 30 minutes, and the overall power of the weapon increases by 1% for each soul killed, which can be stacked up to 100 times. Strong, too strong. The weapon's power increase is already quite high. If the tier worship ceremony is activated, the overall power can theoretically be increased by 100%. If this ideal limit state can be achieved, this knife will be stronger than most 4th level weapons. Baihe Jusher, an adventurer who once reached the 4th level. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "This is really a powerful weapon. With this weapon, you will be invincible in the dungeon secrets of the undead and demons." Why did Baihe Jusher say that? Because the dungeon secrets are generally divided into 2 types according to the different operating characters. The first type is the substitution type. Adventurers must use the character template provided by the Lord. When challenging this kind of secret realm, no matter whether the adventurer is strong or weak, it will not play a role in the secret realm. It is more balanced and fairer. Whether the performance is good or bad depends on the operation awareness. If this kind of secret realm is well done, it is undoubtedly more popular with adventurers. Because most adventurers like adventures that are more immersive and fairer. However, for most lords, the character materials that can be provided are limited, and it is difficult to match the secret realm exactly, so the ones who are really good are 1 in 100. The second type is the direct entry type. The adventurer enters the secret realm directly. This kind of secret realm does not provide character materials. Adventurers rely on their own abilities, which seems very free, but it is not the case. After all, the Lord is not stupid, and making a secret realm is not charity. If the monsters that can be used are at most level 2, he will not let level 3 adventurers come into challenge, but will limit the challenge level to level 2 or even level 1. As for adventurers, the ability systems of different adventurers vary greatly. Adventurers are not necessarily good at fighting, so there are fewer secret realms to choose from. Direct entry secret realms. The proportion is slightly higher, because it is simpler to make and more labor-saving. The immortal/Bile of Higanbana will surely become a nightmare sickle to harvest the lords of major dungeons. Higanbana also agrees. She thought of the Hero Cemetery, one of the 4 core secret realms of Tianyun City. This is currently the strongest secret realm in Tianyun City, with the strongest monsters in Tianyun City, and even the entire Blackstone town. Although it has been open for nearly half a year, no one has been able to defeat the final ultimate monster so far. What's interesting is Tianyun City's Hero Cemetery. It is a direct entry secret realm composed of a large number of undead monsters. With the 3rd level rare weapon by Lay of Miracle City, Higanbana is very confident that she can defeat the ultimate monster in the Hero Cemetery. If she challenges and clears the strongest secret realm of Tianyun City in public, I don't know what kind of sensation it will cause. More and more people are dissatisfied with me these days. It's time to prove your choice. Just do it. Recently, some senior executives of the Huaquan Adventure Group and even the senior executives of Tianyun City obviously need an explanation. There is no point in saying more. Let's use Bai Lei to prove Miracle City. This will be the first time that Miracle City's influence has spread, which will help Miracle City to become famous in the Lord's world. In the future, even a dungeon of the size of Tianyun City can only cooperate with Miracle City. After making a plan, Higanbana was not in a hurry to leave. Let's have fun in Miracle City first. She then strolled around the lobby. Like other adventurers in the queue, she looked around. Although I like 10 Kingdoms very much, I have to admit that there is still a big gap between 10 Kingdoms and Frenzy in terms of popularity. Inside the secret hall, 70% of adventurers are playing in the Frenzy secret realm. Competition mode, level mode, and story mode all have a large audience. Bianhua found a secret crystal that was challenging the 2nd chapter of the Frenzy plot. Not only that, the adventurers in it have already defeated the final boss of the 2nd chapter of the Frenzy secret realm. This is Tyrant? She was stunned by what she saw. The boss of this chapter was modified by Chi Ji. I saw a bald man about 4 meters tall, like a giant, chasing the adventurer. Higanbana had seen the T-103 Tyrant that appeared in the 3rd level. This Tyrant zombie, called Brother Tyrant by adventurers, was only about 2.4 meters tall. Both the sense of oppression and combat power were far inferior to what was seen before. Boss Higanbana, you don't know. This is the T-078 Tyrant, which is an improved and enhanced version of the T-103, also known as the Cursed Tyrant. This Tyrant zombie is not only larger in size and stronger, but also invulnerable to swords and guns. They can even hold rockets with their bare hands, so it is extremely difficult to deal with. If you can integrate the spirit of the Cursed Tyrant, it will be really mighty and domineering. Alas, it died again. The difficulty is really not low, when Higanbana watched the adventurers being tortured by the Cursed Tyrant again and again with relish. There is another breakthrough in the records of the 10 Kingdoms. The research on the 2 scriptures has yielded results. Dozens of adventurers get together. There are more than 1,000 people participating in the analysis and discussion in the Adventurer Forum. The Gift of Insects is a record of the monks of Xianfeng Temple studying the art of insect possession. It not only records the fanatical exploration of the power of immortality, but also the monks' tracing and investigation of the power of immortality. The time traveler excitedly announced, "This book will play a vital role in our research on Ashina." Nancy Leah explained, "Yes, according to the records of the insect scripture, whether it is longing, transmutation water, parasites, all the immortality and curses in Ashina have a common source, and this source is a god who came from the west to Ashina in ancient times." Feng Zhongmian added, "This god is the god of source. This place of descent is the palace of origin. This god was seriously injured when he descended, and the immortal power kept flowing out of the wound, polluting the water source upstream of Ashina, which is the reason for the formation of water and immortal insects. The immortal power kept flowing out. It made this ancient god weaker and weaker. It therefore created the Dragon Sun to spread the power of Dragon Sun. Its fundamental purpose was to cause the Dragon Cough Plague, so as to absorb enough life to heal the wound. The mystery of Ashina's immortality. It seems that the truth is about to be revealed. This made all the adventurers who participated in and witnessed the story of Ashina very excited. While they were deeply shocked, they also had a strong curiosity. Blackstone Hammer King. What is the origin of this ancient god from the west? This guy's ability is too terrible. Feng Zhongmian. I am more curious about 2 things now. Blackstone Hammer King asked, "What?" Feng Zhongmian said, "First, why was this powerful western god injured, and what kind of existence injured it? Second, where did this god come from, And what kind of place could give birth to such a being? Time Traveler said, no one can answer the first question. After all, the god of origin has descended to Ashina for many years, and no one knows what happened before that, not even Master Xianfeng. As for the second question, do you still remember the login interface of the Ten Kingdoms secret realm? From this foreign map, the location corresponding to the west of Ashina may be the area where the Kingdom of Marant is located, or it may be the eastern continent across the sea. I think the latter is more likely. Based on my research on the map, the Lord marked this place as the Middle-earth Divine Land. Zhongzhou for short. Undoubtedly, in the future, the secret realm of the Ten Kingdoms in the foreign land will definitely have a chapter about the Middle-earth. I even think that there will never be only one chapter about Zhongzhou. This place is likely to be the core area of the Ten Kingdoms. The adventurers all agree with these statements. Although the ultimate secret of the Ashina chapter is about to be revealed, the story and history of this small country in Japan are still attractive. After the adventurers uncovered a quarter of the world, they are more looking forward to other places in the secret realm of the Ten Kingdoms. The Return of the Dragon. This book records the method of sending the gods away. Master Xianfeng believes that as long as the ancient gods are returned to their hometown, the curse of the Ashina land can be completely broken. Although this is a story outside of Ashina, and may not be presented in the Ashina chapter, it undoubtedly further proves that there may be connections between different chapters of the Ten Kingdoms secret realm. The locations of these countries are different, and the time they existed is different. Therefore, there may be huge differences in style, but perhaps at some point in the future, we can break the shackles of time and space, and the entire foreign world will be fully open to us for free exploration. The adventurers were all excited and filled their minds. All chapters have been opened. All history has been experienced. This foreign world will be directly open to adventurers, allowing people to enter it directly and start a free journey. The history and characters of various places may intersect at a certain historical node. If this is really the case, this foreign world will be no different from the real world. Chapter 119. 1 hour later. The dungeon will be closed. Higanbana relied on her strong willpower. She resisted the urge to play again, left Miracle City in advance, and came to Tianyun City. How to describe Tianyun City? It can only be said that it is the largest and best-run dungeon in Blackstone Town. The main city of Tianyun City covers an area more than 10 times that of Miracle City. It has neat and wide streets, rows of buildings, millions of territory residents, and tens of thousands of daily active adventurers. There are prosperous manufacturing and service industries, thus forming a complete economy. There are not only various shops run by the territory residents. You can also see foreign caravans and chambers of commerce that have come to the dungeon from thousands of miles away. Tianyun City has established good economic and trade relations with several large local forces and small kingdoms. The size and influence of the territory itself are comparable to a small kingdom. The infrastructure is complete. It is prosperous and lively here. But Higanbana still prefers Miracle City. After all, for an underground city, the secret realm is the real core and soul. Captain Higanbana, you are finally back. Now there are rumors all over Tianyun City. We heard that as the leader of the Huangquan mercenary group, you have been calling on, or even ordering all members of the group, to go to Miracle City. Is this true? You'd better explain it publicly to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. I think everyone has misunderstood Captain Higanbana. The boss personally led people to challenge the secret realm of Miracle City. He must want to consume and attack Miracle City. As one of the 4 leaders of Tianyun City's adventurers, Higanbana has a huge influence in Tianyun City. She has been obsessed with Miracle City in recent days, and there are many rumors about her at this moment. However, adventurers are free. It is true that they can only practice in a dungeon under a contract. But no one can control where adventurers want to go. It is normal for an adventurer to explore several or even dozens of dungeons at the same time. Some dungeon lords will even take the initiative to send their adventure groups to other dungeons. Sometimes they want to attack their opponents and bankrupt them. Sometimes they simply fancy the special products of the dungeon. For adventurers, they will go wherever there is fun and high income. This is a very realistic group. However, as the leader of an adventure group, Higanbana's every move will be paid special attention to, so it will be overinterpreted, and she herself is very calm and does not explain too much. This time back, there is only one purpose. Go directly to the secret hall of Tianyun City. This 4th level hall is divided into several areas and can accommodate up to 5,000 people for adventure. At this moment, the dungeon is about to close, and most of the secret crystals are idle. Activate the secret crystal. 4 core secret realms with their own characteristics appeared in front of us. Death Cave, Blasphemy Tower, Brave Valley, Hero Cemetery. Higanbana chose to challenge the Hero Cemetery. This secret realm is divided into 12 different tombs. There are 9 first-level tombs, 2 second-level tombs, and 1 third-level tomb. The contents of each tomb are different, which is the foundation of Tianyun City for many years. The so-called first-level tomb does not mean that the monsters in it are only first-level, but that adventurers are limited to using first-level power to challenge, and higher-level power cannot be exerted in it. Higanbana chose the only third-level tomb. This tomb is called Tomb of the Ancient King. She entered the secret realm directly with her body, and completed the transformation of her spirit. As a third-level adventurer, there are 3 souls. The first-level form is a hurricane lizard. The second-level form is a blood giant. The third-level soul form is a mad slaughter general. The adventurer's spontaneous transformation will consume energy. The first level consumes 1 point of mental power, the second level consumes 2 points of mental power, and the third level consumes 4 points of mental power. Each transformation can usually last for about 1 hour. If the power is overused, the energy will be exhausted in advance. When the transformation energy is exhausted, you can end the transformation or continue to continue. As for whether to end or continue to continue, it depends on the actual situation. Retransformation consumes more energy, but it will repair all battle damage and return to full state. However, there will be a short cooling period between 2 transformations. If you are in an extremely dangerous situation, the enemy may seize this weak gap to attack. If you don't transform again, but consume your mental energy to maintain, although you can't repair the damage and may cause your combat power to decline, you will also save some of the consumption caused by transforming again. Challenge a secret realm. It actually consumes 4 extra energy points. This is equivalent to at least 5 energy points for a challenge. This is why many high-level adventurers don't like to challenge the direct entry type secret realm. Because the higher the level of the secret realm, the greater the consumption of a single challenge. Even with the strong energy value of the red spider lily, you can only brush the Tomb of the Ancient King 5 times a day. In fact, it is extremely difficult to finish the Ancient King's secret realm in an hour. So the consumption of a single challenge is likely to go to 10 energy points. Everyone, come and see! Big Brother Higanhua is playing the Tomb of the Ancient King again. Wow, even big brothers rarely play this difficult secret realm. Higanhua returned to Tianyun City to challenge the super difficult secret realm Tomb of the Ancient King. The news spread immediately, not only attracting the attention of many ordinary adventurers, but also the other 3 adventure leaders became curious and came to watch. A bald leader said, "What's wrong with Higanhua recently? Her mental state seems to be abnormal." A one-eyed leader nodded, "The Tomb of the Ancient King? Even we dare not challenge it easily." Another silver-haired leader also nodded, "Yes, among the 4 of us, Higanhua has the shallowest foundation. Even the 3 of us dare not try the secret realm easily, but Higanhua is quite brave." The 4 leaders of Tianyun City. Higanhua has the strongest potential, but the weakest strength. After all, Higanhua is only 26 years old, and the youngest of the other 3 leaders is 36 years old. Even so, the 3 leaders were very curious about what happened during the days when Higanbana disappeared, and why she suddenly returned to Tianyun City to challenge the extremely difficult Tomb of the Ancient King. Higanbana has entered the secret realm. She turned into a 2-meter-tall orc general wearing a mask and blood-red heavy armor. General Kwang Tu was a spirit spawned from a second-level tomb in the Hero Cemetery. It is also one of the top 10 third-level spirits in Tianyun City. Although it is only 1 star, it is a humanoid monster, so its value can be ranked in the top 3. The core feature of this spirit is life absorption. Every time General Kwang Tu successfully kills a life, it can absorb the energy of the life to make up for the consumption. In theory, as long as it keeps killing, it can fight until the end of time. This is indeed a very strong feature. But as a level 3, 1 star, it always feels that there is still a big gap compared to the Headless in Miracle City, which has multiple features such as immortality, teleportation, and mental attack. The monsters in the hero's tomb are all undead monsters. This kind of monster restrains General Kwang Tu, and life absorption has no effect on him, which is why the 3 leaders are confused. I saw that Higanbana did not use the Kwang Tu battle axe that absorbed life. She pulled out a simple and elegant long sword filled with dark red. "Let's start." Higanbana officially challenged. The Tomb of the Ancient King consists of 7 tombs, 1 main tomb and 6 burial tombs. You must open the 6 burial tombs in the correct order to open the main tomb to challenge the ultimate monster skeleton ancient king. This secret realm has a plot. Adventurers can learn a story through murals, texts, grave keepers, and other channels. The Skeleton King was once a king of the Chaos Continent. He led the army to defend his kingdom. In the end, he and 6 loyal generals died bravely on the front line. The people spontaneously collected the corpses of the king and his soldiers and buried them together. When the country was conquered by the Dark Race, the Dark Lord found that his people were still worshipping the former king. He cursed the king's tomb, and the king and his loyal followers were transformed into skeletons under the dual effects of evil power and resentment. From then on, no one dared to approach the king's tomb. Over time, this brave king was forgotten. The plot is simple and old-fashioned, and naturally it is not even 1/10,000th of Miracle City. However, if compared with other dungeons, it is already a very good story. Although the threshold and difficulty are too high, the reputation has always been good. How could Tianyun City have developed to its current scale without any tricks? In essence, the tomb of the ancient king is still a maze. It consists of a total of 6 tombs connected in series, and the main tomb is located at the end of the maze. This mainstream secret realm structure is neither good nor bad in terms of design. Fortunately, some scenes are still exquisitely made, and the most important monsters are relatively rich, so it is still a well-made secret realm. Of course, this is the evaluation before encountering Miracle City. At this moment, Higanbana walked in it, only feeling that it was small and dark, and the scene design was far behind. It was not at the same level as Miracle City. If Miracle City's secret realm is a luxurious palace, then this secret realm is a country toilet. Higanbana killed the first tomb of the Burial Wind General Tomb. Adventurers must defeat Wind Skeleton General in this tomb. This is an agile opponent with super high attack speed and movement speed, with a strength of about second level 4 stars. If it was just a skeleton general, it would be fine. Skeleton soldiers will continue to spawn here. It is not easy for adventurers to kill the skeleton general. The skeleton general can use the skeletons of the skeleton soldiers to revive. Only by killing all the skeleton soldiers in the tomb can the skeleton general be prevented from reviving repeatedly. How easy is it to do all this, however? Facing more than a dozen skeleton soldiers. Without waiting for them to crawl out of the sarcophagus, Higanbana immediately attacked the skeleton general, who was holding a spear and riding a skeleton warhorse at an astonishing speed. The adventurers outside were stunned when they saw the scene. What is the leader of Higanbana doing? Challenging the skeleton general before the skeleton soldiers are cleared? Under this situation, even with the strength of the Higanbana leader, it is probably impossible to deal with the skeleton general and dozens of skeleton soldiers at the same time. Is she crazy? How can you fight the tomb of the ancient king like this? The first level soul of Higanbana is Hurricane Lizard, which can provide speed bonus for the crazy slaughter general. The second level soul of Higanbana is Blood Giant, which can bring strength and recovery bonus to the crazy slaughter general. At this moment, Higanbana, in the form of the third level spirit transformation, has at least reached the third level 2-star strength, and its speed is not inferior to the Wind Skeleton General, so it came in front of him in an instant, without waiting for the opponent to wake up completely. The undead slash directly pierced into the body of the Skeleton General. The next moment, something that no one expected happened. The soul fire in the skull of General Wind Skeleton was instantly wiped out by a certain force. Before his huge body fully awakened, he instantly weathered and shattered like rotten wood and died on the spot. This scene made the other adventurers in Tianyun City dumbfounded. What happened? General Wind died just like that? Fuck, it took less than 10 seconds for Higanbana to clear the Wind Tomb. Am I seeing that right? Previously, the fastest clearance speed of this secret realm was 8 minutes and 52 seconds. Higanbana set a record. Why didn't General Wind Skeleton revive? Its resurrection ability was restrained. The knife in Higanbana's hand seemed to have the effect of beheading souls. Just based on this point, this weapon must be a rare and priceless treasure. After Higanbana cleared the Wind Tomb, she went to the next tomb without stopping. The 6 major tombs are Wind, Fire, Ice, Earth, Light, and Dark. The first 4 skeleton generals are slightly weaker, all of which are about level 2, 4, or 5 stars. Most level 3 adventurers can pass through, but it generally takes an hour, which means that they have to consume more energy. Under normal circumstances, adventurers will give up the challenge after defeating the 4 tombs. Because the Light Skeleton General and the Dark Skeleton General behind are both 3 stars and level 1, and are one of the 10 level 3 monsters in Tianyun City. Both the leader strength and the scene difficulty have increased greatly. However, Higanbana doesn't take it seriously at all. With the characteristics of the undead slash that can directly kill the soul and make the undead unable to revive, she killed all 6 generals in one breath. The whole process and running the map only took 15 minutes. Obviously, the undead slash of Miracle City. For such undead secret realms, it can almost form a dimensionality reduction attack. After killing 6 skeleton generals, Higanbana did not immediately enter the main tomb, but began to clear the nearby skeleton soldiers. Every swing of the undead slash formed a dark red sword light like ink. Destroy with ease. Ordinary soldiers were like chickens and dogs in front of the undead slash. Initiate the tears worship ceremony. Used 1 more mental power. Cleared more than 100 skeleton soldiers in one breath, so the undead slash superimposed 100 tears worship, and the overall power increased by 100%. What is this concept? The current attack power and destructive power of the weapon in Higanbana's hand have exceeded most 4th level magic weapons. A random sweep of the sword light can cover a range of 6 or 7 meters. Dazzling dark red sword light. At least it can stay in the air for 5 or 6 seconds. With one sword, more than 10 skeleton soldiers were all crushed into powder. This is the effect of Bailei's extreme enhancement. This is the magic weapon from Miracle City, one of the most difficult secret realms in Tianyun City, and a secret realm that top high-level adventurers from all sides cannot shake. At this moment, unable to withstand a single blow, it's simply a speed pass. Not only the adventurers in Tianyun City were dumbfounded. Even the other side of the flower was very addicted. The secret realm of the tomb of the ancient king itself is very ordinary. With the blessing of the big treasure from Miracle City, it is like a lawn mowing game, which has become fun. She entered the last main tomb chamber without hesitation. In front of her was a group of skeleton guards of the ancient king, about 40 or 50 of them, all wearing fine armor, holding shiny swords in both hands. All of them were 2nd level 1-star strength. Behind the guards of the ancient king, there is a throne made of skulls. A 3-meter-tall skeleton wearing golden armor and a majestic crown sat on it. When it saw the adventurer who broke in, the soul fire in its eyes immediately jumped. Adventurer, how dare you disturb my eternal sleep? While speaking, 48 guards have raised their swords. This is the most difficult scene in the secret realm of Tianyun City. Even the top 3rd level adventurers, or even higher level adventurers, can hardly beat it. The reason is very simple. Even the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels are useless. When you can only use the power of the 3rd level, it is extremely difficult to defeat the strongest monster in Tianyun City, the skeleton ancient king, with the peak strength of the 3rd level and 5 stars. What's more, there are also 48 guards. This is a scene that is almost impossible to pass. It took Tianyun City half a year to create the tomb of the ancient king. During this process, there were also 4th and 5th level adventurers, who entered Tianyun City from other adventurer towns to challenge the secret realm. In the end, without exception, they all failed. Kill! The ancient king gave an order. The skeleton guards immediately launched an attack. Higanbana held the undead slash with a full tear worship ceremony. A sword swept out a red sword light like a silk thread and a waterfall, and instantly swept through the bodies of 7 or 8 guards in the front row. The big sword was as vulnerable as a branch, and the armor was as fragile as paper. The most important thing is, almost death on contact. These undead creatures that were originally difficult to kill, as long as they were hit by the undead slash, they would instantly turn into fragments, and they could not die anymore. The 2nd sword, the 3rd sword, the skeleton guards were cleared away like mowing the grass. They were killed in a few rounds, leaving only weathered broken bones on the ground. It's your turn. I've been annoyed with you for a long time. It's just a broken skeleton. How dare you be so arrogant for so long? Higanbana jumped up excitedly. Let me give you a taste of the punishment from Miracle City. The skeleton king must be extremely powerful. The 3rd level 5-star is overwhelming the 3rd level 2-star. However, the equipment gap between the two sides is too big. The power that Bailei can exert at this moment exceeds the general 4th level equipment. Not only that, when the skeleton king launched a powerful and heavy slash like a landslide, Higanbana did not dodge at all, but directly used the reverse blade technique to bounce the knife. She has learned the ninja wolf style sword technique, and the reverse blade technique is the flicking knife of the Ashina kingdom. When the strength gap between the two sides is not too big, this technique can still play a role in high-level battles. Dang, dang, dang. The terrifying gray sword light. The gorgeous red sword light. The two collided 6 times in succession. Every collision set off a storm in the hall. Finally, at the 7th collision, Bai Lei used his powerful force to break the ancient king's golden sword. Go to hell! Higanbana yelled. Bai Lei's violent sword aura. It instantly penetrated the body of the ancient skeleton king. Chapter 120. The battle is over. Higanbana puts Bai Lei back into the mahogany scabbard. The strongest monster in Tianyin City, the skeleton ancient king, stood like a statue. The golden sword in his hand had long been broken. The soul fire in his hollow eyes gradually extinguished, and finally his body quickly weathered and collapsed like rotten wood. Challenge successful. This secret realm evaluation, double armor. You got skeleton ancient king spirit +1. Higanbana was overjoyed. Level 3 5-star spirits are extremely rare. Each one produced will cause the Lord to consume no less than 5,000 mental power. The Lord loses blood. Adventurers make a lot of money. The explosion rate of spirits in Tianyin City is not high. It is only 1/5 of that in Miracle City, or even lower. It is even more difficult to obtain this top-level spirit. Higanbana only cleared the tomb of the ancient king once, and successfully exploded the hard goods at the bottom of Tianyin City, which is not only enough to make a sensation in Tianyin City, but also directly on the headlines of Blackstone Town. There is a component of luck. But luck is not a big factor. The first pass and the first kill will greatly increase the explosion rate, and the more times a secret realm is challenged, the longer it runs without producing certain spirits, and the explosion rate of the corresponding spirit items will also increase. The Higanbana cleared the level 2 quickly. It also received extremely high evaluations. It is not surprising to win the big prize with various factors combined. The leader of the Higanbana is too strong. Boss, what is the origin of the weapon you hold? Why can't it directly kill the 6 skeleton generals? This power is too exaggerated. Even as powerful as the skeleton king, it can be killed by a single blow. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. Whether it is an ordinary adventurer, or the other 3 big bosses at the level of the head of the group. All of them were amazed by the immortal slash in the hands of Higanbana. This is the immortal slash from Miracle City, which has the ability to directly kill the souls of the dark species, the undead species, and the demon species. What? Kill the soul? Miracle City can actually explode such a magic weapon. This weapon is probably the most worthy of the first magic weapon in several cities. No wonder Higanbana has been in Miracle City during this period. If I knew that Miracle City had such a magic weapon, and met the requirements for the level of the spawn, I would have to spawn it. The boss is so happy. From Miracle City, the peerless magic weapon exploded, and the ancient king spirit of Tianyin City was taken. With these 2 items, the future is limitless. Maybe he can become the first of the 4 heads in the future. There is no doubt. After today's incident spread, this immortal slash alone can attract a large number of adventurers to Miracle City for a long time. Higanbana doesn't care. The mere immortal slash can cause such a big sensation. If the spirits of Miracle City in the future contract, such as the White Snake God and Sword Saint Ashina Ishin, use the power of Miracle City to challenge Tianyin City, I don't know how people will react. Although the ancient king spirit is strong, its characteristics are not very outstanding. It may not be as valuable as the large number of second-level named spirits in Miracle City. The Lord is here. As expected, Ran Tianyin was alarmed. It was a great loss to lose a 3rd-level 5-star spirit. However, the Tianyin Lord has a large family and a strong foundation, so it is not a big deal. Congratulations to the leader of the Higanbana group. This ancient king spirit is the strongest spirit in Tianyin City, and is more suitable to become a 3rd-level life spirit. This lord can exchange souls for you for free. The adventurers were in turmoil again. If the skeleton king was used as the soul of life, the strength and foundation of Higanbana would be greatly enhanced. The General Quang Tu, whom she replaced, would not disappear, but would only be downgraded from the soul of life to an ordinary auxiliary spirit. He could still be transformed or cultivated in the future, which would be enough to make him one of the best from the bottom of the 4 leaders. Ran Tianyin was testing. If Higanbana accepted the soul exchange, it means that she would continue to stay in Tianyin City for a long time. Otherwise, it means that she has already thought about changing her family. No need, I haven't figured out how to use this spirit yet. Ran Tianyin heard this. He felt both regretful and relieved. Adventurers are a group with a very high mobility. Changing families will more or less cause the loss of cultivation. If they are willing to do so at the cost of losing cultivation, it can only mean that another dungeon has a huge attraction for them. Losing a powerful adventurer. It is a big loss for the dungeon. In turn, it will also reduce the burden on the underground city. Especially after Higanbana has the immortal slash. Ran Tianyun has become more and more aware of the great potential of Miracle City, but he did not expect that this underground city could produce such a top-grade weapon as the Immortal Slash in such a short time. This shows that the potential is even greater than expected. Higanbana came back this time to promote the cooperation between Miracle City and Tianyun City. Tianyun City is the strongest channel that Miracle City can currently access, and Tianyun City can also gain benefits from cooperation with Miracle City. The two underground cities do not have the ability to directly threaten each other. There is no need to fight. It is better to establish cooperation based on what each needs. Once this kind of cooperation is reached, the Huangquan mercenary group can also profit from it. At this moment, Miracle City. In the Lord's Mansion. Today's business has ended. After Boss Chi closed his stall, he once again counted and settled today's income as usual. Today's expenses are quite high. Just the explosion of an Immortal Slash. Chi Ji paid the price of nearly 3,000 energy. However, although the expenditure is very high, there is still a net income of more than 8,000 spiritual power, far exceeding most second-level lords. In addition to these fixed incomes, there is another thing worth celebrating, that is, the three major alien tribes have officially joined Miracle City. At this moment, several adventurers have arrived at the villages of the three major alien tribes. They activated the local divine stone for Miracle City. Chi Ji immediately refined it. You have successfully occupied the Scarlet Thorn Flower Forest and obtained Chaos Treasure Box, White, X1. You have successfully occupied the Iron Hammer Village and obtained Chaos Treasure Box, White, X1. You have successfully occupied the Howling Fong Tribe and obtained Chaos Treasure Box, White, X1. The Scarlet Thorn Forest is the territory of the Flower Fairy clan. There are 3,000 flower fairies living there. This flower fairy is a relatively rare race. There are not many places where flower fairies are distributed on the entire continent, and the Evernight Forest is one of them. The flower fairies are generally weak in combat power, but they have very good auxiliary production capabilities, and will surely contribute to the prosperity of Miracle City in the future. The Iron Hammer Village is a dwarf tribe, with a total of 2,000 dwarves living there. Dwarves are a race that is very good at forging, and they are also a brave and warlike warrior race, so the value is not low. The Howling Fong tribe is a dog-headed tribe, with a total of 3,500 dog-headed people living there. Although the dog-headed race is not very talented, and the IQ is not very high, this race has a characteristic. That is loyalty. Once tamed, the dog-headed man rarely rebels. It is especially suitable to be trained as the grassroots guard of the territory, and used to maintain the order of the territory in the future. This wave of annexation. It does not cost a single soldier. Chi Ji will gain 8,500 new people, plus the 3,000 dwarves that have been recovered. The population of Miracle City will exceed 10,000. This is an amazing number. The more people, the stronger the foundation, and more exclusive adventurers can be cultivated, thereby strengthening the basic base of the territory. Chi Ji opened 3 treasure chests. You open the Chaos Treasure Chest, Soul Crystal plus 1,500, Mirror Stone plus 3. You open the Chaos Treasure Chest, Soul Crystal plus 1,000, Blueprint, Boundary Tower plus 1. You open the Chaos Treasure Chest, Soul Crystal plus 2,000, Blueprint, Hero Hall plus 1. These 3 Chaos Treasure Chests are of good quality, and 2 blueprints and 3 special props are opened. Mirror Stone, White Top Grade, Special Consumable, can consume 20 points of mental power to summon a physical mirror, which can last up to 8 hours. This is a common lord item, and its biggest function is to use mirror projection to complete some things that must be done without leaving home. Mirror Stone can not only be used directly, but also can be dropped with the territory's people or contracted adventurers as anchors. Convenient, efficient, very safe. As for the 2 blueprints, one is a first-level facility barrier tower, which can only be built in towns or fortresses to provide all-round protection for the territory. This blueprint is very popular in the New Lord market, at least 3,500 soul crystals per copy, and it is often out of stock. Although the enchantment tower blueprint is good. But what surprised Chi Ji even more was another one. Blueprint, Hero Hall, second-level special building blueprint, construction conditions, 5,000 soul crystals, 3,000 first-level material essences, 2,000 mental power. This is the facility used by the territory to conclude hero contracts. This facility itself is not too rare, but it is not easy for a new lord to buy it. Lucky. One was opened. Chi Ji did not hesitate to consume resources directly. He built the Hero Hall near the Lord's Mansion. In this way, the territory also has the ability to contract hero units. This initial hero hall can contract up to 2 hero units, and each hero unit needs to be bound to a main city. In other words, Lord Chi-Ji can select his people, cultivate a Miracle City hero and a Dark City hero from them. Because the Dark City has not yet been officially opened, it can actually only conclude 1 hero unit. A few minutes later, Nancy Leah came to the front. Lord, you summoned your subordinates. What do you want to tell me? Chi-Ji got straight to the point and said, Miracle City has just built a hall of heroes, but there are no particularly suitable candidates within the territory. Are you interested in becoming a territory hero? What? Territory hero? Nancy Leah was shocked when she heard this. Each territory can cultivate its own hero unit. Because hero units can be better integrated and use the power of the territory, the more powerful and potential the dungeon is, the higher the value of its hero contract. The number of heroes is limited, so it is very valuable. Most of the people in Miracle City are dwarves, and there are no suitable candidates for them. So it is normal for the Lord to think of me. A brief stagnation. A strong feeling of ecstasy surged in my heart. This shows that the Lord trusts and recognizes me. Nancy Leah has already recognized Miracle City, so there is no reason to refuse such an opportunity. However, she was still a little hesitant. She gritted her teeth and said directly, Lord, I am actually an elf from the Holy Tree City. I have the blood of the ancient elf king. Although the era when the elves ruled the Evernight Forest has long passed, the Evernight Dragon King and his minions will not miss the opportunity to eradicate them. So It doesn't matter. Chi-Ji said calmly. Miracle City has the ability to protect every citizen, and naturally it has the ability to protect the heroes of the territory. Whether it is the Evernight Dragon King or other Dark Lords, they will sooner or later be the targets that Miracle City will challenge and conquer. Nancy Leah didn't expect the Lord to be so calm. She felt a strong sense of self-confidence in this young human. This self-confidence not only infected her, giving her a strong sense of security, but also completely dispelled the last trace of worry. With a plop, kneeling on the ground. If the Lord does not despise me as a burden and trouble, Nancy Leah is willing to follow the Lord forever and swear allegiance to Miracle City until death. Well, very good, follow me. Chi-Ji brought Nancy Leah to the Hall of Heroes. He officially held a hero signing ceremony for Nancy Leah. Of course, this process was carried out in a low-key manner, and Nancy Leah's identity should not be exposed too early. You are granting Nancy Leah the hero mark. This granting will consume 10,000 spiritual power. Do you want to continue, contract hero? It's really expensive. Currently there are about 15,000 spiritual power. Although most of the reserves will be spent in one go. But with the income level of the territory, it can be earned back in one day. Contract. A spiritual power as vast as a river. Released from Chi-Ji and absorbed by the Hall of Heroes, it was then transformed and injected into Nancy Leah's body, and finally formed a hero mark deep in her soul. From now on, Nancy Leah is Chi-Ji's first hero unit. This will make Nancy Leah's fate closely linked to Miracle City and Chi-Ji's fate. If Miracle City is destroyed or the Lord falls, as a territory hero, she will also be implicated and cannot survive alone. Although there are such strong restrictions, there are also many benefits. Generally speaking, the stronger the territory, the stronger the hero unit will be. Territory heroes can make better use of the power of the territory. This is not something that ordinary adventurers can compare to. Chi-Ji finally got the World Tree blessing as he wished. This is the most important luck of Nancy Leah. It has many functions and effects. The most important one is to increase the chance of awakening. Chi-Ji now has one more chance of awakening the Spirit Sea. Finally got a new awakening number. Chi-Ji has been looking for more opportunities to awaken the Spirit Sea and activate the Inspiration Crystal. This is really important to him. At this moment, the number of awakenings in the Spirit Sea increases by 1. He awakened decisively without hesitation. In an instant, Chi-Ji's consciousness once again descended into a colorful and boundless sea. A mysterious energy fell from the sky, stirring the colorful and magnificent sea, making it present a huge vortex, and several crystals were generated one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not bad. 4 more. Chi-Ji sensed it. He quickly learned the information of these 4 crystals. The Sea of Inspiration awakened successfully, and you obtain the Inspiration Crystals Titanfall, Call of Duty, StarCraft, and Star Wars. Chapter 121. This awakening produced 4 high-quality crystals. In addition to Call of Duty, Titanfall, StarCraft, and Star Wars are all science fiction materials. The Call of Duty series is considered an eternal classic of FPS. There are about 20 main line works alone, not to mention a series of derivatives. This inspiration crystal is of great value. It can bring a huge amount of war equipment materials to Chi-Chi. Although such materials are also available in the Road to Survival and Resident Evil, the richness and subdivision of professionalism are definitely far apart. For example, various types of missiles, tanks, submarines, battleships, aircraft carriers, fighters, bombers, drones, robots, etc. Even if we put aside the rich materials, the plot of the Call of Duty series is not weak. Not only can people feel the battlefield of gunfire and rain of bullets, there are also very exciting characters and stories, which can be called a super blockbuster if you want to do Call of Duty. Chi-Chi doesn't even need to find a new secret core, because the physical laws of the Call of Duty world are completely incompatible with the Frenzy. He can open a special category for Call of Duty in the Frenzy secret realm. As for Titanfall, StarCraft, and Star Wars, although these three science fiction crystals are compatible with the Frenzy, they will more or less have some conflicts. In addition, the worldviews of these three works are too different from the style of the Frenzy, and the content is too much and the volume is too large, so it is best to merge them and open a single science fiction theme as a secret realm. In terms of the quality of the inspiration crystallization itself, these three are definitely top-notch. StarCraft and Star Wars are old IPs, with many derivative works, very rich materials, and extremely high-end. Take the Star Wars series. There are a lot of movies alone. In addition, there are spin-offs such as Rogue One and Solo, a Star Wars story, as well as series such as The Mandalorian. As for comics, there are also an unusually large number of games, and the richness of the materials is beyond imagination, if it can be presented. It must be a luxurious space opera. Lightsaber, Death Star, and various high-tech. Whether it is the setting or the picture, it will definitely break the limit of any adventurer's imagination. However, this will be a big challenge for Chi-Chi, because it is not easy to create such a huge worldview. Science fiction secret realms must be made. But compared to heavyweight players, like Star Wars, perhaps Titanfall is more suitable as the opening work. This Titanfall is similar to Sekiro. Its body is not very large, but the content is exciting enough and has gimmicks. So which one should be activated? In addition to the 4 newly acquired crystals, there are also Legend of Mir 2, Crouching Dragon, Fall of the Sky, Prototype, The Legend of Sword and Fairy, and Dungeon and Warrior. Choose one from 9. It's difficult. After all, any one of them can create a very powerful secret realm. I have many crystals, but there are too few opportunities to activate. Chi-Chi realized that what he lacked most was not the opportunity to awaken the Spirit Sea, but the opportunity to activate the Spirit Sea crystal after obtaining it. In the future, as the number of awakenings increases, Chi-Chi's Spirit Sea will have more and more reserve crystals, so compared to finding more opportunities to awaken the Spirit Sea, he should look for opportunities to activate the crystals. The latter is relatively easier. Now back to the choice. No matter how good the material is, it is meaningless if it cannot be monetized. In principle, you must choose something that can be used, such as Star Wars, DNF, etc. It cannot be made for the time being. Chi-Chi does not have enough mental strength. There is no core to run the secret realm. From the perspective of production difficulty and core adaptation, the only games that can be activated and put into use immediately are Call of Duty, Prototype, and Crouching Dragon, Fall of the Sky. The first two can be stuffed into the Frenzy. The latter can be stuffed into the 10 Kingdoms secret realm. Chi-Chi directly excluded Crouching Dragon, because according to his plan, the 3 Kingdoms chapter of the exotic 10 Kingdoms secret realm is a heavyweight project. Relying on Crouching Dragon material alone is not enough. Chi-Chi plans to accumulate some 3 Kingdoms materials, and then create this worldview. In the final case of choosing one of the two, Chi-Chi still chose Prototype. After all, this work is closer to the current worldview and style of Frenzy. And Prototype itself. That is also a super cool work. After the release of this work, it will definitely subvert the imagination of adventurers about high-performance protagonists, thus pushing the secret realm of the Frenzy to a new height. Activation completed. As for the remaining crystals, there is no need to rush. Chi-Chi plans to prepare for the upgrade. It only takes 24,000 mental power to upgrade from a 3rd-level Lord to a 4th-level Lord. With the current business situation of Miracle City, it takes 3 days to accumulate enough mental power. With the World Tree blessing, each upgrade can get an additional awakening opportunity. In other words, in the next few days alone, there are 2 confirmed opportunities. Chi-Chi retracted his attention and returned to the present. The first territory hero, Nancy Leah, was born in the territory. The specific effects of the luck increase she brought to the territory are as follows. World Tree Blessing, Epic Luck, 30% of the mental power expenditure of all Secret Realm materials, and the number of awakenings at each level starting from the 3rd level is increased by 1. It is not difficult to see. It can bring additional awakening times. It can also reduce the mental power investment in Secret Realm production. In the future, the expenditure on characters, monsters, equipment or other materials for making Secret Realms will be reduced by 30%. It is worth mentioning that this luck directly affects the materials themselves, so compared to saving mental power, it is more valuable to reduce resource occupation. After all, the size of the Secret Realm of Miracle City is too large. If the core occupation can be reduced, it means that more materials can be invested. Chi-Ji's materials are extremely inexpensive and have the blessing of World Tree Blessing, which will be more conducive to creating a larger and richer secret world in the future. Nancy Leah has many benefits as a hero unit. For example, the speed of cultivating the spirit of Miracle City is at least 10 times higher. This is equivalent to the growth she gets in the next Secret Realm, which is equivalent to other adventurers dozens of times. Not only can she quickly improve her soul cultivation, but all the spirits of Miracle City can be plug and play. In addition, the higher the level of Miracle City, talents, abilities, and even luck will be strengthened and gradually improved. In short, Nancy Leah is the guardian hero of Miracle City, so the more prosperous and powerful Miracle City is, the more she will benefit, and vice versa. Lord. When Chi-Ji was talking to Nancy Leah, Feng Zhongmian has something important to report. Chi-Ji asked, "What's the matter?" Feng Zhongmian said, "It's like this, Lord Ran Tianyun of Tianyun City, under the leadership of my sister, hopes to meet with you, Lord Qi." Tianyun City? Chi-Ji was slightly surprised when he heard this. After all, Tianyun City is the only 4th-level underground city in Blackstone Town, and this Tianyun Lord is also a very capable lord. He actually took the initiative to meet him. One of the biggest development obstacles of Miracle City is undoubtedly the lack of a strong market. If it can establish a cooperative relationship with a mature underground city like Tianyun City, it will not be a bad thing for Miracle City no matter how you think about it. So Chi-Ji agreed to meet without thinking too much. Half an hour later, the headquarters of the Huangquan Adventure Group. The two lords chose this place as the meeting place. The lord cannot enter the adventurer world in the flesh, but there are several ways to enter indirectly. The most common and cheapest way is to use the mirror stone, and Chi-Ji just has 3 in his hand. So he ordered Feng Zhongmian to return to Blackstone Town, and then use the contracted adventurer Feng Zhongmian as an anchor point, so as to descend to Blackstone Town in the form of physical projection. This is Chi-Ji's first time in the adventurer world. However, the adventurer world is extremely desolate, and there is nothing to see. In the Huangquan Adventure Group's reception room, Chi-Ji and Ran Tianyun officially met. This was the first meeting between the two dungeon lords. When Ran Tianyun saw Chi-Ji, his eyes showed appreciation and admiration. "Lord Qi, nice to meet you." "Ran Tianyun, you are much younger than I thought." "The young are really formidable now," Chi-Ji said modestly. "I don't deserve it. Tianyun City is well known, and I have heard of your name for a long time. Business praise each other." The two lords formally held talks. Feng Zhongmian and Bianhua stood aside. The two lords formally discussed the possibility of territory cooperation, mainly to understand the needs and bargaining chips of both territories. Miracle City has a lot of bargaining chips for cooperation. Not to mention rare equipment such as the Immortal Slash and the Secret Medicine Gourd. After all, they are hard to come by and the explosion rate is too low. Even if we put aside the rare output, Miracle City currently has a wide variety of super high-quality spirits. In addition, there are several types of firearms, vehicles, and multiple skill stones, which can create quite high value. The current Miracle City competitive mode team battles and blasting battles have a high probability of producing guns, and basically every game will produce about 2 guns, as long as the contribution point recycling price is slightly increased. Most adventurers will rush to hand in their guns. After all, Miracle City is short of contribution points. In the future, as the number of adventurers increases, the prospects of the arms business are promising. In fact, you don't have to do the arms business. Even if there are no great items, such as Huazi, Maozi, Coke, etc. If these inconspicuous things can be operated well, there is a very high profit margin, and they are even enough to become a major economic pillar. After fully understanding the various outputs of Miracle City, Ran Tianyun deeply realized, this is a huge gold mine, although it has just started. The potential has been fully demonstrated. Ran Tianyun suppressed his excitement and asked, I wonder what Miracle City needs? Chi-Ji replied, what I lack most at present is the secondary core and the awakening of the spirit sea, or the activation of crystallized objects. What is a secondary core? It is a secondary secret core. This is a special core that is different from the secret core that comes with the main city. A territory. The main city is limited. The core main city of Chi-Ji's territory is Miracle City, and the first level main city is Dark City. After that, a main city can be built at each level. Each main city will have a main city core to run the secret realm, and this core can be continuously upgraded to expand its capacity. According to Chi-Ji's plan, he will make good use of each main city core, from Doomsday Frenzy to the 10 kingdoms of the foreign land, and then to other main city secret realms in the future, each of which will form a series that will continue to grow. In addition to the main city secret realm. Can't other secret realms be created? The answer is no. Take the second level Dark Dungeon Thunder City as an example. There are 2 first-level dungeons within the sphere of influence of this dungeon. One is the Dark City. The other is a place called Green Swamp City. Chi-Ji chose the Dark City as the first-level main city. If he wants to build a second-level main city next, he can only seize the second-level dungeon. In this way, there is a new main city core, so that a new secret realm can be created. But if it is not Thunder City that is captured, but the lower-level Green Swamp City, the level of the dungeon is too low to build a new main city, and no secret core will be formed. Even if it is taken, it is just an ordinary site. But if you can buy a secondary core, you can manually install a secret core for Green Swamp City, so that it also has the ability to run secrets. However, this kind of secret core cannot be upgraded directly. According to Chi-Ji's plan, he will build the main city secret into a comprehensive large secret. In addition, Miracle City will also build small secrets. These secrets have a low upper limit and limited size, so there is no need to merge secrets, nor is there any need to create super large secrets. You can make some small-scale leisure and business games, such as Don't Starve, It Takes Two, Need for Speed, Temple Escape, Plants vs. Zombies, and other small and medium-sized games. The main secret realm is the flagship. The secondary secret realm is supplemented. Finally, a huge secret realm group is constructed. The former is theoretically limited in number. The latter is theoretically unlimited in number. Ran Tianyun was surprised when he heard Chi-Ji wanted a secondary core, and further awakened the Spirit Sea and activated the crystal. In fact, the secondary core and awakening the Spirit Sea are what every lord wants. Can more inspiration crystals be activated? It is very rare among low and middle level lords. Because more than 99% of the lords, before the 5th level, each time they awaken, there is only one crystal without exception. There is no choice at all. There is no need for additional activation opportunities. From Chi-Ji's needs, it is not difficult for Ran Tianyun to guess that there must be unactivated crystals in his sea of inspiration. Such a low level can awaken multiple inspiration crystals? This guy is indeed a rare genius picked from a million, in addition to these rigid needs. Chi-Ji also has a lot of requirements for construction drawings and material essences, which are not difficult to obtain with the capabilities of Tianyun City. There is a lot of room for cooperation between the two sides, Ran Tianyun said. To be honest, I just happen to have an extra first-level secondary core in my hand. Since you and I get along so well, I will give it to you as a gift. So generous? Although it is only the lowest first-level core. But this thing appears in the Lord market, it must be worth at least 10,000 or 20,000 soul crystals. The most important thing is, you can't buy it even if you have money. Ran Tianyun actually wants to give it away for free. Of course, Chi-Ji will definitely not want it. Free is often the most expensive, and he would rather exchange it at an equal value. Chi-Ji decided to exchange 1,000 ordinary zombie spirits for the core, and the two sides successfully reached the first transaction. Both lords were very satisfied. Miracle City's spirits are large in quantity and excellent in quality. The lowest level ordinary zombie spirits can be sold for 15 or 16 soul crystals in the new Lord market. It is not impossible to sell them at a unit price of nearly 20 soul crystals through Ran Tianyun's channels. The two sides further negotiated. In the end, Tianyun City formulated a plan to purchase 300 guns from Miracle City every week, all of which were paid with material essences to meet the problem of insufficient materials during the construction of Miracle City. The drawings that Chi-Ji wanted, Tianyun City will help collect them. The transaction method and price will be discussed separately. As for the props that can bring about the awakening of the Soul Sea and the activation of the Inspiration Crystal, this kind of thing is more rare. Ran Tianyun only promised to help inquire. As for whether it can be obtained, when it can be obtained, it depends on fate. This discussion and transaction process went smoothly, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Both parties were very satisfied and could continue the cooperation for a long time in the future. The negotiation was completed. Return to Miracle City. There are still a few hours to open the city. Chi-Ji therefore hurriedly prepared to make a prologue for Prototype, so that he could enter the secret realm in time for adventurers to have a taste of it. Chapter 122. This update is named Black Light Comes. It is a special data chapter of the Frenzy plot mode. The positioning of Doomsday Frenzy is a secret realm with Doomsday elements as the main theme. It can integrate biochemical, wasteland, war, shooting, action and other elements. Not only zombie games such as Dying Light, The Last of Us, and Days Gone can be sewn in, such as Prototype, Fallout, and even the Terminator series can also be sewn in. Different from the secret realm of the 10 kingdoms of the exotic world. The Frenzy secret realm is not obsessed with building a continuous, complete, and unified worldview. Some stories can be unfolded in the form of parallel worlds, thus interpreting different worldview branches such as Biochemical Doomsday and Wasteland Doomsday. And the special chapter Black Light comes based on Prototype. It can be integrated into the Biochemical Doomsday worldview. Whether it is the T-virus, the G-virus, or other branch viruses, they all originated from an ancestral virus extracted from the mysterious African plant stairs of the sun. For example, the T-virus is created by fusing the ancestral virus with the leech gene. In the worldview of Doomsday Frenzy, the T-virus set by Chi-Ji combines the characteristics of the Left 4 Dead virus. It is the weakest among many types of viruses, but it has the most powerful infectiousness. It can be infected by contact or by breathing. Only a very small number of people are immune to the latter. Therefore, the virus has the widest spread, kills the most humans, and is the most direct cause of the biochemical doomsday. In addition, there are many more powerful viruses. For example, the G virus and the Black Light virus. The G virus is modified from the ancestral virus. It has more violent, more powerful, and more crazy mutation characteristics than the T virus. It has almost no evolutionary bottleneck, but it is also completely uncontrollable. Although the G virus is stronger than the T virus. But the G virus can only be bred through embryos, and it needs to rely on blood relatives with closer DNA to increase the success rate, so its transmission ability is the worst among all viruses. The adventurer will encounter William in the 3rd chapter of the Frenzy plot, and face the G5 biological form to understand the horror of this creature. And the Black Light virus. After Chi-Ji's adaptation, it also originated from the progenitor virus. 20 years before Spencer, the founder of Umbrella Corporation, founded the company, he formed a scientific expedition team to Africa to find the mysterious plant sun stairs, and there was an undercover agent from the military in the team at that time. The agent successfully stole a sample of the sun stairs and sent it to the relevant department. This made the official secret research institution, and Spencer simultaneously conduct research on the progenitor virus. The progenitor virus itself is very fragile, but there are infinite possibilities. Spencer used Marcus to successfully cultivate the T-virus through the Leech Queen, and after 10 years of repeated research, the official scientists finally discovered a mysterious strain that could merge with the ancestral virus and create an extremely powerful virus. The latter is the Black Light virus. The Stars and Stripes official attaches great importance to this. For this reason, the Army's elite were specially selected to form a special force called Black Watch to assist in the experiment. The Black Light virus has a mutation and evolution ability close to the G virus, and it is relatively more controllable and can be developed into a biological weapon. In terms of infectious ability, the Black Light virus is inferior to the T virus. Its initial strain can be transmitted through airborne media. After gradually stabilizing, it can only be infected through media such as body fluids and water sources. There is not much difference between ordinary people infected with the Black Light virus and those infected with the T virus. In a short period of time, they will become zombies who have lost their minds. Some of them will continue to evolve and mutate into various powerful monsters. In addition, there are very few super-adaptive bodies who can fully adapt to the Black Light virus. Not only will they not become zombies, but they can also have superhuman physiques. In addition, in some rare cases, the Black Light virus will evolve into a super-virus body, and thus, like the T-virus Leech Queen taking over Marcus, it will generate self-awareness from the host body, thus having more terrifying potential. In short, although it has not spread on a large scale, but the Black Light virus is a more perfect virus. The positioning of the Blacklight Advent special episode will be different from all the Secret Realms. This prototype protagonist Alex Moser is different from Sekiro, Resident Evil, and even most of the game protagonists. In other games, the protagonist is usually not the strongest. From the moment of birth, Alex is the strongest and most perfect Blacklight, a new virus prototype that has evolved to the extreme. His body is made of special virus. He can survive even if he is shot by dozens of machine guns. He can easily jump down from a building with hundreds of floors, and can lift more than 10 tons to shoot down an armed helicopter. Zombies in other games are terrible threats. In Prototype, they are mobile blood bags that can be taken and used on the roadside. Alex A behaves in the game like a godlike being at the top of the food chain, looking down on all living things. There is nothing he can't do. Wake up in the morgue after being infected with the virus. From the moment the virus consciousness took over this body to the moment the physical body could withstand a nuclear bomb, the entire growth period was only 18 days. When Brother A was first born, he had the comprehensive strength of a second-level 4-star. By the time his physical body resisted the nuclear bomb and was successfully resurrected in the finale, his strength had even broken through the peak of the 3rd level and reached the 4th level. When has the adventurer ever used such a strong and cool character? The whole process was extremely cool and handsome, however. Chi-Ji, as the creator of the Secret Realm, he must consider the benefits and balance. To this end, changes can be made in 2 directions. To ensure that the Black Light chapter can generate enough benefits, and that the experience of other Secret Realms will not be affected because the Secret Realm is too cool. The first plan: weaken Brother A or strengthen the enemy. This is indeed a very direct and realistic plan. But this idea was rejected by Chi-Ji as soon as it flashed in his mind. If Brother A dies easily like a wolf, then wouldn't the Black Light chapter become another Ashina? Since we are going to do it, we have to make a Secret Realm of different styles, so that we can bring a completely different experience to adventurers. Besides, if a few guns can kill, is this still Brother A who looks down on everyone? Since we have done it, we must make it original. The second plan: raise the entry threshold and divide the process. Chi-Ji wants to retain the original sense of pleasure of killing the original form, and regard this Secret Realm as a benefit for adventurers to kill all around. But he doesn't want adventurers to be overly addicted to this overly refreshing Secret Realm, so the best way is to limit the process. For example, as a special chapter, you can only challenge it after paying the ticket. For example, you need to pay 30 or 50 contribution points each time you challenge the Black Light chapter. That's it. No need to weaken Brother A. It can ensure that adventurers have fun. It can also limit adventurers from being overly addicted to it. And it can create huge profits for the territory in this way. Chi-Ji also plans to divide the plot of the Black Light chapter to achieve segmented challenges to ensure that the rhythm is improved and multiple settlements are made, thereby bringing more profits to the territory. Original storyline: a total of 18 days from beginning to end. Chi-Ji divided the plot into 10 sections in 18 days. Every time the adventurer completes a plot, he will make an adventure settlement. In this way, if you want to complete all the plot processes and complete all the challenges, you must challenge at least a dozen or 20 times. The main plot is completed. Infinite mode and free exploration mode can be turned on later. As long as the adventurer pays the ticket, he can continue to enter and wreak havoc, kill people, or do various interesting small side quests, thereby continuing to create value for the territory. That's it. Chi-Ji has a clear idea of the Black Light chapter. At this moment, Chi-Ji led Crimson Thorn Forest. Dozens of adventurers came here to play and investigate. These included Hammer Pig Chicken Dog, Deer Cat Rain and Snow, and other active contract adventurers in Miracle City. Crimson Thorn Forest is a beautiful and quiet mountain forest. It is also the habitat of the Flower Fairy tribe headed by Iris. For adventurers, this is a beautiful place for tourism and vacation. Although the 3 major tribes have fully joined Miracle City, Chi-Ji will postpone the ceremony for nearly 8,000 alien people to tomorrow because of insufficient mental power today. However, the 3 major tribes shelter stones. At this moment, they have all been refined into territory stones. So adventurers can teleport to the 3 major tribes at any time. This is the red fruit wine made by our flower demon tribe. Please enjoy it. Iris and her tribe were very hospitable. After all, these immortal human adventurers are important aid forces in the territory. They can directly help the tribe when it encounters trouble in the future. The adventurers were not polite either. Mao Mingming took a sip. Wow, it tastes good. I think I can exchange it for a lot of soul sand and soul crystals. Mingwei Xiaoxua looked around. The environment here is beautiful, the products are rich, and the flower demon sisters are also very hard-working. Why do you seem to live such a hard life? There are hundreds of tree houses of various sizes in the Scarlet Thorn Forest. These are the houses where the flower demons live, but most of them are very simple. But the flower demons have many plantations. Logically, their lives should not be so poor and poor. Iris sighed and said, although everyone is very hardworking, 80% of the herbs, fruits, and food that we grow every year will be taken away by Green Swamp City, and the remaining part is only enough to barely make ends meet. Green Swamp City is a subordinate dungeon of Thunder City. This is a dark dungeon ruled by dark goblins. Because Green Swamp City is close to the Scarlet Thorn Forest, they come to collect protection fees every few days, and also frequently launch robberies. Although the bulk of the money goes to Thunder City behind it, Green Swamp City is a more direct threat to the Flower Demon. What? It's the dark species that did it again. Blackstone Hammer King, Angry Chicken was very annoyed. Blackstone Hammer King, in fact, we came here this time to investigate the distribution of dark forces. Angry Chicken said, everyone, in my opinion, we should simply unite the three major tribes and take down this Green Swamp City and incorporate it into the territory first. Pig King, I agree. If we can't beat Thunder City, can we beat Green Swamp City? Adventurers can't sit still. The city is closed for the past 2 days. They have been exploring and investigating around Miracle City and Dark Valley. At the same time, they learned about the terrain and power distribution nearby through the natives. Green Swamp City ruled by goblins, like Dark City ruled by goblins in the past, is just a lowest level underground city. In fact, the strength of the three major tribes is enough to fight Green Swamp City, but there is a second level dark underground city Thunder City above Green Swamp City. This makes the three major tribes dare not act rashly. What's more, Green Swamp City is only close to the Scarlet Thorn Forest. It is far from the Hammer Village of the Dwarves, and the Howling Fong Canyon of the Dogheads, and the latter has no reason to take the initiative to provoke Green Swamp City. The situation is different now. The three tribes have been persecuted by Thunder City for many years. Now they have become the people under Chi Ji's rule at the same time, and have a natural companion relationship, so they can completely unite. The three tribes are responsible for the pressure. The adventurers led the charge. Perhaps they could take down Green Swamp City in one wave. This would allow Miracle City to have one more city and several strongholds, thus greatly increasing the territory's sphere of influence. Will there be any risk? There is no risk at all. I heard that Green Swamp City is not as strong as Dark City back then, and we adventurers can at least gather a few hundred combat forces. Let Higanbana, Sanju and other big guys guard outside Green Swamp City. Their second-level spirits are enough to contain the reinforcements from Thunder City. We will fight quickly and take down Green Swamp City. What if Thunder City retaliates? Yes, we are not afraid, but we are afraid that it will implicate the three major tribes. What are you afraid of? Let the residents of the three tribes hide in the main city for a few days, and then release these strongholds for them to take. This will lure the snake out of the hole, saving us the trouble of fighting. It seems to make sense. The adventurers discussed and expressed their opinions. Several tribal leaders were also very tempted by this proposal. Green Swamp City is an important subordinate of Thunder City. If this city can be taken, not only will the pressure on the local indigenous people be greatly reduced, but it can also effectively weaken the influence of Thunder City. However, this matter still needs to be discussed. It is definitely too late today. Let's go back and discuss with Baihajusher, Bianhua, Sanju and others before making a decision. About 2 hours later, the adventurers who went out returned to Miracle City from all directions. At this time, it's time to open the city. Blackstone Town teleported in more than 1,000 adventurers. Finally, the city is open. Wow, today's Miracle City, the adventurer traffic officially exceeded 2,000. This scale is growing too fast. Hurry up and compete in the frenzy. Watch how I abuse you today. Haha, abuse me? I am the AK King of Blackrock Town, and I am not in vain. The adventurers were very excited. One by one, they activated the secret crystal. Most of them had not had time to enter the secret realm, and suddenly someone found the update, so they immediately reminded others. Oh, look, there is a surprise. What surprise? There is an update to the Frenzy Secret Realm. What? There is a new content update? Is it the latest plot chapter or level? This time it seems to be different. In the Frenzy plot mode, there is a special chapter called Black Light Coming. The adventurers were all very surprised. Because there was no notice for this matter, The Lord actually released new content without saying a word. The Blackstone Hammer King was very curious about this. He immediately activated the secret crystal and chose the frenzy plot mode. Originally, he would directly open the plot chapter options, but now there is an extra level of options. 2 choices. They are Biochemical Past and Black Light Coming. This Biochemical Past is the 4 plot chapters that have been launched, which tells the stories of major and minor events and characters that happened in the 20 to 30 years before the outbreak of the global biochemical disaster. As for Black Light Coming, this is something the adventurers have never seen before. Since it is independent of the biochemical past, it means that it may not be a series of stories. The Blackstone Hammer King became very interested and opened Black Light Coming as soon as possible. He saw a list in front of him, which was the directory of the plot chapter from top to bottom. It is divided into Prologue, First Act, Second Act, Third Act, Final Act. Currently, only the prologue can be selected. This secret realm has another great feature. That is, except for the prologue, which can be tried for free once. All other secret realm chapters are actually charged, with at least 30 contribution points for each challenge, and the price will continue to rise after multiple challenges, which has never happened in the past. Except for the prologue, other chapters need to be paid to enter, and at least 30 contribution points are required for each challenge. What's going on? This Black Light Advent will be charged separately. Although the charge is not excessive given the quality of the secret realm in Miracle City, but with so much free content, what is so special about this Black Light Advent that it should be charged? The adventurers were very puzzled. At the same time, they all became curious. Everyone wanted to see what was so special about this special chapter. Chapter 123. Secret Realms Charge? This is not uncommon. This is even the most important means for many dungeons to recycle contribution points and maintain economic cycles. Only when a territory maintains the value of contribution points will adventurers be willing to hand in the spirits and resources they have worked hard to obtain. Contribution points are a number in themselves. Value is given by supporting services and scarcity. When the territory recovery rate is too low, or there is a depreciation trend of hyperinflation, the Lord will take out various means from the economic toolbox to hedge. For example, or organize a limited time secret realm event with high explosion rate, guaranteed rewards, or the best goods that can be hidden in the bottom of the territory as a gimmick. You need to pay contribution points to enter, so as to achieve the purpose of quickly and massively recovering contribution points and returning the economy to a healthy state. Paid secret realms are not uncommon. It just appeared for the first time in Miracle City. What puzzled the adventurers was the quality of other secret realms in Miracle City is already the best of the best. Under such circumstances, what kind of secret realm can you play for free? The contribution points in the hands of adventurers in Miracle City are generally tight. You need to pay 30 contribution points for each challenge. Although it doesn't seem like a lot, there are more than a dozen parts in the Black Light Advent, all challenges once. Hundreds of contribution points. This fee is too expensive at this stage. There are about 2,000 adventurers in Miracle City at present. At least 80% of them can't afford so many contribution points even if they empty their pockets. Besides, who can guarantee that they can pass it every time, if the Black Light chapter is as difficult as the Ashina chapter? You have to die 8 or 10 times in each chapter to pass it. Even the richest boss in Miracle City can't afford such a waste. I don't know why the Lord created such a paid chapter, but fortunately, the Black Light prologue can be experienced for free. That is to say, no mandatory payment. Try it first, and then decide whether to buy it. This operation is really very conscientious. Don't worry. Wait for me to experience it. The Blackstone Hammer King challenges the Black Light Advent prologue. He only felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and after about 2 seconds, he officially entered the plot. Like other role-playing secret realms in Miracle City, the Black Light chapter also has a cutscene at the beginning. The first thing that appeared. It was a city street. At this moment, there was no one and it was in a mess. The houses and floors were stained with blood. Many places were covered with blood-colored substances, which seemed to be a fungal blanket formed by some kind of fungus. It seemed that a terrible disaster had broken out in this city. It tastes good. The scene of the Doomsday City. Let the adventurer nod again and again. This is a typical style of the Doomsday Frenzy secret realm. But if that's all, adventurers can just challenge the level mode, and there's no need to pay to challenge the Black Light chapter? This secret realm must be special. At this time, the camera shifted to a yellow taxi. Everyone saw a large amount of active substances similar to blood vessels emerging from the ground under the taxi, like crazy vines quickly crawling all over the taxi, giving people a weird feeling. Then, a fully armed tactical team walked nearby. The 4-man tactical team was armed to the teeth, each wearing a full set of combat uniforms, wearing high-tech tactical masks, holding M16 assault rifles, and was vigilantly searching for something. A few seconds later, nothing special was found. The captain issued an order on the radio. The crisis is resolved. During this process, the camera has circled around the tactical team, showing the chaotic and bloody scene on the street, and then the picture turned into a high-altitude view. From this perspective, the adventurers can see. This is a city that is 10 times more magnificent than the level mode city and the story mode Raccoon City. If the former two are just small and medium-sized cities in this world, then this city is definitely the most prosperous metropolis, with countless steel and concrete jungles as high as 100 meters, which are very crowded. However, the cold wind is bleak. The emptiness is dead. A sense of déjà vu of a blockbuster comes to the face. At this time, a man in black clothes and a hood, with his hands in his pockets, stood on a high-rise building dozens of stories high, like the ultimate predator at the top of the food chain, looking down at the city under his feet and the tactical team that is getting farther and farther away. A low voiceover sounded in the picture. "My name is Alex Moser. I am the reason for all this. People call me a killer, a monster, a terrorist. But I have to admit that all of these are me." The hooded man made a move that made all the adventurers exclaim. He took a step forward into the void and fell straight down from a building nearly 100 meters high. Is he crazy? Why would he commit suicide? The adventurer didn't have time to say anything. The hooded man who called himself Alex had already landed on the ground. There was no bloody tragedy. The terrifying force formed under gravity instantly smashed a big hole in the cement road, and several cars around were shattered. The hooded man did nothing but catapulted 7 or 8 meters in place. He parkoured at a speed beyond the human limit, then lightly jumped 4 or 5 meters high and landed on the roof of a car. A fierce kick, the violent force shattered all the glass. The whole car sank in the middle. The next moment, the hooded man took off. He flew directly onto a high bridge. This speed, this strength, and this physical fitness made the adventurer stunned. At this time, a more shocking scene appeared. The hooded man exerted force again, and jumped onto a 100-meter-high building. His feet ran on the smooth wall of the building at 90 degrees, rushing to the roof of the building in a completely vertical way. It's too crazy. How did he do it? This is at least 100 or 200 meters high, completely 90 degrees vertical, and the surface is completely made of metal facades and glass. And this guy actually ran directly to the roof, at the same time. The narration continued. 3 weeks ago, someone released a deadly virus in Manhattan, New York. I woke up in the morgue. Now I search, I kill, I destroy, I become them. I want to find out who did this to me, and I want them to pay the price. The hooded man has already run to the rooftop. He jumped directly, flew across the rooftop like a bird, and disappeared at the other end of the building. The scene ends here. It fell into darkness. The adventurers saw this. Each one of them was already excited. Fuck, is this the strongest enemy in the Black Light chapter? It seems to be a super strong person like Ashina in the Ashina chapter. It's possible. I don't know what strength this physical fitness has reached. I think it has exceeded most third-level existences. So cool, so powerful. I didn't expect that there is such a powerful existence in the secret realm of the frenzy. The plot of the Black Light chapter is not about challenging this Alex. Shoo, it's not over yet, keep watching. A few seconds later, a new plot appears. It is already dark now. Another tactical team searches along the street. They are looking for something in the abandoned urban block. And the sound of their radio communication comes from the screen. Ghost 39 calls the ground team. Have you found the target? Over. No. As soon as the voice fell, a cry for help came from the street. A sexy blonde woman rushed out in a panic, her clothes torn and bloody, suspected of being injured, followed by more than a dozen zombies with festering and swollen bodies. Fire! The tactical team are all well-trained soldiers, with extremely accurate shooting skills and rich experience. After a round of shooting, they quickly eliminated all the zombies. Save me! The blonde woman knelt on the ground and cried. A team member. She may also be infected. Bang! The captain did not hesitate. He pulled out the pistol from his waist. He pulled the trigger on the blonde's forehead. He then made a gesture, keep going. However, just when he turned around, a black-clothed hooded man appeared in front of him. This man was none other than Alex Moser, whom the adventurer had just seen. Target found. The soldiers were all horrified. Alex's arm suddenly mutated amazingly, and sharp black keratin structures extended from his arms, forming a pair of huge claws. The claw blades were slender and sharp, with bone texture on the surface and dark red or dark purple energy luster on the edges. The team had no time to open fire. Alex came to the captain and pierced his body with his left claw. Almost the next moment, he came to another team member and easily tore his body in the middle with his right claw. The other two team members reacted. One of them fired crazily with an assault rifle. Most of the dozen bullets hit Alex. Facing the shooting, Alex was not afraid at all. Another person fired a grenade to attack. Alex raised his right hand and saw that his arm instantly mutated again, from a claw to a huge curved blade. The blade was dark black and dark red, with a cold metallic luster on the edge, and the blade was covered with the texture of biological tissue, which easily cut through the grenade attack at a speed that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. The bodies of the two soldiers were directly torn apart by Alex. At this time, an armed helicopter appeared in the sky, shining a huge searchlight on the hooded man. At the same time, several troops appeared on the nearby streets, including two fast-moving tanks. The adventurer was shocked. So many people? At least dozens of them. Plus 2 tanks and an armed helicopter. Are they all here to ambush Alex? This is too much. Alex had a cold expression and suddenly stabbed his claws into the ground. A large number of black bone spurs burst out in front of him and were continuously released from the ground, forming a jumble in an instant, piercing and tearing the bodies of at least a dozen soldiers. The other surviving soldiers opened fire in a hurry. Although these bullets hit the hooded man and caused wounds, they were quickly repaired by black biomass and did not seem to be fatal at all. Bang! The tank opened fire. Several shells came towards him. Alex's arms mutated into arc-shaped shields on the outside, with dense bone spurs and energy lines on the shield. When defending, the shield was translucent dark red, and the tank shells were directly bounced off. Then, another mutation. The muscles of both hands swelled abnormally. It turned into a pair of hammer-like structures. The giant hammers of the arms were black or dark gray, with a thick stratum corneum and raised biological armor on the surface, and the hammer head had jagged edges or sharp protrusions. In an instant, killed in front of the tank. Bang! A hammer hit the tank, and under the almost exaggerated force, the tank armor was directly dented, and dense mesh cracks appeared on the surrounding ground. The second hammer, the third hammer, only 3 hammers. The tank was scrapped and exploded into a pile of scrap metal. Alex used the same trick again and blew up another tank with his bare hands. At this time, the helicopter also opened fire. A Gatling heavy machine gun on board sprinkled dense bullets. Alex was still fine after being hit by dozens of bullets. His right hand turned into a long whip, rolled up a taxi on the roadside, first pulled the taxi in front of him, and then grabbed it with his left hand and threw it out. This car weighed at least 1 or 2 tons. It was easily thrown nearly 100 meters away. It hit the helicopter accurately. Boom! With a loud bang, the helicopter exploded in the air. At this time, 2 more infantry vehicles arrived and 10 people got off. Alex seemed to be tired of the endless battle. He suddenly let out a low roar, and then his body completely exploded, releasing countless tentacles from his body, carrying out indiscriminate attacks over a large range. Dozens of Special Forces soldiers had no time to escape. All of them were instantly pierced by these tentacles. The next moment, thousands of tentacles shrank. Dozens of people were dragged to Alex, and their flesh, bones, and even clothes were instantly dissolved and absorbed into Alex's body. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield fell into silence. The ambush of dozens of people. It ended in an overwhelming massacre. The hooded man Alex looked unscathed, and he killed an army armed to the teeth in one breath, and he looked like he had done something insignificant and was about to turn around and leave. Another soldier crawled out from the corner. He launched a sneak attack with an anti-tank rocket launcher. The rocket hit Alex directly from behind, instantly forming a violent explosion and fire. Did he kill him? The soldier put down the rocket launcher and quickly picked up the assault rifle. When he approached the direction of the explosion, he saw that it was empty, and the hooded man was no longer there. Escaped? The soldier didn't have time to think about it. He looked across the tragic battlefield and suddenly saw a man lying not far away. He was the captain of the Special Operations team who commanded the operation. He looked uninjured and still had vital signs. The soldier hurried forward to help the captain up. "Sir, are you okay?" The captain asked, "Where is the commander now?" The soldier quickly replied, Report to the commander, he is in Times Square. I'm calling for support. No need. The captain's right arm turned into a biological blade, mercilessly piercing the soldier in front of him, and then the captain's body changed, and once again became the hooded man. The battle was completely over. The hooded man looked at the devastated battlefield with a cold gaze. He then crossed the street with a few leaps, and ran towards the tall building in the distance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the night. Cut scene. It ended here. After watching these scenes, all adventurers fell into unprecedented shock and horror. Too abnormal. This strength is probably level 4. One person easily destroyed nearly 100 fully armed soldiers, plus 2 tanks and a helicopter. Is it possible that this combat power can really appear in the Doomsday Tide secret realm? Our enemy is this Alex? Oh my god. How to fight him? He can easily block the tank gun and take an anti-tank rocket from behind without dying. I really can't think of anything else in this world that can kill him. Don't say this world. Even in the country of Ashina, this guy's strength is completely beyond the scope, okay? Yeah, I guess even Ashina Ishin is not his opponent. Difficult. The adventurer felt a shock from the soul. Even big guys like Higanbana, Sanju, and Baihajushir were all shocked. Sanju, what do you think? Higanbana, this man must have the strength of the 4th level. Not only does he have amazing recovery ability, but he is also a human-shaped arsenal that can transform into different weapons, and moves according to different enemies. It's so powerful. Not only that, Baihajushir's expression was solemn. This man has at least 2 terrible abilities, which are absorption and transformation. It is true. Alex is in the cutscene. He can release full tentacles, absorb dozens of soldiers in an instant, and turn into the appearance of the absorbed, which is enough to make people feel creepy. This is terrible. Both combat and survival abilities are maxed out. It is simply the ultimate creature under the worldview of the frenzy, with all aspects evolved to the extreme and everything tending to perfection. If this person is the final powerful enemy to be faced in the Black Light Special, even Baihajushir can't think of any way to defeat this super boss. That being said, but the adventurers are still surprised. The Black Light Special was originally a surprise update, and the appearance of Alex made the adventurers realize a reality. The combat ceiling of Miracle City is much higher than imagined. Lord Chi-Ji still has something else. He can still do something big. Chapter 124. Alex's methods are too horrible. Let the adventurers feel creepy. Such terrible strength, such suffocating oppression, the coldness of killing people, and the temperament of despising all living things. Everyone naturally regards him as the final boss of the chapter. Nancy Leah, Iris, and other native adventurers, feeling huge pressure at the same time, and a strong sense of surprise. Miracle City actually has such a powerful existence. Although such an enemy is difficult to defeat, if it can be used by the territory one day, it will be enough to bring huge changes to the entire Evernight Forest. However, the next development. It was beyond everyone's expectations. After the 2 cutscenes ended, the Blackstone Hammer King woke up in a body. He could hear the voice, but couldn't control his body. I know this guy. He is also a member of Black Light. Yes, but he is now a former member of Black Light. This is a morgue. The surroundings are filled with bone-chilling cold. 2 scientists were preparing for the dissection. The subject of the discussion was a corpse lying on the dissection table. This was a man with a pale face, who looked to be about 34 or 35 years old, wearing a gray-black coat and a hood. Wasn't this Alex, who was killing everyone a few seconds ago? How did he become a corpse? The conversation continued. One of them held a document in his hand. His name is Alex Arthur, and he has a relative named Dina Moser. Is she his wife? Probably not. Is he related to the experimental subject on the 51st floor? I don't know, and I don't want to know. Give me the number 8 utility knife, and let's finish this damn job quickly. Okay, let's start with the torso. The 2 scientists were about to lift Alex's clothes to dissect him, but Alex suddenly sat up from the dissection table, his eyes wide open, and he was gasping for air. No! Damn it! Go and notify the extermination team to deal with it. The 2 scientists were frightened and quickly fled the morgue. Alex touched his body, then touched his face, and then made an unbelievable sound. Fuck. Fuck. Pig King, Brother Hammer is you? Blackstone Hammer King, nonsense, if it's not me, who is it? My current identity is... Grumpy Chicken, yes, you are Alex now, Alex is you. At the same time, other adventurers who challenged the Black Light chapter. One by one, they woke up in the morgue, and all kinds of exclamations rose and fell in the secret hall. The adventurers could never have dreamed. The identity played in the Black Light chapter is Alex. This terrifying, almost heaven-defying and terrifying ruthless man. Stunned, shocked, ecstasy. The adventurers in the entire secret hall were all excited. The adventurers were as terrified by Alex's power as they were a moment ago, and the surprise they felt at this moment was so strong and turbulent. Feng Shengyan, our adventurers are actually playing the role of Alex? Now I seem to understand why the Lord made the Black Light chapter into a paid secret realm. Any paid secret realm. That must be a secret realm with special benefits. The explosion rate of the major secret realms in Miracle City has been maxed out, and the production level has long been maxed out, so adventurers can't think of anything else that can be charged for. At this moment, I figured it all out. The biggest difference in the Black Light chapter is that the characters in this secret realm are so strong that they are against the sky. Super cool. Super strong. Almost invincible. This is the selling point of the Black Light chapter. The Black Light chapter is different from other secret realms. This guy Chi Laoze is not only a genius, but also understands us adventurers too well. When seeing Alex's ability against the sky, who can refuse to play such a super tough guy? Buy. Isn't it okay for me to buy it? While the adventurers were discussing, the Blackstone Hammer King tried hard to retrieve the character's memory. To his surprise, his brain was blank, and he had no memory at all. I feel my body is very weak. And strangely, there is no memory in this body. This Alex is completely a blank sheet of paper. Time Traveler. If I'm not mistaken, the narrative method of the Black Light chapter is flashback. Flashback? Remember Alex's confession? Mingwei Xiaoxua, I remember. Alex mentioned in his confession that someone released the virus in New York 3 weeks ago, and he woke up in the morgue at that time. Lone Wolf, that's right. South Mountain guest. In other words, the Alex scene in the opening plot is actually Alex 3 weeks later. As expected of Chi Laoze. This narrative method is too attractive, isn't it? What on earth did Alex go through to grow from a blank sheet of amnesia to a monster that kills people and gods? Blackstone Hammer King turned over and jumped off the planing table. He found that the edge he was holding was deformed. Hey, I deformed the steel. How can I be so strong now? Although I'm extremely weakened now. But I'm actually stronger than I thought. Pig King, nonsense, after all, you're Alex, a man who can smash tanks with his bare hands. Cat Ming, stop talking. It's not a good place to stay for long. The news of your resurrection from the dead has probably been spread by the two guys just now. This place is very dangerous. Right. Run away. This dissection building is located in a walled military area. He found that there were many military vehicles in the parking lot outside, and there were 4 or 5 meter high walls and barbed wire around it. A Black Hawk helicopter was hovering in the air, and 4 Special Forces soldiers descended quickly. Don't be careless. Hurry up and hide behind a car to eavesdrop. I saw 4 Special Forces members communicating with 2 people in protective clothing. The latter should be the 2 scientists who tried to dissect me just now. They are now explaining something to the 4 Special Forces personnel with their hands and feet. Not long after, the Special Forces captain received a radio order. So he ordered his men to shoot the 2 scientists. Several Special Forces immediately searched the area, and soon found the Blackstone Hammer King hiding behind the car. Found the target. Fire! Kill him! Under the merciless shooting of these well-trained Special Forces, the Blackstone Hammer King could clearly feel the hot bullets piercing his body, causing him to lose balance and fall to the ground. The captain reported by radio, the target has been eliminated. The Blackstone Hammer King opened his eyes again. He clearly felt that his body was seriously injured. The active substances in his body were quickly activated, and all tissue damage was repaired in the blink of an eye. Awesome, he's still alive. However, although his injuries were completely healed, his body became even weaker. Alex's regenerative ability is super strong, but it will also cause consumption to his body. He is not really invincible and immortal. We must leave here. The Blackstone Hammer King took advantage of the slackness of the Special Operations team. He suddenly jumped up from the state of pretending to be dead and punched a kid. The 4 soldiers were blown away more than 10 meters, like a kite with a broken string. Their helmets were shattered, or their sternums, and internal organs were shattered on the spot. He then jumped up and easily jumped over the 5-meter-high wall and landed on the city streets outside. The order of the city called New York has not collapsed. The streets outside are clean, cars are coming and going, and there are crowds of onlookers nearby. In the distance, tall buildings are lined up, and the lights are brilliant. Brothers are so cool. It's very weak now, but even so, The character performance has reached the second level 3 or 4 stars. The Blackstone Hammer King was very happy, although it can't compare to Alex in the opening plot. But he was also the most powerful character that the adventurer had ever controlled. At this time, the Black Hawk helicopter caught up and locked onto the adventurer, who had fled to the street, and a machine gun was fired directly at the street. Duh. The rain of bullets swept across the street. The concrete floor was shattered in large quantities. The Blackstone Hammer King realized that with his current body, if he was continuously shot by large-caliber machine gun bullets, he might be completely killed. So he decisively grabbed a car on the side of the road to block some of the attacks. Go to hell. The Blackstone Hammer King raised the car with both hands and threw it hard. The car flew dozens of meters directly and collided with the helicopter. The latter made a loud bang and instantly exploded into a fireball in the air, spinning out of control and falling from the air, causing the nearby citizens to scream in fear and flee everywhere. Strong. The adventurers were all amazed. Alex looked at the small arms and legs. But this strength and accuracy are even better than the big muscle tank zombie. It's not advisable to stay here for long. The Blackstone Hammer King turned around and started running wildly. The physical strength of this body is almost endless and inexhaustible. The adventurers found that even in a very weak state, they could accelerate to a speed of 100 kilometers per hour in 3 or 2 seconds. The concrete on the ground was crushed by their feet wherever they passed, and all kinds of obstacles could be easily turned over. It's so cool. This experience is simply invincible. While the Blackstone Hammer King was still parkouring on the street, the sound of helicopter propellers sounded in multiple directions. Not good. I'm locked. I must get out of their sight quickly. The Blackstone Hammer King jumped up suddenly, crushed a taxi, jumped onto a tall building, and then rushed to the top of the building at a speed of more than 10 meters per second along the 90-degree wall. Such a scene. I've seen the cutscenes. But watching and experiencing it in person are two completely different things. The Blackstone Hammer King could clearly feel that although the gravity constraint always existed, every time he landed, the biomass in his body would play a role, thus generating a strong absorption and propulsion force. In less than 10 seconds, he ran to the top of the building that was more than 100 meters high. 3 Black Hawk helicopters appeared in different directions and approached quickly. These helicopters were fully loaded with special combat soldiers and equipped with powerful firepower. The nearest helicopter fired 2 rockets, which made the Blackstone Hammer King feel a huge threat. He dodged the attack. The rocket landed on the roof and exploded. Want to kill your grandfather? It's not that easy. The Blackstone Hammer King roared and hugged a large stainless steel water tank. He tore the several-ton water tank off the steel frame with his bare hands, and then threw it towards the helicopter. Bang! The violent collision. The helicopter lost control and crashed. The Blackstone Hammer King dismantled another elevator room and destroyed the second helicopter by throwing it. Seeing that the situation was not good, the third helicopter immediately pulled up and turned around to try to escape. Where are you running? Jump to the opposite tall building. He tore off the flagpole on the top of the building with his bare hands and threw it out quickly like a javelin, instantly shooting through the cockpit of the helicopter. The latter fell out of control, without suspense, and eventually crashed into a tall building. In the secret hall, the adventurers were all dumbfounded. I've never seen such a cool secret realm. Only collecting 30 to 50 contribution points each time is absolutely conscientious. The Blackstone Hammer King was venting his anger crazily, but at the same time he felt even weaker. He quickly left the scene and hid in an alley, but suddenly he collapsed in the corner. Brother Hammer, what's wrong with you? No, it seems a bit too much. Excessive consumption has caused physical overdraft. The Blackstone Hammer King felt that his body had been drained, and a feeling similar to hunger came from every corner of his body, making him temporarily lose his mobility. If he encountered an enemy at this time, he would have no resistance. What you fear will come to you. A special warfare soldier happened to search here. When he found the adventurer in the corner, he was startled at first, and then immediately opened fire, shooting several shots at the heart and head at close range. After a few shots, the target was motionless. The special warfare soldier breathed a sigh of relief. He shouted to the radio, "The target has been found and has been killed. Over." Of course, the Blackstone Hammer King was not dead. His wounds healed quickly. He opened his eyes again and felt that his hunger was even stronger. This hunger, combined with his survival instinct, made him regain his mobility. He punched through the soldier's body. A more amazing change happened. 7 or 8 black virus tentacles were released from the Blackstone Hammer King's body, which instantly pierced into the soldier in front of him and devoured and decomposed him from head to toe at an astonishing speed. This is... The Blackstone Hammer King was surprised to find that, after he devoured the soldier, not only his weakness and hunger were significantly relieved, but there were even many more memory fragments in his mind. I not only absorbed his body, I can also absorb his memory. At this moment, the other adventurers exclaimed, "Brother Hammer, look at yourself." The Blackstone Hammer King realized that even his appearance had changed. Now he is wearing combat uniform, tactical helmet, holding M16, and becomes a special warfare soldier. After swallowing and absorbing the opponent, Alex can actually change into the opponent's appearance, and even the clothes can be perfectly simulated. Scary. Too amazing. With such ability, do you still need to worry about safety issues? If you are locked or surrounded by the enemy, you can absorb the opponent by killing anyone at random, and instantly change into the opponent's appearance, so as to easily avoid all pursuit and killing. This ability of Alex is really creepy. The more amazing and abnormal the ability Alex has, the greater the surprise and expectation of the adventurers, because this guy is not an enemy, but a character that the adventurers want to play. Who would think he is too strong? The Blackstone Hammer King reported his feelings of absorption and devouring. He said, Alex can not only absorb others as his own supplements on the material level, but also seems to be able to seize the other party's memory, but the amount of information that can be plundered at one time is limited, so it is meaningless to have too much fragmented information. The time traveler suggested, since the amount of information plundered each time is limited, you may try targeted plundering. What do you mean? It means only getting what you want to know. The Blackstone Hammer King was stunned. Can it still be operated like this? It's not that you can't try it. Minghui Xiaoxua said, the most urgent thing is to figure out what to do next. Blackstone Hammer King nodded. That's right. Each challenge in the Black Light chapter is limited to 2 hours. Now I have wasted almost half an hour. I must find the plot node to pass the level as soon as possible. White Crane Monk, you have no memory now. The most urgent thing is to investigate your identity. Feng Zhongmian immediately said, I remember that you have a relative here. Maybe you can get information from her. That makes sense. But the problem is, the adventurer didn't know where Dina Moser was. At this time, footsteps appeared in the alley, and a special forces member, who looked like a commander, arrived. When he saw the adventurer, who looked like his team member, he was stunned. What's going on? Where is the target? Here. The Blackstone Hammer King grinned and grabbed the commander's neck and hit the wall instantly, then started to devour and absorb again, and completely absorbed the commander into his body within 3 seconds. At the same time, the feeling of weakness and hunger weakened again. A large amount of information appeared in the mind of the Blackstone Hammer King. Can't absorb it aimlessly. I need to capture useful fragments. Dina, I need news about Dina Moser. As the Blackstone Hammer King had thoughts and ideas, the virus in his body seemed to feel it, so a large amount of memory images and information appeared in his mind. Not only that, the adventurers outside. They were also surprised to find that the picture presented in the secret crystal had changed. Various memory fragments and sounds from the commander kept flashing, like playing slides to quickly present various information in front of all the adventurers watching. Apartment 15A, 2215, Kid Street. This is the address of the target's sister Dina Moser. After Alex escapes, he may go here. We can set up an ambush here, or control Dina as bait. You have new orders. Get ready to go. Yes. This commander. His name is Charles Perry. He is a captain of Black Watch. When Alex came back to life and escaped, the Black Watch leaders attached great importance to it, and immediately issued an order to let the troops find Alex's sister Dina and control her. It can actually extract memories in a targeted manner. These memory fragments will also be displayed in the crystal. The Lord is thoughtful. With such a terrible ability, no secrets exist for Alex. Too cool, this really breaks the limit of my imagination. I must buy all the content of the Black Light chapter. Such an experience is impossible to have anywhere else. Although the adventurers experienced the Black Light chapter for more than half an hour, the unprecedented creativity and powerful characters in the Black Light chapter deeply shocked all the adventurers. Even if it is charged, adventurers are willing to pay, even newcomers with limited funds. There is also a strong urge to earn contribution points. Must be crazy to play the level mode to brush souls and resources. More actively hand in and save contribution points to purchase the content of the Black Light chapter. Chapter 125. As the first paid content, the pricing of the Black Light chapter of the Frenzy Secret Realm is not conservative. It will cost at least nearly 1,000 contribution points to play all of it and pass it in one go. When the adventurer completes the main storyline and activates the free exploration mode, each entry will also be charged, and this is even more of a bottomless pit, which can definitely recover a large number of contribution points for the territory. After all, in Miracle City, an ordinary zombie spirit is only worth 10 contribution points. A high-quality first-level 5-star spirit, such as a tank zombie, will not exceed 200 points. This means that if the adventurer wants to fully experience the content of the Black Light chapter, at least nearly 100 ordinary zombies, or 5 tanks, or at least 1 second-level spirit must be handed in. And the adventurer has a lot of daily expenses. For example, opening a union service, staying in a hotel, entering the city, etc. all require expenses. Other core services, such as Godstone teleportation, contract spirits, etc., also require contribution points. In addition to basic services and core services, Chi is also actively developing value-added services, such as selling characters and guns in the competitive mode, which are also very long-term and stable sources of income. For adventurers, it is not easy to earn 1,000 contribution points. What's more, it is not easy to save 1,000 contribution points. Although the price of the Black Light chapter is quite expensive, it is still popular among adventurers, because the experience and quality of this secret special chapter are worth the price, except Miracle City. Any known dungeon. Adventurers can't find a substitute. Chi. Yes, this operation idea can be continued in the future. He plans to use brush gameplay, plot Secret Realm, super high difficulty Secret Realm, and network service Secret Realm as the basic plate of Miracle City, to brush a large amount of resources or harvest the energy of adventurers. The worlds with extremely powerful protagonists, low difficulty, or extremely high power systems such as the Black Light chapter are made into paid content. Why not make the Black Light chapter free? Let adventurers experience playing super strong and cool protagonists. Chi believes that if it is too easy to get, they will not cherish it. Only by contributing to Miracle City can they enjoy this low difficulty and high enjoyment Secret Realm. And if adventurers play Brother A for a long time, they will be addicted to it and do whatever they want. In the future, can they calm down and experience the slower-paced Secret Realms such as Red Dead Redemption, GTA, and Zelda? Most adventurers have a pure heart that is good at feeling happy, but it is inevitable that some people's expectations will be raised. In the future, they only want to play refreshing and simple Secret Realms, and lose patience with slow entry and high difficulty worlds. Everyone has their own preferences. Adventurers have their own favorite types. But sometimes the Lord also needs to do some expectation management. It is more conducive to the long-term and stable operation of the dungeon and maintain prosperity and bustle. From the perspective of territory income, the creation of the secret world does not mean that the higher the power system, the better. Even if we put aside the cost and expenditure risks, even if we can create the world of Star Wars, Warhammer 40k, or even the world of Journey to the West, it will not generate too much excess profit for Miracle City at this stage. The reason is very simple. The adventurer level is not enough. It is impossible to brush physical loot that exceeds its own level. Chi will launch the Black Light chapter as a special benefit, which is to use the charging mechanism to actively control the rhythm of the Secret Realm, further strengthen the economic vitality of the territory, and ensure that Miracle City can operate better. Back to the Black Light chapter. The inspiration for prototype. There are not only the first and second generation content. There are also various derivatives or hidden materials. Even if the adventurer finishes the existing main content, the second generation content can be stitched in, which can at least increase the volume by more than 50%. Of course, when stitching the second generation, Chi plans to modify the plot. After all, in the original work, Brother A took a nuclear bomb and saved the entire New York, but inexplicably turned into a villain in the second generation. This process and transformation are too far-fetched and not very tenable. The adventurers will surely develop feelings for Brother A after playing the role of Brother A for a long time. If they are asked to play Brother A in the next plot to kill and absorb Brother A, it will inevitably cause dissatisfaction among the adventurers. After all, Brother A compared to Brother A, the personality charm and shaping are too different. Chi plans to let the adventurer still play Brother A. Brother A will redo his identity and directly appear as the villain in the strongest form. This will be the first dangerous opponent that the adventurer will face after clearing the main part of the game, which is enough to add multiple paid chapters and recover many contribution points for the territory. Not only that, there is still a lot of room for creation in the Black Light chapter. To give an example, In the story setting a prototype, the original virus mother Elizabeth was pregnant when she was infected in Hope Town, and she later successfully gave birth to a child named Paria. The game hints that Paria is the perfect form of symbiosis between viruses and humans through hidden files, but it does not arrange for her to appear as an interactive character. It is only a foreshadowing for the expansion of the worldview, and she did not appear in the plot in the end. Chi-Ji has the material of the hidden character Paria. He can create a new story with this character as the center. This part of the content can become the third part of Black Light or a plot expansion. Chi-Ji will take the initiative to improve and complete the unfinished worldview of prototype, making the content of Black Light Advent richer, and with this, he can make 5 or 8 chapters to make money, of course. These things will be discussed later. At present, the focus is still on remaking the original content. In short, as a special chapter of the Frenzy Secret Realm, the development potential and prospects of Black Light Advent are worth looking forward to. Chi-Ji will continue to pay attention to the subsequent development and feedback. At this time, in the Secret Realm, the adventurer's actions are continuing. The Blackstone Hammer King has arrived at apartment 15A, 2215, Kit Street. He stood on the roof of a high-rise building to conduct reconnaissance. He saw that the Black Watch troops blocked the apartment building, and more than a dozen soldiers with live ammunition guarded the entrance and exit. "Brothers, it doesn't look good," the Blackstone Hammer King said to the adventurers outside. "My sister Dina seems to have been controlled. These guys are waiting for me to fall into their trap." The Pig King said, "What are you afraid of? Break in through the window and kill them." The Angry Chicken, "Yeah, with Alex's strength, are you still afraid of these scum?" The Rock said, "It's not appropriate. Although Alex is powerful, his sister Dina is just an ordinary person after all. If she dies due to improper operation, the main storyline will be lost and the challenge will fail." Ironheart nodded in agreement. "It's better to use a more reliable method. The moon shines on the snow. The Black Watch should not know Alex's ability at present. I think it's completely possible to disguise as an officer of the Black Watch and mix in." "That makes sense." The Blackstone Hammer King transformed immediately. He walked to the front of the apartment building with a swagger. "Captain Perry." Several soldiers saluted immediately. These people really don't have the ability to distinguish true from false. After all, after the Blackstone Hammer King transformed into Captain Perry, not only did his appearance and clothes look exactly the same, but even his fingerprints and irises were the same. The Blackstone Hammer King asked, "Is there anything unusual?" A soldier said, "Report to the commander, everything is normal now. Stay alert, the target this time is a bit cunning, don't let him have any chance to take advantage of it." "Yes." The Blackstone Hammer King continued, "Take me up now, I found some new evidence, and I want to interrogate Dina Moser in person." The soldier didn't doubt it. "Take the initiative to open the blockade." A soldier personally took the Blackstone Hammer King to the 15th floor by elevator, and saw that there were 2 fully armed soldiers beside Dina, but before they could salute the captain disguised by the Blackstone Hammer King, directly twisted the neck of the leading soldier. The Blackstone Hammer King rushed forward like lightning, punched a soldier through the chest, then grabbed another soldier by the throat, threw him to the ground and stomped him to death. Too fast. Too sudden. Dina screamed in fear. "Dina, it's me, don't be afraid." The Blackstone Hammer King manipulated the virus source to return to its original state. Dina's face was full of horror and disbelief. "Alex? Impossible. You are obviously dead." The Blackstone Hammer King, "I don't know what happened. I suddenly woke up in the morgue and had strange abilities, but I'd lost almost all my memories. I really need your help now." After some communication, Dina believed the Blackstone Hammer King. No wonder the Black Watch soldiers had to mobilize a large force to control this place. "This is not a place to talk, we must move to a safe place." The Blackstone Hammer King asked, "What suggestions?" "I have a secret studio in the center of Manhattan, but there are soldiers from the Black Light organization outside." "Leave it to me." The Blackstone Hammer King jumped directly from the 15th floor, and appeared on the scene with a posture of falling from the sky, killing a soldier on the spot, knocking over several soldiers, and making other soldiers dazed and horrified. Without waiting for a response, the Blackstone Hammer King attacked quickly. His speed was so fast that ordinary people had no time to react. Every punch he threw was comparable to a head-on collision with a car at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. In less than 2 seconds, 4 soldiers were knocked out. Violent power, domineering fighting style. It made the Blackstone Hammer King scream with excitement. At this time, the remaining 7 soldiers reacted, and they quickly raised their guns and fired while calling for help on the radio. There is no point. The gap in strength is too big. Kill them all in a few moves and absorb them. The Blackstone Hammer King felt that after absorbing multiple soldiers, not only did the battle losses get replenished, but his originally weak body also became more full at this moment, and his strength was significantly improved. Alex is so useful. He can fight and feed himself to achieve immortality. In theory, all organic creatures can be absorbed by him, which means that whether it is a zombie monster or a human on the street, they can all become his nutrition and delicious meal. And the more people he absorbs, the stronger he will be. So that's how it is. Alex has many abilities. Could it be that he gradually unlocked them in this process? All the adventurers were amazed by Alex's performance. Not long after, the Blackstone Hammer King escorted Dina to the destination. This is the central area of Manhattan, surrounded by one of the most prosperous places in New York. Dina's studio is located in a storage room on the top of an old high-rise building with dozens of floors. From the outside, it is indeed ordinary and inconspicuous. After confirming safety, finally, I can ask for the information I want to know. Whether it is the Blackstone Hammer King who plays Alex, or other adventurers watching the live broadcast in the hall, they are full of strong curiosity and desire to explore Alex's origins, past, and even future plots. The Blackstone Hammer King learned through communication. Alex was originally a researcher of the Black Light Project. After joining the Black Light Project, he had not met Dina for 5 years, and even had no contact with her until a few days ago. He provided Dina with a series of information about the Black Light organization. Hopefully, Dina's identity as an investigative reporter can reveal some secrets. But before he could find out anything, something happened to Alex. At present, this is the only information that can be obtained from Dina. It seems that even Dina, who is her biological sister, can only provide very limited information, especially about Alex's experience in the past 5 years. Just when the Blackstone Hammer King was having a headache about this, Dina took out a laptop from her backpack. She asked, "This is the laptop you sent me 2 days ago. Do you still remember it?" Blackstone Hammer King: "I can't remember it anymore." Dina turned on the computer and operated it for a while, then showed Blackstone Hammer King a document with a photo of a woman in it. Blackstone Hammer King: "What is this?" Dina explained, "I unlocked an encrypted document you left in your laptop, which contained 2 pieces of information, one for you and the other for this woman." Blackstone Hammer King asked, "Who is she?" Dina: "Elizabeth Green, according to the information, is currently isolated on the 51st floor of the Gene-type building, and other information is not clear for the time being." The adventurers were all excited. Mingwei Xiaoxiu has said, Alex sent out his notebook the day before the accident, which is enough to show that there is very important information or clues in it. Feng Zhongmian agreed. This woman named Elizabeth is likely to be a key figure. At least she knows more than Dina and Alex now. If you can find her, you may be able to get the information you want. There are no other clues now. I think I can try my luck. As the adventurers discussed, the Blackstone Hammer King received a relevant prompt. Ding, you triggered the main quest. The quest target is Investigate Elizabeth Green. This secret realm has a quest guide. The Blackstone Hammer King couldn't help but feel refreshed. At least now, he won't be confused about what to do. However, just then, another secret realm prompt message was received. You have completed the prologue part of the main storyline. Please activate more chapters to advance the main storyline and unlock more exploration areas. What's going on? The Blackstone Hammer King was stunned for a moment. It turns out that the prologue of the Black Light chapter ends here. If the adventurer does not unlock the content of the subsequent chapters, he cannot continue to advance the main line. Although he can still move in the prologue part, the range and area of movement are limited. Now there are 2 choices. One is to end the adventure and exit the mission. The other is to continue exploring until the secret time reaches the upper limit. The Blackstone Hammer King will definitely not end the adventure so soon. After all, even if he does not explore the main line to advance the plot, there are still many areas where he can move, which does not prevent him from exploring interesting scenes and even branch content in the area where Coco explores. In addition, there are garrisons and patrol soldiers of the Black Watch in various places. The more branch plots the adventurer completes, or the more Black Watch soldiers he kills, and the more military facilities he destroys, the more conducive it is to the evaluation at the end of the adventure, and this is enough to kill the rest of the time. In general, the Black Light trial part, although there is not much content and process, but it is attractive enough. For example, although the atmosphere in this city is a bit tense, everything seems to be in order, and adventurers can even briefly experience the prosperous world on the eve of the collapse of order. Liwa Yulua asked curiously. Although the zombie disaster has not yet broken out, it seems that the beginning of the disaster has already appeared. I don't know how this disaster was caused. What happened in just 3 weeks? Cat Ming Ming. Yes, such a large and prosperous city, under the condition of being guarded by the army, collapsed and lost control so quickly. Something terrible must have happened. Dai 2E. We may be able to follow the plot to experience the entire process of the doomsday disaster. Alex is obviously just an ordinary person. Why does he suddenly have such a strong power? Where do you think his ability comes from? I don't know about that. Have you noticed that although zombies also appear in the cutscenes, the zombies in the Black Light chapter are clearly different from the zombies in Raccoon City? The two viruses may be related in some way, but they are probably not the same virus. The adventurers were talking about it. All of them were very interested in Alex's story. The next plot of the Black Light chapter. And all kinds of suspense and mysteries. Chapter 126. The first batch of adventurers who challenged the Black Light chapter had similar progress, because they entered the secret realm at about the same time. After completing the main storyline, hundreds of adventurers had different plans for the remaining time. Some adventurers were looking for side quests, some adventurers were going to the Black Watch stronghold, and of course, many adventurers were interested in Manhattan, New York, so they spent the rest of their time exploring the neighborhoods and understanding the local culture. Hundreds of adventurers. There are hundreds of crystal screens. They present the prosperity and bustle of New York through different screens and perspectives. According to Chi Ji's setting of the Black Light virus, the initial strain stage has a certain air transmission ability, so the virus has already spread in the Manhattan area, so the Black Watch troops quickly moved in and controlled it. Although the entry of the troops made the city atmosphere a little solemn, the disaster has not yet broken out at this time point, so adventurers can still come into contact with many lively parks, shopping malls, squares, and neighborhoods. It's amazing. The dwarf Jinba was amazed and said, I can't believe there is such a magnificent and huge city. The flower fairy Iris also said, yes, I feel that this city is likely to have nearly 10 million people. This is almost equivalent to some small and medium-sized kingdoms in the Chaos continent. Not to mention small tribal country bumpkins like them. Even Nancy Leah from the Holy Tree City was amazed. She said, the city called New York created by the Lord is not just large in scale, but also has unimaginable rich details. Even the design of a roadside store is full of exquisiteness. This is not surprising. The map scene of the prototype was originally a replica of the New York area, and the landmarks and even the shops of each block were perfectly restored. Chi Ji further expanded the scale. It looks like a real city. It is conceivable that such a large and prosperous city. The disaster that is about to break out will slide into the abyss, and become a doomsday city within 20 days. They feel regretful and very curious. How did the whole process happen? Iris, Nancy Leah and others. They did not pay attention to the exploration and battle of adventurers such as the Blackstone Hammer King. Instead, they are very interested in a special type of adventurer. This type of people did not rely on their power to be domineering and do whatever they want. After completing the main line of the prologue, they did not look for side quests or Black Watch soldiers to brush points. Instead, they made a fortune and ran to the city to experience life. Eat steaks, hamburgers, go shopping and look for new things. In this process, many new and interesting contents were discovered. But some problems were also encountered. It has been tested. Alex we controlled. He lost interest in ordinary food. He will never feel normal hunger and thirst, and even if he forces himself to eat, he has no sense of taste, and his other senses are also quite different from those of ordinary people. Although this body is very powerful, it is no longer human. They felt it was a pity. Chi Ji also discovered this type of adventurer behind the scenes. They should be potential travel, leisure, and experience adventurers. The characteristic of this type of people is that they like to explore all kinds of novel and interesting life experiences. On the contrary, they don't care so much about fighting, killing, fame and fortune. When they found that the Black Light prologue could experience the frenzy world before the collapse of order, they were all very interested and started to explore. However, it's a pity. Alex is not an ordinary person. This body cannot fully enjoy this world. In addition, although the disaster has not yet fully erupted, the world of the prototype is still a little worse. Chi Ji thinks that this group of adventurers is very suitable for GT5 and other open worlds that can experience urban life, Zelda, Red Dead Redemption, or various casual management games. There is such a group of adventurers. There must be a market for related themes in the future. Adventurers don't necessarily have to fight and kill. As long as they find the secret realm that best suits their style and immerse themselves in it, they can quickly integrate their spirits and gain cultivation growth. In other words, if they are adventurers who can really devote themselves to and enjoy the leisure experience from the bottom of their hearts. Even if they do nothing all day, they can explore all kinds of food in the secret world, sunbathe on the Hawaiian beach, play cards and pick up girls, or grow flowers and plants on the farm, raise animals. They can also increase their cultivation. They can also break through their strength. The growth rate of the best among them. It is not necessarily inferior to the adventurers who enjoy fighting. The first test of the Black Light chapter is completed. The first batch of adventurers exited the secret realm. Among them, the Blackstone Hammer King attacked everywhere, took down 3 military bases of Black Watch, killed more than 30 soldiers in total, and destroyed 8 vehicles. The clearance prompt he received is as follows: your adventure has ended. This secret realm evaluation, BA. You got the M320 grenade launcher, you unlocked new equipment, the contribution points increased by 200, and you got the M320 grenade launcher medal. Equipment is out. It's new equipment. The Blackstone Hammer King was overjoyed. I didn't expect such good luck. When Miracle City spawned new equipment in the past, it was at least rated below A. Equipment that did not reach a rating could be produced, but it had never encountered a first explosion. He quickly checked the equipment information. M320 grenade launcher, grade top grade, fixed damage plus 25, cultivation increase plus 3%, number of ammunition 1, durability 10/10, additional skills, automatic reload, multiple ammunition. Good equipment. Hey, this equipment seems to be a little special. Although the M320 grenade launcher can be used alone, due to its extremely small ammunition capacity of only 1 round, and its very slow automatic reload speed, the actual combat effect is not particularly good. But it can be hung on the M16 assault rifle for use. In this way, it can not only make up for its own firepower defects, but also enhance the power of the assault rifle and increase tactical options. The other adventurers were all surprised. The M320 grenade launcher can fire 4 types of ammunition. They are high explosive bombs, lethal bombs, smoke bombs, and flares. High explosive bombs and lethal bombs are powerful enough to kill second-level beings and even threaten some third-level beings. Feng Zhongmian commented, the M16 assault rifle and the M320 grenade launcher are both grade top-grade equipment, but if these 2 pieces of equipment are combined to complement each other, I think they can be completely comparable to white mid and low-grade equipment. The quality of Miracle City equipment is very high, and ordinary M16 is better than most white equipment. What's more, the combination of 2 pieces of equipment, the value is probably catching up with the white top grade, and the practicality is more than 90% of the white quality equipment. Adventurers exited the secret realm one after another. Everyone found that the drop rate of the Black Light chapter was quite good. The drop rate of the plot-based secret realms in Miracle City is generally lower than that of the level-based secret realms, but the Black Light special chapter is different. It can probably swipe monsters or enemy relationships in large quantities, and its drop rate is close to that of the level-based secret realms. More than 300 people experienced it. More than 1/3 of them had output. The drop rate of gun-type equipment is relatively high. This secret realm is so cool. It's a pity that the prologue can only be challenged once for free. If you challenge it again, you will have to contribute points. Brother Hammer, keep brushing. We are not in a hurry to challenge. Yes. I want to see the subsequent plot development of the Black Light chapter. The other 3 members of the Hammer Pig Chicken Dog team lined up for this crystal. Okay, since everyone wants to see it, then I will continue to challenge and see the subsequent plot unfold. Because the first explosion reward of 200 contribution points for brushing out new equipment is naturally not worth the mere 30 contribution points, so I decisively purchased the challenge times of the Black Light chapter. Challenge again. Start the Black Light descent. The location where the Blackstone Hammer King appears. It is the rooftop where Dina's secret studio is located. The main plot limit has been unlocked. I will go to the 51st floor of the Golden Tiger building now to find the key plot task Elizabeth Green. Currently, in the secret hall, there are very few adventurers who challenge the Black Light chapter for the second time and advance the Black Light chapter. When they learned that there was a follow-up plot to watch here for the Blackstone Hammer King, hundreds of adventurers rushed here at once and instantly surrounded the crystal, relying on the ability of absorption and disguise. It didn't take much effort to enter the 51st floor of the building. This is a place specially used to isolate Elizabeth Green. The Blackstone Hammer King found that the environment here was very strange. The huge floor was full of bloody active tissues. The blood vessels formed by these flesh and blood became denser as they approached the center. In the end, a large number of wriggling meat blankets and huge tumors were formed. Among the many malignant flesh and blood, the Blackstone Hammer King could see many devoured corpses, some of which were researchers and some were soldiers. It can be seen that the environment here is extremely dangerous. Brothers and sisters, I have a bad premonition. This Elizabeth is probably not an ordinary person. Having said that, since he came here, the Blackstone Hammer King would not be timid. He immediately walked to the most central area, and the environment here was completely made of flesh and blood, like a huge and deformed uterus. In the center of the flesh and blood hall is a glass isolation chamber. There was a thin woman sitting in it with her knees hugged. She looked about 30 years old, with empty and numb eyes, like a soul without a body. When I felt the Blackstone Hammer Queen, the empty eyes immediately showed a glimmer of spirit. The Blackstone Hammer King asked, "Are you Elizabeth Green?" Elizabeth stood up slowly, without answering the question, but said lightly, "You finally showed up, and my waiting time is over." "What do you mean?" The Blackstone Hammer King had just finished speaking. Elizabeth's thin figure approached like a ghost, and the speed was so fast that even the Blackstone Hammer King at this moment had almost no time to react. The latter stretched out his hand and gently pushed him, flying back more than 10 meters and hitting the wall. At this moment, a large amount of information poured into his mind. A large number of memory images also flashed in the memory crystal. There were various chaotic sounds, from which the words Hope Town, Red Light Matrix, Black Light Project could be heard. In addition, there were fragments of descriptions about Elizabeth, which were difficult to distinguish for a while. "Elizabeth, I am the origin of everything and your mother." Blackstone Hammer King, "I don't understand." Elizabeth said to herself, "The only goal of our existence is evolution. Whether you devour me or I devour you, we will eventually become more perfect individuals. But you are not qualified to be devoured by me now." She ignored the Blackstone Hammer King and walked to the wall step by step. She stretched out her hand and touched the flesh and blood squirming on the wall. These active tissues immediately retreated in all directions, and the wall collapsed instantly to reveal a big hole. "Go and become stronger. Then come to me." After saying that, he jumped down from the 51st floor. Blackstone Hammer King and the adventurers were all confused by the series of developments. "Cranky chicken, what happened? Why did she run away?" Mingwei Xiaoxue said, "From her strength, this place can't hold her, but why didn't she run away before, but chose to run away after meeting Alex?" Feng Zhongmian analyzed, "Elizabeth didn't run away before, maybe because she felt it was meaningless, and Alex's appearance made her realize that the wait was over. That is to say, she was waiting for Alex? It's possible. But she's not satisfied with Alex yet. From the memory fragments that flashed just now, Elizabeth is actually older than she looks. She seems to have participated in a terrible experiment many years ago. She is the only survivor of this experiment and became the mother." Without waiting for the adventurer to say more, another unexpected change occurred. The tumors composed of various active tissues in the building suddenly broke out one by one, hatching terrible humanoid monsters like giant eggs. There are more than one such monster. They are about 3 to 4 meters tall, with a burly body but hunched over, with bright red skin and a rough stratum corneum on the epidermis. The monster has no clear facial features on its head, only a huge mouth that splits to the back of the head, with jagged fangs inside, and it is constantly roaring like a beast. You have unlocked the monster illustration, Hunter. Level 2, 2-star monster. The Blackstone Hammer King frowned. There are too many. Level 2, 2-star strength is not low. The flamethrower tracker is only at the peak of level 2, 2-star. These monsters called hunters may not be as strong as the flamethrower trackers, but there are quite a lot of them. There are only 6 or 7 of them so far, and tumors continue to hatch, so the number is increasing rapidly. Roar! 3 or 4 hunters rushed at the same time. The Blackstone Hammer King had a round of confrontation with them. It turned out that punching these monsters was like hitting a thick sandbag, and it was completely unable to threaten them. Instead, it was knocked down from the building because it was outnumbered. Bang! Falling from the 51st floor. Although the ground shook, the Blackstone Hammer King was not seriously injured. This level of impact was not enough to pose a threat. At the same time, one red figure after another fell from the sky. The hunters chased them directly. They also jumped from a building more than 50 stories high. The huge bodies, The impact vibrations and shock waves they caused were enough to make the soldiers on the scene fall and lose their balance. The hunters attacked indiscriminately. They quickly became the target of public criticism. The Black Watch soldiers quickly opened fire on them. "Brother Hammer, get out. It's not advisable to stay here for long. This kind of monster has thick skin and flesh, so heavy weapons must be used." That makes sense. During the evacuation of the Blackstone Hammer King, he randomly grabbed a soldier and absorbed him, hoping to find a place where he could get heavy weapons from his memory. Several memory fragments flashed. It turned out to be a military base. This base was hidden in a large factory building. The Blackstone Hammer King decisively jumped to the street in the chaos, and then several hunters caught up and started a fierce chase. Where? The street lights were broken. The vehicles were overturned. Countless pedestrians screamed. It was very chaotic but exciting. The adventurers outside were so excited. The Blackstone Hammer King quickly came to the large factory in his memory, hammered a hole in the roof, and jumped in. He saw that the internal space was as big as a square, and there were at least 300 or 200 soldiers gathering in it. "Who is it?" Before the soldiers could react, several hunters chased and fell among the soldiers, killing them without hesitation, grabbing the soldiers and eating them directly, and the soldiers quickly took out their weapons to shoot. Under the dense firepower network suppression, several hunters were temporarily restrained. Although these monsters have strong defenses, they do not have the recovery ability like Alex, so when the firepower is strong enough to threaten them. The Blackstone Hammer King was not idle. He seized a rocket launcher. He fired at the hunter who was chasing first. With a bang, the hunter was already dizzy from the dense bullets, and now he was hit by an anti-tank rocket. He was seriously injured on the spot, and lost the power to resist. Now! The Blackstone Hammer King quickly approached and punched the hunter, releasing a large amount of viral biomass from his hand, like thousands of tentacles quickly surrounding the hunter and transforming and absorbing his body. What a strong force! In the process of absorbing the hunter, the Blackstone Hammer King felt a headache. A strong life energy and genetic power were injected into his body. This gave him a strange feeling, so he freed his hands according to this strange feeling. The next moment, a pair of huge claws appeared. Fuck, it's Alex's claws, or more accurately, Alex's claws in the cutscene. That's right, he absorbed the hunter's genes. Alex, played by the Blackstone Hammer King, evolved for the first time. This pair of energy claws can cut through iron like mud, which is enough to greatly improve the strength. Things that were originally impossible to break, such as the hunter's invulnerable skin, can now be easily solved with this pair of claws. I see. Brother AI's various weapons, moves, and abilities are achieved by constantly hunting for high-quality genes. Brother AI, who we are playing now, is completely different from Brother AI 3 weeks later. No wonder Elizabeth thinks that Brother AI is not qualified to be absorbed by her. So cool. This discovery. Let the adventurers be happy. Energy claws that can cut through iron like mud are available. Are other weapons far away? For example, arm blades, whips, hammers, etc., which one is not top-level lethality. Adventurers realize that if they want to become stronger, evolve more weapons, and master more powerful moves, they must absorb more people and find more powerful genes, according to this trend. It won't take a few days. Adventurers will be reborn. Chapter 127. Alex has many abilities. Chi-Ji is making the opening cutscene. He showed off his claws, blades, double hammers, shield, and whip. In addition, he used a big move like thousands of tentacles, which created a strong visual impact, enough to shock adventurers and make them look forward to it, greatly enhancing the appeal of playing Alex to explore the plot of the Black Light. These are not all of Brother A's abilities. There are also several super cool and powerful abilities that have not been exposed. These include various weapon skills and cool and handsome biological armor. In addition, there are special skills such as bullet dive that Chi-Ji personally thinks are the coolest and most visually impressive. This will satisfy adventurers' strong expectations for biological weapons such as claws, blades, hammers, and whips, while also creating unexpected surprises for them, thereby further enhancing the experience. At this moment, the Blackstone Hammer King unlocked his first weapon, claws. Brother A's claws are not ordinary claws. Not only are they extremely sharp, but they also carry biological energy. It is no more difficult to tear a body apart than to tear a piece of paper apart. The Blackstone Hammer King rushed forward. He quickly killed the soldier. His claws swept across the other's body. From the bulletproof vest to the flesh and blood, and then to the bones, he did not feel any resistance during the entire cutting process. One claw could tear a living person in half from the middle, splitting it into several pieces, and the cut was extremely smooth. Bloody and brutal, the visual impact is very strong. When the Blackstone Hammer King plays Alex, his personality and mentality will also be affected by Alex, and he will instinctively look down on ordinary humans with a biological hegemony mentality. This feeling is like a beast at the top of the food chain facing its prey. Even if the killing method is very bloody, it will not make itself feel any discomfort. The claws kept tearing the flesh, broken limbs and arms. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The Blackstone Hammer King did not waste it. He fully activated his absorption ability, and each torn flesh was captured and absorbed into his body by the virus tentacles. This feeling of killing and consuming, while absorbing and replenishing, made the Blackstone Hammer King feel very happy, and he couldn't stop. The soldiers were almost killed. The Blackstone Hammer King faced another hunter. When the claws landed on the hunter's tough and solid skin, a huge wound was immediately cut. It works! Before this, the Blackstone Hammer King could not hit the hunter with thick skin and flesh, but now, he can easily cause damage to him with his new ability. This obvious progress and breakthrough. It makes people feel happy and excited. The Blackstone Hammer King gained confidence and started to deal with the two hunters. The intensity of this battle opened the eyes of the adventurers in the secret hall. In the end, with his strong recovery and attack power, he successfully killed and absorbed two hunters one after another. Awesome. After a seemingly fierce, but actually unsuspenseful battle, the Blackstone Hammer King successfully devoured and absorbed two hunters. Not only did he get all the consumption, but he also felt further strengthened. Brothers, hunters are simply a perfect tonic. Although the change is not as big as the first one when I just got the gene, every time I absorb one, it is at least equivalent to dozens of Black Watch soldiers. I feel that my strength has increased again. Another team of soldiers came. There were about a dozen people. Come on! Just in time to try it out. The Blackstone Hammer King stabbed his right claw into the ground. A shocking scene happened to all the adventurers. The ground in front of them cracked, and black bone spurs burst out. Before many soldiers could figure out what was going on, they were pierced through the body by the sharp bone spurs, and some were even torn into several pieces on the spot. This scared the few survivors. Quickly retreat. Request support. They wanted to escape from the Shira field. Stay away from this devilish man. Want to escape? The Blackstone Hammer King burst into speed. He caught up with the surviving soldiers in an instant like a ghost. After passing by them quickly, he crossed his claws on his chest and posed a handsome pose. The other adventurers didn't even see the specific process of the attack. The three soldiers stood still for half a second at the same time, and then many cuts appeared on their bodies. In the end, they were like knocked over building blocks, falling apart into neat pieces of human body parts, and each person was cut into 7 or 8 pieces. The adventurers watching in the secret hall were all dumbfounded. If Alex, who had just awakened, was at most at the second level 3-star to 4-star strength. After a period of killing and absorption, he awakened the biological claws, ground spike attack, dash cutting and other skills. His strength is obviously at the second level 5-star, and his comprehensive combat power is even the peak of the second level 5-star. This improvement. It is not just a little bit, it is doubled, or even several times. One of the biggest points of the Black Light chapter is, the protagonist's strength growth speed is too fast. When the strength continues to grow explosively, the enemy who is still facing a difficult enemy the moment before can be easily defeated the next moment, and after defeating it, it can be greatly improved. This process is full of excitement and sense of achievement. However, although killing and fighting are exciting, considering that time is limited and cannot be wasted, the Blackstone Hammer King did not continue to fight, and quickly escaped through simulated disguise, and then returned to Dina's secret safe house. Dina asked, "What happened over there? I heard that there was a big commotion." The Blackstone Hammer King answered truthfully, "I found Elizabeth, but she was almost unwilling to say anything, and she fled directly from the Gentech building." "What? Escaped?" Dina was a little unbelievable. "I learned from the latest decrypted files that Elizabeth has almost become a vegetable many years ago, and will hardly respond to any external stimuli." "Vegetative? That's strange." The Blackstone Hammer King thought of how he looked when he first met her. She really looked like a vegetable without any thoughts, and no response to the outside world. All the changes happened after sensing her presence. Judging from the abilities Elizabeth showed, it would be easy for her to escape the control of the Black Light organization, but she was willing to be imprisoned in a cage for more than 10 or 20 years. "This woman is weird in every way, there must be something wrong with her," the Blackstone Hammer King said. "Anyway, This clue has been cut off for the time being, and I now need new clues to retrieve my past memories. Dina pointed out a location on the map. Then maybe you can try your luck here. The Blackstone Hammer King remembered the location. Where is this? It seems that you have lost all your memories. So much so that you can't even recognize your own home. This is actually my home? The Blackstone Hammer King learned that the apartment location Dina pointed out was his residence. He had lived in the apartment for at least several years before the accident. Perhaps the familiar environment is indeed conducive to awakening memories. Elizabeth's clues have been cut off. There are no other clues and options. You can only try your luck. However, I must remind you that Black Watch will definitely set an ambush in your house. The Blackstone Hammer King was disdainful. If he were to fight Elizabeth, he would not be sure of winning. But what is there to fear about the Black Watch's group of scum? Now that the direction has been determined, take action immediately. The adventurer used his powerful mobility to shuttle between high-rise buildings. Soon he came to the neighborhood where the apartment was located. He conducted a reconnaissance first, and found no obvious ambush. No time was wasted. The Blackstone Hammer King walked into his home in this world. Cat Ming Ming asked, "How is it? Do you remember anything?" Blackstone Hammer King replied, "Oh no, although I feel familiar, I still don't have any memory." Pig King suddenly said, "Brother Hammer, look at the photos on the wall. There seems to be a woman who is very close to Brother AI." Blackstone Hammer King followed the reminder, and came to the wall. There were indeed many live photos posted here. One of the photos was a photo of Alex hugging a blonde woman. When he put his hand on the photo, some memory pictures appeared in his mind. These pictures are all related to the blonde woman. Blackstone Hammer King said happily, "Got it, there is a clue. This woman is Brother AI's girlfriend. As long as we find her, we may be able to solve the mystery of Brother AI and recover the memory of the past." However, before Blackstone Hammer King thought more, suddenly, a hurried voice sounded under the table. Blackstone Hammer King was immediately alert, but before he could check or respond, a huge explosion accompanied by flames instantly enveloped every corner of the apartment and swallowed up Blackstone Hammer King's body. "Brother Thor!" all the adventurers exclaimed. At the same time, in the building opposite the apartment, in a secret monitoring room. "Success? Let the ground troops launch an attack. Even if there are only wreckage left, we must find him." A serious-looking man in a suit looked at the explosion opposite and gave orders. This man is Captain Mark Marshall, an officer of Black Watch. He is responsible for the ambush against Alex this time. Captain Marshall may have learned his lesson. He did not show up directly, or send troops to surround the apartment. Instead, he placed several bombs in Alex's house. When the target entered the apartment, Marshall ordered his men to detonate the bomb. Theoretically, no creature can survive such an explosion. Just when Marshall and his men thought the plan was successful, they saw a horrifying scene from the monitoring screen. A black shadow jumped down from the apartment building where fire was raging and smoke was billowing. It fell directly below from more than 20 floors. It smashed a hole in the ground. This person was none other than Alex, the target of the ambush. He looked fine after landing and immediately started fighting with the Black Watch troops, who had arrived nearby. It was more of a massacre than a fight. Captain Marshall felt deeply terrified. Even such an explosion can't kill him? What kind of monster has this guy become now? One of his men hurriedly said, "Captain, the plan failed, we must evacuate." Captain Marshall's monitoring point was some distance away from the target, and he was dressed in casual clothes. Even so, he did not dare to be careless and immediately went downstairs and got into an evacuation vehicle. However, there was a loud noise. Something heavy crushed the roof of the car. A pair of sharp claws pierced in. It pierced through two of his men on the spot. Captain Marshall was horrified and hurriedly opened the car door. A hooded man in black stood on the roof of the car and looked at him with a playful look. "Captain, you can't escape." "No, it's impossible." Captain Marshall was sure that Alex didn't know him, and he was also in plain clothes and didn't reveal his identity as a Black Watch officer. Why could the other party lock on to him in such a short time? "Go to hell, you monster!" He pulled out his pistol and fired. The Blackstone Hammer King sneered and let the bullet hit him. "Haha, this little toy can't threaten me." Cool, domineering, fully felt the joy of the big boss. After the Blackstone Hammer King finished pretending, he didn't continue to talk nonsense. He stepped on the other party in midair, shattering his internal organs on the spot. A large number of black tentacles covered him, and decomposed and absorbed the officer's body completely. The next moment, memory reading. Various images and sounds flashed. This is the communication and dialogue between Captain Marshall and his superiors and subordinates. Alex has been infected with the black light virus, but for some reason, he did not become a zombie, nor is he an ordinary virus adapter. This case has never appeared in the past. He may have a unique new virus. Alex's body is full of unknown and deadly pathogens. He is now a bomb that may explode at any time. He must not be allowed to continue wandering in this city. No matter whether he lives or dies, no matter how much it costs, you must bring him back to me. Yes, but I'm not sure if this level of arrangement is enough to deal with the current Alex Moser. The adventurer's eyes lit up after reading it. The amount of information read during this swallowing and absorption process is not small. Pig King. From this information, it can be confirmed that our brother AI should have been infected with a virus called Black Light for some reason, and became a unique special infected person. No wonder this special chapter is called Black Light Coming. Feng Zhongmian nodded and said, I think the Black Light virus should be a kind of zombie virus. Most of the infected people will become zombies, but there may also be some rare cases of adapting to the virus. Very valuable. We are one step closer to solving the truth of the plot and regaining Brother AI's memory. Who turned Brother AI into this? I think Brother AI must want to regain his memory and take revenge. After solving Captain Marshall, the Blackstone Hammer King shared his feelings with everyone. It's great. Even a room full of C4 explosives can't destroy this body. I just need to recruit a few people who participated in the operation to find the mastermind. He couldn't help but sigh. Brother AI's ability to survive is so strong that it's hard to die. It's worthy of being a paid secret realm, which is completely different from other secret realms in Miracle City. The adventurers have never seen a character as powerful and terrifying as Alex. What else can stop the adventurers from playing Alex and finding the truth? Although he was blown away by the bomb deployed by Captain Marshall, as soon as he returned home, this operation has obtained a useful clue. The Blackstone Hammer King then found Brother AI's former girlfriend, Dr. Karen Parker, through a series of investigations. Karen and AI Go are both doing research work in the Black Light organization. However, Alex is in charge of the core research part, while Dr. Karen is in charge of the peripheral non-confidential research projects. When Alex got into trouble, Karen was placed under house arrest by the Black Light organization. It took some effort for the Blackstone Hammer King to save her, but although the process was a bit tortuous, the result was no surprise. After rescuing Karen, in addition to her sister Dina, there is one more NPC who can accept the task. The Blackstone Hammer King concluded, the main content of the first act ends here. This secret realm lasts a total of 18 days. The next act takes place on the 3rd day. I understand, the plot of each act is advanced in sequence based on time coordinates, and the last act should be on the 18th day, which is the time point of the opening plot. Using this flashback method to tell the secret realm story and promote the plot is indeed clever and full of creativity. Not every day of the 18 days has a plot. Some days in between are skipped directly. The entire main storyline, including the prologue, has a total of 11 episodes. Each episode needs to be paid for, and the price is divided into 3 types according to the richness of the content: 30, 50, and 100. Time is up. Exit the secret realm. Nothing good was revealed this time. But the Blackstone Hammer King still felt very satisfied. Because the Black Light Advent chapter is superior in terms of narrative style, story plot, and suspense design, and it has an almost invincible experience. How can it not make people addicted to it, of course? In terms of depth and pattern, and the artistic scene design, the Black Light Advent chapter may not be as good as the Ashina Kingdom chapter. But this is not important. Anyway, it's all good. After leaving the secret realm, Blackstone Hammer King found another big surprise. Fuck. Lone Wolf, what's wrong, Hammer Brother? Blackstone Hammer King, my soul cultivation degree has reached 91%? What? It's rising so fast. Pig King and Cranky Chicken were both surprised. Although role-playing secret realms have good accelerated cultivation effects, the speed of cultivation improvement in the Black Light Coming chapter seems to be slightly faster than the biochemical pass plot. At this rate, Blackstone Hammer King will be able to break through to the 2nd level tomorrow, in a moment. The members of the Hammer Pig, Chicken and Dog team all supported Blackstone Hammer King to continue the challenge. Blackstone Hammer King found that the 2nd act is not yet accessible. What's going on? The latter part is not ready yet. Well, that's normal. After all, this is new content that has just been launched. Even if Chilaza is talented, it will take some time to complete all the content. No. Because of time, Chi-Ji only had time to complete the prologue and the first act. As for the latter part, it will be released all at once tomorrow. Although the adventurers were very anxious and painful, they also expressed their understanding and had to wait patiently. There is still more than half of the adventure time today. Although the launch of the Black Light chapter has caused quite a stir and discussion, there are many contents in the Miracle City Secret Realm, and the Ashina chapter and other modes of the frenzy are still in full swing. Under the promotion of Sanju, Higanbana, Baihajusher and other big guys, the Ashina chapter is progressing rapidly, and is rapidly advancing to the later stage of the plot. It is not difficult to see that this country at the beginning of the 10 Kingdoms is expected to usher in the main storyline ending as soon as possible within these 2 days. Chapter 128. Higanbana admits. The Black Light chapter of the frenzy is very interesting. But for her, Ashina is the top priority of her strategy. Before she completely clears the Ashina chapter, she will not spend too much energy on other secret realms. And today, the plot of the Ashina chapter will usher in major progress and breakthroughs, because in the past 24 hours, adventurers led by the Time Traveler, 1 or 2,000 people online and offline worked together to conduct a comprehensive study of the Eternal Journey Blessing of Insects and the Eternal Journey Return of the Dragon. In the history of Blackstone Town, there has never been a secret realm plot that makes adventurers so enthusiastic. There is strength in numbers, with everyone working together. Finally, the specific operation method of Return of the Dragon was cracked. Compared with the ancient method of cutting off the dragon's heritage, this plan is more perfect but also extremely demanding. Among them, the ancient method of cutting off the dragon's curse is to go to the fairyland, find a material called dragon's tears, and let the dragon's curse son take it, and then kill the dragon's curse son with the undead slash, or let the dragon's curse servant commit suicide with the undead slash. This method requires sacrificing one of the dragon's curse son, or the dragon's curse servant to temporarily cut off the dragon's curse, and let the other person return to normal. However, it only treats the symptoms but not the root cause. Therefore, the adventurers decided to complete a dragon's return. According to the Yonglu Sutra, 3 things must be used to complete the dragon's return plan, and these 3 things are dragon's tears, eyes tears, and transformed into a son of God. All of them are extremely difficult. Needless to say, the dragon's tears. Let's not think about how difficult it is to get dragon's tears from the ancient gods. Just going to the fairyland is very troublesome. Adventurers need to collect the stone of habitat, fragrant lotus, and evercherry fragrant wood to make the fragrance of origin. Only those who have the fragrance of origin can marry into the fairyland, otherwise they are not even qualified to approach the god of origin. After a survey in Ashina, dozens of adventurers, plus the information provided by Jiolong and Yongjin, have now had a general understanding of how to obtain these materials. The stone of habitat can be found in a place called Shuisheng village at the bottom of Ashina, that has been out of contact for many years. And the fragrant lotus is a rare material that grows in the Bodhisattva Valley, a collapsed canyon behind Ashina Castle. As for the evercherry fragrant wood, it is more troublesome. Although the previous generation of God's son brought an evercherry tree from the fairyland, it is said that because the branches were broken by his adoptive father Owl, the evercherry tree has withered and cannot be used. In other words, you must find Owl to get the evercherry fragrant wood. So complicated, so troublesome. The difficulty is extremely high. But it aroused the fighting spirit of the adventurers. It is because of the difficulty that the challenge is worthwhile. It is because of the difficulty that after completing this series of feats, the sense of achievement will be higher. 200 or 300 adventurers who focus on Ashina country have united. They will spare no effort and means to complete the dragon's homecoming plan as quickly as possible. First, 10 adventurer representatives are selected. Among them are adventurers such as Baihajusher, Higanbana, and Sanju. They all have 2 characteristics. First, they have a high level, more energy, and more opportunities for challenges. Second, their exploration progress in Ashina country is obviously ahead of others. Their understanding of playing the role of wolf and fighting in Ashina is also ahead of others, so they can have a higher exploration efficiency. After the top 10 adventurer representatives were selected, they no longer needed to queue up, and could challenge the secret realm continuously, while others provided assistance, reference and intelligence support. Only in this way could we ensure that the difficult task was completed in the shortest time. Baihajusher had not seen adventurers so united and serious about a secret realm for many years. Naturally, he agreed. Higanbana was a woman with a strong desire to win and lose. When she saw that hundreds of adventurers attached so much importance to the dragon's homecoming plan, she naturally took the lead. Be the first to pass through Ashina country. If you can be the first to achieve the dragon's homecoming, this will be a major event that will be recorded forever in the history of Miracle City and on the monument of the Ten Kingdoms Secret Realm. It must be achieved. The adventurers formed a strategy group in this way. They also held a special oath-taking meeting. Then, they officially started to take action to launch an offensive against Ashina. When the Blackstone Hammer King incarnated Alex, and was active in Manhattan, New York. Higginbana has set off to the collapsed canyon in Ashina. With Higginbana's operation and the wolf's mobility and skills, this journey took 3 or 4 hours. She first teleported to the underground of Ashina Castle through the Ghost Buddha, and walked in the opposite direction of Sunfeng Temple from the intricate cave system to the ancient White Snake Shrine. This White Snake Shrine is evidence that the ancient Ashina worshipped the White Snake God as a mountain god. Higginbana continued to move forward. Next, we passed through the complex and extremely steep falling valley. The overall terrain here is mainly thousands of meters vertical depth, with multiple layers of cliffs, ancient broken bridges and caves, and you must use the hook rope frequently and accurately to pass through. If you make a mistake, you will be crushed to pieces. During this process, you will pass through the Iron Cannon Fortress with strict defense and step-by-step defense. This area is mainly composed of metal structures and wooden platforms, and is full of gunpowder barrels and fortifications. There is a group of descendants of the ancient Ashina country stationed there. They are like bandits, who defend the dangerous places, occupy the mountains, and are extremely exclusive of outsiders. What's more deadly is, these guys have mastered powerful firearms. Perhaps due to the special materials of Ashina firearms, although the precision is not as good as that of the Frenzy world, the lethality is far above the ordinary firearms of the Frenzy. In addition, there are several second-level, 2-3-star elite masters guarding, and it is absolutely extremely difficult for adventurers to pass through it on their own. In order to pass through these areas, even Higginbana died 9 times before she could barely kill through the Iron Cannon Fortress and officially enter the deepest part of the collapsed canyon. Finally arrived. Higginbana traveled for 4 hours. Finally activated a Ghost Buddha in the depths of the canyon. According to the information provided by the Ghost Buddha, this place is called Bodhisattva Valley. The adventurer learned from Jiolong that Bodhisattva Valley is the bottom of the falling valley, the deepest part of the collapsed gorge, and the place where the fragrant water lotus can be found. Is this Bodhisattva Valley? Nancy Leah, Jean Ba, Luke and other alien adventurers came to the crystal to observe after hearing the news. This place is too difficult to reach. The leader of the Higginbana team is currently the only one who has successfully arrived. Everyone can see through the secret crystal. Although Bodhisattva Valley is located at the bottom of the falling valley, it is not a completely civilized restricted area. The remains of Buddha statues and stone Buddha hand sculptures can be seen everywhere here, and some Buddha niches and caves can be vaguely seen on the cliffs on both sides. These traces, combined with the name of Bodhisattva Valley, indicate that in the very ancient past, this place was also a religious treasure. The antiquity and heritage of the Ashina land. These details can be constantly reflected. Although Higginbana successfully arrived at Bodhisattva Valley, she did not dare to be careless at all, and it turned out that caution was necessary, because she encountered big trouble in the literal sense after just a few steps. It's the White Snake God. It's actually here. The adventurers saw through the secret crystal that a huge white snake appeared in Bodhisattva Valley. It was about 500 meters long, and it was probably the same one that the Wool Warrior encountered during the previous expedition. The White Snake God is a 3rd-level monster. It has almost overwhelming power. When it finds that the adventurer has entered the territory, it will inevitably attack wildly. Higginbana used the ninja prosthetic hand to move quickly, and finally hid in the cave to barely escape the disaster at the critical moment. Too scary. Flower Fairy Iris was shocked. I didn't expect that there was such a scary monster in the Ashina Kingdom. Nancy Leah introduced. The White Snake God is a 3rd-level 2-star peak monster. It is overwhelmingly powerful to wolves, and there is no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation. Dwarf Jean Ba and dog-headed man Luke also felt a shudder from the soul. Even though there was a crystal, there was still a trace of instinctive fear. They didn't know what it was like to face this giant monster in person. As Higginbana walked through the cave to avoid the White Snake God, she said, "Although the White Snake God is very strong, this guy must be killed." Why? Because in order to complete the dragon's homecoming plan, one of the 3 major materials, Ice Tears, requires snake persimmon. Dwarf Jean Ba was stunned. Snake persimmon? What is that? Nancy Leah explained. You can understand that it is a very precious material made from the essence and blood of the White Snake God. Rook, killing the White Snake God. This is too difficult. Time Traveler, The most difficult thing is that you must collect 2 snake persimmons to make iced tears, 1 fresh persimmon and 1 dry persimmon. The so-called fresh persimmon is the snake persimmon condensed from the fresh essence and blood of the white snake god. The so-called dried persimmon is a special snake persimmon formed by the fresh snake persimmons that have been worshipped for hundreds of years. It's so difficult. Several alien adventurers, the human adventurers who were watching, all felt the difficulty of the dragon's homecoming. Whether it is dragon tears, ice tears, or the son of God, the acquisition and production are difficult as far as the sky. No wonder Ashina has never succeeded once in thousands of years. I believe we can do it. This is the problem and test that the Lord has given us. Since the old thief can ask such a question, then there must be a perfect way to answer it. We can't let the old thief look down on us. Higanbana passed through the cave. Finally got rid of the threat of the white snake god. She continued to explore deeper into the Bodhisattva Valley, and finally saw a huge reclining Buddha from a distance, and below the reclining Buddha was a large open shallow beach. There is a ghost Buddha. The direction is right. It's not good to have a ghost Buddha in such a place. It means there may be a lot of danger ahead, and there may even be powerful enemies. Higanbana activated the ghost Buddha and continued to move forward. She found a giant beast at the deepest part of the shallow beach, under the huge reclining Buddha. It was a giant ape with white hair, facing the reclining Buddha with its back facing the adventurer, and a blue-white lotus in front of it. This is fragrant water lotus. Found it. This is one of the 3 major ingredients for making the fragrance of the source. The legendary flower that blooms in the sediment area of the thick source water. The adventurers were all very excited. At least 5 adventurers went to Bodhisattva Valley. But so far only Higanbana has arrived. After going through untold hardships and literally escaping death, they finally made a major discovery. Higanbana was very excited, but she didn't dare to be careless at all, because the giant ape next to the fragrant water lotus caught her attention. You unlocked the monster illustration, lion ape. This is not an ordinary ape. Higanbana said in a deep voice. It has the strength of a 2nd level 4-star. 2nd level 4-star? Is it so strong? Everyone was shocked. As Wolf walked along, his ninja skills and body were recovering. His strength was constantly improving, but it was only at the 2nd level 2-star level. The gap is not small, but Higanbana was not afraid. Pull out the wedge pill and walk towards the lion ape. Roar! The lion ape was startled and turned around. The giant ape was 5 meters tall, its neck was pierced by a huge sword, and there was a deep knife scar on its left face, and its whole body exuded a fierce and violent aura. Bana took a candy and launched an active attack. This giant ape is indeed powerful, but its attack method is not complicated, including chain claws, ground-smashing dangerous skills, chain punches, and jumps. With the current strength of the wolf, and the operation level of Bana, most of these attacks can be seen through and defended. The lion ape also has some attacks, such as poison gas spitting and various grabs. This kind of attack is impossible to resist. Higanbana could also dodge with the wolf's crisis warning. After adapting to a few rounds, she gradually found the rhythm of the battle. After more than a dozen rounds, the lion ape fell into a disadvantage. Higanbana's eyes flashed, dodged a grab, jumped up suddenly, and grabbed the sword stuck in the giant ape's neck. Although the sword is relatively old, it pierced the lion ape's tough fur, and most of the blade was immersed in the neck, which can be used by adventurers. With a sudden force, the lion ape's head was cut off. Higanbana casually stuck the sword into the ground and glanced at the headless ape corpse, nothing more. After saying that, walked towards the lotus. Just when it was about to pick it. Be careful, Higanbana boss. No! This monster is not dead yet. Not dead? Impossible. Higanbana turned around suddenly. The headless lion ape had stood up again. Black blood was flowing from its broken neck, and insects could be vaguely seen moving in it. It held its head in its left hand, and pulled up the big sword on the ground with its right hand. You unlocked the monster encyclopedia, Headless Lion Ape. It's an immortal insect. Higanbana made a judgment. She immediately reached out to pull out the immortal slash. The headless lion ape suddenly let out a roar that shook the valley, and the roar was like a substance that turned into a red fishy wind and swept over. Not good. Higanbana felt that she was enveloped by the red fishy wind, and her 5 internal organs were instantly shaken, and she was dizzy and fell into a state of dizziness. The next moment, the headless lion ape raised his hand and slashed. A sharp knife light turned the adventurer in front of him into a headless man. Damn it! A few minutes later, Higanbana challenged again. This headless lion ape is very strong, almost reaching the 3rd level of strength, and it is not easy to deal with because of its immortal characteristics. Especially the lion's roar. This move not only has a good killing power, but also has a mental attack effect. Once hit, you will lose your ability to move and be killed. Failed 5 times in a row. Bana finally found a way to deal with the headless lion ape. She can use the fear-repelling powder and the mechanical umbrella ninja tool to fight against it. Finally, in the 6th challenge, Bana mastered the correct fighting method, accurately deflected every fatal slash, and seized the opportunity to pick out the giant centipede-like immortal worm in the neck of the lion ape. Go to hell! Quickly pulled out the immortal slash. One knife cut the immortal worm in half. Another knife stabbed into the headless lion ape. The giant ape let out a cry of pain and a bit of relief, and finally fell down completely. Win! Master Higanbana is awesome. This is definitely a super strong enemy. It is estimated that among the current adventurers in Miracle City, there are no more than 5 who are capable of defeating it by exploring on their own within 10 lives. The lion ape seems to have a story. Why is it here guarding the fragrant water lotus? Where did the knife on it come from? Who came here to fight this terrifying beast and almost killed it? In fact, this master has already won, but he didn't expect that the lion ape is immortal. I guess the result is not very good. Higanbana is also satisfied with such a thrilling battle, and she likes this kind of heartbeat and excitement, and even the feeling of tension and fear. In this state, the speed of cultivation will be greatly accelerated. Sometimes Higanbana only dislikes that she is too timid. So few secret realms make her nervous, let alone make her afraid, otherwise her cultivation must be higher. Don't waste time. Immediately pick the fragrant lotus, the flower asked. Old Crane, how is the progress of Old Zhu? The white deer immediately said, Old President, Dean Baiha has been trapped in the hidden forest for a long time. Fortunately, he has found a way out of the forest and successfully entered the aquatic village. The silly goose. Although we haven't found the habitat stone yet, it is estimated that it will be soon. The flower nodded with satisfaction. It seems that he has walked ahead again. With the old dean's ability, it will definitely be no problem to get through the aquatic village. With intelligence and strategy support, Higanbana will definitely be able to get through the hidden forest and aquatic village faster. 2 of the 3 ingredients of the source fragrance can be obtained today. As for the last one, the evercherry flower, I don't know where my godfather is hiding. It is likely that he is in a corner of Ashina city. It won't be too late to return to Ashina to find him after finding the other 2 ingredients. Higanbana said, He Lao and the others have not yet got through the aquatic village, so I won't go there for the time being. After all, there is an important thing to do here. The time traveler asked, Do you want to? Yes. Higanbana glanced outside the Bodhisattva Valley. The white snake god snake persimmon is the most important material for making ice tears and realizing the dragon's homecoming. Anyway, I have to challenge it sooner or later, so I want to give it a try. All the adventurers were shocked. It's okay that Higanbana defeated the powerful lion ape. She is actually going to challenge the more powerful white snake god next. So crazy. Will it succeed? The adventurers are looking forward to it. Chi Ji was also following the adventures of the adventurers in the Ashina chapter. He had to admit that these guys were more active and efficient than he had imagined. According to the current time and progress. Today, within 1 day, there is still a great chance to collect the 3 major materials to make the source of incense and enter the source palace. If Higanbana really succeeds in killing the white snake god and getting the fresh persimmon, it may really be possible to complete the super difficult perfect ending of Dragon's Homecoming in 1 step. Chapter 129. Higanbana kills lion ape. After successfully picking fragrant lotus, she is going to challenge the white snake god again. Whether it succeeds or not, it is full of topics. How can adventurers not be interested in such a big thing she did? The number of onlookers increased several times in a short time. The lonely swordsman said, If you can find the habitat of the white snake god, you may find age-dried snake persimmons from it, and fresh snake persimmons must be obtained by killing the white snake god. South Mountain guests kill the white snake god? This is too difficult. Dai-Tu-E, yes, this kind of guy was worshipped as a mountain god by the locals in ancient Ashina. Whoa warrior, I can't forget the fear of facing the white snake god. This kind of guy is not something that mortals can deal with. Anyway, I don't want to face it for the second time. According to the adventurer's speculation and calculation, the collapsed canyon is 150 kilometers long, with a maximum depth difference of 4 or 5 kilometers. The environment is too complex and full of dangers, so the difficulty of exploration and investigation is extremely high. Fortunately, The one we are looking for is the White Snake God. This guy is over 500 meters long and is bigger than some mountains. He will leave many traces during his activities, so it is not difficult to find him. It didn't take long for Higanbana to find his location. The White Snake God was coiled under a stone peak as steep as a pillar. The huge body coiled around the stone peak, and it seemed to be resting. There is an opportunity. Let me try it first. Higanbana chewed a moon-hidden candy to cover up the sound and breath, and then carefully came to the side of the White Snake God, ready to give him a fatal blow when he was not prepared. However, the plan was beautiful, but it is not so easy to implement. The coiled body of the White Snake God is as big as a mountain. The adventurer is like an ant in front of it. All he can see is the torso. The body is covered with white scales that are invulnerable to swords and guns. The wedge pills can't cut it at all, and can't cause fatal injuries. Higanbana tried to get closer. Unexpectedly, it immediately aroused the vigilance of the beast. The White Snake God probably has vision like thermal imaging. Yuyantang is ineffective in front of it. The adventurer was immediately locked by the snake pupil, and then a roar that shook the valley sounded. Roar! There is no suspense. The nearby terrain is open. There is no place to hide or use a hook rope. When the White Snake God's head, which was bigger than a steam locomotive, attacked, Higanbana had no chance to fight back, and was eventually knocked away by the violent force, and then crushed to death. The first attempt failed. Is Yuyantang useless? It seems that it is not realistic to approach this beast without anyone noticing. The White Snake God is too strong, and there is almost no hope of confronting it head-on. We can only use sneak attacks to deal with this guy, and we must find the key points, otherwise it is almost impossible to succeed. While the adventurers were discussing, Feng Zhongmian suddenly made a suggestion. It likes to coil under the stone peak, and we can attack from top to bottom. Higanbana and others were thinking of a solution at this moment. When they heard this suggestion and studied the nearby terrain, they all felt that their eyes lit up and thought that this method could be tried. Act immediately. First use the ninja prosthetic hand to climb the cliff. Higanbana immediately found a cave plank road hidden in the cliff. Rock. This plank road seems to lead to the opposite side of the stone peak where the White Snake God is entrenched. This is a very good sign. It seems that we have found the right idea. Whoa, warrior, why do you say that? Feng Zhongyan, don't forget, no matter how real this world is, everything is created by Lord Qi Ji, and Lord Qi has always been good at using scenes to narrate and guide. I see. He wouldn't build a plank road here for no reason. This is probably to give us adventurers hints and guidance. Lord Qi's design and production capabilities are too strong. Just this kind of clever scene interaction alone is probably enough for ordinary lords to learn for 10 or 8 years. While everyone was looking forward to and discussing, Bana came to the stone peak where the White Snake God was located along the plank road. This stone peak stood like a lonely pillar in the canyon. Bana took advantage of entering the blind spot of the White Snake God's vision, suddenly jumped off the cliff with a run-up, then activated the ninja prosthetic hand in the air, grabbed the stone peak with a hook rope, and finally flew to the top of the peak smoothly. Very thrilling, very exciting. This peak is nearly 200 meters high. If they fall directly from this height, even wolves will be dead or disabled. The White Snake God is coiled under the stone peak. When looking down from the perspective of Higanbana, the huge body of this ancient beast is coiled in a ball, stacked like a small mountain range, and each scale is shining with cold light. The visual impact is directly maximized. It makes people feel the fear of the giant uncontrollably. Nancy Leah clenched her palms nervously. This is too crazy. Iris, I can't imagine that adventurers have to deal with such a living disaster like beast. Interesting. This is called adventure. Don't talk. Now is the critical moment. Higanbana did not act immediately. The body of the White Snake God has been moving all the time, like a small living mountain range. Because the head keeps changing position, it is difficult for adventurers to accurately grasp the opportunity to attack. However, at this moment, the White Snake God seemed to feel something. A huge head slowly raised up. The pair of lantern-like scarlet snake eyes vigilantly observed the surroundings. This scene made the adventurers, who were watching the scene, feel nervous, but at this moment, Higanbana clearly felt that a red light appeared above the head of the White Snake God. Can't hesitate. The opportunity is fleeting. Only if you are brave and decisive enough can you catch it. Higanbana jumped down without hesitation, landing on the snake head as accurately as an arrow, holding the wedge ball with both hands and stabbing it hard, and a large amount of smelly and cold blood gushed out like a fountain. Success? All adventurers exclaimed. The White Snake God did not die because of this, but let out a painful roar, and immediately shook his huge head, hitting the stone peak like a sledgehammer. Boom! This collision! The earth shook, the stone peak broke in the middle, and countless rocks kept falling. Under the huge force, Higanbana was shaken, and she had no time to continue to make up for it and expand the area of the wound. She was thrown into the air on the spot, and fell freely with countless collapsed rocks. Not good. Higanbana was shocked. Her witch ball was still on the snake head. Although the white snake god was severely injured, it did not die. The moment it threw the adventurer into the air, it opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Higanbana whole. In an instant, a sense of corrosion came over her body. The saliva of the white snake is obviously poisonous. It will lose consciousness in less than 10 seconds. Damn it, I was almost there, but I didn't expect to fail. Higanbana was very unwilling. She felt that if she had acted faster just now, she would have had a chance to kill the white snake god. Want to eat me? At worst, we will die together. Higanbana did not sit and wait for death. As she slid into the snake's stomach, she pulled out the immortal slash and stabbed it into the snake's body, instantly causing a huge wound. The scales of this beast are invulnerable to swords and guns. It is not easy to hurt it from the outside. But cutting from the inside is much simpler than expected. Under the crazy cutting of Higanbana, a large amount of snake blood continued to gush out, and the white snake god also roared in pain, rushing around in the canyon. It was obviously also greatly injured. However, it only lasted for a few seconds. Higanbana lost consciousness. Did it fail? It's such a pity this time. A dark space appeared in front of Higanbana's eyes, but the blood-red word death did not appear. Instead, just when she thought the challenge had failed, she suddenly felt the existence of her body and consciousness, and a force pulled her back into her body. She opened her eyes again. It was intact. It was lying in a pile of bones. Higanbana immediately stood up and observed the surrounding environment. This was a large natural cave, with bones all over the ground, including various animals and human remains. The adventurers observed and found that the pile of remains had signs of corrosion and digestion. These are obviously the food residues left by the white snake god. Why didn't the wolf die? Instead, it was intact. No, I think he should have died just now. It's just that the power of dragon's blood played a role at the critical moment. So that's it. The white snake god was careless. It certainly didn't expect that we still had the power of dragon's blood, so it could be resurrected from the dead. This should be the white snake god's lair. A huge cave formed by a mountain crack. The space is large enough to accommodate the huge body of the white snake god. After exploring for a short distance, Higanbana saw a part of the huge body of the white snake god lying in front of her. It was obviously very weak after being severely injured at this moment, so it returned to the lair to rest. Not lost yet. There is still a chance. Higanbana immediately scouted carefully. She found that the huge body of the white snake god was coiled between the cracks and caves, and on the cliff above its head, there was a very old ruined temple, which looked like a very suitable ambush site. The problem is, although the white snake god was severely injured, but it maintained its mobility and combat effectiveness. If you approach rashly, you will probably be discovered again. While Higanbana was thinking, she suddenly heard a cry and saw a monkey appear near the cracked cave. Got it! Higanbana chewed a moon-hidden candy and approached the monkey to start puppetry. This technique is a ninja secret technique that was restored after passing through Xianfeng Temple. It can make the victim affected by illusion and controlled. Although it can only affect for dozens of seconds and is ineffective for targets with too strong will, it can also be very useful at critical moments. After the monkey monster was affected by the illusion, immediately, it jumped up and down in the cave, howling to attract attention. As expected, the white snake god was attracted by the monkey that broke into the cave. It immediately attacked it, and swallowed the monkey monster into its stomach in a few seconds. Although it only took 10 seconds. But it was enough for Higanbana. She took advantage of the distraction of the white snake god, and immediately used the ninja hand hook rope, and the ability to climb quickly to pass by him, and enter the ancient ruined temple above. This temple has a history of at least several hundred years. Its interior space is not large, and it enshrines a white snake bodhisattva. The face of this bodhisattva is ferocious, and a bit gloomy and scary. There is a white snake around her body, and she holds something in her hand. From the outside, it looks like a shriveled heart. Ah, it's a dried persimmon. I can find this thing. Higanbana was surprised and happy. The adventurer outside was also overjoyed. Fuck. This is a blessing in disguise. It's easy to find something after searching for it. It would take a lot of time to sneak into the white snake's lair, and there would be considerable danger. But now, because of the failure to assassinate the white snake, I was brought into the core of the lair by the white snake and easily obtained this item. After Higanbana successfully got the dried snake persimmon, she left the ruined temple and began to lie dormant looking for opportunities. At this time, the white snake god had returned to a distance. It looked a little weak, and there was a knife on its head, which was the wedge pill left by Higanbana before. Try again! Higanbana jumped on the head of the white snake god again, holding the wedge pill with both hands and going 3 more inches deeper. The white snake god struggled again in pain, but this time the adventurer did not give it another chance. Go to hell! Stir the wedge pill with all his strength. A sudden pull cuts a huge wound. No matter how strong the white snake god's vitality is, after being hurt like this, it has no power to struggle, and finally falls down completely, losing all ability to move. It really worked. Boss Higanbana killed the white snake god. Wow! Too strong. I can't believe my eyes. Boss is awesome. All the adventurers were ecstatic. When this beast that had lived for who knows how many years gradually died, Higanbana was covered with snake blood. She gasped for breath, and it took her a long time to recover. An unprecedented excitement, pleasure and satisfaction surged in her heart. This is called adventure. Then there was no time wasted. Higanbana cut open the heart of the white snake god and took out a fresh snake persimmon from it. In this way, the 2 key props for making ice tears were complete. She would become the only adventurer who had the hope of achieving Dragon's Return. It is foreseeable. Dragon's Return is too difficult. Even if they know the strategy and understand the process, most adventurers in the future will not be able to achieve this plan. They may only be able to end the plot of the Ashina chapter by returning to normal people. Only those who are truly capable, lucky, adventurous, and challenge their limits can achieve this achievement. When Higanbana got 2 snake persimmons and fragrant lotus, good news came from the other side. Baihajushar and Sanju opened up the aquatic village. They found the habitat stone, one of the 3 major ingredients of the source of fragrance. Great! Just in time! Higanbana immediately came to the bottom of Ashina through the Ghost Buddha. She came to the hidden forest according to the precise route recorded by the strategy team. This hidden forest is the forest at the foot of the mountain where Ashina is located. It is shrouded in fog all year round, and it is easy to get lost. If you don't know the correct route, it is normal to be trapped for a few days and nights. Baihajushar, Sanju and other big guys. That's why they are advancing slowly. Relying on the information provided by the strategy team, Higanbana quickly found the correct route, killed the mist-hidden nobleman who created the fog, and then successfully found Shuesheng village and entered it. Is this Shuesheng village? This atmosphere is really weird. This is a mountain village at the bottom of Ashina. Not only is it shrouded in miasma all year round, it is dark, and the whole village is full of weird sacrificial elements, and most of the villagers have undergone weird changes. Higanbana learned from other adventurers. The villagers in this isolated mountain village have been drinking polluted source water for a long time, and their bodies have gradually become deformed and become zombies. They will attack all outsiders like zombies. Although their strength is not too strong, they are quite numerous, so they are not easy to deal with. In addition, there are several very powerful enemies in Shuesheng village. One of them is the female ghost Lin, an elite enemy who is good at swordsmanship and has reached the strength of 2 stars and 4 levels. After passing through Shuesheng village smoothly, Higanbana fought with this powerful enemy. The opponent's swordsmanship was elegant, flexible, weird and unpredictable. Even she died twice before winning. The last enemy was a phantom called a self-proclaimed monk. This monk is said to be the gatekeeper of the fairyland. He created a phantom to guard the only way from Shuesheng village to Qingju Stone Cave in order to stop outsiders who tried to enter the fairyland source palace. Nothing much to say. Directly a fierce battle. 2 lives were paid. Higanbana successfully defeated this enemy. In general, the gloomy and weird Shuesheng village and the steep and dangerous collapsed canyon are completely different environments and scenes. The collapse of the canyon will be more difficult. Shuesheng village is easy to get lost due to the environment and terrain. However, the female ghost and the broken monk phantom are obviously not as strong as the headless lion ape, let alone the white snake god. After a lot of trouble, the stone of habitation is also in hand. Higanbana can't suppress the excitement in her heart. The fragrant lotus and the stone of habitation are already in hand. Only 1 step away, she can reach the final place. It is expected to become the first adventurer to face the final secret of the Ashina kingdom, and even the first adventurer to complete the plot of the Ashina chapter. Chapter 130. Well done. Shiji recognized the efforts of the adventurers. With the concerted efforts of these guys, the efficiency exceeded expectations. We opened up the collapsed canyon and the 2 mid to late stage areas of Shueishan village in one day. Today we have the opportunity to enter the Palace of Origin. The kingdom of Ashina is not far from being opened up. These days, the charm of the Ashina chapter is fully demonstrated. So many adventurers are united. Such a grand occasion and scene have never been seen in the past, which is enough to show that the opening work of the secret realm of the 10 kingdoms of the exotic world is a complete success. Of course, there are still many corners of Ashina that have not been explored. There are hidden monsters and hidden plots that have not been discovered and excavated by adventurers. This secret realm chapter will continue to create value for the territory in the future, but the production of the next chapter and the new secret realm must also be accelerated. Today's mental power harvest is considerable. Shiji began to prepare for a breakthrough to the 4th level. At this moment, in the secret realm, after obtaining the fragrant lotus and the stone of habitation, Higanbana only needed one more thing, the flower of the evergreen cherry blossom, to complete the materials of the source of fragrance, when she returned to Ashina Castle. But she was stunned by what she saw. What's going on? The sky was dyed rusty by the smoke. The setting sun was like blood, and the sound of killing was heard everywhere, mixed with the roar of firearms. Ashina Castle was shrouded in flames of war on all sides. The periphery of the city had completely turned into a sea of fire. Traces of fierce battles between the Ashina people and the inner court troops could be seen in all directions, and the smell of burnt meat and gunpowder filled the air. A fierce battle had just ended. The continuation of the battle could still be seen in every corner. Ninja groups such as the Ramba group, the Yoshitaka group, and the Lone Shadow group were still fighting openly and secretly. The bodies of the Ashina soldiers and the regular troops of the inner court were everywhere, and the battles in the direction of Oatman and several occupied areas were still going on. Such a scene surprised all the adventurers. What happened? Why did it become like this? It seems that the inner court army has launched a formal attack. Ashina Castle is in danger and may not last too long. Not good. The inner court forces are also coming for the power of the dragon's blood. This means that we don't have much time left, and we must complete the task as soon as possible. So, according to the setting of the secret realm, once the fragrant lotus and stone of habitat are obtained, the plot of the Ashina chapter will automatically advance to the later stage. At this time, the inner court army will launch a full-scale attack on Ashina Castle, and the city will fall completely after 24 hours. Adventurers need to complete the ending within 24 hours, otherwise once Ashina Castle falls completely, Shinsi Jiolong will be abducted by the inner court, and the challenge will be judged as a failure. If the challenge fails, the plot of the later part of the Ashina chapter will be reset. You can only challenge it again from this time point, until the main storyline ends. After understanding all this, every adventurer has a strong sense of urgency. Higanbana faces the war-torn Ashina Castle, which is constantly being eroded. She couldn't help but sigh. War is too cruel. In order to obtain Ashina Castle and the power of Dragon's Heir, countless people have died on this land from ancient times to the present. The adventurer sighed. Everything in this world is too real. It makes people unable to help but bring their own emotions into it. Feng Zhongnian said, "This kind of building is about to collapse, and the raging waves have already fallen. It is not something that we, a passerby, can change." Nancy Leah nodded. "Yes, after all, we adventurers are just passers-by who temporarily play the role of wolves and experience life. We have no ability to change the fate of the country and the direction of history. The only thing we can do is to cut off the dragon's inheritance, to completely eradicate the source of the curse, and war for the land of Ashina." Of course, some people have different ideas. After all, the Lord once spread the news privately. When the number of people who pass the secret realm and complete the main storyline is enough, Miracle City may lower the requirements for story synchronization, and may even open more ways to play, such as playing as Jinakairo, playing as Ashina Ishin, etc., so that the fate of Ashina may be changed. Of course, these are too far away. You can only fantasize about it. The most urgent task is to complete the mission. Higanbana quickly came to the castle tower, only to see a large number of corpses of the lone shadows inside and outside the castle tower. It seems that this place has just experienced a very fierce battle. Not good. God's son will not be in trouble. Higanbana hurried to the top of the castle tower. As a result, she saw an unexpected figure. "Hey, it's this old ding. I was just looking for him, And he actually came out by himself. The person who appeared in the castle tower at this moment was none other than his adopted father Xiao. Higanbana came back this time to find Xiao, and get the last ingredient of the source of fragrance from him, the changing flower, which was on this person. At this moment, the dusk is like blood. The sea of clouds is like fire. Looking around from the castle tower, it is a scene of the end of the kingdom. Xiao half knelt in front of Hirata Jiolong as if asking for something. I have heard about you. I thought you died 3 years ago. I didn't expect you to betray Ashina and collude with the inner court. Jiolong was unmoved by the old ninja and just said indifferently, Xiao, what is your intention in doing all this? How dare I intend anything? Xiao knelt on the ground with a humble face. He slowly raised his head, but his eyes were full of sinisterness and ambition. I just want to personally protect the noble bloodline of the son of the dragon's blood. Hirata Jiolong sighed. I didn't expect that even you were blinded by the power of the dragon's blood. I have nothing to say to you. Please leave quickly. Xiao sneered. No more pretending. Stand up from the ground. Ashina Ishin has been led away by the lone shadows. With his exhausted physical condition, he will not be able to survive after this battle. No one in Ashina Castle can stop me. Jiolong said calmly. No, even if Ishin-sama is gone, there is at least one person who can stop you. Really? In that case, please allow me to have a good talk with this person first. Jiolong withdrew from here under the protection of Yongjin. Al looked at the place where Higanbana was hiding. Wolf, I haven't seen you for several years. Don't you want to come out and reminisce? Higanbana walked into the castle tower, facing the giant ninja with a burly body. She could feel the oppression from the strong. She could also feel the complex emotions from the wolf. Higanbana, Godfather, I thought you were dead. That was just a trick. I was very surprised that you survived. I am indeed dead. Higanbana whispered. It's just that I was resurrected by the power of the Son of God. Owl's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance. Yes, that's it. This is the power I want, and this is why I planned all this. Owl asked, why? I followed Ashina Ishin to the war of stealing the country, but what did I get in the end? Why can Ashina Ishin enjoy all the honors, while I can only hide in a dark corner and no one cares about me? Owl looked at the Ashina castle with thousands of holes. He continued, no matter how sharp the sword of this old thing Ishin is, it can't cut off aging. Ashina, this piece of old iron soaked in blood and rust, should have been recycled long ago. No one can change the inevitable fall of this land. We were just a group of fools who kept the old dream and tried to stop the trend of history. Everyone understood his thoughts and motives. Al was no longer willing to be just an unknown ninja. The fire of power in his heart was burning, so he wanted to get rid of the identity of the shadow, truly control his own destiny, and let his name spread throughout Japan. Al continued, Wolf, I once taught you that the first rule of ninja is that parents are more important than anything else. From now on, the Son of God is no longer your master. I ask you to return to your father. Higanbana said lightly, I can't do it anymore. Al showed an unbelievable look. What? As a ninja, how can you be influenced by personal feelings? Higanbana said firmly, the ninja you raised died 3 years ago. Now I have a reason to transcend the rules, so I will complete my mission to protect the Son of God no matter what. Al sighed. He collapsed on the ground. Wolf, why don't you understand your father's intentions? Your performance now disappoints me. Higanbana ignored the hypocrisy of the old man. He turned around and went to the room of the Son of God. At this moment, a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. Sure enough, still want to attack me? Higanbana sneered in his heart. He pulled out the wedge pill to block the sharp blade that attacked from behind. Well, you can actually block your father's knife. It seems that you have made great progress in these years. Seeing that the attack was blocked, Al retreated 10 meters away in an instant, and then took a fighting stance. Wolf, come on, today is the time for your father to test the results of your years of training. The decisive battle between father and son. So far, it has officially started. Adventurers are all attracted by this fierce battle. Al is the strongest ninja in Ashina country. Although he is huge in size, he is skilled in ninja skills, and the battle is very difficult. He is the adoptive father who picked up Wolf from the battlefield, and he is also the enemy that must be dealt with to advance the main plot. This battle can be said to be a key battle that pushes the characters and the plot to a climax. Dang dang dang. The two blades kept colliding in the air. Higanbana took risks along the way to deal with many powerful enemies and learn many ninja skills. Whether it was the recovery and improvement of Wolf's own strength, or the role and integration of Wolf, she reached a very high level. However, even so, she still felt great pressure. Al is worthy of being the strongest ninja in Ashina, who participated in the war of stealing the country. He not only has extremely skilled ninja skills, is good at using various ninja tools and hidden weapons, but also has physical fitness that is not inferior to top samurai. The most important thing is, Wolf is good at counterattack. Al is obviously also good at it. Therefore, this battle is different from any previous one. After more than a dozen rounds, Higanbana felt that her physical strength was quickly consumed, but Al did not feel any exhaustion. Damn it! You old man, die! Higanbana slashed at the opponent several times. Dang dang dang. Al waved the blade to deflect Higanbana's attack. Every collision burst out a lot of sparks, which triggered a perfect counterattack. Higanbana felt a huge force coming, almost making her unable to hold the weapon in her hand. Not good. Al immediately threw several explosive bombs and exploded in the air, so that Higanbana had no time to withdraw, and lost balance on the spot, revealing a fatal flaw. Idiot! How can you be so reckless? Al cursed angrily. The samurai's sword was merciless. One knife pierced Higanbana's body. Death. Challenge failed. Higanbana frowned. I didn't expect Xiao to be so difficult to deal with. I underestimated him. At this time, Baihajusher, Sanju and others also came to the crystal of Higanbana. They studied Xiao's moves and how to deal with this powerful enemy. Sanju said, Lang's swordsmanship and the secret skills of the reverse blade flick knife come from Xiao. He knows Lang's methods too well, so you must be more cautious when dealing with him, and don't attack easily. Baihajusher said, it is best to ensure that every defense is a perfect flick knife, and then wait for an opportunity to counterattack, and try to use other schools of swordsmanship. Several other big guys also gave their own suggestions. Higanbana absorbed these suggestions, and once again entered the secret realm to challenge. The other adventurers were all nervous. Although Higanbana is a third-level boss, because she has consumed 21 points of adventurous energy in a row. What? That is to say, you can challenge 4 more times at most. If you can't win these 4 times, today's progress can only stop here. Whether we can kill to the fairyland today depends on this battle. Come on, Higanbana. Higanbana felt everyone's expectations. Although this made her feel a certain amount of pressure, she was not affected but concentrated on feeling the moves of the owl to find the flaws of this powerful enemy. Dang dang dang. The two fought back and forth in the castle tower. This time, they played steadily, and tried not to counterattack impulsively. They made sure to hit the perfect flick knife every time, and then used the swordsmanship of the Ashina style, and the boxing of the Senpoji temple to deal with it. Facts have proved that, after changing the tactics, the effect is still very significant. During the first round of challenges, they were defeated in about 10 rounds. In the second round of battle, Higanbana persisted for 30 rounds, but was finally exposed to the poison powder and gunpowder of Xiao, and was killed by the opponent again. Stupid! You are too careless. Xiao cursed again. How despicable. This guy has a lot of dirty tricks. It doesn't matter, there is progress. Let's do it again. Higanbana discussed tactics with the adventurers again, and at the same time analyzed and disassembled all the existing moves of Xiao. After thorough research, it launched the third challenge. The rhythm of the third round of challenges was more stable. The two sides fought for 40 rounds in a row. Xiao's physical strength declined after a long time of attack, so he deliberately exposed a flaw, allowing Higanbana to misjudge the opportunity and launch an attack, but was directly covered by a smoke bomb. Then, several explosive bombs. A surprise attack. Higanbana was defeated again. The adventurers were all worried, because everyone knew that the next one was the last one. If they lost this one, they would not be able to advance the plot today. Xiao was too difficult. He knew Wolf too well. He was also very strong. Therefore, it is not easy to defeat him, the Black Stone Hammer King said at this time. Come on, big brother Higanbana, it doesn't matter if you can't win. Anyway, there are enough progress and achievements today. Yes. Xiao is indeed cunning and powerful. It doesn't matter if you can't win for the time being. It's nothing more than letting him jump around and be arrogant for another day. The adventurers obviously felt that the chance of defeating Xiao today was not high, so they all comforted Higanbana and gave him a way out to prevent the big brother from having too much pressure. However, the more Higanbana wanted to win. First, she closed her eyes and meditated for 15 minutes. Replayed all the moves in her mind. Under the attention of the crowd, she once again entered the secret realm to challenge again and started the last duel of the day. This battle must be won. Higanbana completely entered the acting state. Although she had a strong desire to win before the fight, She was calm after the fight, and she really fell into a state of forgetting both herself and the world, and neither sadness nor joy. Deflecting attacks again and again. Explosive bombs, smoke bombs, gunpowder, poison powder darts. Higanbana has memorized all of Owl's methods and combinations, using precise and perfect deflection to consume Owl's momentum, attacking with Senpoji's fists and kicks and Ashina Ryu's swordsmanship, thus reducing the number of times she was deflected. After 50 or 60 rounds, Xiao tried every possible means. But he still couldn't make Wolf show a flaw. Instead, he was exhausted and finally showed a flaw after a knife fight. This time, Higanbana seized the opportunity without mercy, cut off Xiao's weapon with a knife, then went around behind him like lightning, stabbed into Xiao's body with a knife, and pierced out from the heart. I give you this knife back? You are worthy of being my son. Well done. Xiao was not angry or afraid, he just laughed, and then fell to the ground. At this moment, Higanbana breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time felt complicated emotions. Although Xiao was cold and cunning, he didn't seem to be a person without emotions. He would scold Higanbana when she made a mistake. He would also praise Wolf when the victory or defeat was decided and everything was in vain. Perhaps for this hero, Wolf is not only a tool, but also a kind of emotional sustenance. This character may be more complicated than imagined, and no one knows what he really thinks, but no matter what, the winner has been decided. Higanbana searched Xiao's body. Immediately found the ever-cherry fragrant wood he carried with him. This time, not only Higanbana showed joy, but all the adventurers on the scene cheered. All are here. All the materials have been collected. The three major materials of the stone of the habitat, the fragrant lotus, the ever-cherry fragrant wood, and the source of fragrance have all been collected. Now as long as you make the source of fragrance, you can go to the fairyland, and as long as you go to the fairyland, you will have a chance to get dragon tears. Dragon tears, ice tears, immortal / transformed into a son of God. We are very close to completing the plan of Dragon's Return. The last one. Higanbana counterattacked successfully. It was undoubtedly an unexpected surprise. All adventurers in Miracle City were full of expectations. Because, this means that we can go one step further today, and the final destination and ultimate goal of the Ashina chapter are within reach. Each of them will become a witness to this wonderful history, and this legendary adventure. Chapter 131. The story of the Ashina chapter is about to end. This is creating the history of the Ashina country. It is also creating the latest record of the Miracle City. The conditions of the Ashina chapter Dragon's Return are particularly harsh and difficult. It is extremely difficult to achieve, so it is extremely precious. The first adventurer to achieve it will surely become a legend and monument of the 10 kingdoms of the foreign land. Higanbana couldn't help but feel excited for this honor. Meet the Son of God as soon as possible. Hand over the materials. Master, I have completed the task, and all 3 materials have been collected. Hirata Joong faced the loyal ninja. He also felt moved and guilty. The process of obtaining the 3 materials must be very difficult. What's more, Wolf not only found the 3 materials, but also broke free from the ninja precepts, killed his adoptive father, who raised him, and found a more perfect Dragon's Return than the ancient method. He said, it must have been very difficult along the way. I'm sorry that you have to bear this alone. Higanbana interrupted, this is my mission. Please make the incense of origin as soon as possible. Yes. Time is running out. Ashina Castle, and even the castle tower could be breached at any time. Hirata Kuro knew that he had to race against time to complete the task. He put the 3 materials into the incense burner of the master, and then added his own blood, and finally successfully made a portion of the incense of origin. With the incense of origin, you could enter the fairyland. The adventurer will enter the source that mortals cannot reach and meet the legendary god of the source. Everything is ready. Glance at the time. There is only 1 hour left for today's adventure. Although there is not much left, it should be possible to catch up. At least you can enter the fairyland. Higanbana was about to embark on the last journey and adventure. Yongjin walked into the room and came to the wolf and said to Higanbana, Master Ishin is back, he wants to meet you. Sword Saint Ashina Ishin? Higanbana learned from the conversation with Owl. The Imperial Army launched a massive attack on Ashina Castle not long ago. The old swordsman also participated in the battle, and was besieged by the masters of the Lone Shadow clan. This battle was enough to exhaust his last bit of life. Higanbana followed Yongjin to the room where Ashina Ishin was. The legendary strongman of Ashina sat cross-legged in the center of the hall, with blood all over his body. He looked very bad, and his breath was getting weaker and weaker. The whole person gave people the feeling that he would be extinguished at any time like a candle in the wind. Higanbana stepped forward and said, "Meet Master Ishin." Ashina Ishin, ha ha ha, please sit down and have a glass of celebratory wine. I didn't expect you to defeat the old Gyal. You did a great job. Ashina is about to fall. The old swordsman is dying. He is still so carefree and calm. This person's mind and temperament make adventurer admire him. I have an important mission, I'm afraid I can't drink. Really? Ha ha ha, what a pity, in that case, this cup of celebratory wine, come back from the Palace of Origin to drink with me. Ishin actually knew that he was going to the Palace of Origin? Yongjin took out an exquisite box from the side, and placed it in front of the two. Ashina Ishin opened the box himself. It was a green small sword. Ashina Ishin said, "This sword is called Rusty Ball, a weapon containing a deadly poison, a relic left by Ba in the castle tower. Although I have never been to the Palace of Origin, I heard that this weapon can restrain the guys in it. So that's it. The old swordsman specifically asked me to help." Higanbana immediately thanked him and said, "Thank you, Master Ishin. I will definitely complete the task, but there is one thing that always makes me feel a little worried." "Are you worried about the Son of God?" "That's right. The situation in Ashina Castle is irreversible. Whether it is the army ninjas of the inner court or Ashina Jinakairo, they have sufficient motivation to take away Hirata Kuro. If Kuro is taken away during the journey to the fairyland, even if the dragon tears are successfully brought back, the subsequent plan cannot be implemented. As long as I am still alive, no one can get close to the Son of God of Longing." Ashina Ishin paused and continued, "Let this old and dying body make the last contribution to Ashina." Hearing this promise, let Higanbana completely relieved. However, Ashina Ishin has long been exhausted, and is hanging on to his last breath completely by willpower. I am afraid that he can't last for a few hours, so he must complete the task before Ashina falls and the swordsman falls. Higanbana developed a deep respect for Ashina Ishin. She felt that the old swordsman was still a hero of Ashina until the last moment of his life, and he was worthy of the name of the swordsman. Dare not delay. After obtaining the small sword Rusty Pill, Higanbana was teleported to a place called Qingju Stone Cave through the Ghost Buddha. This is a mysterious cave near Shueisheng village. The cave is deep and mysterious, and it is relatively dim inside. There is a skylight on the top. The light shines in from the outside and falls on a slightly decayed wooden sedan. The sedan is quietly placed next to the stone platform, carved with faded divine patterns, exuding a mysterious and ancient atmosphere. According to ancient records, this is the means of transportation to the fairyland. Higanbana walked into the sedan chair, first took down the immortal slash, and laid it flat in front of her, then took out the incense burner, and lit the source incense, then held her breath and waited quietly. A few minutes later, there was a tremor. Higanbana didn't know what happened. Before she could think or observe, a giant hand woven with straw and hemp rope suddenly stretched into the cave from the skylight of the cave and covered the sedan chair. What is this? Both Higanbana and the adventurers outside were stunned. This giant hand was beyond imagination. When it pinched the ancient sedan chair, it was like grabbing a small insect. Higanbana felt that the sedan chair left the ground, was taken out of the cave, and got higher and higher, and finally it was several hundred meters above the ground. At this time, the adventurers saw what was holding the sedan chair. This? What a spectacle! This is too exaggerated. How many secrets are there in the world of the 10 kingdoms? This is a straw man that is bigger than a mountain, woven from countless rotten hemp ropes and dry grass, with broken ropes wrapped around the joints. It is conservatively estimated to be 300 or 200 feet tall. Its size is completely comparable to the nearby mountains. The visual impact and shock it brings are even greater than that of the white snake god. Such a huge creature is definitely not created by the human world. Just one look at it makes people feel a strong fear of giants. Although the white snake god is large, it is a normal creature after all, and this giant strawman gives people a more mysterious feeling, allowing people to more deeply appreciate the power that transcends the mundane. After picking up the sedan from the cave, this giant scarecrow took heavy steps to shuttle through the mountains. Its steps seemed slow, but in fact, each step could cross several mountains, and the forward speed was very fast. It took half an hour to walk. I don't know how far I walked. The giant strawman passed through a barrier made of fog, and then fell in front of a particularly tall mountain, as if his strength was drained, with one hand just resting on the mountain. What's going on? Why did he fall suddenly? I guess he has reached his destination. The adventurers were all stunned by the thrilling and unimaginable crazy journey. They thought of many scenes and ways to marry into the fairyland, But they didn't expect the process to be so exaggerated and shocking, and for the person involved, Higanbana, it was an unforgettable experience. Waited for a moment. The giant straw man didn't move. Higanbana then got out of the sedan. The giant straw man fell on a high mountain, standing on one of his arms. At this moment, this arm was like a suspended Dechiao, with 1,000-meter-high abyss on both sides of her. There was no other way to go. The only way was to pass through the straw man's arms and body and enter the opposite mountain. The red spider lily immediately passed through the giant straw man, from the left arm to the shoulder, and then to the right arm. The faint mist was lifted in front of her eyes, and the full view of the mountain in front gradually became clear. This is a peak hidden in the mist. From this angle, you can't see the whole picture inside. You can only see a large number of red maple leaf plants on the outside, and there seems to be a large-scale palace complex, and a large number of pink cherry blossom forests inside. Mysterious and ethereal. This must be the legendary fairyland. The red spider lily suppressed the excitement and ecstasy in her heart, climbed up the fairy mountain from the giant straw man, and walked along a mountain road for a while, only to see a huge vermilion entrance appear in front. We're here. It's right here. Higanbana activated a demon Buddha near the door. From the location information provided by the demon Buddha, this is the place called the Palace of Origin, but she is now outside the gate of the Palace of Origin. This is the final area of the Ashina story. It is the source of all the immortal power in the Ashina land, and it is also the answer to all the curses and puzzles. There is not much time left today, and it is definitely too late to get through here. At least let me take a look at this place first to see what is so special about it. Higanbana passed through a side door. Officially arrived at the outer area of the Palace of Origin. The first thing that appeared in front of her was a red wooden bridge leading to the Palace of Origin. This vermilion arch bridge is about 100 meters long and 8 or 9 meters wide. There are thousands of feet of cliffs on both sides. A large number of red maples are planted at the head and end of the bridge. The bridge surface is full of fiery red maple leaves and white residual snow. The adventurer didn't have time to appreciate the beautiful scenery. A low chanting sound came from above. Who is it? As soon as Higanbana grasped the handle of the wedge-shaped sword, she heard a sound of breaking through the air. She saw a huge figure with a burly body jumping down from the air and landing in the middle of the arch bridge, holding a giant naginata with an ancient shape and full of prayer beads. He swung the sword. A fierce hurricane was set off. The maple leaves and snow on the bridge were swept into the air. Such an appearance was quite oppressive and tense. Huh? This guy looks familiar. Isn't he the monk who broke his vows in Shuisheng village and guarded the entrance to Chengqiao Stone Cave? It's different. The monk who broke his vows in Shuisheng village was just an illusion, and this is obviously the real monk. Haven't entered the Palace of Origin yet. First, I met a tough and powerful enemy. The monk who broke his precepts was tall and wore a dark red monk's robe. His clothes were torn and covered with moss. It was obvious that he had been stationed at the entrance of the Palace of Origin for a long time. His head was wrapped in multiple layers of cloth, and he wore a Prajna mask. The mask was as pale as a skull, his eyes were empty, and his mouth was ferociously raised. He exuded a strong aura, as if he was a Yiksha ghost. Higanbana had fought with its phantom in Shuisheng village. Even if it was just a phantom, it had the peak strength of the second level 5-star, and the one who appeared in front of him was obviously the real body. His strength might have reached the 3rd level, and he was another powerful enemy that was not inferior to Shao. The front is not a pure land. This is not a place for mortals to come. Those who spy on immortality will be cursed. The monk who broke his precepts made a low and hoarse voice. It's better to turn back. No nonsense. He directly pulled out the wedge pill to show his attitude. Since the donor is so stubborn, I have no choice but to use this blade of breaking precepts to cut off your obsession and karma. The giant naginata swept out. A sharp blade swept through the remaining snow and broken leaves. Higanbana dodged the sword attack, and before she could stand firm, the opponent was close to her, and the big naginata chopped down with the force of splitting mountains. Dang! Sparks splashed. Higanbana made a perfect counterattack, instantly hitting the opponent's weak point, thus bouncing off the attack even though it was completely powerless, and then slashed several times in a row in the hope of hitting the opponent. However, the monk who broke precepts suddenly disappeared on the spot. Several phantoms appeared in all directions, and performed the technique of rapid thrust at the same time. Not good. Higanbana had no time to distinguish its true self. It was directly pierced by a long-handled naginata. The monk who broke his vows drew his weapon and chanted the Buddha's name quietly. Amidba, attachment is as deep as the abyss, This sword can cut off all delusion. Death, too strong. At least level 3 and 1 star. It's hard to defeat it at first sight. Higanbana used up the last bit of energy. Although it came to the fairyland in this battle, it failed to officially enter the Palace of Origin. This is a very regrettable thing. What a pity. We almost got in. I didn't expect there was such a powerful gatekeeper outside the Palace of Origin. This monk who broke her vows seems to have a story. The reason why she guarded the entrance of the Palace of Origin and set up an illusion in the stone cave of Shuisheng village was that she didn't want anyone to spy on the immortal power of the Palace of Origin. Although we failed to officially enter the Palace of Origin, it is a major breakthrough to reach the fairyland. We believe that with the strength of Higanbana and all the bosses, we may be able to solve the ultimate secret of the Ashina chapter tomorrow, and thus completely complete the legendary story of the Ashina kingdom. I'm looking forward to it. Ah, it's really unbearable. The thought of waiting for another day is simply killing me. This night is really hard to endure. Today's adventure is over. Miracle City will be closed in a quarter of an hour. Because of the expansion of the secret hall of Miracle City, the development of adventurers today is very full, and all adventurers, including Higanbana, have exhausted their energy. For a while, the withdrawal syndrome of Miracle City is collectively onset. Especially those who are interested in Ashina are extremely anxious and uncomfortable. Today's income. Let Chi-Ji be very surprised. Because no rare items such as Immortal Slash were dropped. The output rate of higher grade spirits above the first level is also slightly lower than usual. The overall expenditure during the operation of the Dungeon Secret Realm today is not high. More than 1,000 adventurers have experienced the Black Light Coming chapter of the Doomsday Tide Secret Realm at least once. This kind of role-playing plot Secret Realm has a very high output of mental power, especially the super cool and shocking Secret Realm, like the Black Light chapter, which directly led to the explosion of today's net mental power income, breaking through the 20,000 mark in one fell swoop. The current mental power reserve is close to 26,000. Once again set a record. Chi-Ji doesn't like to reserve too many resources, especially when the mental power income is increasing day by day. Instead of being a miser and saving resources, it is better to spend them as soon as possible to create value. But so much mental power. How can it be spent quickly? The fastest way is to break through the level. Chi-Ji is already a 3rd level lord. It takes 20,000 mental power to break through to the 4th level. With the current mental power reserve, it can be done. If you can reach the 4th level, not only will Chi-Ji's personal life, comprehensive ability, and self-protection ability be further enhanced, but the level limit of territory units and territory facilities will also be opened again. The most important thing is, awaken the spiritual sea again. With the blessing of the World Tree Blessing, Chi-Ji will get 2 awakenings and 2 activation opportunities. This will greatly increase the reserve of Secret Realm materials, thus increasing the Secret Realm production capacity of the territory. It seems that the Ashina chapter will be completed soon. Although the 2nd chapter of the 10 Kingdoms does not necessarily have to be completed so quickly, it is necessary to collect some inspiration crystals and advance for reserve planning. The territory will also usher in a new round of expansion in the near future. I also need to prepare for the creation of the 3rd main secret realm in advance. Chi-Ji carefully weighed the pros and cons, and felt that breaking through the level in advance would have more advantages than disadvantages. After all, although it consumes a lot of mental power, it is nothing to earn it back in one day. Mental power reduced by 20,000. Upgraded successfully, the current level is the 4th level, and the number of awakenings of the spiritual sea increased by 2. Decisive upgrade. It took only more than half a month. The territory is still at the 1st or quasi-2nd level. Chi-Ji has actually already upgraded his personal level to level 4. Chapter 132. It is not uncommon for a lord to be higher in rank than his territory. After all, the facilities and combat power of the territory are limited by the lord's rank. However, under normal circumstances, a lord will only be 1 rank higher than his territory. It is relatively rare to be 2 rank higher, and it is rare to be 3 rank higher. Chi-Ji's nominal rank is still the 1st rank. As a lord, he has already risen to the 4th rank. Chi-Ji will undoubtedly be classified as a rare rank. There are 2 awakening opportunities. This wave should be able to obtain a lot of new materials. Chi-Ji immediately awakened the Sea of Spirits. Obtain new inspiration crystals for yourself and your territory. The Sea of Inspiration awakened successfully, and you obtained inspiration crystals. Halo, God of War, Dynasty Warriors, Xianyuan Sword, King of Fighters. The first awakening is complete. When 5 crystals floated in front of you. 5? There's one more. Chi-Ji found that as his level increased, the number of inspiration crystals that could be condensed with each awakening was gradually increasing, which showed that the future reserve of inspiration crystals would only increase. Compared with the awakening ability, activation ability is more needed. The quality of the 5 new crystals is quite good. Among them, the Halo series is a very famous sci-fi shooting game. The main plot is the story of the super-transformed Soldier Master Chief John and his artificial intelligence partner Cortana, who travel between various planets to fight and adventure. Whether it is the picture, elements, plot, worldview, or imagination, it can be called a classic. Chi-Ji already has the Titanfall series and the Star Wars series, plus this Halo. The richness of similar materials is beyond imagination. This is enough to create a huge science fiction secret world. However, the Halo and Star Wars series have too much content and are too huge, considering the core capacity and current production capabilities. If Chi-Ji wants to make a secret world with a science fiction worldview, these two will definitely not be the first choice for the opening. It would be a better choice to use Titanfall with a relatively smaller volume and content as the opening. God of War, True 3, and Xianyuan Sword are also very large worldviews and rich content. The treasure trove of materials. The God of War series can be used as the opening system of mythological secret realms. After all, it conforms to the mythological worldview, has enough elements, and is less difficult to produce. Most of the content can be directly copied and copied. There is no need to make True 3 separately. It can be combined with Wulong and other 3 Kingdoms materials to create a Dark 3 Kingdoms. As for Xianyuan Sword, this is also a very classic Chinese-style standalone game. Not counting other derivatives or online games, there are 13 orthodox standalone works. From ancient times to the Shang and Zhou dynasties, to the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period, the 3 kingdoms at the end of the Han dynasty, and the Sui and Tang dynasties, a huge worldview was constructed. Another important treasure trove of materials. Chi-Ji will definitely not create all the Xianyuan Sword series, but he can use a lot of precious materials to enrich the major secret realms. He plans to make a Sui and Tang chapter in the 10 kingdoms of the foreign land, and can take the Xianyuan 3 side story The Scar of the Sky, and the Xianyuan 3 main story The Other Side of the Clouds and Mountains, as the main materials. According to Chi-Ji's plan, the Xinzhou area of the 10 kingdoms of the foreign land will produce 2 to 3 chapters on different timelines. The 3 kingdoms chapter is already in preparation. The end of the Sui dynasty, the background of Xianyuan Sword, was also a turbulent time. Moreover, the Xianyuan Sword series materials are full of Shanhaijing elements. If a chaotic period at the end of the Sui dynasty full of Shanhaijing Shiguai style is presented, not only can it present a unique and mysterious worldview, a grand sense of history, and an epic sense of dynasty change, it also fits the temperament of the 10 kingdoms. The overall tone is mysterious and dark. As for other works in the Xianyuan series, they can be divided into huge materials to be integrated into the Dark 3 Kingdoms chapter, and the tone of Shanhaijing monsters can be used to further enrich the elements and strengthen the style. Of course, although Trace of the Sky and The Other Side of the Clouds and Mountains are the most exciting and best works in the Xianyuan series in Chi-Ji's personal opinion, but the Xianyuan Sword series works are 2D style after all, so it is not easy to unify the style and remake the Sui and Tang chapter into a secret chapter similar to the Ashina chapter. This takes a lot of time. This matter still needs to be planned and prepared. But generally speaking, Sui and Tang and 3 kingdoms are the must-do chapters of the 10 kingdoms, so it is only a matter of time before they are released. The last crystal is King of Fighters. It must be said that compared with the previous 4, the content of this 5th crystal is slightly smaller. However, for Get One Free, it is an extra. Chi-Ji would not dislike it. Moreover, although the worldview of the King of Fighters series cannot be compared with the worldview of more than a dozen orthodox works, plus a large number of derivative works, it also has its own characteristics. There are more than 200 characters in the King of Fighters, each with distinct characteristics and abilities. Chi-Ji can use this as a basis to create an authentic ring fighting game, which is not only very playable, but also occupies relatively few secret realm resources. Small but exquisite, and very playable. This is an advantage that other large secret realms do not have. There is no rush to activate the crystal. Chi-Ji awakened the Sea of Inspiration again. The awakening of the Sea of Inspiration was successful, and you obtain the Inspiration Crystals, Legend of Sword and Fairy, The Witcher, Dead Space, Gears of War, and Metal Slug. 5 more crystals in hand. Chi-Ji's eyes lit up. Hey, there is actually a fairy sword. The quality of this wave of materials is also very high. There is no need to say more about the fairy sword. It is a secret realm that needs to be created. However, this secret realm is not suitable for being stuffed into the 10 kingdoms, but is more suitable as the opening work of the fairy-themed secret realm. In comparison, The Witcher series can be used as the content of the 10 Kingdoms secret realm. The Witcher 3 is a top 3A masterpiece. If it is used as a blueprint to create a Redania chapter, not only the quality is guaranteed, but also the world view and exotic customs of the 10 Kingdoms can be further enriched. As for the remaining 3 crystals, whether it is Dead Space, Gears of War, or Metal Slug, they all have certain similarities. For example, shooting, science fiction, etc. Some can be sewn into the Frenzy secret realm to make a special episode. Some can be used as materials for the sci-fi universe-style secret realm to be launched in the future. Chi-Ji currently has 2 opportunities to activate the crystal, but there is no need to rush to make a choice. According to the actual development in the future, you can activate the crystal at any time when you need it. Very good, at least in the short term. Miracle City is definitely not short of materials. However, with so many potential materials, how to develop them and run them is also a challenge. Not only do we need to seek more opportunities and treasures to activate crystals, but we must also seize the time to expand the territory and obtain more cores. Otherwise, if the core resources are not enough, even if all the inspiration crystals are activated, these contents will not work. However, speaking of territory expansion, there is a group of guys who are more concerned than the Lord. 2 hours later, the outskirts of the Dark Valley, the Crimson Thorn Forest, the habitat of the Flower Fairy clan. 300 adventurers were teleported here one after another. Among them, 150 are Miracle City contract adventurers. In addition to these 300 adventurers, the Flower Fairy clan, the Dwarf clan, and the Dog-Headed clan also each selected a group of people to form a 500-man force. In other words, there are about 800 people in total. Adventurers will not unite the 3 major tribes for no reason to create such a large lineup. Today's goal is only one: to take over Green Swamp City. Brothers and sisters, since the territory took over Dark City, it has not expanded externally for more than a week. Is this reasonable? Is our great Miracle City going to be a salted fish lying in the ditch? Impossible. Even if the Lord wants to be a salted fish, we will not agree. We must rise. Sweep all directions. Even if the Lord lies down and doesn't want to move, we have to help him do the work so that he can create more secret realms. These adventurers, the morale is high. It turns out that they dislike the slow development of Miracle City and spontaneously unite the indigenous forces to take action. In fact, Miracle City annexed Dark City. So far, it has only been about a week. It is not surprising that a territory completes a period of phase development and rest and development for a period of time, which can be as short as 3 to 5 months or as long as 3 to 5 years. However, the Lord is patient. The adventurers can't sit still. On the one hand, they hope that the territory will develop very quickly to create more content, and on the other hand, they are considering earning contribution points. The contribution points of Miracle City are too scarce. Although the Lord has not released campaign-level development tasks recently, he has also released a series of tasks to encourage adventurers to explore and conquer spontaneously. If Green Swamp City can be taken, it will not only increase the territory, but also allow adventurers to make a lot of money. Preparations are complete. The adventurers set off. The 300 adventurers are divided into 2 parts, and most of the contracted adventurers are transformed into tanks and witches. In addition, there are Ashina leaders, G1 zombies, and at the very least, they are charge and blasters. More than 10 of them are second-level adventurers, but because Green Swamp City is a first-level area, foreign invaders need to abide by the territorial laws, so they can't use the power of second-level spirits. That being said, this lineup is also strong enough. The Green Swamp City is about the same strength as the Dark City, or even slightly weaker than the Dark City. Now there are 42 tank zombies, 30 witch zombies, and most of the other dozens are high-quality first-level units. What does this mean? Such a lineup is terrifying. It is absolutely overwhelming. The other 150 non-contracted adventurers, they all spend their own spirits and contribution points to use the territory's reserved mental power to transform into mercenaries. Although they are the lowest level explosion-proof zombies, but most of them are equipped with Miracle City's firearms. At present, Miracle City has a variety of firearms including M16 assault rifles, M1014 shotguns, M320 grenade launchers, and Desert Eagles. In this campaign, The adventurers prepared a total of 60 guns of different sizes. In addition, there are gray medium-grade consumables M67 grenades, M84 flash bombs, and gray high-grade consumables C4 time bombs. These are basically exploded from the frenzy mode competition mode. A total of more than 10 or 20 grenades, flashlights, and 2 C4 time bombs were prepared. With such powerful equipment, they are well prepared. In addition, there are 500 native warriors raiding the battlefield. This is where the adventurers are confident. They think it is too early to attack Thunder City, but there is no problem in taking over Green Swamp City. 4 hours later, the Miracle City troops arrived near Green Swamp City. This is a city located in a large swamp, where 1 or 2,000 dark goblins live. Goblins are one of the lower races with the lowest IQ, and their potential and strength are even worse than those of gray goblins. Even so, when a large number of people came, these guys were still alert in time. When the adventurers arrived at Green Swamp City, the city gates were already closed, and the protective barrier was opened. Blackstone Hammer King said, "These green monkeys are quite vigilant. It seems that a sneak attack is impossible. Angry Chicken, Humph, with our current strength, why bother to sneak attack? Just rush in and push them down. That's right. The sooner we finish the fight, the sooner we call it a day. This place is not far from Thunder City. If the battle lasts too long, I'm afraid there will be complications." The adventurers were full of confidence. In a first-level dungeon like Green Swamp City, there are only 5 or 8 first-level 5-star combat units at most. White Crane Monk, although we have an overwhelming advantage this time, we can't be too careless. We must strive to win with the smallest possible losses. Feng Zhongmian suggested, "I suggest organizing a feint attack team to attract the enemy's attention, and take the opportunity to send people to place C4 bombs to blow up the barrier and the city gate in one fell swoop." Pancher, well, not bad, although simple, but efficient. Tai Xian commented, "The Dark Race has never seen C4 bombs, and it is highly likely that they will not be specially prepared, which is enough to catch them off guard. What are you waiting for? Take action." Although there are big guys like Higanbana and Sanju leading people to stop the reinforcements of Laming City, it will still be dangerous if the city cannot be taken as soon as possible. Action! The adventurers, led by Baihe Jushir and Feng Zhongmian, immediately carried out a series of progressive tactical planning and arrangements. The battle officially started. Baihe Jushir transformed into a tank zombie and launched an attack from the front. If you look closely, you will find that the skin of the tank zombie he transformed into is red, which is different from other people's tanks. This is because Baihe Jushir's second-level soul is a red ghost. Although Baihe Jushir cannot use the red ghost form directly due to the first-level territorial law, he can use the power of the red ghost to strengthen the tank form to a certain extent. Because of this, Baihe Jushir's tank is stronger and more powerful. Especially, the recovery ability is far better than other tank zombies. Under the leadership of this red tank, 20 tanks formed a powerful attack square. This immediately put great pressure on the goblin defenders of Green Swamp City. These goblins never dreamed that humans would have so many top-notch first-level soldiers. After the Goblin Lord felt the huge pressure and threat, he quickly concentrated all his strength to deal with the tank team of Miracle City. However, just at this moment, there was a loud bang. The C4 bomb placed by Mingwei Xiaoxua and others was successfully detonated, and the powerful blasting ability formed instantly tore a huge gap in the barrier behind the Green Swamp City. Ha ha ha! C4 is too easy to use. It's simply the enemy of the barrier. This kind of good stuff must be made more in the future. It will be very useful for attacking cities and plundering territories in the future. Let's talk about it later. Kill first. The adventurer successfully blasted the city gate with the second C4. When the two bombers self-detonated to form smoke cover, at the same time, they applied violent enhancement effects to other companions. All-out attack. The tanks led by Feng Zhongmian. They directly charged into the city. 22 violent tanks charged at the same time, and the aura alone was enough to terrify the goblins, and they couldn't form a decent resistance in a hurry. Kill! Whoever stands in my way will die. For Miracle City, more than 20 tanks crushed the defense of the goblin defenders. It's our turn. Let's see who can kill more. At this time, the witch zombies led by Mingwei Xiaoxua rushed out from the back and attacked from all sides, rushing into the enemy camp like evil ghosts seeking their lives. For a while, blood and broken limbs flew everywhere. With more than 20 tanks and 30 witches attacking at the same time, the goblin troops could not stop them at all. When they were defeated and could not organize an effective resistance for a while. We will go too. 150 adventurers who were not contracted by Miracle City, including Tieshin, Panshur, Wunchwan Sanran, etc., entered Green Swamp City in the form of explosion-proof zombies. Although their current mercenary form is very weak, most of them have assault rifles or shotguns. Data. Bang bang bang. Assault rifles fire from a distance. Shotguns continuously bombard close targets. How could the goblins of Green Swamp City have seen such a fighting style? The arms and equipment of Miracle City show the overwhelming dimensionality reduction combat power without suspense. Even though the Goblin Lord is a second-level existence, he killed 3 tanks and 2 witches of Miracle City one after another. But he was powerless to save the situation. First, he was suppressed by several M16s, then suffered 2 grenades, and then was severely damaged by the red tank incarnated by Baihajushur, and finally was killed by the leech which incarnated by Mingwei Xiaoxue while escaping. The whole battle, from outbreak to end, it took no more than an hour in total. At this time, Qi Ji was far away in the main city. He received a prompt from the core of the territory. You have seized the Green Swamp City core divine stone. Refining it will consume 1,000 spiritual power. Do you want to refine it immediately? The adventurer conquered Green Swamp City. Qi Ji was not surprised at all. He just didn't expect that the process would be so fast. Green Swamp City is similar to Dark City, and it is also a proper underground city. It can be seen. In just 1 week, the strength of Miracle City has improved significantly. Qi Ji has established Dark City as the first-level main city of the territory, so Green Swamp City, which is also a first-level city, cannot generate a secret realm core. However, coincidentally, Qi Ji just has a first-level secondary core in his hand, which he exchanged from the Lord of Tianyan City with 1,000 ordinary zombie spirits. This secondary core installed in a non-main city underground city can also enable the underground city to gain the ability to operate a secret realm. In other words, the Doomsday Frenzy secret realm. The secret realm of the 10 kingdoms of the exotic world. These 2 core main secret realms are the only ones. Qi Jilin can then create another secondary secret realm. Chapter 133. Currently, there are 18 inspiration crystals. In addition, there are 2 activation times. So many materials must be cashed in. Qi Ji plans to deploy the first-level secondary core in his hand in Green Swamp City. Although the secret realm cannot become the main secret realm of the territory, it can create or integrate some smaller games. For example, the King of Fighters is suitable for being placed in the secondary secret realm. Qi Ji checked the material properties of the King of Fighters crystal. Probably because the King of Fighters is an arcade fighting game. Although the characters have different abilities, some are easy to use, and some are not so smooth. But except for bosses or hidden characters like Orochi, all other characters are at least balanced in terms of performance. All the same, all are second level 1-star, such a high balance. Especially suitable for fighting games. In addition, due to the special nature of the King of Fighters crystal material, the cost of launching these characters is very low, and they are fully compatible with each other. When there is no conflict of rules, each character only needs 10 points of mental power on average to use. No need for a complex worldview. No need to create a large exploration scene. The area where adventurers can move will be just an arena. In this case, as long as a secret control tower is used as an aid, only the characters that need to appear are launched and loaded each time, which will save resources more theoretically. For example, even if more than 200 characters are generated, but only 50 characters are being used by adventurers at the same time, then only 50 characters need to be loaded and run. The other more than 150 characters have not appeared, so there is no need to appear in the secret realm, and naturally there is no need to load them at the same time. This will greatly save computing power. Even if the computing power limit is only 1,000 first-order cores, it can fully support more than 200 characters, or even 300, 400, or 500 characters. In the future, Qi Ji can not only put all the characters in the King of Fighters series into it, but also put similar themes such as Samurai Showdown, Street Fighter, Fatal Fury, and other secret characters or monster materials into it. Qi Ji can plan some new modes, or linkage activities between secret realms. For example, use King of Fighters characters to challenge the popular monster T103 Tyrant Zombie. Make Miracle City more interesting and fun. The idea gradually became clear. Qi Ji nodded slightly. Well, it seems that a small secret realm has its advantages. Although it is impossible to create a detailed, huge and vivid worldview, it can also develop more gameplay and fun. The remaining 2 secret realm crystal activation opportunities. Chi-Ji plans to use one of them to activate King of Fighters. He will first select dozens of classic characters to create the first secondary secret realm of Miracle City, so that adventurers can experience the tense, exciting, fast-paced ultimate ring fighting. He believes that it will attract a group of fans who like duels and melee combat. As for the charging method, refer to the Frenzy competition mode. Just charge energy according to the challenge time. Chi-Ji plans to make some innovations in the specific gameplay. King of Fighters in Miracle City can be played in a team or in a single player, whether it is a 3-person team or a single-player challenge. You can also choose to PK each other, or the level-breaking mode. The level-breaking mode is a human-machine competition with secret characters and secret monsters on the ring. In order to save resources to the extreme, adventurers cannot explore areas outside the ring, but some world views will be made as background boards. It can not only increase the adventurer's sense of immersion in the battle, but also develop some interesting plots in the process. Chi-Ji plans to create a story based on King of Fighters 97. Every adventurer who enters the secret realm will play the role of a top fighter from all over the world. These adventurers are of different classes, identities, and motivations for participating in the competition. Some are for prize money, some for fame, some pursue the ultimate martial arts, and there are other strange reasons. In short, the organizer of this King of Fighters competition, not only did they network the top fighters from all over the world, but they also offered conditions that these fighters could not resist. In the end, hundreds of the best contemporary fighters were brought together. What these fighters don't know is that the reason why this force went to great lengths to organize such a competition is actually to select the 3 best fighters as sacrifices to revive the ancient god named Orochi. The entire King of Fighters story can be developed around this plot. During the challenge, adventurers can enjoy the simplest fighting fun, explore the purpose of the evil organization, defeat the monsters raised by the evil organization, and finally duel with the big boss Snake. Generally speaking, this is a small but exquisite secret realm, and in order to increase the fun and playability, Chi-Ji decided to absorb some of the mobile game operation ideas in his previous life to create a character card pool. Everyone will randomly get 5 to 8 limited free characters, and the limited free characters will be replaced every 3 to 5 days. At first, adventurers can only choose to appear among the limited free characters, and there is no cost to use these limited free characters. This number of characters is not enough. If adventurers want to unlock more characters, they can either accumulate points through fighting to buy character fragments, or spend a lot of contribution points to buy characters directly. In this way, every new character will become a sickle to harvest adventurers. Chi-Ji not only has more than 200 characters in King of Fighters, but also can add a large number of similar game characters in the future, or character materials from other secret realms, long-term updates, long-term harvests. After the general idea is determined, first consume 1000 mental power to refine the magic stone. You have refined the Green Swamp City Core Magic Stone, and you have obtained the Chaos Treasure Box, White. There are less than 4000 mental power left, because the content of the Black Light Coming chapter of the Frenzy Secret Realm needs to be improved. The King of Fighters Secret Realm can only be postponed for another day or 2. That's good. There is enough time to prepare and improve the details. Chi-Ji then opened the Chaos Treasure Box from Green Swamp City. You open the Chaos Treasure Box, Soul Crystals increased by 300, Blueprint, Energy Absorption Tower increased by 1, Blueprint, Adventurer's Tavern increased by 1. You are lucky. 2 second-level drawings were drawn at once. There is already an Energy Absorption Tower. However, there is no such thing as too many absorption towers. After all, each absorption tower has an absorption limit. In the future, as the number and size of secret realms increase, the demand for absorption towers in Miracle City will also increase. Blueprint, Adventurer's Tavern, second level construction blueprint, construction cost, 2000 soul crystals, 1000 material essences, 500 mental power. Although it is a new blueprint, it is also a common facility in the dungeon. The tavern can provide a place for leisure and relaxation. You can also use specific materials and mental power to make several kinds of supplies. These supplies can restore some of the adventurer's adventuring energy, so that some adventurers have extra energy every day. Although it is only 1 or 2 points, it is also a very valuable service. The more complete the Miracle City is, the better the adventurer's experience will be. The more stable the value of the territory's contribution points will be. Chi-Ji turned his attention to the adventurers and people in Green Swamp City. These guys did perform well this time, and in order to motivate them, they had to give them a reward. This time Chi-Ji was also very generous. After all, If the territory's economy wants to develop, it needs to inject monetary liquidity at any time. And the contribution point is the territory's currency. Green Swamp City. When receiving the reward, adventurers who participated in the action, at least 80 or 100 contribution points were obtained. At most, 200 or 300 contribution points were obtained, and those who performed particularly well even received 400 or 500. Even if they were watching the show from the outside, the people of the alien tribes who did not participate in the war throughout the whole process also received more than 10 or 20 contribution points. Fuck so much? It's a bloody profit. Okay, I found another way to earn a lot of contribution points. It seems that as long as we can contribute to the development of the territory, we can get rewards from Miracle City. Ha ha ha, it's too exciting. There should be more of this kind of activities. It's time for us to set up an adventure corps. I agree. With overwhelming force. Defeated a dark dungeon. This is the experience of overwhelming sense of achievement. Adventurers feel satisfied with the rapid growth of their territory and their own strength. They are even happier about the expansion of the territory to gain more population, resources, and even secret realms. And generous rewards? That is double happiness. The most shocked and surprised at this moment are undoubtedly the natives led by the flower fairy Iris. Although they had long guessed that Miracle City was powerful, they did not expect it to be so powerful that it captured Green Swamp City in just a few dozen minutes, and the latter had no resistance at all. Is this the foundation and strength of Miracle City? Too powerful. These dwarves, flower fairies, and dog-headed people who witnessed the fall and massacre of Green Swamp City felt the power and terror of Miracle City for the first time, and they all felt a strong sense of relief in their hearts. Dwarf Jeanba said, "Fortunately, we did not reject Miracle City." Goblin Luke also said, "Yes, joining Miracle City and being loyal to the great Lord Chi-Ji is definitely the smartest decision I have ever made in my life. The power of Miracle City is too strong." Flower Fairy Iris' eyes lit up. Whether it is the power of spirits or various equipment, it is not comparable to other dungeons. We must cultivate more Flower Fairy adventurers in the Scarlet Thorn Forest. The Flower Fairy clan is naturally weak and not good at fighting. The adventurer training system ignores the innate conditions and racial talents. As long as the adventurer's soul can be activated, various dungeon spirits can be integrated. Even a weak Flower Fairy can be transformed into a tough and powerful tank zombie. If more Flower Fairy adventurers can be cultivated, this can not only contribute to the territory and increase the tribe's status in Miracle City, but also allow the Flower Fairy clan to control their own destiny, and no longer worry about being bullied or persecuted when going out. The Battle of Green Swamp City is of great significance. Give the territory the ability to create new secret realms. In addition, they also gained resources and population, and expanded their territory. Adventurers and the people of the territory benefited greatly. Both morale and cohesion increased greatly. The location of Green Swamp City is also of great strategic significance, because it is directly adjacent to Thunder Swamp. Seizing this place can lay the foundation for attacking Thunder City. Everyone returned to the main city one after another. First, they went to the hotel to rest for 5 or 6 hours. At this time, the chaos tide emerged again as expected and enveloped the dungeon. When the core of the territory continued to draw power from the chaos, the secret realm was opened again. A new day of adventure begins, after the adventurers entered in a mighty manner. A young adventurer girl exclaimed, "Wow, the number of people queuing to enter the city today is more than 2,000? This is more than most of the old second-level territories." Another adventurer boy said, "This is nothing. In addition to us queuing, there are 300 big guys staying in the hotel, plus nearly 100 alien adventurers. The total number has even exceeded 2,400? Too strong. Has Miracle City been built for a month? It shouldn't be yet. Definitely not. I have never seen such a popular dungeon. I heard that yesterday, the leader of the Higanbana team and the old dean of the White Crane teamed up to capture another first-level city. It's so terrifying. This dungeon is definitely poisonous. I don't want to go anywhere else since I came here once." At this time, a dark-skinned young man sighed. "Miracle City is good in everything, but it feels like working illegally. I can only exchange a few contribution points by handing in all the resources I swipe out every day. As a result, I used them up when I entered the city the next day." "Yes. Me too. Contribution points are too scarce. The competition in the queue is so fierce, I can't save any." When I heard these people complain, a wheat-skinned girl said, "Humph, you should all be content. Do you know how many adventurers from Kwangsha Town and Huanfeng Town have come all the way to queue up in Blackstone Town? What? Kwangsha Town and Huanfeng Town are towns 100 or 200 miles away from Blackstone Town. Adventurers from other places have come so soon? That's right. The wheat-skinned female adventurer clasped her fists to the people around her. My name is He Yuan, an adventurer from Kwangsha Town. I have now settled in Blackstone Town. Please take care of me in the future. The Miracle City today is not only famous in Blackstone Town. There are sensitive adventurers coming from several nearby adventurer towns. It's only been a few days. Miracle City will surely become more and more famous in the future, and the quality of the secret realm will be enough to keep these adventurers from far away. Blackstone Town will be expected to be quickly promoted to Blackstone City in this process. The popularity of Miracle City is obvious, although some adventurers complained that they were working illegally for Miracle City. But they would definitely not want to leave Miracle City. Because even if they can't save up contribution points for the time being, just the speed of cultivation improvement is several times faster than other dungeons, and adventures in Miracle City will definitely not be a loss, and as long as the proficiency is high enough, there are resources and contribution points left. With the value of Miracle City's specialties, it can easily improve the economic situation. The number of crystals in the Miracle City Secret Realm Hall is 1,000, which is enough for adventurers to use. So some adventurers are not in a hurry to line up, but just want to observe and learn the adventures of the big guys, or watch the adventures they are interested in. For example, after the Blackstone Hammer King entered the hall, activated the Black Light Advent chapter immediately. He glanced at it with a face full of surprise. Great, the Black Light chapter has been updated, and 5 more scenes have been added at once. Adventurers such as the Pig King and the Cranky Chicken were overjoyed. They all played the Black Light Advent chapter yesterday, and were attracted by Alex's powerful strength and indulged in this super cool secret realm. Good. Today we will continue to kill people to our heart's content. Find memories for Brother AI and solve all the mysteries on him, at the same time. In front of another crystal. Master Higanbana, please. We want to see you fight the Palace of Origin. I'm looking forward to it. If everything goes well, we can complete the main story of the 10 Kingdoms Ashina chapter today. The 10 Kingdoms is not as popular as the Frenzy Secret Realm, but there is a large group of particularly loyal fans and supporters. Although it feels that there are still many places in the Ashina Kingdom that have not been explored clearly, there are still many non-main storyline monsters such as the Headless that have not been challenged. But these can be explored slowly later. The adventurers are now very curious and interested in the Palace of Origin and the ending of the story. The same is true for Higanbana. Don't worry, I have a feeling that we can definitely get through Ashina today. Just wait for my good news. Full of fighting spirit, full of confidence, Higanbana took a deep breath. She felt that every cell in her body was filled with anticipation and passion for adventure. Without saying a word, she activated the crystal and entered the secret realm again. Higanbana returned to the mysterious periphery of the Palace of Origin and continued the exploration and challenge that she could not complete yesterday. Chapter 134. Secret Hall. Cheers continued. Hundreds of adventurers were watching. In the crystal was a vermilion ancient arch bridge. All I could see was white snow on the ground and red maple rain all over the sky. In the romantic scene, 2 figures were fighting a life and death battle. The swords of both sides danced like a storm, and every precise collision was an art, very exciting. The 2 sides were none other than the adventurer Higanbana and the gatekeeper of the Palace of Origin, the monk who broke his vows. This battle, can be so romantic and exciting. This time I really came to the right place. The Black Kite from Huanfeng Town. Many adventurers who had just arrived in Miracle City. They were all stunned and could not suppress their shock and amazement. The Wool Warrior said at this time, "This is the boss of Higanbana. Today, he challenges the monk who broke the precepts for the 4th time. Do you think he can win?" Li Huiyulu, this fairy palace gatekeeper is really good. His sword skills are sharp and violent, and he has illusions. If it were us, we would definitely not be able to do it, but the boss will definitely be able to do it. Dai Tui, we will win this battle. The boss has mastered the rhythm this time. In the secret realm. The end of a wave of iron. The 2 sides are again far apart. Although Higanbana lost several games in a row, his fighting spirit is getting stronger and stronger. You are really good, but that's all. I will defeat you and pass this place today no matter what. All the way here, from Ashina Jinakairo to Phantom Butterfly, from the Ghost Form Department to the Immortal Peak Master, from the Lion Ape to the White Snake God, in addition to a group of elite enemies and masters from all walks of life. Every battle is a precious adventure experience worth remembering for a lifetime. This is also a process of sharpening and becoming stronger. She is now completely integrated with this body. Although the monk has the strength of the 3rd level and 1 star, both the strength and speed are overwhelming, but after being abused 4 times, he is obviously adapted to the rhythm in this 5th game. So he is full of confidence. Come on! The monk is not vague at all. The big Naginata rolled up several sharp blades again. The moment the adventurer dodged, the monk had already arrived in front of him. The big Naginata was at an astonishing speed, and instantly performed several actions such as vertical chopping, horizontal slashing, suppression, and upward slashing. They are all the most simple and unpretentious moves. Each attack has the power to split mountains and crack rocks. Higanbana knows that the opponent's strength is far above hers, and any mistake in response will result in fatal consequences. At this moment, she has no distractions, and responds in a flash of lightning with intuition. Dang dang dang. Sparks burst 3 times. 3 perfect bounces of the knife withstand 3 attacks. Every collision rolled up the red leaves and snow. The last part. Choose to retreat and dodge. The attack of the broken monk is still not exhausted. At the moment, when the adventurer retreats, she lowers her body, and suddenly swings her sword horizontally. A huge blade light like a storm instantly tears countless red maple leaves around her body. Higanbana predicts in advance. Avoids the horizontal slash by quickly stepping right. The broken monk suddenly changes his move, and sends a stab with a spiral wind. Danger! Once this move is launched, it can't be blocked or avoided. Higanbana once again sees through it in advance. When she is about to attack, she suddenly steps on the big Naginata with 1 foot, causing the blade light to deviate from the direction, and the broken monk roars, and raises the sword to try to overturn the adventurer. The opportunity has come. Higanbana took advantage of the situation to turn over. In the sky full of broken leaves and residual snow, a sudden swing of the knife cuts the opponent's shoulder. The offensive of the broken monk is exhausted at this moment. He is unstable after being hit by this knife. Higanbana seizes the opportunity. At the moment of landing, she kicks the ground with both feet and quickly cuts 5 or 6 times in a row, killing the broken monk step by step. He was hit by several knives one after another, and he began to gain the upper hand. Good. Beautiful. It's worthy of being the boss of Higanbana. Adventurers are all attracted by the wonderful battle. There is no big scene of destruction in the secret realm of Ashina country. But this kind of needlepoint wheat thorns and dancing blades give people the feeling of a master duel, a moment of life and death. The adventurer in the secret realm will feel very enjoyable, and the spectators will also feel very exciting and beautiful. Higanbana's operation and response seem unremarkable, but they are all the essence accumulated from dozens of nearly 100 rounds of fighting. Among the 2,000 adventurers in Miracle City, only Higanbana can comprehend the moves of such a master as the broken monk in just 4 battles. After the broken monk fell into a disadvantage, she held the rosary and shouted. Then her figure disappeared instantly. This made the adventurers watching nervous again. Not good. Boss, be careful. She's going to use the illusion again. From the experience of the previous few battles, this is a very dangerous and difficult method. Higanbana tried to use the Mingzhong to break the illusion, but the broken monk was too fast and was killed by the knife before it took effect. So this time she thought of a new strategy. The broken monk disappeared instantly. Grabbed the trunk of the maple tree with a hook rope. Higanbana instantly pulled away and flew into the bushes. As expected, although the phantom of the monk was powerful, it could not chase the target above its head, so it quickly dissipated. However, she was exposed due to the spell, and a red glow appeared on her neck, which represented a fatal flaw. Good opportunity. Higanbana jumped into the shadow. A knife accurately stabbed into the neck of the monk, pulling out the blade while kicking her feet and flipping backwards. Blood splattered, adding a bit of bright red to the maple leaves in the sky. Big Boss is awesome. So cool. Adventurers cheered. Although Higanbana completed the ninjutsu, a strong sense of crisis came again. It's not over yet. Don't be careless. The moment when she almost thought about it. From the neck of the monk who was pierced by the blade, a huge centipede with bared fangs and claws emerged and attacked Higanbana at lightning speed. Fortunately, the latter did not relax her vigilance and flicked the centipede away with a knife. Immortal insect. It turns out that this guy is also a parasite. After the immortal insect in the monk's body awakened, the ferocious and crazy insect nature took over. She completely lost her rationality and roared, swinging the big Naginata with 5 times more strength. She swung the knife 5 times in a row at high speed. This wave of attack was like a windmill that swept everything. The adventurers outside could clearly see that the maple leaves and snow on the entire bridge were rolled up by the knife energy to form a whirlwind. If the wolf's physique directly resisted, it would probably not be able to withstand any attack. Dang 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 dang. A moment of life and death. Higanbana responded. With insight, intuition and courage, she flicked the knife 5 times in a row. Each time, she accurately played a perfect mirror counter to offset the attack. The adventurers outside were all so nervous, and at the same time, they had a strong sense of admiration. Such a fierce, fast and powerful continuous slash, but he actually blocked it all without missing a single blow? This move was the first time I saw it. It had never been used before. Higanbana's talent and mentality were too strong. Only such a top boss could make such a perfect defensive response. Although the attack was blocked, it did not mean that the danger was overcome. When Higanbana focused all her attention on the big Naginata, the big centipede that drilled out of the neck of the broken monk attacked again, and sprayed a large number of poisonous insects. Not good. All the adventurers were nervous again. This wave of sneak attacks was very tricky. Once hit by the poisonous insects, even if it was only a moment of interference, the next moment, the monk's violent sword light would be beheaded. At the critical moment, Higanbana decisively threw a string of firecrackers. This firecracker is not an ordinary firecracker, but a special firecracker used by ninjas. It can instantly produce a fierce continuous explosion and flame, which is enough to temporarily resist the insect swarm and interfere with the attack of the broken monk. Higanbana can feel it. The broken monk in the form of immortal insects has become unstable after a series of consecutive attacks. Now he can't retreat, but must attack bravely, otherwise, once he retreats, the opponent has a chance to recover his offensive. He will definitely fall into a more passive and dangerous situation. From the idea to thinking, and finally taking action, it only takes a moment. Higanbana has passed the fireworks of the firecrackers and chopped the broken monk 7 or 8 times in a row, making him completely lose his ability to resist and giving him another opportunity to kill. Seize the flaw. Activate the ninja prosthetic hand to release a ninja spear, pick out the immortal insect centipede from the neck and nail it, then draw the immortal slash from the back to execute it, and finally stab the immortal slash into the broken monk's body. A cry of grief. The body of the broken monk lost strength and fell to the ground, quickly weathering. This mysterious monk with an immortal body officially became one of the strong men defeated by Higanbana. Finally won. Every time you defeat a strong enemy, there is such a strong sense of satisfaction. This battle not only makes Higanbana feel very satisfied, but also makes the adventurers outside amazed and admire. It's awesome, it's a wonderful battle, it makes my blood boil. Such a strong enemy can only be defeated so quickly by a big guy like Higanbana. If it were us, we would have no chance of winning unless we died 10 or 20 times. Even if the big guy Higanbana has shown me the fighting style of the broken monk, I'm afraid it will be difficult to take advantage when it comes to dealing with it on the spot. Can we really enter the Palace of Origin? The young adventurers admired Higanbana's strength. At the same time, they felt the extreme difficulty of the Ashina chapter. At this time, Feng Zhongnian said, "Don't worry, according to my research, masters have their own ways of fighting, and non-masters also have their own ways of fighting. Collect more props such as firecrackers and ash balls. If you can't win head-on, can't you use some tricks?" The eyes of other adventurers lit up. That's right, you don't have to counter the moves. Why can't you use some sneak attacks and tricks? Everyone continued to watch the live broadcast of the Secret Realm. After the red spider Lily defeated the monk who broke the precepts, she walked across the arch bridge to a cliff, from which she could overlook the entire Source Palace in front of her. Is this the Fairy Palace? So beautiful. The terrain of the Fairy Palace gradually rises from south to north. It is composed of clear water scenery, ancient palaces, and romantic flowers. There are large areas of cherry trees here, forming beautiful pink and white flowers. The lake formed by the source water covers most places, and finally flows into the southernmost end to form a waterfall and slide down to the bottom of the mountain, shrouded in mist. In the fairyland of water and flowers, a huge palace complex appeared in front of us. These palace buildings are mostly composed of vermilion pillars and green tile roofs. Most of the structures are based on stage suspension, with long pillars and crossbeams fixing the ground to raise the lower plate, and then building palaces, buildings, towers, etc. on it. Flowers, palaces, water. The 3 elements are closely combined. It gives people a sense of fairyland beyond the world. I saw a lot of beautiful scenery in Ashina. But this fairy palace is still amazing. But time is tight. Now is not the time to enjoy the scenery. The most urgent thing is to find the source god quickly. Higanbana frowned and said, "The problem now is that this fairy palace is not small in scale, and I don't know what the source god looks like. How to find the target under this situation?" At this time, the time traveler provided an idea. He said, "Look carefully at the layout of the palace. I think even the fairy palace has class divisions. The farther south you are, the lower the building standards are. The farther north you are, the higher the standards are." "Higanbana, you mean?" Time Traveler said, "The god of source is the supreme being and the source of everything. He is likely to be at the highest point in the north." "Makes sense. Act now," racing with a hook rope, heading towards the palace of source. She was blocked by a group of dogs before she could fully enter. "You unlocked the monster encyclopedia, the Yugami Hound." "Just a few dogs. You want to stop me?" Higanbana sneered and was about to take action when something unexpected happened to all the adventurers. Two of the dogs suddenly jumped up and barked wildly. The next moment, thunder blasts sounded. Golden lightning condensed in his mouth. It eventually turned into a ball of lightning and attacked. Higanbana was caught off guard and barely dodged one blow, but was hit by the second blow. She was instantly paralyzed and severely injured. She was pounced on by two giant dogs that rushed over and was hunted on the spot. What's going on? Dogs in the Palace of Source can all release thunder? Golden lightning. Isn't this the thunder of Tomo? The trick that Ashina Jinakairo is proud of can be used casually even by dogs in the Palace of Source. Doesn't that indirectly mean that Shikaichiro is just at the level of a dog? Just a joke. He defeated a strong enemy like the Broken Monk. But he was killed by several dogs after just a few steps. It's a bit outrageous. This also shows that the Palace of Source is very dangerous. Although he defeated the Broken Monk, he couldn't be careless at all. So after resurrection, Higanbana learned a lesson and directly killed several dogs that blocked the road with ninja darts from a long distance. Although they can set off mines, dogs are still dogs after all. After successfully taking revenge. Officially exploring the Palace of Origin. Soon I met local residents. Are these still human? For people in blue were walking in a water corridor. They had smooth skin all over their bodies, showing a pale feeling of foaming hair, 6 arms, and a big tail, and some tentacles on their faces. They were more like some kind of aquatic monsters than humans. You unlocked the monster encyclopedia, male Yugami. They look so familiar. They are exactly the same as the nobleman of mist hidden in the hidden forest of the aquatic village. According to the monster encyclopedia, this kind of monster is only a first level 3-star, and its strength does not seem to be very strong. When Higanbana learned that the male residents of the Yugami tribe were not very strong despite their strange appearance, she did not take them seriously, so she observed them a few more times. According to records, the Yugami are the residents living in the fairy palace. These residents were once human beings, but due to long-term service to the god of source and drinking high-concentration source water, their bodies have undergone fundamental mutations, so they have become the current appearance of neither human nor ghost. But the Yugami are immortal, have infinite lifespan, and will never die of old age. If I become like this, I might as well die early. Bana observed that the Yugami moved very slowly. Although they are immortal, they give people a lifeless feeling, like a 100-plus-year-old old man. I suspect that although the Yugami have the ability to live forever, longevity does not mean immortality. Their bodies have long been aged to the extreme, and their intelligence has also tended to zero. This is indeed the case. There are completely transformed Yugami in the Palace of Source. There are also a large number of Yugami who serve the Yugami. The former are completely transformed monsters. Although they have eternal life, their bodies are extremely old, their movements are slow, and they have no intelligence. They are the followers of the god of origin. Although the latter also have some body mutations due to the use of the water of origin, they are not completely alienated, so they do not have eternal life. There is no big problem with intelligence, but they are the lowest level servants in the fairy palace. The previous generation of long-inattended Ba is likely to be a Yuga beauty. After understanding this, the adventurers once again felt the darkness and cruelty of the world of Ashina. In this world, longevity and immortality are not gifts but curses. Lord Chi is obviously using this story to satirize those who are obsessed with immortality. Time is running out. Big Higanbana, hurry up. Higanbana stopped observing and attacked. She felt that they were inferior to the first-level 1-star zombies. These Yugami people were not only slow in movement and as rotten as wood, but also had almost no attack power. 1 knife, 1. Effortless. 2 weak. Is this an enemy? Higanbana easily killed 3 in a row, and couldn't help but have such thoughts. However, at this moment, a Ujami man at the farthest distance had already reacted. He was not afraid of his companions being killed. When he realized that there was an outside intruder in front of him, he immediately changed from a numb and sluggish state to excitement and ecstasy. Then he locked onto the adventurer and inhaled frantically. Before Higanbana could figure out what was going on, she suddenly felt a breath of life being quickly extracted from her body, so that her hair quickly turned pale, wrinkles appeared on her face, and her body became weak. I suddenly aged several decades. I felt my body was completely hollowed out. Then Higanbana realized what the other party had done. Damn, this guy, they can suck people's energy and lifespan. At this moment, Higanbana was caught off guard, and her energy and lifespan were suddenly hollowed out. Not only did she age several decades, but her legs and feet also became completely powerless. She could only use the wedge pill as a crutch to barely support herself from falling. 3 steps and 3 shakes. Very funny. On the other hand, the culprit, this Ujami male became lively and energetic, and his slow movements suddenly became 10 times more flexible. He pounced like a bloodthirsty beast, and his comprehensive strength directly reached the first level 5-star. Higanbana tried to resist, but the knife was soft and slashed on his body. It just scratched this guy's skin a little. Deaf, he fell down again. The adventurers were dumbfounded. They had just entered the periphery of the fairy palace. First they encountered a dog that could thunder, and then they encountered ordinary residents of the Ujami tribe, who could absorb people's essence and make people age instantly. The weirdness of this origin palace can be seen. I was careless. Higanbana was also very annoyed. She said, these Ujami residents are not strong in themselves. Under normal circumstances, they are not as good as ordinary zombies, but once they absorb essence, they will be instantly strengthened, at least comparable to the strength of the first level 4 or 5 stars. The first level 4 or 5 stars are not considered strong enemies. But the adventurer will be extremely weak in the process. The more essence is absorbed, the more the strength declines. If it is completely sucked out, it will turn into a 100-year-old man on the spot, and completely lose its combat effectiveness. Too weird. I didn't expect that ordinary Ujami residents have this method. I think this ability is very interesting. If the essence of the Ujami can be exploded, I think this essence may have unexpected uses. The Palace of Origin is very weird, but it arouses the curiosity of adventurers. The red spider lily quickly regrouped and entered again. But this time, I don't plan to waste time observing. She plans to avoid most enemies, and kill directly to the northernmost part in one breath. First find the location of the God of Origin to complete the task. Chapter 135. Higanbana suffered several losses, so she learned her lesson. If there are dogs, kill them with a long-range dart. If you encounter a group of male Sakami, try to avoid them. If you can't avoid them, kill them as quickly as possible to prevent them from taking away your energy. She found that after encountering the Sakami, although it is easy to be sucked dry and weakened, as long as they are not completely sucked dry and lose the power to fight back, they can kill the corresponding Sakami to regain their energy and restore their bodies to normal. Chi-Ji's remake of the Palace of Origin. The area is much larger than the original. There are many elements and details worth studying here. Let adventurers feel a completely different sense of freshness from Ashina Castle and Senpa Temple, and every few steps will feel like an eye-opener. Whether it is fun, exploration experience, or the sense of substitution, the sense of art has always maintained a very high level. Just as the time traveler speculated, the Palace of Origin is divided into several areas from south to north, separated by red gates and rammed earth walls. The higher the terrain is, the more magnificent the buildings are. However, this place, the red walls and green tiles are arranged in an orderly manner. The courtyard is deep and quiet, and cherry blossoms are like rain. This elegant landscape always gives people an indescribable sense of weirdness. This sense of weirdness is like the exquisite paper people or various paper offerings used for sacrifices. No matter how beautiful they are burned for the dead, so it is difficult not to make people feel uncomfortable and weird. Higanbana first passed through the ordinary settlement area. All the people encountered were Ujami men wearing blue clothes. These slow-moving, weak, half-human, half-fish guys, although there are some Ujami servants who have not yet been alienated, but they are obviously the existence of a lower status among Ujami. Go inside. Go through the gate of the Ujami Palace. Enter the more exquisite aquatic mansion. You will meet a kind of Ujami male wearing red clothes. This red-clothed Ujami looks similar to the blue-clothed Ujami, but there are many ulcers on the body, and the number of tentacles is more, which makes it look more mutated. What's more creepy is that They feed on blue-clothed Ugami. When the adventurer broke into a luxurious house to collect supplies, there were 7 or 8 red-clothed Ugami gathered inside, and the corpses of blue-clothed Ugami were everywhere. These red-clothed Ugami were lying on the ladder and eating crazily. You unlock the monster illustration, Ugami Noble. This scene makes the middle adventurer feel sick. At the same time, it feels creepy. These nobles feed on ordinary people? That's disgusting. What a shitty fairy palace. It looks exquisite and fairy-like on the outside, but who would have thought that the inside is so corrupt and dark? Not only have their bodies turned into monsters, but their souls have also twisted into monsters. What's the point of such longevity and immortality? This contrasting design is amazing. A bloody battle with Higanbana hunted the Ugami nobles. These red clothes are more difficult to deal with than the blue clothes. Probably because they replenish their energy by devouring their own kind. Even if they don't absorb essence, they have a strong speed and attack. The fighting here attracted the Ugami guards, who were wandering around and guarding. They were another new enemy that had never been seen before. They were tall Ugami women wearing armor and masks. The Ugami clan has a clear division of labor between men and women. Among them, the men are weak and should be responsible for sacrificial matters, while the women are strong and are more responsible for guarding and fighting. Ordinary beautiful female warriors of Ugami all seem to be at level 2 and 1 star. So strong. Is this still a soldier? Hey, have you noticed that the moves of these beautiful female warriors are very similar to those of Baruj and Akairo? At this moment, 2 beautiful female warriors are besieging Higanbana. The armor on their bodies has a good protective effect, and their swordsmanship is also very distinctive, like a beautiful dance move, which is not only very ornamental, but also very sharp and powerful. The beautiful female warriors have a strong recovery ability. When Higanbana slashed the opponent with several swords in a row, if it were a human opponent, it would have lost its combat power long ago, but these beautiful female warriors were not affected at all, and could continue to dance. Only 2 female warriors. They suppressed her. The adventurers were shocked. After all, Higanbana can now exert the strength of level 2 and 3 stars. Dang, once again bounced off the attack of the beautiful female warriors of Ugami. Higanbana realized that she could not waste time, and had to fight quickly, so she attacked one of the samurai several times. When the opponent blocked the attack, she urged the ninja hand to pull out a green small sword and stab the opponent. The wound was not deep. The location was not fatal. The beautiful samurai of Ugami was greatly hurt. Not only did her movements become obviously slow, but she also fell into stiffness. It really works. It was the rust ball given by Ishin. This knife contains a kind of poison called blue rust poison. It is generally effective against ordinary enemies, but it seems to be able to restrain the Ugami clan very well. Higanbana poisoned the Ugami samurai with just one knife. After the Ugami samurai was poisoned, his strength was rapidly weakened, and he was soon killed by the ninja. Kill one. The other one will be easier to deal with. Higanbana used the same trick again, and used the rust ball to attack with poison, making it sluggish and stiff. After its strength was greatly reduced, 2 or 3 swords easily defeated its posture, and completed the ninjutsu again. The adventurers realized how useful the small sword rust ball was, especially for adventurers, like them, who have poor skills and levels. It is impossible to enter the Palace of Origin without the rust ball, so this weapon must be obtained no matter what. During the exploration, Higanbana killed many more Ugami warriors and unlocked several different types of Ugami warriors. Among them, those holding a katana belonged to ordinary warriors, while those holding a naginata belonged to more powerful elites. There is a second level 2-star warrior, whose strength is not inferior to that of the Ashina general. The sword technique is very similar to that of the broken monk, with wild and sharp opening and closing, and the ability to summon lightning. Fortunately, he mastered the thunder counter, and had rusty balls. The former could deflect the lightning strike in time, and the latter could weaken the Ugami tribe. So after a hard battle, he won the victory without much suspense. Higanbana continued to move forward. Stealth, assassination, and fighting. He went through the entire Origin Palace from south to north. Killed more than 50 Ugami men and 20 or 30 female warriors. This is still under the condition of efficiency first, sneaking as secretly as possible, avoiding unnecessary battles, and not exploring more areas. If you want to conduct a detailed full scene exploration, the amount of battles will at least be multiplied several times. It can be seen that this place is not easy. When Higanbana directly passed through the palace complex of the Origin Palace, a low mountain appeared in front. This is the commanding height of the Origin Palace. There are wisps of spring water emitting a mysterious atmosphere flowing out of the mountain. Higanbana speculated, this should be the purest source water, which is what the Shuisheng villagers call Jingsheng water. As long as you drink it regularly, you will gradually transform into the long-lived Yugami tribe. It seems the source of everything. It's on this mountain. These high-purity Jingsheng waters flow into the lake, and finally flow into the river at the foot of the mountain through the waterfall. The river is then brought to Shuisheng village and the collapsed canyon, causing a series of changes. Because Shuisheng village is too far away from the source water has been too diluted, so the villagers cannot turn into Yugami, but can only turn into more degraded monsters. The immortal insects in Xianfeng Temple should also be bred in the source water. And the water of transformation used by Ashina Genikairo, the water of transformation, is a substance extracted from the source water. So this mountain is the source of all the curses and ominous things in Ashina. The immortal power contained in the source water should be the same energy as the power of dragon's inheritance. We are about to face the real source. Higanbana was extremely excited. She actually did not explore the Palace of Origin to a great extent. She did not search 80% of the area. She probably missed many enemies worth fighting and important plot clues. However, this is not important. Higanbana positioned herself as a strategy party, or a speed pass party. She just wanted to quickly reach the main ending and get a unique achievement. Missed a strong enemy, let's make up for it later. As for studying scenes and investigating hidden plots. Although Higanbana is very interested in Ashina's plot, investigation has never been her forte. Let the plot party, including the traveler, study it, just about to reach the top. A sharp whistling sound was heard. A black ball came at the speed of a bullet. Higanbana drew her sword like lightning, and the wedge pill cut through the air with precision, splitting the black ball in half, smashing the two trees behind her in half, with power no less than a small artillery. There are also Yugami warriors. The adventurer knew along the way that Yugami warriors not only use katana and naginata, but also are good at archery and kicking black balls, and the latter two are long-range attack methods that are very tricky. As expected, a Yugami woman dressed as a samurai appeared in front. You unlock the monster encyclopedia, Elder Yugami, Jing. This Yugami is not ordinary. Level 3, 1 star? So strong. This is the only passage up the mountain. It's not surprising that there is a powerful character guarding it. Elder Yugami threw the black ball again, then suddenly jumped into the air, flipped in the air and kicked it out, and a shocking scene happened. Thousands of golden lightning, blooming on the right leg. When the black ball is kicked, all the lightning is gathered on it, making its speed increase dramatically, and its power and momentum increase tenfold. Danger! Higanbana's face changed and she dodged quickly. The thunder ball came at a terrifying speed, instantly blasting a big hole in the ground and plowing a deep ditch several feet long. So exaggerated, the other adventurers were stunned. The power of this black ball is no less than that of a heavy artillery. After realizing the strength of the enemy in front of her, Higanbana did not dare to be careless and rushed towards the opponent at full speed, while Elder Yugami threw several black balls in a row. Bang, bang, bang. First, 3 ordinary black balls were kicked out. Then, lightning was summoned, and the 4th one was kicked out. Higanbana had no choice but to welcome it. She quickly split the first 3 attacks. When the 4th attack came in front of her with lightning and overwhelming force, she gritted her teeth and directly launched the secret thunder counterattack to welcome it. Bang! The black ball was directly crushed into powder under the terrifying power, but the lightning attached to it did not explode, but temporarily wrapped around Higanbana's blade. Return it to you! Higanbana swung her sword in the air, causing thousands of electric lights to bloom into a diffuse arc of light. Elder Yugami was hit by the lightning she had sent out and took several steps back. Before she could stand firm and launch a counterattack, a green light flew over and hit her shoulder. It was a rust ball. The green rust poison broke out. When the toxin that specifically restrained Yugami took effect, the powerful Elder Yugami immediately became weak, and his strength dropped from the 3rd level 1-star strength that was almost overwhelming to Higanbana to the 2nd level 4-5-star strength. Go to hell! Higanbana slashed more than a dozen times in a row at lightning speed, and broke the posture and exposed a flaw in one breath, and then immediately pierced the heart to end the battle. All the adventurers were amazed. An enemy with a strength of up to the 3rd level. Was it so easily solved? Higanbana had no time to be proud of this battle. The sound of Elder Yugami shooting thunder balls was too loud, and other Yugami warriors would arrive soon, so she decisively accelerated her actions to reach the top of the mountain as quickly as possible. Compared with the luxurious source palace, There is only an ancient and primitive cave here. When Higanbana walked into the cave, she saw that the space inside was not large, and all the source water flowed out from it. In the deepest part of the cave, there was an ancient sarcophagus, and a beautiful girl knelt in front of the sarcophagus. Is this the ultimate source? It's completely different from what I imagined. Yes, this place looks too small and plain. What's going on with this sarcophagus? What's the origin of the girl in front of the sarcophagus? Why is she here? Adventurers have imagined the scene of the place where the god of source is located countless times. After all, the scene designs of various boss battles in Ashina country are very unique. As the most important enemy in the main storyline, it should be different. But when seeing this simple and narrow cave, every adventurer can't help feeling a little lost. Higanbana is also confused at this moment. She is sure that this small cave is the origin of all the stories of Ashina country, but where is the god of source that Wolf is looking for? It can't be the unconscious girl in front of him, full of confusion. Walk to the girl and observe for a while. This girl is not a Yugami, but a Yugami. There are a few scaly marks on her body, but overall she still has no mutation and looks like a human. There is almost no breath of life. It's no different from a corpse. She was kneeling with her face sideways against the ancient sarcophagus, listening closely to it, with one hand on it. Before Higanbana could observe more carefully, a soft female voice that was almost imperceptible suddenly sounded in her mind. Dragon's messenger, please pray devoutly, and I will guide you into the fairyland. What does it mean? Isn't this the fairyland? Although Higanbana was full of doubts, she had no choice. She concentrated her mind, put her hands together, eliminated all distractions in her mind, and prayed devoutly to enter the fairyland. A few seconds later, when the red spider lily opened its eyes, the narrow and dark cave environment no longer existed. It was replaced by an extremely open and magnificent scene. This is an endless sea of clouds. The white rolling clouds are like rolling waves, and like being stepped on like solid earth. Cherry petals are flying all over the sky. The towering and holy snow-capped mountains are looming in the distant sky. Everything here gives people a strong sense of dream and fantasy. The red spider Lily saw through the faint mist in front of her eyes that in the center of the sea of clouds, there was a pale skeleton-like giant tree. The giant tree looked very deformed. The paleness was mixed with blue-black and decay. At first glance, its shape looked like a headless, rotten sitting Buddha. All adventurers were shocked by the extremely romantic, magnificent, and dreamy scene. Such a sudden transition formed a strong contrast, making them feel a shock like their souls leaving their bodies. Is this the real fairyland? So that's it. I understand. The fairyland does not exist in the real world, and the god of origin does not exist in the real world. This should be a place woven by the spirit, similar to a dream. The beautiful girl of Ujiya we saw in the cave may be a saint specially selected by the Ujiyamai clan, and the god of origin lives in the dreams of saints of all generations. Why did she let us in? I don't know. Maybe she wants to free herself. After all, as long as the god of origin lives in her dream, she will never really die, and can only remain asleep in an endless dream, forever in a state of neither life nor death. There is no doubt. The scene of this ultimate boss battle is very imaginative. The scene design takes withered divinity as the core image, using pale and corrupt giant dead trees, like the skeleton of a god, and the holy and vast sea of clouds as elements, accompanied by the looming cherry blossoms, creating an extreme mono no aware and wabi-sabi. Such a scene. Such a stage. Full of ritual sense. It will also greatly enhance the epic sense of the battle. In terms of specifications, it is far beyond any boss battle. When the news that Higanbana is about to face the ultimate of the Ashina world and challenge the god of source spread, almost all the adventurers who are not in the secret hall came to watch the historic moment. And after they saw the crystal, all of them were amazed at the imaginative and ritual scene. At this moment, Higanbana is full of excitement, expectation, and tension. She knows that this long journey is about to reach the end and the ultimate test. Chapter 136. This battle. Everyone is watching. Higanbana has eliminated all distractions, and only the belief that she will win remains in her mind. Then she goes to the huge decayed dead tree in the sea of clouds. The sea of clouds suddenly shakes. A strange and ugly pale figure slowly emerges from the front. You have unlocked the monster illustration, Whitewood Old Man. This is a humanoid monster, with a pale deadwood texture from head to toe, an ugly old man's face, holding a flute and cold eyes. It looks strange, but not strong. It is only the first level 4-star strength. This kind of monster is obviously just a small monster in this situation. Directly stab. The body of the Whitewood Old Man is unexpectedly fragile. When pierced by the blade, it immediately turns into fragments and disappears on the spot. However, it is not over. The second, the third, the fifth. How many more Whitewood Old Men appeared? Higanbana immediately realized that this kind of monster was not strong but could pose a threat by virtue of its numbers. It must be cleared up as soon as possible, otherwise, how can we challenge the god of Source with so many troublesome guys making trouble, almost 1 or 2 swords each? When 4 Whitewood Elders were cleared out in 3 or 2 strokes. As a result, more Whitewood Elders appeared in the process. These Whitewood Elders also began to fight back, and their attack method was very special, constantly coughing and releasing green poisonous fog. The more Whitewood Elders there were, the more poisonous fog was formed, and it would eventually cover all directions and become unavoidable. At the same time, branch-like spikes kept emerging from under his feet, each of which was 4 or 5 meters long. If he could not detect and dodge in time, he would be pierced. Higanbana kept dodging the attacks of tree thorns. However, the number of Whitewood Elders did not decrease, but increased instead. Damn it! What a trouble! At this time, Higanbana noticed that although the Whitewood Elders would move slowly, they were connected by roots under their bodies. She decisively released the hook rope to grab a 4 or 5 meter high tree thorn, and jumped from the air to kill one of the 10 Whitewood Elders. With a puff, the long knife pierced the old man's body. Higanbana did not wait for the old man's body to disintegrate on its own. She shouted loudly, raised the knife suddenly, and pulled the old man up by the roots. In this process, not only the old man who was stabbed was destroyed, but the Whitewood Elders around him were instantly killed because their roots were torn. Cool, one attack. 10 were wiped out. Higanbana understood how to deal with these old men at once, so she frequently used the hook rope to attack a group of Whitewood Elders. Every time she killed a monster, she could wipe out a large area of Whitewood Elders, making the speed of the monsters increasing slower than the speed of their elimination, thus preventing the formation of a large area of dragon cough poison fog. During this process, Higanbana continued to move forward. She was getting closer and closer to the huge rotten wood in the center of the sea of clouds, and at this moment, the number of Whitewood Elders killed was nearly 100. At this time, the 8 directions suddenly changed. The sky exploded with golden thunder. Higanbana clearly felt that there were new changes in the space. The Whitewood Elders that kept popping up like dog-skin plaster stopped attacking. They all bowed in the same direction to worship, and this direction was none other than the giant rotten wood in the center of the sea of clouds. What happened when the adventurers looked at the rotten wood? A stunning scene appeared. This huge and deformed, withered and decayed tree was rejuvenated at a speed visible to the naked eye, and tens of thousands of pink and white cherry blossom branches continued to stretch out from the decayed and deformed tree body. It took less than 5 seconds. This huge rotten tree was full of flowers, emitting vigorous vitality. At the same time, a giant lightning as thick as a water tank appeared above the cherry tree. Boom! The giant lightning directly hit the cherry tree, forming a dazzling light and a storm covering thousands of meters in radius. All the Whitewood Elders were destroyed in the strong light, and the red spider lily was swept away by the storm and blown away 200 meters. What a strong force! What's going on? When the red spider lily was thrown to the ground, she suddenly felt an unprecedented strong breath. I quickly looked towards the direction of the sacred cherry tree again, and the scene I saw was not only deeply engraved in my retina, causing a violent shock, but also leaving an unforgettable scene. This scene also caused a direct impact on the souls of all the adventurers watching. On the sacred cherry tree transformed from the rotten wood, a 200-meter-long mythical creature grew. This is a dragon creature that has never been seen before, and is beyond imagination. Mysterious, majestic, full of divinity. It is the source god cherry dragon. It has a silver-white body, and its body is covered with withered branches. When it raised its head to the sky and roared to shake the sky, the dragon's might stirred the entire sea of clouds, and the roar turned into thousands of golden thunders, which were constantly falling from the dome in all directions, interweaving with each other like a thunder and lightning cage that imprisoned the world. The next moment, the Sakura dragon stretched out one arm into the sea of clouds. It drew out a 7-branched jade sword. It had already taken a fighting stance. You unlocked the monster encyclopedia, Sakura Dragon. This was the first time the adventurers learned the name and image of the god of Source, and they were all stunned by the creature they saw. Although they had imagined the god of Source countless times in their hearts, when the god of Source really appeared before their eyes, the sense of oppression and shock formed by its momentum, aura, and pressure still greatly exceeded the imagination of all adventurers. The lower body of the Sakura dragon was covered with clusters of cherry blossoms, with tens of thousands of cherry blossoms blooming, while the branches on the dragon's body were completely withered, and there was only one arm. All these signs showed that the Sakura dragon was in an extremely weak state. After all, according to the background of the story, the reason why it came to Japan from the west was because it was defeated by a powerful enemy, and was seriously injured and fled for its life. When the Sakura dragon came to Japan and settled in Ashina, its immortality has been draining from its wounds for thousands of years, turning into source water and pouring into this land. Although the Sakura dragon created the dragon sun and the Yugami tribe to collect vitality for itself and try to recuperate. But obviously, this is far from keeping up with the speed of vitality loss, and can only delay the event of its fall. It has become weaker and weaker in the process. Because of this, the Sakura dragon is set at a very high level. The information that appears in the adventurer's illustrations at this moment shows that it is only the peak of the 3rd level 5-star. Of course, the peak of the 3rd level 5-star. It is shocking enough for adventurers. After all, the strongest monster in the largest dungeon in Blackstone Town, the skeleton ancient king, is only the 3rd level 5-star strength. Sakura dragon was seriously injured and fled. He lost his life for 1,000 years, but he still had the peak level of the 3rd level 5-star. How strong he was at his peak was unimaginable. Is this the god of source? It is indeed a special dragon. When Nancy Leah faced the beautiful Sakura sacred tree in the crystal, holding the dreamy jade 7-branch sword, and the existence that could trigger thousands of thunders with a roar, she couldn't help but wonder if Sakura dragon, who had not suffered a fatal blow 1,000 years ago, could be comparable to the eternal night dragon king who ruled the great forest. Too beautiful, too mysterious, too powerful. Is this the ultimate monster in the Ashina chapter? We have long acknowledged that Chi Laozi is a genius, but we didn't expect that Chi Laozi has such a terrifying existence in his hands. Is the Sakura dragon so weak that it is only at the peak of the 3rd level? I dare to say, this is definitely a rare and top-quality 3rd level spirit. If the Sakura dragon spirit can be exploded, it can not only greatly strengthen the soul combination, but also be enough to walk sideways among the 3rd level adventurers. When everyone was shocked by the mystery, power, and oppression of the Sakura dragon, the person involved, Higanbana, had recovered from her state of unconsciousness. How to fight? This is the biggest problem. Even if it is extremely weak or even on the verge of death, it still has the powerful strength of the peak of the 3rd level and 5 stars. Higanbana knows how big the gap between the 2nd level and the 3rd level is. The White Snake God is at the peak of the 3rd level and 2 stars. Owl and the monk who broke the precepts are both at the 3rd level and 1 star. These powerful enemies had taken a lot of effort to defeat, and each of them was a top master. However, even if all of them were added together, they were not enough to threaten the mythical creature before them. At this moment, Higanbana discovered, after the real body of the Sakura dragon appeared, there was always a fierce storm around it. With the ability of the wolf, it was difficult to even get close to 100 or 200 meters. The gap was so big. How could people fight? However, Higanbana was not worried about the method. Because this place has always been a secret place created by Lord Chi-Ji, and the Sakura dragon is just a monster created by Lord Chi-Ji. Lord Chi will let the adventurer challenge the Sakura dragon, and there must be hope of defeating the Sakura dragon. Without waiting for more thoughts, the battle officially started. The Sakura dragon swung up 7 swords and slashed vertically across hundreds of meters. Instantly, a huge green wind blade was triggered. This wind blade was tens of meters long, and its speed was comparable to that of a bullet, which was impossible to resist. The moment when Higanbana instinctively dodged, the green torrent-like energy passed by, sweeping far away, and instantly split a deep scar in the thousands of meters of sea of clouds. Too exaggerated. Is this really a level 3 monster? I don't think a level 4 monster is that outrageous. When people saw the Sakura dragon splitting thousands of meters of sea of clouds with one sword outside the secret crystal, they all looked dumbfounded and unbelievable. Indeed, the strength is too much. Even a level 3 monster wouldn't have the power to command thousands of thunders and split mountains with one sword. The performance of the Sakura dragon. It's completely above level 4. It's not surprising. Don't forget, this is its home ground. Indeed, this is not the real world, but a world similar to dreams, so it's normal that its strength will be greatly enhanced. While the adventurers were discussing, the red spider lily was struggling in danger. It's so difficult. It's so difficult. The Sakura dragon kept swinging out the sword energy that stretched for thousands of meters, like a storm, and split the sea of clouds. In addition, It can continuously summon golden lightning from the sky and release huge tree spikes from the ground. Three-pronged approach. How can it be prevented? Higanbana soon made a mistake in response, and was torn apart by a hurricane sword energy and killed instantly. A tragic death. But very satisfied. Because this boss battle was too shocking, there was a feeling that I was really facing the gods and challenging the gods. I had never seen such a high-class and grand battle. Even death. It was a very dignified death. It was also a hearty death. The way of death can be called a grand funeral. Even other adventurers envy. Nancy Leah, what can we do? The power gap between the two sides is too big, they are almost not on the same level. Feng Zhongyan, there must be a way. Sanju commented, this battle is different from any previous one. I think it is impossible to threaten the Sakura dragon with the wolf's ability. Don't talk about threatening. It's almost impossible to get close. Mingwei Xiaoxue asked, old man, what do you think? If it were you, how would you fight this battle? Bai Jusher stroked his beard and said, I agree with Laoju's opinion. Don't expect to use the power of a mere mortal ninja to fight against this mythical creature. Higanbana immediately understood, you mean? Borrowing power? Bai Jusher nodded. Well, I think the only thing that can defeat the gods is the power of the gods. Let's try to use thunder to hit back the divine thunder of the Sakura dragon. A few minutes later. Challenge again. Higanbana appeared directly in the cave of the source, clasped his hands together, and prayed devoutly, and once again entered the fairyland of the Sakura dragon. The first stage is still the Whitewood Elders. This stage is very simple, and will be cleared up quickly. The Sakura dragon descends again. The battle officially begins. Higanbana no longer tries to get close. Instead, it looks for an opportunity to counter with lightning. The Sakura dragon has three powers. The first is the huge wind-attributed sword energy, the second is the wood-attributed tree stabs, and the third is to summon golden lightning. Adventurers cannot block the sword energy, so they must make sure to dodge every attack. Any slow reaction or mishandling will result in death, and tree stabs and golden lightning can be used even though they are also dangerous. Direct counter with lightning will not work. The key point of the secret technique of counter with lightning is to use special techniques to stop or pull the lightning for a short time and then bounce it out. Therefore, when using counter with lightning, especially when dealing with lightning attacks that are obviously higher in strength and rank than oneself, it is best not to touch the ground or other things with your feet and body, otherwise the lightning will accelerate the conduction, and it will be difficult to stop or pull it successfully. In other words, when using counter with lightning, the more open the surrounding area, the better the effect. Higanbana seized the opportunity, released the hook rope, grabbed a tree and stabbed it, flew to a branch several feet high, and then jumped into the air. Almost at the same time, a lightning bolt formed above her head and hit her at a very fast speed. Now! Higanbana seized the opportunity and drew her long sword. In an instant, she felt a 1,000-pound force pressing down. It was so strong. This force was incomparable to the lightning summoned by Ashina Jinakairo, just like the distance between a stream and a river. There was only a moment of opportunity. Kill! Higanbana swung her sword the moment she was struck by lightning. The lightning turned into a lightning spear that tore through the storm and fell on Sakura dragon. Bang! A loud bang. A wound appeared on the body of the Sakura dragon. Success? So cool! The adventurers were delighted. Although it was only successful once, at least it proved that there was nothing wrong with this idea. Hard carrying, controlling, and rebounding the thunder. This battle mechanism performed to the fullest, which opened the eyes of all the adventurers present. They didn't expect that the secret realm could be made like this, however. Don't be happy too early. When Higanbana tried to eject the divine thunder for the second time, there was a few tenths of a second error in timing, and in the end, not only did it fail to catch the thunder, but it was electrocuted on the spot. What a pity! It failed this time. It doesn't matter, at least it proves that the idea is right, and Sakura Dragon will definitely be defeated. When the adventurers were all paying attention to this battle, Chi-Ji also kept a close eye on it behind the scenes. This boss battle with Sakura Dragon is a pure mechanism battle in the original work. Although it is the best battle in the entire Sekiro, it is almost one of the simplest boss battles. However, in the secret realm, it's not that simple. Adventurers must use lightning to hurt the Sakura Dragon. Whether it is to catch the lightning or to deflect the lightning, it is extremely difficult, and the failure rate is very high. In addition, they have to face complex battle situations. If the timing is not right, they may not only be struck by lightning and turned into charcoal, but also be instantly cut into pieces by the sword energy. Not very skilled. Not proficient enough. It is absolutely impossible to pass the Sakura Dragon. The next performance of Higanbana is an example. She died 10 times in a row at the Sakura Dragon, either being electrocuted or struck to death, and twice being stabbed to death. Although she was repeatedly abused. But every battle contributed a very grand and shocking scene. So not only the adventurers never get tired of watching, but even Higanbana herself is getting more and more courageous and addicted to it. Finally, the 13th challenge. Higanbana's operation and luck are perfect. She successfully countered the thunder 7 times, and hit Long into a seriously injured state. When she felt the threat, Long was completely angry. It not only burst into a round of crazy slashing, but also released a storm around it, instantly blowing Higanbana to a height of several hundred meters. At the same time, Long's extreme anger turned into an extremely powerful lightning, which was as thick as a water tank and far more powerful than any previous one. But the condensation speed was slightly slower. Higanbana was now hundreds of meters high in the sky, with a panoramic view of the entire sea of clouds. She realized, the next is the only chance, if this attack cannot be completed. Even if she wasn't electrocuted or struck to death, she would still die if she fell from such a height. Thunder is coming. The red spider lily raised her long sword to catch the giant thunderbolt. Probably because she was at a high enough height, even though the power of the thunderbolt was far beyond her imagination. But she still caught it. The victory or failure of this battle, it all depends on this strike. The red spider lily was wrapped in thousands of lightning bolts. It fell as fast as a falling meteor. Developed towards the cherry dragon from a height of 300 or 400 meters. The cherry dragon was obviously aware of the threat, but after venting, it was in a weak state at the moment. It could only do its best to swing the last huge green sword energy. Facing this attack, Higanbana had no way to avoid it, because it could not move in midair. She could only face the challenge, so at the moment when the sword energy attacked, she swung out a knife wrapped in thunder with both hands. The next moment, all the thunder and lightning, all poured down and bloomed along the blade. The golden lightning and the blue wind blade collided in the air. The aftermath of the two energies raised countless clouds and mists that shook the world. In the end, the golden lightning completely tore and disintegrated the wind blade, and hit the body of the cherry dragon. The power of this attack was beyond imagination. The cherry dragon was already seriously injured and dying, and at this moment he let out a shrill wail, and finally completely lost the strength to fight. The huge dragon body collapsed, the proud dragon head drooped, and all the lightning and storm stopped at this moment. The battle is over. The winner is decided. The entire secret hall fell into a dead silence for a few seconds, and then a tsunami of shouts and cheers broke out. Success? Really successful. I can't believe my eyes. This battle is too exaggerated. It's unbelievable, if you don't see it with your own eyes, to kill mythical creatures with a mortal body. The last knife is so cool. This is the most exciting, most enjoyable, and most passionate battle I have ever seen. Big Brother Higanbana is awesome. Miracle City is awesome. Old Thief Chi is awesome. Higanbana successfully defeated Long, and she was stunned for several minutes before she believed that all this was really happening. In order to avoid complications, she didn't dare to be careless at all. Walked to Long as soon as possible. She walked along the 7 jade swords hanging on the ground as a bridge to the huge dragon head. Pull out the undead slash. Stab into Long's tear glands. Crystals like cherry petals immediately seeped out and were collected by Higanbana immediately. Dragon tears, a secret realm item. Introduction, an important material obtained from the Sakura dragon, the god of origin. This is the most core ritual material for cutting off the dragon's blood. Chapter 137. At this moment, Higanbana still feels like a dream. This long but great adventure. Finally, it is about to come to a perfect end. She has explored most areas of Ashina along the way. She has seen too many unforgettable wonders, and various vivid characters. This small country, the small country of Japan. The story and history are so real, legendary, and exciting. When all the clues and plots are finally concluded in the Palace of Origin and the Fairyland, they are pushed to the climax in the shocking battle against the Sakura dragon. The adventurer personally created history, and created a legend. The secret realm of Miracle City is simply the art of God. No dungeon or any secret realm can bring such a hearty and extreme experience. As for the last battle, it is an unforgettable experience for Higanbana. The Fairyland illusion gradually fell apart as the Sakura dragon was defeated and no longer existed. Although the Sakura dragon was killed in the dream, it was obviously not completely dead, but fell into another deep sleep. If it cannot be sent away by the dragon's homecoming method, it will wake up again in a few years. The dragon's curse will also appear again. After Higanbana left the secret realm, she found that the beautiful girl kneeling in front of the sarcophagus was completely lifeless at this moment. Her body quickly cracked and gradually weathered and disappeared. When the Sakura dragon fell asleep again, she was finally freed from the dream that she could never wake up from. It was not suitable to stay here for a long time. Higanbana was directly teleported to Ashina Castle through the demon Buddha. Just as she was about to report the good news to Ashina Ishin and Hiratakuro, the picture presented by Ashina Castle made all the adventurers change their faces. Compared with the last time they left, the inner court launched a more thorough general attack. Now the gate of Ashina Castle has been completely broken. The main city area has been shrouded in flames. The streets are full of the sound of fighting. The blazing flames dye the night red, and the choking smoke engulfs every corner. The streets and alleys of Ashina Castle have become battlefields. The inner court's ninja unit Lone Shadow Group and the regular unit Red Army are besieging the Ashina soldiers, who are resisting and refusing to surrender. And there are also Ramba people and lower-level soldiers who are burning, killing and looting. The adventurers all realized a cruel fact. This small country can't survive tonight. Ashina Castle has fallen. When the sun rises again tomorrow, Ashina will completely become history. This majestic and historical city will turn into scorched earth, and a new order will be reestablished on the scorched earth. No one can stop such a historical torrent. The era of Ashina is completely over. When the adventurers faced Ashina Castle, which was turned into a sea of fire and scorched earth, and was in constant fighting, everyone felt a deep sense of heaviness and tragedy. Tragedy and destruction are inevitable. No matter how hard the adventurers try, it will be useless. However, it is precisely because of this powerlessness and tragedy that the adventurers feel more flesh and blood in this world, and there is an epic feeling of reincarnation and dynasty change. And this epic feeling, perhaps it is one of the biggest features of the 10 kingdoms of the foreign land. This is one of the key differences from other secret realms in Miracle City. It is also a shocking atmosphere that any secret realm other than Miracle City can never create. Higanbana had no time to sigh, because most of Ashina Castle was destroyed, and most of the ghosts and Buddhas had disappeared. He could only kill his way back, and killed more than a dozen red guards and lone shadows. Finally back to the castle tower. At this moment, the castle tower is burning fiercely. The huge palace has turned into a huge torch. The raging fire devours and spreads mercilessly, destroying all traces in it. Not good. The adventurers are worried. Will the son of God be okay? Although Hirata Jolong is immortal, so the fire cannot kill him, but if even the castle tower is breached, then the son of God Longyin may have been abducted. At this moment, another shocking scene appeared. On the open square under the castle tower. At this moment, nearly 100 corpses are piled up in all directions. All of them are purple-clothed lonely shadows, or red-armored soldiers in red armor. Most of the fatal injuries are killed in one blow, which shows how great the swordsmanship of the attacker is. Who did it? The answer is not difficult to guess. The adventurers have seen a figure in the pile of corpses. This figure was gray-haired, skinny, and his white robe had been stained blood. He was sitting on the steps of the castle tower. He held a long sword full of gaps in his right hand, and his eyes were wide open with dilated pupils. It was Ishin Ashina. There was no breath of life in him. The Ashina swordsman who was famous in Japan had been dead for some time. Wolf! A weak female voice came from the side. Yongjin appeared in front of the adventurer, with a sad face. Ishin fought to the end, and he kept his promise to you. The old swordsman had already run out of energy, but he resisted death temporarily with his will, and in the last moment of his life, he still fought against many enemies alone, and did not let the enemy break into the castle tower. At this moment, although he had been dead for a long time, sitting with a sword in his hand, still looked like an eagle looking at a wolf. All the adventurers were in awe at once. How tragic. The old swordsman is a real man. Without the rust pills he gave us, it would be difficult for us to get through the Palace of Origin within a limited time. Without his personal protection, the Son of God might have been kidnapped. Even if we could get through the Palace of Origin, it would be difficult to ensure the safety of the Son of God. Besides, he also taught us the secret technique of Thunder Counter. This is the key to defeating the Sakura Dragon. The country fell. Died of old age. This is an unchangeable fate. The warriors of Ashina fought to the last moment, and the swordsmen of Ashina did not die in humiliation on the sickbed. This may be the best way for them to say goodbye. While the adventurers were discussing, Higanbana asked, "Where is the Son of God?" Yongjin replied, He has evacuated from the secret passage of the water diversion tower. Thank you. No time to waste. After saying goodbye to Yongjin, Higanbana immediately headed towards the water diversion tower. Along the way, she killed more than a dozen red guards and the Ashina people who were driven crazy by the water transformation. In the process, she killed 2 red guards generals and 1 Ashina 7 gun. The red guards all had the strength of a second level 3-star. However, they posed no threat to the current Higanbana. The secret passage where Hirata Kuro evacuated was not unfamiliar to the adventurers, because this secret passage was the secret passage that the adventurers took when they rescued the Son of God at the beginning of Ashina. When you walk through the secret passage to the Reed Plain, this is where the dream begins, and it is also the starting point of this legendary adventure. Higanbana returned here again, with a strong sense of trance and fate. Hirata Kuro is outside, but there is another person beside him. Higanbana grasped the hilt of the knife. It's you again. That's right. It's not someone else. It's Ashina Jinichiro. They met again in the same place. It's really a duel full of fate. Jinichiro has disheveled hair and is not wearing armor. More than 80% of his upper body has been eroded by black air. His eyes are glowing red like a demon, and Hirata Kuro is being held hostage by him. Higanbana said in a deep voice, "Turn back. Ashina is doomed." Ashina Jinichiro's expression at this moment is like a ferocious demon. No, as long as I am still here, as long as there is the power of Dragon's heritage, Ashina will never perish, and anyone who stops me will die. While speaking, he pulled out a long knife. The blade is a strange black color with a wisp of gray mist wrapped around it. It feels very gloomy, like a knife from the underworld. Jiolong immediately warned, "Be careful, the knife in his hand is another immortal slash." There are 2 immortal slashes, one black and one red. The red immortal slash was found by Higanbana in Sifong Temple, and the other one found by Ashina Jinichiro in the grave of his master Tomo was this black immortal slash. With this immortal slash, theoretically speaking, Jinichiro can kill the adventurer. When Jinichiro drew his sword, a strong wind blew over the plain, and golden lightning flashed in the night sky, filling the reed marsh that should have been beautiful with a chilling murderous aura. It seems that only by killing you completely can the Son of God obediently hand over the power of the dragon's heritage. Jinichiro Ashina caught Jiolong, but did not escape immediately. Instead, he waited for the adventurer to appear in this place, just to fight the adventurer to the death. Higanbana sighed, "I recognize your will, but you are on the wrong path. All efforts are doomed to be in vain. Since this battle is inevitable, let's do it." With a whoosh, 2 figures attacked at the same time. The catkins flew all over the sky and collided with each other. The blades in their hands reflected each other's faces and eyes. One had red eyes and a ferocious expression, like a vengeful evil ghost from hell. The other had a firm expression and compassionate eyes, and also had the belief and reason that he must not lose. Dang dang dang. Sparks flew, and the sword energy was everywhere. The 2 fought 10 rounds in a row. At this moment, Higanbana's strength has reached about the 2nd level and 4 stars, which is completely different from the 1st level and 5 stars at the beginning. At this moment, not only did she find all the abilities of the wolf, after dozens of fierce battles of varying sizes, she had already perfectly integrated with the wolf's body and mind, and possessed dozens of skills and various ninja tools. The attacking methods of Ashina Jinichiro, whether it is Ashina Ryu's swordsmanship or Jinjimiya's swordsmanship, are already familiar to Higanbana, and she can deal with them calmly by instinct and muscle memory. In just a dozen rounds, Ashina Jinichiro was at a disadvantage. "I can't lose. I can't lose." Ashina Jinichiro fell into a frenzy. The red light in his eyes became more and more ferocious, and he suddenly summoned a Thunder of Ba, which turned into a Thunder Spear and attacked Higanbana. This trick is no longer useful. Higanbana has fully understood the characteristics of the Source Thunder after fighting in Jinjimiya, especially fighting with Sakura Dragon. She can even catch Sakura Dragon's thunder, let alone Ashina Jinichiro, leaping forward. At the moment of lightning, Higanbana swung her sword to pull back the lightning, and more than 10 meters of reeds were burned to ashes, and all the violent power was returned to Jinichiro. Jinichiro half knelt on the ground. His whole body was charred and weak. Although the charred skin was quickly repaired automatically under the effect of the immortal power of the transformation, the black corrosion had almost covered his whole body in the process, and he was only one step away from becoming a monster. Higanbana said, "Jinichiro, you can't even beat me, and you still want to reverse the world situation and save the already destroyed Ashina country? Don't dream." Ashina Jinichiro stood up again. He knew that there was not much time left. In the last moment when he could still be called a human, his eyes and expression calmed down, and he finally looked in the direction of Ashina Castle. Ashina. I have tried my best, but I still didn't do anything. The adventurers saw this. They were somewhat moved. Although Genichiro is unscrupulous and extreme, no one can deny that he loves this land deeply, and will not hesitate to give everything to save this country. Why bother? The change of dynasties. The trend of history. It is not something that one person can change. Genichiro Ashina looked lonely, and said in a low voice, but I still believe that Dragon's heritage will continue the lifeline of this country, and the long night of Ashina will finally usher in the dawn. While speaking, he placed the immortal slash across his neck. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. Did Genichiro finally come to his senses, and decide to give up? Since my power is not enough to save Ashina, then let the strongest man come back. If he is in his peak state, he will definitely make Ashina come back to life. Without waiting for everyone to react, Genichiro suddenly exerted his strength. The black immortal slash directly cut open the neck, causing a huge wound that was fatal. Blood gushed out from it instantly, shocking Higanbana. Suicide? No, something is wrong. Ashina Genichiro's blood formed a large blood mist. At this time, a hand stretched out from the blood mist, and grasped Genichiro's long sword that was about to fall. Then a figure stood out from the blood released by Genichiro. At the same time, Genichiro's body quickly weathered and disappeared. When everyone saw the appearance of this person, they all showed a look of anger. This person is not unfamiliar. It is the Sword Saint Ashina Ishin. However, his appearance at this moment is not the appearance of the skinny old man before, but the state of the opening plot of the Ashina chapter when he was wearing samurai armor and fighting with the chief general of the inner court, Tamura Yoshifumi. In other words, Ashina Ishin, who was already dead. At this moment, he not only reappeared in the world, but also returned to his prime. What's going on? What happened? Ashina Ishin not only came back, but also returned to his youth. This change and development. It can be said that it exceeded everyone's expectations. Hirata Jolong explained at this time. The immortal slash of Genichiro is called Kaimin, which is a weapon that can resurrect the dead from the underworld. Adventurers know that different immortal slashes have different abilities. The main function of the red immortal slash by lay is to hold the by lay ceremony, and cut off the immortal dragon's blood. The black immortal slash Kaimin cannot obtain dragon tears, but can resurrect a dead soul by sacrificing a voluntary immortal body. At this moment, Genichiro has completely transformed into immortality. When his sanity was devoured by madness, he directly sacrificed his immortal body. The object of his resurrection was Ishin Ashina, who had just died not long ago. Ishin Ashina not only resurrected from the dead, but also became nearly 30 years younger, and came here as a middle-aged man less than 50 years old. I felt the poor grandson's last plea and will. Ishin said, Wolf, although I never agree with Genichiro's approach, he gave everything for Ashina and called me back to the world at the cost of never reincarnating. How can I, as a grandfather, completely ignore his last wish? For a while, the sense of killing became stronger. The wind and thunder were everywhere. The middle-aged swordsman exuded a strong sense of oppression and murderous aura. The swordsman Ashina never wanted to obtain the dragon's heir. But even he was moved by his grandson's will. After Genichiro sacrificed himself, he would not only lose his body, but also his soul. From now on, there will be no hope of resurrection, and there will be no trace of Genichiro. At this moment, I have the ability to command a group of Ashina heroes to challenge the inner court again, but once the sword is drawn, it will be another few years of suffering. In the end, it will probably be difficult to stop the era of the inner court. Ashina Ishin was in a dilemma. He set his eyes on Higanbana. You give me an answer. Higanbana was stunned. Ashina Ishin took a fighting stance and shouted, Sekiro. Kill me to stop this thing that should not have happened. Or I kill you and restore the name of Ashina. When faced with a choice, Ishin took this battle as a gamble. The result of the duel was taken as the answer. If Lang can defeat him, dust to dust, earth to earth, everything will be settled. If Lang cannot stop him, although Ashina Ishin does not agree in his heart, he will still try to challenge the inner court again, with this strong body, and set off a bloody storm. Higanbana faced the oppressive middle-aged swordsman. Not only did she not feel pressure. Instead, she was surprised and even ecstatic. Why don't I want to fight with a real hero? Although Genichiro's behavior is stupid, it satisfies a huge regret of mine. Higanbana has always admired the old swordsman, so she often fantasizes that if she can be in the same era as the swordsman, she must have a fight with him. Now the dream has come true. This must be the final battle of the Ashina story. This story starts with Ishin stealing the country, and ends with Ishin's decisive battle to destroy the country. The whole process from beginning to end is full of ups and downs, and it forms a perfect closed loop. It's so wonderful. It's great to see these contents. The adventurers have no regrets. Please don't feel guilty, Ishin-sama. Higanbana said, in fact, I never believed. You are the strongest in Ashina. Ashina laughed heartily when he heard this. Ha! If that's the case, then come on. Remember, hesitation will lead to defeat, and I won't show mercy. I will go all out in this battle. The tragic ending of Genakairo. Ashina's shocking return. The adventurers watching in the secret hall were all amazed and amazed. Lord Chi. Too strong. I thought Sakura Dragon was the limit. I didn't expect to see such a battle. Such a design is too amazing, not only full of a sense of fate, but also in line with all expectations. The adventurers were all excited. This battle is so meaningful. Their expectations for this battle are even no less than challenging the god of source. At this moment, the wind and thunder are getting more and more fierce. The adventurer and the Ashina sword master took up combat stances. Chapter 138. The attention of all. The final duel begins. As the soul of Ashina country. One of the most important guides of the story of Ashina chapter of Shikakushi. Ashina Ishin taught the adventurer Ashina swordsmanship and thunder counter secrets, and he can be regarded as half a master. This battle feels like a master-disciple duel. For him, the most decent ending is to be defeated and killed by Wolf. Higanbana will go all out to send him back to the underworld decently to repay the help along the way. In the prologue stage, Wolf's body was in a state of serious injury, and he also lost most of his ninja skills due to amnesia. At this moment, after continuous adventures and battles, he found himself. Wolf has recovered all his abilities, and because he has a powerful ninja prosthetic hand, is proficient in using various ninja tools, and has practiced the secrets of various schools, his comprehensive strength has long surpassed his heyday. This reed plane has changed a lot. Higanbana clearly remembers the surprise she felt when she first saw it. At that time, this place was still a poetic picture of peaceful years. At this time, the night was dark and windy, with thunder and lightning, and Ashina Castle was burning like hell behind her, so that half of the sky was dyed blood red. The reed plain was also affected by the war. There were a large number of abandoned swords, spears, and broken armor scattered. At this moment, there was no sense of tranquility and beauty, only a strong atmosphere of killing and apocalypse. The wolf played by the adventurer was fighting the Ashina sword saint in such an environment to prevent him from re-entering the Ashina castle, which was like a Shura field. Wolf! Let's start. Only complete death can stop me. When Ashina Ishin roared hysterically, a substantial strong aura and murderous aura spread in all directions with him as the center, and the reeds around him for hundreds of meters were bent in the opposite direction. What a terrible aura! Higanbana had already focused all her energy and attention on the man in front of her, but when she felt the overwhelming pressure, she actually felt like she was hit by a flood and couldn't stand steadily. He is indeed the legendary swordsman. The pressure of aura alone is enough to make ordinary people lose their fighting power. Higanbana also felt a huge pressure. The mental shock of a top-level strongman is comparable to a mental attack. The status of the Ashina swordsman is naturally not comparable to the mythical creature Sakura Dragon in its heyday. But Ashina Ishin, who is in his prime, has the strength of a third-level 5-star, even if the rank is the same. There is a huge difference between 5 stars and 1 star. For example, 3 or 5 top Ashina strongmen, like Xiao, may not be able to beat Ishin in his prime. No wonder Ashina Ishin could become the unquestionable leader and soul of the Ashina people back then. Danger! A strong sense of crisis erupted. Ashina Ishin disappeared from sight like a ghost, and then a fierce blade light was seen, slashing rapidly from the left side to the body. So fast! Ashina Ishin's speed. It shocked all the adventurers. If it was Higanbana at the beginning, even if she had the wolf in its prime, she would not be able to dodge this attack. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and being killed instantly was almost the only result. Higanbana responded in a flash. Relying on the wolf's strong sense of danger and the tacit understanding formed with this body through thousands of trials and tribulations, she quickly stepped forward and avoided the slash by a millimeter. Ishin suddenly changed his moves. The blade light slashed horizontally like a streak of silk. It turned into a meteor-like stab and chased. Higanbana knew that there was a huge gap in strength between the two sides. If she tried to fight with the sword master of Ashina, she would have almost no chance of winning. The only way was to perform a perfect mirror counter, to dissolve the attack with a little effort, and at the same time to consume the sword master of Ashina, so that he would have a flaw in killing. This was the usual routine of the wolf, the secret of defeating the strong with the weak. After thousands of sword fights, Higanbana had already mastered the wolf's tactics. At this moment, even though Ishin's moves were too fast to be seen, she could judge the opportunity to attack by feeling. However, Ishin Ashina shook his wrist suddenly, and strangely changed the angle and speed of the thrust, directly breaking Higanbana's perfect flick knife, causing the two weapons to collide directly. Dang! Sparks flew. A powerful force that could not be resisted collided with him. The thrust made by Ashina Ishin pushed Higanbana back 4 or 5 meters. The latter only felt a dull pain in her wrist and chest. If it were a weaker second-level person, she would have been killed in seconds. As expected of Ashina's sword saint, the lonely swordsman was shocked. He saw through Higanbana's intention in an instant, changing the rhythm and angle of the sword to destroy the bouncing sword. The two sides only exchanged one move. Ashina Ishin showed his superb skills. Adventurers such as Baihajushur and Sanju looked solemn. This is a bit tricky. The reason why the wolf defeated the strong again and again is that in addition to the crisis warning ability that is more sensitive than that of wild beasts, and the power of Dragon's heritage that allows him to revive again and again, the most important thing is the reverse blade mirror in the swordsmanship of the ninja wolf style. However, this Ashina sword saint, in terms of swordsmanship skills, has almost reached the pinnacle. It is extremely difficult for us to perfectly bounce back his attack. Indeed, the top adventurers, for example, Higanbana and the Kujushur, can fight against the normal level 2 5-star Jinakairo when the wolf is at its weakest and only has the level 1 5-star performance, so they rely on the sword bounce and the ninjutsu. Use the sword to consume the opponent's posture and expose its flaws. Finally, use the precise weakness to see through, and the ninjutsu to kill quickly. The opponent we are facing now is different from the previous ones. The Ashina sword saint is extremely powerful. Not only can we not fight head-on, but his swordsmanship can change in an instant. It is extremely difficult to bounce back accurately. You are the man who defeated the god of Source. You should not be at this level. Danger. The sense of crisis reappears. Ashina Ishin held the sword with both hands and slashed vertically in the air. He slashed out a nearly transparent dragon flash sword energy. In terms of scale. In terms of momentum. Naturally, it is not as exaggerated as the Sakura dragon sweeping across 1,000 meters. But the speed was faster than the Yinglong sword energy, and it shot out like a bullet, instantly destroying all the reeds of 30 or 40 meters. If it was hit directly by such an attack, I am afraid that even if it was wearing armor, it would be seriously injured. Higanbana avoided it by instinct. Before she could adjust her body posture, Ashina Ishin made a sword-sheathing action, which was obviously the starting move of the II's secret technique, so the power of the next attack would definitely be several times stronger than the dragon flash just now. In an instant, an invisible gravitational force enveloped him. It seemed that countless invisible hands pushed him towards Ishin. This was not an illusion. The airflow in all directions did change suddenly, all flowing back to Ishin and solidifying around him. When the air was compressed to the extreme, it was the time to complete the accumulation of momentum. Ishin Ashina drew his sword and slashed several times, each of which triggered a sword energy, which combined with the airflow to form a series of super strong sword energy. Higanbana had never seen a strong man release such sharp sword energy. Not to mention releasing several in a row. She could only dance on the blade and dodge most of the attacks. The last attack was unavoidable, so she had to bite the bullet and swing the sword to block it. Bang! Sparks splashed. There was the touch of a physical blade. Higanbana retreated several meters again during the resistance. Ishin Ashina did not miss the opportunity to attack, and his figure flashed and came in front of him again. When he was about to swing the sword again, he was suddenly hit by a ball of ash in the face. He quickly threw several darts to repel it. This could not threaten the Ashina sword saint, but it successfully prevented the offensive from continuing, giving Higanbana a brief respite. Well done! The adventurer's shady trick was praised. We, the Ashina school, will defeat the enemy on the battlefield at all costs, so we cannot be bound by pedantic swordsmanship. Remember, anything can be a weapon. Any weapon that can kill people is a good weapon. As he spoke, he casually pulled out a crossword spear stuck in the plane with his left hand, then jumped up and pointed the spear at the sky, instantly summoning a golden lightning. The next moment, Ashina Ishin was covered by thunder, and the sweeping range of the crossword spear, which had a large attack radius, increased by more than 3 times. The adventurers were all stunned by this scene. Thunder of Tomo? Ashina Ishin can actually use Thunder of Tomo. Not only does he know how to use it, but the momentum and power are much stronger than Genokairo's half-baked power. This Ashina Sword Saint. He is good at more than just swordsmanship. Baihajusher couldn't help but say, this Ashina Ishin is obviously a rare martial arts genius in hundreds of years. He has an amazing understanding, and can learn moves from his opponents. This spearmanship style is open and closed. It looks like the moves of the former Inner Court Commander Tomura Yoshifumi. And this blooming golden lightning is obviously from the previous generation of Long-in attendant Ba. Sanju. He can not only understand the moves from the opponent's moves just by fighting a few battles with these powerful enemies, but also integrate the moves of different people through practice. This is the real scary place of the Ashina Sword Saint. Feng Zhongmian also said, if the land of Ashina is not too small, and even the land of Japan is too small, plus the uprising and rebellion governing the country has consumed too much energy. Otherwise, if such a person is born in a larger country, with a broader stage and experience, his strength may reach the 4th level. In the secret realm, the battle continues, long spear in left hand, and immortal slash in right hand. Every swing of the spear can release a large area of thunder. Every swing of the sword can trigger the black blade light and strong sword energy. The expressiveness is too strong, and the fighting style is extremely domineering. It is simply an invincible god of war, and the adventurer is like a rat rolling on the ground under the fierce attack. It lasted about 15 rounds. The weapon was shattered by the 10-character gun wrapped in lightning. A huge black blade light swept across the body with an unstoppable force. Death, a big bloody word appeared directly in front of Higanbana. Because she was killed by the undying slash, she couldn't even activate the power of the dragon's heritage to revive on the spot, and the first battle ended in failure. Of course. Although she lost. But there is nothing to be discouraged. Higanbana knows how big the gap between the two sides is. Ashina Ishin is the ceiling of Ashina country, and the final strong enemy of the Ashina story. It is unrealistic to think that such an existence can be defeated in one go. Current Miracle City. Under the same conditions, there will be no more than 3 people who can persist in 10 rounds. Although she was suppressed throughout the whole process, she also understood Ashina Ishin's abilities and some of his moves, which will lay a solid foundation for future victories. Higanbana wanted to summarize her experience and fight again immediately. But she glanced at the income of this secret realm. She stayed where she was. Her face was full of disbelief. This adventure has ended. This evaluation, double armor. You have obtained the Sakura Dragon Spirit. This adventure. The duration is 2.5 hours. Almost reached the limit time of an adventure challenge. During this time, he first killed the Sakura Dragon in the Palace of Origin and obtained the Dragon Tears. He then killed many 7 spears, the Lone Shadow Clan, the Ashina Clan, and the Red Army generals all the way to Ashina. In addition, he completely defeated Genakairo. He fought against Ashina Ishin. Among them, the first kill and the first victory can increase the secret realm rating. Various factors piled up to make the rating as high as the double armor upper level. The reward under this situation must not be low, but I never dreamed. It turned out that the Sakura Dragon Spirit was exploded. Sakura Dragon Spirit, a 3rd level 5-star rare spirit. Although this Sakura Dragon Spirit is not a named soul, it is a rare spirit with the characteristics of a mythical creature. Its value is definitely not lower than that of a named soul. What's more, it's a level 3, 5-star peak monster. Since Higanbana dropped the named soul of Phantom Butterfly, she has made rapid progress and achieved many first kills, but she has not dropped high-quality souls. This may be a cooling mechanism of the secret realm. Adventurers cannot continuously drop the highest quality and rarest souls in the same secret realm. But, unexpectedly, luck has accumulated to today. Another big explosion. In this way, Higanbana has both level 2 and level 3 Miracle City souls. She can recontract the dungeon at any time. Although her cultivation will definitely decline a lot, her strength will only increase instead of decrease. Higanbana Boss has a super big product. It's actually a cherry dragon. This is too enviable. This kind of mythical creature soul is extremely precious even if it is not named. Adventurers all showed envy. Even Baihajusher was no exception. Higanbana already has 2 top-level level 3 souls. One is the Skeleton King of Tianyun City, and the other is the Sakura Dragon of Miracle City. Although both are 3-level 5-star spirits in terms of quality, the Skeleton King is not even qualified to carry the shoes of the Sakura Dragon in terms of value and function. Congratulations, Captain! Congratulations, Higanbana! This wave is directly rich. The value of the Sakura dragon is obvious to all, and it is not inferior to most of the named souls of the same grade. Lord Chi must have suffered a huge loss this time, and he certainly didn't expect that such a precious spirit would be directly exploded. The adventurers were envious. Higanbana was naturally ecstatic. However, she didn't immerse herself in the joy of harvest for too long, and immediately regrouped to study her battle with Ashina Ishin. According to the observations and suggestions of more than a dozen experienced adventurers in Miracle City, everyone agreed that it is impossible to defeat Ashina Ishin by head-on confrontation. This enemy is too strong. So it is necessary to be proficient in using various ninja tools. For example, the Mist Crow can dodge an attack with 100% certainty. Using this ninja tool, you can perform a large-scale, unavoidable move. The mechanical umbrella should be able to resist the sword attack that cannot be easily resisted. In addition, firecrackers, explosive bombs, and smoke bombs. All kinds of props that increase the character's ability must be used. Only by exhausting all available means, whether it is a positive skill move or a trap trick, only in this way, plus a part of luck, can it be possible to defeat Ashina Ishin. After absorbing various opinions and experiences, Higanbana once again entered the secret realm to challenge. The second time defeated. The third time defeated. The fourth time defeated. Although the number of rounds persisted is increasing. But it feels that defeating Ashina Ishin is a long way off. This opponent is too strong, and there is a feeling of impeccability. Higanbana's energy is about to run out, and she soon ushered in the last challenge of the day. For this challenge, not only other adventurers, but even Higanbana herself did not hold much hope. Because until the last game, she did not find a chance to win. Although she could hold on for dozens of rounds, under the peak martial arts of the Ashina Sword Saint, and the experience of hundreds of battles, all attempts were ultimately proven to be futile. Even so, don't give up on yourself. She used several secret medicines and amplification items before the battle began. First, he raised his strength and stayed to the extreme, and then used the Mist Crow, the mechanical umbrella, the darts and the hidden weapons to fight with Ishin Ashina. 10 rounds, 20 rounds, 30 rounds. This time the battle was also very fierce. He used all his means and lasted the longest, nearly 50 rounds. However, the defeat was already exposed. The adventurer was quickly suppressed and had no chance to fight back, nor could he see the chance of winning. Everyone felt sorry. The Ashina Sword Saint was really impeccable, so if nothing unexpected happened, the result of this battle would not change much. However, at this moment, the weather on the Reed Plain deteriorated sharply. One after another powerful thunderbolts continued to bombard the plain, creating large pits. There is a way! Higanbana suddenly had an idea. First use the Mist Crow ninja tool to launch a ninjutsu to escape. In this way, she temporarily broke away from the attack rhythm of Ishin Ashina. She then quickly moved around to sense the arrival of the lightning. At this moment, a lightning bolt fell from the top of her head and was about to fall on her body. At the same time, Ishin Ashina also summoned lightning, which was once again wrapped around the Jumanji gun and swept towards the adventurer. Now, Higanbana stretched out her long sword and drew it. The lightning bolt, above her head, was deflected and changed its direction to shoot towards Ishin Ashina in the air. Ishin Ashina's face changed. Because she had already blessed a lightning bolt at this moment, she could not control the second lightning bolt at the same time. When the second lightning bolt fell on her body, it would make the already blessed lightning bolt power out of control. Finally, the two lightning bolts ran wild at the same time. Everyone only heard a loud bang. Ishin Ashina was swept by the lightning and suffered heavy damage. Higanbana immediately launched a violent attack. Because of the lightning injury, the body was paralyzed and became dull. Even with superb swordsmanship, it was impossible to use it flexibly. In the end, the posture was broken, and the right arm holding the sword was cut off. Ha ha ha. Well done. Ashina Ishin sat down on the spot, with a calm face, and loudly said, "Kill it." Without a moment's hesitation, Higanbana pulled out the immortal slash-billet. Stab it into Ashina Ishin's heart from behind. Send this Ashina swordsman, who is famous in Japan, back to the underworld. Farewell. Higanbana was also dazed when facing the gradually weathering remains. She had already given up hope, but she miraculously reversed and defeated the most powerful existence in the Ashina country. Of course, it is undeniable. Luck plays a big role. Even if she is given 10 more chances, she may not be able to win again. But no matter what, the victory at this moment is beyond doubt. So far, everything is over. She also realized that the story of Ashina, This adventure full of twists and turns and wonders will come to an end with the complete demise of the Ashina Sword Master. Chapter 139. The final battle is over. The reed plane gradually returned to peace. Higanbana found the unconscious Hirata Kuro. Because the battle just now was too intense that he was stunned. Now, there are 3 options. The first is to only take the dragon's tears for him, and then perform the ritual of cutting off the dragon's heritage. This method must kill Kuro with the immortal slash. The second is to take the dragon's tears for him, and then use the flower of the evergreen cherry blossom. In this case, the dragon's heritage attendant can replace Kuro as the sacrifice to cut off the dragon's heritage. 2 methods. The essence is the same. Use dragon's tears as the core material. Use the immortal slash worship tears as the ritual tool. Sacrifice 1 person as the price in exchange for the temporary interruption of the dragon's heritage. This is not a perfect ending. If you choose to sacrifice Kuro, the wolf will completely lose his goal and belief in protection, and his rest of his life will be entangled by the inner demon like the Buddha carving master. If he chooses to commit suicide, although Jiolong can return to normal, but now Japan is in the turmoil of the Warring States period, how can a child who is powerless and has lost his immortal body survive? Only the third hidden choice is the most perfect result. Higanbana took out the dragon tears obtained from hunting the Sakura dragon, and added the ice tears made from 2 snake persimmons to it. In this way, Hirata Jiolong fell into a temporary sleep. The Sakura dragon will be transferred to his dream. Thus, he has the ability to leave this land. As long as he returns home within the limited time, neither the wolf nor Hirata Jiolong will die, and the 1,000-year night of the Ashina land will usher in a real dawn. When everything is completed, the violent wind and thunder have stopped. Higanbana stood up and looked into the distance. After a whole day and night of burning, Ashina Castle has now completely turned into ruins. The Imperial Army occupied the city, thus completely completing the change of dynasty. Light appeared in the east. Warm sunlight fell on the earth, illuminating the world shrouded in darkness. No matter how this land interprets grievances and entanglements, and the rise and fall of dynasties, the sun will eventually rise as usual. It has been like this since ancient times, and will not change in the future. Higanbana sighed. It's all over. She realized. Her mission was all completed. The story of the Ashina chapter came to a perfect end. What a hearty adventure. But I don't know why. There is a deep sense of loss in my heart. Wolf, Jiolong, Yongjin, the old swordsman, the Buddha carving master. And Ashina country? Is everything going to end? I really want to know the future story of this world and this land. These flesh and blood characters. This land full of stories and heritage. In the end, it constitutes a great adventure that is extremely arduous, thrilling, epic, and fateful. Such a wonderful story ends. Such a thrilling adventure ends. How can this not make people linger and have mixed feelings? It is inevitable that there will be a sense of loss and sadness, like parting. There are countless adventures of the red spider lily. There has never been an adventure. How can she be so emotionally invested? She never believes that this experience is false. This world is real. She believes that all people have appeared, and all history has happened. The adventurer just traveled to this world and experienced the story of Wolf. Wolf, goodbye. Thank you for your wonderful story. I enjoyed this adventure. When the dragon tears and ice tears that Jiolong took effect, the sun has completely risen from the east and illuminated the earth. In this process, the red spider lily gradually lost control of the wolf's body. The story of Ashina has come to an end, and all that remains are some cut scenes. The adventurers saw through the secret crystal that under the beautiful golden morning glow and the white sea of reeds, the wolf carried his master Hirata Jiolong on his back and moved forward step by step. They left the Ashina castle that was completely turned into ruins and scorched earth. The scene changed. The wolf came to the Sifong temple. The child of the god put his hands together and prayed. Jiolong's sleeping body turned into a cherry-colored energy and merged into the body of the child of the god. This artificial child of the dragon's blood has become a new carrier. She will leave the land of Ashina with the power of the dragon's blood in Jiolong. The scene changed again. The transformed god-child has changed into a traveler's outfit. She stood in a Buddhist temple with her hands folded and said goodbye to her companions. There are hundreds of Buddha amulets in the temple, each of which is a child who died tragically in the process of making the transformed god-child. They are also one of the costs of the dragon's homecoming plan. This land can get rid of the curse of the dragon's blood. It is thanks to these poor people. The wind blew into the temple. The wind chimes were jingling. This is the blessing and comfort said by the children. The transformed godchild wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, then picked up the tin staff for the journey, and helped up the ninja, who was half kneeling and silent beside her. Wolf, let's go to the west, the hometown of the dragon. Yes. Lang was as silent as ever. He stood up slowly and followed the Son of God. The two walked out of the door and disappeared into the sunlight. The adventure is over. You have cleared the Ashina chapter of the 10 kingdoms of the exotic world. You have unlocked the dragon's homecoming achievement. You have obtained the Ashina Dawnbreaker badge. You have obtained the Ashina Legendary Adventurer badge. Rating for this adventure, AA. You have obtained the skill stone, Baru Secret Swordsmanship. When the adventure is over. When the story of the Ashina chapter is over. The adventurers did not cheer as enthusiastically as expected. Every adventurer was immersed in some complex emotions. Satisfied, shocked, and disappointed. This adventure story is too exciting. The ending of the story is perfect. It makes people feel unsatisfied and have endless reverie. Nancy Leah murmured, the story of the Ashina chapter is over. It's really unimaginable that the adventurer actually completed this difficult but great adventure. Baihajushar commented, this is a great secret realm. Sanju also nodded, we have been adventuring for a lifetime, and today we know what a real adventure is, and today we know what a real god-level secret realm is. Wonderful. So wonderful. Minghui Xiaoxue, praise Lord Qi, thank Lord Qi, it is he who gave us the opportunity to play as wolves, allowing us to see the tip of the iceberg of such a wonderful world. No. Ah. Why? Before I cleared the level, I always wanted to see the ending. Now that I finally cleared the Ashina chapter, I feel like I'm heartbroken. White Fawn, can we see a more exciting adventure story than this? A more vivid and perfect secret world than the Ashina Kingdom? Nancy Leah said with certainty. Forget about other dungeons, but there will definitely be Miracle City. The Lord's inspiration and talent are unfathomable, and he will definitely create more and better secrets. Pear Blossom Rainfall, Wolf, and the transformed Son of God left their homeland and went to the Western world. According to the investigations and clues of the big guys, the Western world referred to here must be the Shinjo land west of Japan. Cat Ming Ming, when will Lord Chi-Ji open the chapter of the Shinjo land? Will there be a second part of the Ashina chapter? Then I can't wait. Time Traveler said, the second part of the Ashina chapter. Forget about it. Lord Chi-Ji has already revealed that all the official chapters of the 10 kingdoms will not intersect in time or geography. Nanshank, that is to say, even if the next chapter is the chapter of the Middle-earth Shinjo west of Japan, it is impossible to encounter wolves or things related to Ashina. It is likely so. Then we can only look forward to the future data chapters. Nothing to regret? It is because of this that we can understand this wonderful world more comprehensively, and in a more three-dimensional way. There has been a rumor that perhaps when all the national chapters on the map are lit up, the world of the 10 kingdoms in the foreign land will be completely open in the future, and perhaps all the storylines will have a chance to meet at that time. While the adventurers were discussing, Higanbana has already left the secret realm. This time in the secret realm, she has gained a lot, various achievements, and various medals. For example, the achievement Dragon's Homecoming can only be obtained by adventurers who have achieved the corresponding ending, and the medal Ashina Dawnbreaker can only be activated by achieving the perfect ending and completely eliminating the curse. As for the Ashina Legendary Adventurer badge, this is a badge with extremely harsh conditions for issuance. Only the first adventurer to clear the game, or the first 5 adventurers to reach all the endings can obtain it. These badges themselves are precious honors, and can be exchanged for a lot of contribution points through the Mercenary Union, or for some exchange props, as well as privileges in Secret Realm exploration. For example, in the future, the restrictions on plot synchronization will be lifted. Adventurers with legendary titles will be eligible to experience it directly. In addition, there are several other achievements and badges. As the first adventurer to clear the chapter of the 10 kingdoms of the foreign land, Higanbana has obtained a lot of bonuses, which makes other adventurers envious. As for the spoils of this time it dropped a 3rd level skill stone. Skill stone, Baru Secret Sword Art, 3rd level skill stone, learning conditions, 25 mental power. This skill stone is nothing else but the swordsmanship of controlling lightning. It was first brought to Ashina by Tomo. Genakairo and Ishin have mastered the relevant usage. It is both cool and powerful. It is very practical. When Tomo's swordsmanship appears in the form of a skill stone, its nature will be modified by the laws of the world. The principle will definitely be different, but the form of expression is similar. It is definitely a skill worth practicing. Higanbana is very proud. Everyone came to congratulate. He got so many achievements and benefits at one time. This adventure is not only exciting, but also makes him feel very satisfied with his vanity or sense of accomplishment. Although the main story of the Ashina chapter has been cleared. But this story will inevitably continue to be passed down, and will continue to have an impact in the future, and its influence is enough to go beyond Miracle City and the scope of Blackstone Town adventurers, and become an eternal classic, just based on this 10 Kingdoms Ashina chapter. It is enough to make Miracle City a great dungeon. Higanbana has used up all her energy, but since most of the battles today ended within 10 to 20 minutes, it has not been too long in general. There are still 5 hours before the city is closed today. Therefore, the adventures of the adventurers are still going on. And at this time, in the Lord's mansion, Shiji retracted his gaze. While enjoying the Fat House water popcorn, he watched the adventure live remotely. At this moment, he was very satisfied to see that Higanbana achieved the perfect ending of Dragon's Return. As expected, the ending can only be achieved tomorrow. This group of adventurers was more powerful than expected. Although there was a bit of luck in defeating Ashina Ishin in the end, they completed the game one day earlier than the most optimistic expectations, which is enough to show that their performance was very good. Of course, it is true that Higanbana cleared the main line. But there are still many areas, multiple branches, and multiple bosses that have not been explored and challenged. For example, after the fall of Ashina, the Buddha sculptor lost control and turned into a ghost of complaint and appeared in Oatman. This is a super boss whose strength is not inferior to Ashina Ishin, and it is definitely worth fighting. However, because Higanbana was in a hurry to find Jiolong, she did not go in the direction of Oatman. So she did not encounter this guy. Fortunately, she did not encounter him. Otherwise, she would definitely not be able to pass the game today. In addition, there are many wild bosses and wild elites. For example, the Headless and 7 Faces distributed in various places. These mysterious ancient undead are not only powerful, but also have a weird and terrifying fighting atmosphere. They themselves also hide a plot line, which can reveal an older war history of the Ashina land, thereby further enriching the historical details and worldview of Ashina. In addition to the above, there are more possibilities for the story of the Ashina chapter. For example, entering the Hirata mansion again through the branch line to challenge the adoptive father 3 years ago. The adoptive father at that time was stronger than when he was in the castle tower 3 years later. This is also a very difficult battle. For example, when facing a choice in the castle tower, Wolf can choose to betray Jiolong and go to the Shura ending. This ending does not require challenging the Palace of Origin, but requires killing Yongjin, Ishin, backstabbing the adoptive father, and finally holding 2 immortal swords to transform into the evil ghost Shura. It is a very extreme ending. Shiji will also be in the Ashina chapter. Continue to invest in branch lines and small plots. In the future, adventurers who have cleared the game will be more interested in opening multiple rounds. However, having said that, today the adventurer Higanbana performed too well, and her luck was also very good, which really caused a lot of consumption to Shiji, let alone, the Sakura Dragon Spirit alone evaporated 6,400 mental power. In addition to the total mental power expenditure of reinvestment, it is more than 7,000. This is not a small number. If it were an ordinary second-level lord, most of them would go bankrupt on the spot because they could not cash in the spoils, which led to the temporary suspension of the secret realm and caused serious losses. This is the most expensive spirit in the 10 Kingdoms secret realm. Its value is not less than the named soul of the Ashina Sword Master. Higanbana is really a very lucky guy. Such a rare spirit can be exploded, so that the net income of the dungeon today has been greatly affected. Of course, everything has 2 sides, especially the top spirit output. Its disadvantage is that it will cause huge consumption to the territory, which may affect the operation of the dungeon, and even more seriously will lead to bankruptcy. Therefore, every time there is a high-grade spirit, the spoils will cause great pressure on the lord. Its advantage is that if the territory can recycle or use the power of these props or spirits, then the strength of the territory will be greatly improved. For example, this Sakura Dragon Spirit. Whether it is to recycle the spirit, summon it as a monster, or contract it to the adventurer, it will have a huge boost to the development of the Miracle City's territory in the future. Let's not talk about the distant. Let's not talk about the rare ability of the Sakura Dragon itself. Let's talk about the Thunder City, which is also the most direct threat recently. This second-level dungeon built by the Dark Thunder Lizards in the Thunder Swamp. Its lord is a powerful 3rd-level warrior, and fighting at home often gives outsiders an overwhelming advantage. Why has Thunder City carried out some tentative harassment on the Dark Valley in the past few days, but has never launched a truly fierce attack, it is because the Dark Valley is still a first-level area, and it would be a loss for Thunder City to attack it vigorously at this time. However, upgrade is imminent. Once Jiling is upgraded to a second-level territory, the Dark Valley and the Thunder Swamp will form a balance and merge into one. At this time, the Thunder Lord is equivalent to fighting at home. He can not only directly send second-level combat forces to attack the Dark Valley, but even if he personally takes action, there will be no obstacles. With the current situation of Miracle City, the second-level combat units are not taken seriously. But if the third level appears on the battlefield, it will feel a lot of pressure. Miracle City has a group of third-level spirits, including Higanbana and Sanju, and I believe these adventurers are willing to fight for Miracle City. But they are foreign adventurers. Within the influence range of the dungeon, foreign spirits cannot be used. Even if they leave the influence range of the dungeon, they will be suppressed by the local territorial laws and cannot exert their third-level strength. Miracle City must build its own third-level combat units, and building third-level spirits requires third-level spirits. Sakura Dragon is not only third level. It is also top-level third level. If it can be used by the territory, Thunder City will no longer pose a threat. Miracle City may take the initiative directly. Then it will not be far from laying the foundation for the second-level main city and creating the third main secret realm. Chapter 140. Secret Hall. The adventurers' adventures are still going on. The number of adventurers challenging the 10 Kingdoms secret realm has begun to increase significantly. Before this, the popularity of the 10 Kingdoms secret realm was much different from that of the Frenzy secret realm. Because the Frenzy secret realm was developed earlier and has more gameplay, while the 10 Kingdoms secret realm only has one Ashina chapter, and the difficulty is much higher than the former, which is not cost-effective for most adventurers. Now, with the main storyline of Ashina, there is a more complete process and strategy. The confidence of the adventurers has increased greatly, which has enabled many adventurers who have been waiting to see to officially start the exciting adventure of Ashina. For the 10 Kingdoms, the explosion of popularity and the spread of influence. It has just begun at this moment. Baijushir said with emotion, once the reputation of the 10 Kingdoms Ashina chapter is released, it will definitely be regarded as a divine product by hundreds of millions of adventurers. I am sure that the influence of this Ashina chapter will be enough to increase the population of Blackstone Town several times, or even 10 times in the future. Other adventurers changed color when they heard this. Population increased several times, or even 10 times? What is this concept? This is just the power of an Ashina chapter. You should know that the real low-threshold secret realm of Miracle City is the Frenzy secret realm. The level mode and story mode of Frenzy are not bad at all, and the competitive mode is even more fun to play. How many people can these bring to Blackstone Town? Wang Chuan Sanren's opinion was correct at the beginning. The appearance of such a dungeon in Blackstone Town is definitely more beneficial than harmful to other dungeons, especially Tianyun City, at the beginning of the birth of Miracle City. It may have a certain impact on the adventure flow of other dungeons. But as time goes by, everyone will realize that Miracle City does not grab the cake, but can make the cake bigger and stronger, so that all local dungeons will usher in a wave of development opportunities. I agree. Higanbana nodded and said, as an adventurer, I am fortunate to experience this god-level secret realm and die without regrets, but Lord Chi's talent has just begun to be released, and he will surely be able to create greater and more magnificent secret works in the future. That's for sure. Lord Chi is still very young and his talent will be further released in the future. The secret realm planning of Miracle City has just started. Take this 10 Kingdoms secret realm for example. The Ashina chapter is insignificant in the entire worldview. It is just a small country in the deep mountains of a small place. According to the Lord's plan for this world, there should be more exciting places than here. There should be more. We used to more or less not believe that the Lord can control such a vast worldview. Now I think no one will doubt the Lord's strength. Sanju nodded. Yes, Miracle City is still only a quasi-second level territory. Under such circumstances, it can create such a wonderful secret realm. I dare not imagine what kind of worldview it can create in the future with a larger scale and more available resources. Look forward to it. When will the 10 Kingdoms be updated? Hee, don't be too greedy. Do you really think that inspiration and resources are unlimited? If you want the Lord to update the 10 Kingdoms as soon as possible, then work hard to challenge the Ashina chapter. I think as long as there are enough people who pass the level, the second chapter will be produced soon. The Lord generally only considers two factors when updating the secret realm. The first is the popularity of the secret realm. If the popularity of the Secret Realm drops too much, the Lord will definitely update the Secret Realm, but forget about the 10 Kingdoms. It will definitely become more and more popular in the future. The second is the clearance rate. Generally, only when the proportion of passers to challengers reaches more than 30%, the Lord will start to update or produce the next content. Miracle City is different. Lord Chi's speed and enthusiasm for updating the Secret Realm are obviously much better than other lords. I don't think it's realistic to update the content when the pass rate is less than 1%. Speaking of this, many adventurers feel itchy. There are still many good contents to experience in Miracle City. There are also competitive modes that you can play for a long time without getting tired of. The question is who would dislike too many good things? Especially for Higanbana, who has already cleared the first chapter of the 10 Kingdoms. She is now particularly looking forward to the arrival of the second chapter, and is very curious about where the second chapter will be opened. According to the revelation, the second chapter will not be in Japan. Adventurers generally hope to open it in the land of Shinjo. Although there is very little information about the Shinjo region at present. But since the Sakura Dragon and the Dragon's Homecoming are most likely related to this place. Why can this land, which is 100 times more vast than Japan, give birth to a powerful mythical creature like the Sakura Dragon? Are there many things stronger than the Sakura Dragon? What kind of dynasty and characters will be born? Too mysterious. It makes people imagine, yearning for it, when adventurers like Higanbana. When discussions and speculations are launched for this. Wanchuan Sanrin. Although the 10 Kingdoms is very exciting, the frenzy is not much behind. The plot of the Black Light arrival is advancing very quickly. Why don't the captain also pay attention to it? That's right. Let's go check it out. Higanbana and the others have run out of energy. Otherwise, she would probably experience the advent of Black Light and other plot contents of the Frenzy Secret Realm. Now she's idle anyway. Watching others challenge the Secret Realm is not as exciting as challenging it herself, but it can barely satisfy her craving. The Black Light chapter of the Frenzy Secret Realm has not yet opened all the content. Only the prologue and the first to 6 scenes are open, and you can play it until about the middle of the plot. Because the content is limited. And it's relatively simple. So the adventurer who promotes the plot. Not necessarily a big guy with high energy and good skills. Currently, more than a dozen adventurers have successfully reached the 5th scene. The Blackstone Hammer King is one of the fastest adventurers in Miracle City. What's going on? Why does Alex look a little bit wrong? When Higanbana and Feng Zhongmian saw the Secret Realm crystal controlled by the Blackstone Hammer King, they were surprised to find that Alex, the protagonist of the Black Light chapter, the ruthless man standing at the top of the food chain, looked a little embarrassed at the moment, and a tumor grew on his back. The city has also changed a lot. Higanbana remembered that in the prologue of Black Light, the city order was basically normal and people's lives were not affected, but now zombies can be seen wandering everywhere in some areas. At this time, Pig King, Cranky Chicken and others immediately introduced the latest plot to the bosses. You should know that the Black Light chapter uses a flashback technique. The whole story takes place within 18 days, and now we are on the 6th day. About 20% of the people in Manhattan have been infected with the Black Light virus and are going out of control. As for Brother AI's condition, this starts with AIG's experience. Pig King explained, 6 days ago, AIG woke up from the morgue. Since then, his goal has been to find his memory and revenge. In order to find out who killed him and turned himself into a monster, he took a series of actions. I know this. Higanbana has read some plots. He found his sister Dina and his girlfriend Karen. Cranky Chicken. The problem lies with the bad woman Karen. What do you mean? Cranky Chicken. This Karen is helping AIG on the surface, but in fact, she has been turned by the Black Light organization and secretly collected AIG's virus data and passed it to Mike Mullen. Who is Mike Mullen? This person is the research director of Kintech, the research company where AIG used to work, and is responsible for the development of the Black Light virus project. I see. This old man used the virus data provided by Karen to create a pathogen specifically for AIG, and AIG became what he is now because of the virus. Feng Zhongmian commented, alas, Alex is too easy to trust others. After all, his girlfriend is not a blood relative and cannot be trusted. Higanbana frowned. Isn't his current situation very dangerous? Grumpy Chicken immediately said, don't worry, although he was betrayed by his former lover, the enemy also underestimated AIG, and this pathogen is not enough to kill him. But although he didn't die, he was also greatly affected. His various evolutionary abilities have become unusable, such as the claws obtained in the first act, the hammer fist, and whip fist obtained in the later acts, etc. The top priority is to solve the pathogens in his body. There is a solution now. We found Laland, a former researcher of Kintech, and got help. The adventurers talked to each other. Let Higanbana quickly catch up with the current plot progress. The Laland that Age found with the help of his sister Dina is not an ordinary person. His strength is not inferior to the current chief researcher of Kintech, McMullen. The reason why he left the company was that he did not want to engage in inhumane experiments. After understanding Age's situation, Laland helped Age to develop an antidote. However, it is a bit troublesome to use. Age needs to find a hunter, inject the medicine into the hunter's body first, use the hunter's body to cultivate antibodies, and then absorb the hunter to make himself healed. The worldview and abilities of the Black Light chapter are indeed curious and interesting. Higanbana became interested. She has already opened up the main plot of the Ashina chapter. Recently, she will make up for some missing content of the Ashina chapter, and then she can transfer most of her energy to the secret realm of the frenzy. The Blackstone Hammer King completed the operation. First, he found the lone hunter and injected him with medicine. He waited for an hour before finding the hunter and started hunting. Although he lost the ability to use claws, hammer fists, etc., he still succeeded in taking him down after a fierce battle with his strong body. He immediately released a large number of virus tentacles to absorb it. He successfully digested the hunter. He absorbed and converted the antibodies in his body. He clearly felt that his body was changing rapidly. Brother Hammer, be careful. Zombies are coming. While the Blackstone Hammer King was busy adapting to the latest changes in his body, more than a dozen black light virus zombies were attracted, including 2 super zombies, and this super zombie was burly and powerful, with a comprehensive strength close to that of a tank zombie. The zombies immediately surrounded him, and tried to knock him down and devour him. At this time, the Blackstone Hammer King shouted loudly, and multiple tentacles burst out from his body, instantly wrapping up all the zombies, and then directly absorbing them into his body to transform them into raw materials for a new round of mutation and evolution. The next moment, in the secret hall, a scene that amazed all adventurers happened. A layer of biological armor quickly formed on the surface of the Blackstone Hammer King's body. This layer of biomass armor has a reinforced structure similar to that of an exoskeleton, mainly in dark red, black or dark gray, with a texture similar to muscle fibers and keratinized plate armor on the surface, highlighting the hideous feeling of viral biotechnology. It fits the body like an Iron Man suit. It fits tightly from head to toe to form a defense effect without dead angles. Not only that, the right forearm of the Blackstone Hammer King mutated into a huge biological blade. This giant blade is in the shape of a slightly curved straight blade, and its length is about half of Alex's body. The blade is made of hardened virus material, and the texture is between bone and metal. It has both the roughness of biological material and the sharpness of the blade. Armor, giant blade, brand new ability, cool and explosive. Let the adventurers cheer. The Blackstone Hammer King was also very excited at this moment. Ha ha, so cool, I didn't expect a blessing in disguise. This trouble has led to my evolution again. Speaking. Testing the new ability. Dozens of zombies rushed out from a building completely covered with virus hyphae in front, including several super zombies with burly bodies and red virus energy flowing all over their bodies. Go to hell. The Blackstone Hammer King charged with armor all over his body, crashing into the zombies like a car. Red energy flow seeped out of the gaps during the running process. This armor not only did not reduce the speed, but increased the power of the collision. Rush into the zombies with pure power. Ordinary zombies can't pose any resistance at all. As fragile as paper, they can be crushed at will. The zombies were either knocked away or directly smashed into pieces. At this time, a super zombie with a body size of 2.5 meters blocked in front of him. The virus energy flowed all over his body and possessed extraordinary strength. The Blackstone Hammer King directly swung the giant blade of his right arm and chopped it on the head. When this giant blade was swung, the blood-like energy veins on the surface lit up, forming a powerful power that could cut iron like mud. Almost without feeling any resistance, the Blackstone Hammer King chopped the super zombie from the top of the head to the crotch, splitting it in half alive from the middle. Such a bloody and violent scene was full of visual impact. Next, the sword continued to swing. It was invincible wherever it passed. The zombies were easily chopped up like tofu. Such a battle was not only exciting for the Blackstone Hammer King, but also exciting for the adventurers outside. However, just as the Blackstone Hammer King continued to kill people in all directions and swept through the zombies, several shells suddenly came from the street, and one of the rockets hit it directly and pushed it back several steps. It's the Black Watch troops. Everyone saw a tank, plus an attacking force of 20 to 30 soldiers coming here, and a Black Hawk helicopter providing air fire support. The Black Hawk helicopter fired machine guns, and most of the bullets were aimed at the Black Stone Hammer King. The bullets were enough to easily penetrate any flesh and blood, but now they were useless when they hit the Black Stone Hammer King. The defense of the virus armor is so strong, at least for a period of time, it can perfectly resist machine gun fire. Seeing this, the Black Stone Hammer King immediately left the street and ran quickly along the building. He climbed to the top of the building in a few steps, and then his left hand turned into a whip fist, and instantly swung out more than 10 meters to grab the door of the helicopter hovering in the air. Not good. Quickly pull up. The helicopter hurriedly pulled up the altitude to try to escape, but the Black Stone Hammer King had already flown over and got into the cockpit of the helicopter. With a quick sweep of the sharp blade in his hand, he instantly beheaded several soldiers. The driver was still desperately pulling up the altitude. The Black Stone Hammer King showed no mercy. Stab it from behind. At this time, the helicopter was nearly 200 meters above the ground. It was twisting and turning, and was about to lose control and crash into the building. In the process, it happened to pass over the ground troops. It's a good time to try out new skills. The Black Stone Hammer King leaped out and flew into the air. His limbs spread out like a big bird, and the surge of biological energy caused him to float in the air for a short time. Boom! The helicopter crashed into the building. Shoot! The commander of Black Watch ordered hurriedly. A dozen or 20 soldiers attacked Alex above their heads, but the bullets hit the biological armor of the Black Stone Hammer King, just like tickling, and could not pose any threat at all. It started when the Black Stone Hammer King adjusted the angle. He suddenly launched a bullet dive to the ground. This is one of Alex's most handsome, powerful and destructive tricks. This bullet dive must be launched when it is suspended in the air, and armor and punches can enhance the power of the skill. The higher the altitude, the better. The more powerful it is. When the Black Stone Hammer King fell from a height of 150 meters, the black light virus released energy crazily to wrap the whole body to form a powerful propulsion force, thus instantly breaking through the falling speed to the speed of sound and causing a terrifying destructive effect. Alex looks similar to humans on the surface, but his body has long been completely filled with biomass, and his weight is much heavier than it looks. Even if he hits the ground directly at supersonic speed, it is not inferior to a heavyweight iron cannonball. Not to mention the powerful energy. When the Black Stone Hammer King dived down, the spiral energy trajectory that erupted formed a trailing effect similar to the falling meteorite, greatly enhancing the dynamic and impact of the high-speed impact. In an instant, the tank was hit. It was crushed into a discus by the violent force. All the glass on the floors in all directions was shattered, and the whole street was covered by the shock wave, and the ground cracked. The 20 soldiers distributed near the tanks, without exception, seemed to be hit by an invisible car, and flew at least 10 or 20 meters in all directions. All of them died with broken internal organs and broken bones. Just one attack destroyed the entire army. This was a literal street bombing. Even Higginbana was stunned. This power is amazing. From the destructive power released by the adventurer, Alex, combined with his own strong defense and recovery ability, has reached the 3rd level, at least the level of 3 stars in the 3rd level. It's only the 2nd day of the Black Light chapter. The Black Light plot has only progressed to the 6th day. Alex woke up from the morgue in less than a week, and he was so terrifying. The performance and growth potential of the protagonist in the secret chapter are really too strong and cool. This is why the Black Light chapter is so popular among all kinds of newbies. This secret realm is very friendly to new adventurers, and the experience of playing such a high-performance protagonist is also very enjoyable. No wonder the leader set it as a paid content. So far, the 5th act of the Black Light chapter is completed. The Black Stone Hammer King spent 50 contribution points with his last bit of energy and entered the 6th act of the Black Light chapter without stopping. There are several exciting battles in this act, and the plot has also received a major boost. Under Dina's investigation, the Black Stone Hammer King learned about a place called Hope Town. This is a remote place in Idaho. A mysterious riot occurred more than 20 years ago. The local militia killed all civilians, leaving only one survivor. And this survivor, it was the mysterious Elizabeth. The Black Stone Hammer King thought of Elizabeth, who was found on the 51st floor of the Gentech headquarters building. This woman is not only mysterious, but also extremely powerful. He immediately realized that what happened in Hope Town was not simple, and the truth was likely to be covered up. This is a major clue. Maybe we can find out the conspiracy behind the Black Light organization. Just as the Blackstone Hammer King was about to follow the clues of Hope Town, a group of hunters suddenly attacked Dina's safe house, and one of the huge super hunters kidnapped Dina. When the Blackstone Hammer King arrived, after quickly killing the other hunters, the super hunter had already disappeared with Dina. When faced with this situation, the adventurer was naturally anxious. The Blackstone Hammer King hurriedly found Dr. Laland, hoping to get clues from him to save his sister Dina. Laland made a judgment through analysis. Elizabeth was the first infected person. The current popular virus all came from her body. And she has the Mother Nest consciousness that can control all hunters, even ordinary infected people. These hunters would take Dina away in such an organized and planned way. The mastermind behind it is 100% Elizabeth, so if you want to save your sister, you must find Elizabeth's hiding place. So far, the 6th act is over. The 8th day's plot is also over. The plot of the first part of the Black Light chapter seems to have entered the middle and late stages. This story also makes adventurers very interested, and they all have a strong curiosity about the subsequent plot.